Chapter 1, Cross. Between the broken walls, Zhao Wenrui leaned against a pile of bricks and tiles, and the slightly dark blood was flowing from his fingers, stained with red clothes, dripping down like a broken pearl in the masonry soil. Zhao Wenrui's expression was amazed, with questioning eyes on the woman who was holding the dagger not far away. The woman is very beautiful, pure, and sweet, but now this beauty has been destroyed by the twisted expression. The dagger is also very beautiful, with a strange shape and a faint magic light, which is now full of blood. What I hate most is how you look like, never care, never understand. The woman made a hysterical roar, the voice was out of tune, and the fingers holding the murder weapon had no blood because of excessive force. She looked extremely excited, angry, but implied guilt and confusion. It seemed to be a comprehensive emotion after Dakiu had revenge, but the problem was that Zhao Wenrui had no hatred with her. It seems that I have always claimed to be smart. I am actually a fool. I still don't understand what is wrong. Zhao Wenrui's voice was low. Special weapons, real damage, almost all of the life-saving objects he possesses are powerless. This is of course, one of the core of the team. The most important treatment of the team acts as a betrayal. The target of this attack is naturally strong enough. The sense of near death has begun to appear. Zhao Wenrui knows that he has run out of time, and the event master is about to show up. 3 people appeared in the empty space before. Is headed by a tall and muscular young man with thick eyebrows and temperament and sunshine, but his deep eyes can make people who pay attention to details realize that his real age should not be as young as it seems. The young man looked at the embarrassed Zhao Wenrui. He didn't have the joy and pride to remove the enemy, but he was still vigilant, with a bit of a rabbit's sorrowful emotion. The 2 people behind the young man were strong and thin, and stared at Zhao Wenrui with a look of fear, arms clenched, ready to fight. Until now, they couldn't fully believe that the boss of the reincarnation class, Lord of Death Star, would just overturn in a gutter and die. The murder weapon is the holy weapon of Death God Killer. In order to create this assassination opportunity, 27 reincarnation teams joined forces to collaborate. So far, they have been fighting with the 4 great gods under the Lord and the Dark Army. Also used special rare items to banish the bodyguard and avatar with the title of Lord of Shadows to another world. Although so many arrangements have been made, and have already reached this step, they still suspect that Zhao Wenrui has a backhand. Is really the prestige of this man. There are many powerful reincarnations who found that the individual strength of the Death Star Lord is not strong, and there are many actions, but all died without exception. Lord's weaknesses have become pronouns such as digging pits and others, and have been circulated among reincarnations. So this time? Seems to be done. Emperor, hey, it really is no 2 days. Zhao Wenrui murmured. The young man waited until he confirmed that Zhao Wenrui's consciousness had been lost before he said lowly, "You are too arrogant to disdain communication." Turning back to the light, Zhao Wenrui's eyes lit up, and looked at the bird as she cuddled to the emperor's woman, contemptuously and without lack of self-deprecating way. "I thought people like us can survive time and time again in the task, just already extravagant." The voice gradually turned low until there was no sound. Zhao Wenrui died? From the distance came the ghostly crying wolf-like cheers, the rest of the life after the disaster, fortunate to vent the taste. When the Lord died, the army destroyed itself, and the victory was decided. We won. The woman raised her head and said. The emperor touched her back, took the dagger from her trembling hand, and said with emotion, "Yes, win." With that, a knife stabbed into the woman's heart, and in the woman's surprised eyes, coldly said, "Charm? Capability? Body? Sorry, but you are dirty here," said, twisting the handle of the dagger fiercely, then pushed the woman away. "Let's go." The emperor greeted his men and walked away first. Thin Man said, "God Killer. The Lord is the supreme, and the weapon that kills him will become a dark curse, whoever takes it will be unlucky." The thin man's greed subsided immediately. The strong man gave a bite to the woman, and his spit fell on his pretty face. Bai Qi, who will leave you with something that you don't know how to be grateful for? The woman's expression changed from despair to complicated. She turned her head hard and looked at Zhao Wenrui. She wanted to understand something, but it was a little late. The woman's eyes quickly lost the glory of life. At the last moment before falling into darkness, she saw Zhao Wenrui's body burning, pale flame, like the color of Zhao Wenrui's strange guardian star Death Star. The wilderness of the Scottish Highlands, the wind and the rain, the light is dim, and from time to time there are electric snakes rushing among the dark clouds. In this dark cloud of mud, two wizards are waving their wands to duel. They were all covered in muddy water, and their breath was as heavy as a dog's pant, but the young man's eyes were excited and bloodthirsty, and another middle-aged man with a haggard expression was worried. While coping with the battle, he looked down from time to time. The wife and children in the mud finally couldn't help it, and the middle-aged people began to beg for mercy. I surrender. I am guilty, punish you, but my wife and children are innocent, please let them go. As long as you agree, I will deal with you. The young man's expression became more and more intense, his eyes bright as if there was flame burning inside. While strengthening the offensive, he chanted, Death Eaters have no power. Stanley, you can only surrender unconditionally. Well, I accept your weapon. The young man seized the opportunity and got the wand of the middle-aged man with a disarming charm. Stanley surrendered, but before waiting for him to speak, the young man cast a spell again. I'm imprisoned. Stanley is bound by invisible forces. Boom. Suddenly, he fell in the mud and hurriedly said, You. What's wrong with me? The young man walked over and said proudly, I Henry Reeves defeated you. Stanley suffocated and said in a deep voice, Yes, I was defeated by you. Drill your heart. Henry was followed by another spell. This time was an unforgivable curse. Stanley couldn't bear it, screaming hoarsely, and then vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. He said with difficulty, You are Auror. You are the law enforcer. Henry teased and said with a smile, I am not Auror now. I am facing you from the perspective of a victim whose family members are poisoned by Death Eaters. Damn pure blood. Despicable. Stanley opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. Vile? Can it be more vile than a Death Eater whose hands are covered with blood of innocents? Henry strode closer to Stanley, and a flash of lightning fell not far away. The instantaneous dazzling light made the young man's expression look terrible. Said, It's all your fault, you old-fashioned garbage, the metamorphosis of close relatives. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, a lunatic who violates the usual morality. You are proud and arrogant, incompetent and steadfast. Before the end of the 17th century, Muggleborns were not only accepted, but were often considered to be more talented. The nickname Magbob, magic is derived from nothingness, could tell it all. And what about you? For the fixed class, for control powerful interests, support fallacies, follow lunatics. Another flash of lightning fell nearby, the wind was more intense and the rain more intense. Henry seemed like a great adjudicator, with a bit of a sigh of roar, You pure blood is the real evil of the wizarding world, the garbage that should be completely wiped out. Today, I represent myself, and die in you thousands of innocent people in hand, sentenced to death for you. The more Henry said, the louder and louder the expression, the more stern the expression, the more he raised his wand, and he wanted another heart-punching mantra in the unforgivable mantra. At this moment, another flash of lightning struck, just hitting the wand, and transmitted to Henry. Immediately, he was scorched, his clothes were on fire and smoke, and his hair was grey. He glared, fell over, and fell still. Apu! In the hall, a piece of spitting water, and a rustling voice that wiped the face with a handkerchief. 50 judges Chi used the meditation basin to watch Stanley's memory. The duel in the wind and rain is the last paragraph they saw. This is a scene from the Ministry of Magic of the British Empire that took place in 1985. Because the person being tried is ancient and pure blood, and the case is special, the person in question is Wizengamot, the highest court in the wizarding world, and Abbot Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts, is also one of the judges. And now, the buzzing noise has shown that the judges clearly have a lot of views on the arrest operation of the Thunderstorm Wilderness. Chapter 2, Death Eater Trial. Pop. Quiet. Bate Crouch from the British Ministry of Magic presided over this trial. Not long ago, his prestige was greatly increased by personally sending his son into Azkaban. Although not the chief mage of Vizingama, he obtained the power to preside over all special Death Eaters. Voldemort and his feuds have afflicted Europe, set off a wizarding war, and committed a terrible crime. On Halloween in 1981, Voldemort's madness broke out and ran to Godric Valley, the hiding place of the Potter family, to disturb without candy. Issue the tree falling down, the Death Eaters and the Black Wizard were killed, or jailed, very popular. But this process did not happen overnight. It is now the 4th year after Voldemort's death. The overall situation is already settled, and there are very few Death Eaters who have not yet been brought to justice. Sentenced today is Stanley Shafik, one of the 28 pure-blood families in Great Britain. Stanley's wife, Catherine Shafik, is from the Foley family of 28 pure-blood family. S. son, Kane Shafik, was 6 years old this year, born in 1979, 1 year older than Harry Potter, who lived in the aunt's cupboard at this time. Of course, this is only the physical age, the psychological age can be widened, because Kane is the soul wearing Zhao Wenrui. Your Honourable Lord, I think Stanley should be commuted. He was willing to believe in the credibility of the Magic Association after being humiliated by radical Aurors, and he voluntarily surrendered himself. Leniency. I disagree, Your Honour. Auror was struck to death by lightning during law enforcement, which is too coincidental. Well, it turns out that Henry Reeves still knows he is enforcing the law? Who dares to say that what he said is not nonsense? Stanley's memory may not be true, it may have been modified by dementia. Conclusion can be made by guessing only. The Stanley family was chased in desperation. The Muggle bakery was robbed by Auror. Under such circumstances, the Master of Dementation can also be encountered to help him modify his memory. I think it is less likely to slash people than lightning. Stanley has been fleeing for 4 years. I do not know how to repent and hurt Auror many times. I don't know how to repent is because there is an Auror who doesn't accept even if he surrenders. Must he let his family die? How long will Henry Reeves pursue Stanley? Is it from beginning to end? Stanley has many blood debts and confessed. Most of the people he killed were Muggles armed to protect the wizard. Muggles are also humans, against discrimination. You use the word Muggle now, which is also part of discrimination. Stanley is a determined Death Eater and cannot be forgiven. I think Stanley has at least 2 points that are far better than ordinary Death Eaters. First of all, he is honest enough, unlike some people, to use the excitement spell and the ecstasy spell as an excuse to say that he is being manipulated and cannot help himself. Secondly, he loves his family. He is indeed not a good person, but he has a family concept, and loves his family, who is willing to give his life. I think he is not a big evil, and has the value of salvation. Kane, sitting in the seat of the defendant's family, seemed to be horrified, hiding half of her body behind her mother, and secretly looking out from the gap between her arms. She was silently observing these people. The authority, reputation, and strength of the 50 people in Wizengama can be said to be the ceiling-level characters of the entire wizarding world. Observe and analyze it. Once the hatred is settled, it is not so easy to dispel. The wizarding war lasted for 11 years, and now it is time for liquidation. As Kane had expected, the intensity of the dispute in this public trial was the most tried by all Death Eaters. Not only because of the special action of Stanley's surrender, but also because of the wealth of the Fangli family and the Shafiq family. Before Stanley, there was no backbone of Death Eaters willing to surrender, and no one like Stanley was tried as the patriarch of the ancient pure-blood family. Fangli and Shafiq are two ancient blood families that are not popular, but have not been completely down. Today, the male heirs of the Fangli family have died, and even the strongest guardians have died in the Wizarding War. And the Shafiq family left Stanley and Kane. The wealth of the two families is very rich, such as the mysterious ancestral house, the secret code of ancestral artifacts and so on. Many of these items can't be deprived under ordinary circumstances. It specifically involves ancient and sacred contracts. Only by doing something that renounces the agreement and clearly proves it, can we bypass these protection treaties and impose sanctions. And now, whether it is the International Federation of Magic, the British Ministry of Magic, or other pure-blood families, want to take this opportunity to get valuable things. For example, to share the ancestral secrets of the Fangli family and the Shafiq family. Illegal black magic spells must be identified and eliminated. Crouch couldn't refuse to pronounce the sentence. Afterwards, he said slowly to Shafiq's mother and son, "This is also for your good. Strength easily breeds ambitions. Now the last thing you need is ambition, but to live a peaceful life. Without these things, one less coveted from outside." Seems to make sense, but the Fangli family and the Shafiq family have been around for nearly 1,000 years, and there are many people who are amazing. Are the magic they invented, black magic? Who has the final say? For example, a technique similar to Shenfeng Wuying is qualitatively vague, left to right, all in the thought of the appraiser. In addition, the process of identification is the process of recording. The wizards are not willing to destroy knowledge at will. They will write it down, encapsulate it into a banned book, and store it in the vault. As for who can see it, guess? After the Wizard War, the wizards of the Justice side represented by the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, the biggest feeling is that the technical skills are not strong, and the overall combat power is low. The wizard on the evil side always comes up with strange and mature spells from time to time, either to reverse the situation or to escape from birth. This is also the main reason why Death Eaters are particularly difficult to fight and arrest. It is not that the fighting will is tenacious, nor that it is magical, but that there are always new and endless means. Of course, no one thinks that the magic was invented by the Death Eaters themselves, but blamed on their family history. Inherited long enough, there is always accumulation. Those of justice just feel painful and deeply aware of the importance of guns and the importance of a few non-generalized tricks. However, magic can't be invented in one stroke of the head. Even with that talent, there must be corresponding other conditions. UU reading www.uuganshu.com for example, money. In this context, it is obviously the most efficient to take the ready-made directly. So, isn't it a good opportunity right now? The heritage of two ancient pure-blood families can be cleaned at once. If it is really killed, it is difficult to get the complete collection by the means of the wizards. Then there was Crouch's sentence. I object. This time it was the British Minister of Magic Connolly Fudge who stood up and objected loudly. His righteous words, "This is a trampling on the dignity and glory of the ancient family." Crouch said, "The problem now is precisely their own disdainful children. Under these flags, their ancestors are ashamed. I think the British Ministry of Magic can send people to participate in specific actions and identify which ones belong to the dark magic books." Fuji sat down. He won the right to divide the cake for the British Ministry of Magic. Crouch looked around, and said majestically, "Does anyone still have an opinion on this?" Another person Teng stood up and was also a member of the Wisengamo judge. He shouted, "The loser loses everything," which is understandable. But today set a very bad precedent. The Shafiq family took the initiative turning yourself in, the result is a bone-crushing deprivation. Kane paid enough attention to this man, seeing is a middle-aged fat man Xie Ding. This fat man has a rosacea, which is not enough to be able to stand up to the outside, and because of the excitement, the hair locks that cover Xie Ding from the side are all scattered and pulled down, which is quite a bit unkempt. However, the man was clanging powerfully, and his words were bold, so he continued to say loudly, "From now on, there will be no surrendering Death Eaters. If there is another war of the next wizarding, I think it will be there, by then. The war will be even more tragic." Chapter 3, Copy Money. A fat man with a Mediterranean head is like a mallet, saying something that ordinary people would never say on this occasion. The atmosphere in the courtroom was awkward and silent. Batty Crouch's angry face, a hammer smashed, shouted, "George Harrison, alarmist, this is the Wizengamo trial." Wait for Crouch to speak. The fat man took out a dirty handkerchief, rolled his rosacea, and scornfully interrupted, I know, it hurts your face." Harrison looked around at most of the people present. "I have been thinking, who is the most unlucky when the Wizarding War takes place? In the end I thought of them." As he pointed to the wizards in the auditorium below, at the beginning of the war, no matter which side of the standing team can only be cannon fodder, no matter which side the war is over, it is the most injured one, but the war bonus will never be the turn. They take it. He also said, some people regard justice as a belief, and others regard justice as a gun. There is a proverb in the East called "the one who starts the war is no later," which is worth pondering. Crouch had already smashed the mallet. Harrison smiled at Crouch's teeth. "I admit that I have said a lot of things that have nothing to do with the trial. I announce that I will resign from the position of Wizengamo judge and will never be in office again. Are you satisfied, presiding judge?" Batty Crouch's breathless breath, but nothing to say. Eventually he cleared his throat and said, "Okay, please raise your hand to vote on the resolution on the identification and confiscation of the black magic-related knowledge in the ancestral secrets of the Fangli and Shafik families." Harrison made a speech and resigned himself, but this did not change anything. The resolution was passed, and a series of subsequent penalties were also passed. Cain was not surprised by this, and it was not a curse of mantra, but just a few heartfelt words. How can it suppress greed? Moreover, all the skins were torn, and at this time, the flags were down, so that Litzy and his face were all lost. The people represented by Crouch are not stupid in this respect. S. sentence on Stanley Shafik is described in one sentence: sin is a great evil, but it is not the first evil, and it is surrendered. A certain degree of reduction in human sin and atonement compensation are strict. So, copycat. Cain's mother, the Fangli family, went to the ancestral house in the forest of Exmoor National Park in southern Britain and north of Devon. Originally, almost the entire Exmoor came from the Fangli family, including the wilderness where the Weasley family's burrow is now. But the family is in decline, and there are not enough resources to maintain a large territory. It can only shrink and shrink. Today, the secret area is just an area of less than 10 acres. Some people might say that 4 hectares of land is not too small. But this is not a city of centuries of gold, or a densely populated East, and even a pure HP world. These 4 hectares of land are just a dirt mountain in the national park. Most contracted mountain forests engaged in planting trees can obtain similar or larger land. It is nothing more than the fact that the ancient wood is green and has some characteristics of the magic forest. A forest road leads to the top of the mountain, and weeds grow on the steps of the bluestone, which has rarely been used by anyone. The ancestral home of the Fangli family is located on the top of the mountain. At this moment, 2 wizards who came to copy the house, completed their work, and were chatting while walking around the mansion. "Lubbers, look, there, and there, is the design exquisite and beautiful? Although the house is dilapidated, the foundation is still very good. It is a classic 17th century Baroque building. The hands of Muggle masters. Vincent, your knowledge is quite extensive. I can't see the goodness of this building. It's this land. It's really good. It's a good place to escape the summer." It's also hidden enough, but it's a Muggle national park. The road is not badly repaired, and it's not dazzling to walk as a Muggle, if only it can be used as a stronghold for Auror. Isn't Devon County a large secret place? Cramming with Muggles, after all, has many inconveniences. The prosperous Muggle towns have little to do with our wizards, and you know, the secret place is really a little crowded. A group of people are tired for a day and go there to rest, farting, grinding teeth, snoring, plus body odor, humming. If I said, more Muggle items should be circulated in the wizarding world. Some things are really useful, such as air conditioners. Vincent, you have been banned from abusing Muggle items. Arthur Weasley twice to ask for tea. His burrow looks not far from here. Okay, let's continue to talk about this mysterious realm. This is already the smallest mysterious realm, and it's even close. You know, the smallest range of mysterious realm is 10 acres, and it's still a little bit worse here. Vincent added, in comparison, the secret area of the Fanfic family in the Scottish Highlands is very impressive, as large as 1,000 acres, and its ancestral house was a castle built in the 15th century. Granted, even if no one is repairing, it will be no problem to stand for hundreds of years. Vincent had not been there a long time ago, and he was right, and Rubus looked forward to listening. I used to think that it would be a bit cruel for the orphans and widows to copy all the properties of Fanglgia and Shafik in the city. It was really funny for these rich people. Your worry actually makes sense. Then they will indeed be miserable. Oh. Rubes came interested. You must know that the International Magical Association reserved 1,000 gallons for both mother and son. He and Vincent knew about it. In addition, the British Ministry of Magic also promised that Catherine could go to work in the Ministry of Magic. And Vincent said that the mother and son will be miserable. Where is the misery? Vincent said, the Nozawa castle of the Fanfic family is magnificent and majestic, but the internal damage is very strong. I estimate that all repairs will require at least 50,000 gold gallons, even if it is only to live, repair a small partially, it must be more than 5,000. Hey, it really costs money, but no money can't be repaired. We are not like those Muggles. The castle must be repaired, but it still has to maintain its original style, saying that it is a cultural heritage. Said Rubes shook his head, that this kind of warfare facility used for fighting in ancient times, reading www.uyugonshu.com is simply not suitable for living. Vincent chuckled, the wizarding world really does not have that kind of silly rules, but don't forget, the maintenance of the secret realm also requires money. Ah! If you don't say it, I'll forget it. I know a little about this. Let me figure it out. The secret realm of that scale, at least 5,000 gold gallons in 5 years. It turned out that in the wizarding world, although not repairing a house is a matter of your own family, but the secret is exposed, but you are to be blamed. Its guilt is second only to the use of magic in the Muggle meeting place. Vincent endorsed Rubes's algorithm and continued, it has been more than 4 years since the mysterious man fell down. During this time, the Fanfic family has been almost at large. It is time to change the energy stone. You think Fanfic family still take out this money now? Rubes shook his head, no. We all know that his family has the money, and there is not even a copper nut. If not, there is no need to collect debts with some families. We all know that those collections are counted. At the time, at least half the price. Rubos said again, as such, there is no similar problem in this manner. The time limit is almost up, although the cost is relatively low, but the replacement is once, there are no 2,000 gold gallons. Don't think about it. Said with a sigh, I really don't know. Although the secret house is good, the cost of living is really not low. That is to say, the Fanfic family must sell an industry in order to have money. Vincent smiled slightly, so you think, like such a big industry, what kind of talents can take over? And if these people happen to know the predicament of the Fanfic family, what will they do? Rubes' eyes slowly opened, and he said for a long time, those people are so ruthless, they really didn't leave much room for the Shafik family. For me, I'm spreading such a thing, I'm afraid I'm angry. Chapter 4, Bone Extraction. The sound of a huge monster falling down is a signal for meat eaters to open a meal. From the perspective of wealth volume, the Shafik family, which merged the wealth of the Fangli family, can be considered a behemoth. Of course, that is, in the small social circle of the wizarding world, if the ordinary people of the world dare to say so, they will only laugh at it. Wiesengagamo's judgment against Stanley Shafik, the atonement compensation is divided into 3 parts. Compensation for direct and indirect damage to public property during the period of evil. Economic compensation for the victim's family. Compensation for the joint pursuit cost of the International Federation of Magic and the British Ministry of Magic. This atonement compensation is obviously the mouth and teeth of devouring the wealth of the Shafik and Fangli families. Actually, there are some specific sayings. The lion is eating fast, the hyena gnawing the bone, and the crow pecks the gap. Each has its own appetite and a clear division of labor. The same is true for the Shafik family. The plan for sharing is secretly negotiated. The lion of the International Federation of Magic went. It's time to represent the hyena of the British Ministry of Magic, a local authority. Nozawa Castle and Exmoor Mountain Villa are the food of hyena. Not fat enough, but the taste is still very nutritious and tasteful. Some people have figured out how to use it for profit after getting it. As for the part that belongs to the crow, doesn't Catherine still have some kind of belongings like gold and silver? Throughout the plan, Catherine Shafik will sooner or later exchange these pawns for money in order to live. When she sold these 3 worthless too, it was like a crow eating meat. Vincent thought that Shafik's mother and son would have difficult future lives, and Ruber said indifferently, wealth is impossible. This is a sin created by Stanley. Now it is 10 times back. Is it safe to live a life? British Magic, did NT the ministry stand in public? Did she have a job waiting for her to take up the post? Vincent chuckled. Aurors has an old story about the encounter of a law enforcer who was put in jail and made a mistake. Most of the prisoners in that prison were caught by fatal law enforcers. Rube certainly knew this paragraph. After all, he was transferred from Aurors only last year. Then he understood that the resentment is difficult to resolve, and understood the hate house and the black. The families of Death Eaters cannot work in the Ministry of Magic. Vincent added, being business-oriented and generous, so those shops will not hire a family of Death Eaters, it is too unfriendly to the guests. So, Catherine couldn't find a job at all. It's very difficult, Vincent said again. I guess after we leave, Catherine will the ancestral things, such as jewelry, oil painting. But you need to know that the best batch has been taken away, and the rest are not very sellable and the price is difficult to sell. Even if Catherine still has some ways on the Muggle side, it will not. How much did you get? Because this is not allowed by some people. Rube squeezed his fist and said, the Shafik family surrendered themselves, but the end result was like this. And some evildoers escaped punishment. It's annoying. Yet, nothing has changed in the end. The dead are ordinary wizards, and most of them pay the price for their sins. The executors who act like Stanley. The most hanged leaders are either missing or missing. Successfully escaped sin, still holding capital, although damaged, but through a new round of annexation and integration, became rich again, wielding Jin Jialong, and once again gained power. Rube sighed, it's sad, look at this meaning, as George Harrison said, there will really be a second half in the Wizarding War. The possibility is very great, but I think how can I rest for more than 10 years? Walked slowly back to the front of the mansion, and saw that the last batch of people carrying valuables also came out of the house. Saw that Catherine's face was bleak, her clothes were messy, and she was haggard. And her son Cain, who had no blood on his face, was clearly in midsummer, but trembling, his lips were green, coughing from time to time, coughing hoarsely, like an old cigarette gun. Has embarked on the road of escape since he was 2 years old, and has been displaced for 4 years. Rupe's concealed, it's really miserable, but what's even more terrible is that there will be no light in the future. And Vincent thought of the words that George Harrison made a big speech at the trial. He looked at a little Cain who looked like a tuberculosis. He knew that if this child could survive, then the most precipitated in his heart would not be enthusiasm, friendliness, trust, and fraternity. In today's wizarding world, how many are there like Cain? To tell the truth, not many, but not very few. And if Cain knew Vincent's thoughts at this time, he would secretly laugh at Vincent too emotionally, so that he seemed literary. He felt that at least he would never be as Vincent thought. The memory of the past life is not lost, the 3 views have been fixed. If you lose, you must recognize it, and if you are beaten, you need to stand upright. It is now. Stanley's surrender was planned by him. Is as miserable as he is now, and he also expected it. Even on the way to escape, he had already started planning and layout, and he was everywhere, and now, part of it has been used. For example, Catherine's aunt. It can be said that to this day, his plan has not been deviated, washed away and filthy, and relived in the sun. What is washing? Loose money in jail? Is not enough, at least in the wizarding world, this is not enough. Also needs to be trampled on dignity, how humiliating it was at the time, and how lowly it is now in order to make people angry. Human debt, human feelings, this is what I said. Like Lucius Malfoy's slippery escape from the catastrophe, it is impossible to wash its own stains. Those headed by Dumbledore will always look at him differently. And Voldemort and Death Eaters also controlled his black background, just like a buried mine, always threatened by it. He and Catherine are different. The misery now is precisely the price of washing. Be a new person and choose again. As for money, he had never been melancholy about that. What he has is a way to solve the trouble of money. Catherine took a nap after the copycat left, and she still seemed haggard when she woke up. The wind and frost accumulated over the years could not be recovered in just a half. She was lying in bed, looking at her almost evacuated home, and she was a bit worried. She said to her son, who was meditating in the corner of the house with her eyes closed, "Cain, are we doing something wrong? Stanley continues his journey of escape, and if we return to take over the 2 treasures, shouldn't we be so miserable?" Cain opened his eyes, flashing light in his eyes. Catherine has seen this many times, but if you look at it again, she will still feel amazing. She sincerely feels that if the wizarding world has the honorable name of witch god, it must be prepared for the future Cain. No, if that's the case, those people will use all kinds of sayings to drag us to do nothing, but they take the opportunity to devour our wealth, when the wealth is looted a lot, but for us there is nothing, the benefit is equivalent to a loss in vain. Moreover, Stanley's problem must have a saying. It is only us who can't afford it. For justice people and those who have been persecuted by Stanley and their families, Stanley was tried and the property stolen, the end is also very miserable. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is considered to have paid the price, the evil in my heart is considered out. And for those who are planning our wealth, our innocence, or not, Stanley's sins are not important, the point is that the guardians of the 2 have fallen, we have become fat, and they are damaged after the war, you need to make up. If you do nt get it, you will never be reconciled. Catherine said, this is something I haven't figured out. Why did the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix not choose to take the opportunity to overthrow those people? To know that many people in the Ministry of the Ministry hate them, and the Order of the Phoenix is basically opposite them. Cain said disdainfully, what's the use of hatred? They also have stains, a little less, but shake out enough to go to work even if not in jail, how can they afford it? And justice people are bound by the rules of justice, they have to show evidence and cannot be convicted in private. He also said, in the Wizarding War, the most common people are those who see the wind and steer. Among them, the most powerful are good at playing such two-sided betting tricks. It is not like Bellatrix like Voldemort. A lunatic is a fool like Stanley. Because of this, when those people hide the evidence and come up with relevant evidence that favors justice, and those of the Ministry of Magic dare not fish the net, the justice people can only pinch their noses and put them down. And they also have to consider the cost of eliminating evil. Catherine sighed. According to your statement, we fell into this way because of the loss of strength. We actually have the power, and I use the means enough to make those people wind up and down, and feel cold. I want more. I want to take the opportunity to wash white. This kind of opportunity to wipe away the past and rebuild the image is not much. Said again, relax, within a few years, the Shafik family will have a new look. Chapter 5, Sell Bad Debts. Is always a successful person, and his words are very convincing to others. In the eyes of Catherine, her early wise, precocious and extremely clever son Cain belongs to this kind of person. Is Cain, who saved her and Stanley time and time again. If not, he and Stanley would not even have the chance to surrender, and had already died on the way to escape. Facts also prove that Cain's plan always succeeds. So, again, Catherine implemented Cain's new plan, selling hardships. She took Cain to the Ministry of Magic to report. Was blinded along the way, and she was connected to the officials of the personnel department, and she did not give her a good face. The official gathered his skating hair that he had already slid and said with a chin, "This is the Ministry of Magic, not part-time kindergarten. Sir, it's good, no relatives or neighbors are looking after Cain, he is too young, and his health is not good, he can't take care of himself. Let me take him for a while, and I will find a way to settle as soon as possible." Officials looked at Cain, who had seen the doctor. How much sympathy was stillborn. But, more importantly, he knew that Catherine didn't do anything here anyway, so why should he be the one who offended? I am not an unreasonable person, but the Ministry of Magic is very strict, if he makes trouble. Catherine was busy. Relax, sir, Cain is very good, give him a small stool he can sit for a day. The official glanced at Cain again, and said, if you look like this, even if you are not stupid, you will not be smart. There is another Stanley. Well, we have a word first, your son must be good enough, and you have to find a way to place him as soon as possible. Yes, okay, thank you. Catherine thanked gratefully. Well, let's talk about your specific work. Waiting for the mother and son to leave the office, the officials looked at the two people's downsides and said, this is the ending of the ancient pure-blood family who has lost power. But it is not worth the sympathy, the pervert of playing taboo games for blood. Catherine Shafik was eventually assigned to receive the complainant. This is an important window of the Ministry of Magic to the public. The work is notoriously difficult to do. The wizard who complains is often angry. And the circle of wizards is so big, Catherine and they know each other. Abused, sanded, even pointed to the nose, and later someone came to the door to scold. If it were NT for the Ministry of Magic, it would still be a little majestic, and it was estimated that someone would do it directly. Everything is as Cain told Catherine in private. Stanley played the role of evil dog at that time, clearly bullying people, extremely pulling hatred. This hatred cannot be eliminated because of the compensation. As George Harrison, who made a big speech in the public trial, said, the collapse of the Shafik family really benefited not ordinary wizards. Grants to the victims' families are also in the name of the Ministry of Magic. The victim only said that it was a victory for justice, and helped me get a fine, not who the money was originally from. Stanley squatted Azkaban, it is also deserved. Still has depression in his chest. Until now. Can retaliate and vent under the guise of a complaint. Cain, who was by the side, had seen the unqualified side of the British during this time. Is also not unexpected. Generally speaking, the more missing, the more advocating. The British always blow their own gentleman etiquette, but look at the performance of those football hooligans, and think about it carefully. It is not difficult to understand that the reality is always more skinny. Of course, there are those who know how to be gifted, and there are also those who are smart and can be human. Dumbledore publicly published an article in the Prophet Daily for this purpose. In the article, he expounded the theory that implicating family members is equivalent to violence against innocent people. At the same time, he also regretted the final decision of the Stanley case. Dumbledore believes that Stanley could have been a model for solving the problems of the Death Eaters and the Black Wizards through the billion-dollar bones. Although the Wizarding War has become a thing of the past, the poison has not been completely eliminated. Those Death Eaters and Black Wizards who were pursued by Aurors have become more and more cunning and vicious. They continually surpassed the bottom line, hesitated to enter into evil contracts with dark creatures, and even got rid of the hunt by exposing the Muggles to the existence of wizards, damaging Muggles, and creating chaos. Was desperately forced to die, but in the end they died because of madness, but the damage they caused before death was also shocking, not only for Muggles, but also for the damage and loss to Aurors. However, Dumbledore's appeal and condemnation are useless. Some things have already happened, and some things are still happening. After all, the Ministry of Magic still asked Catherine to resign on her own initiative under the name of Not Suitable. Following Kane's suggestion, Catherine played a full set, begged, troubled, and finally left. Worked a total of 26 days. The circle of wizards is very small. About Catherine's situation, it soon became known to everyone. Is also simple to say. Catherine is pure blood and wealthy. Her family holds power and wealth. Nowadays, the difference between cloud and mud is full of drama. People love this tone. They will be even more miserable in the future. They will have no source of livelihood, sit in the mountains and empty the sky, and little Kane will be in another situation. When the that can be is light, he will be completely blinded and will become a pure blood that is poorer than the Weasleys. So eloquent predictions. The Weasleys lay guns. There is no way. Their family is so different. It is the pistachio of the entire British wizarding world. It is only that other pure-blood families talk about their deep contempt, and ordinary wizards are mostly joking. The popularity of that family is still okay, as for whether it is because of poverty, it is not easy to say. People are always more or less jealous of those who are richer than themselves, and look down on those who are poorer than themselves, and so are the wizards. Kane clearly understands this. He knows the inferior roots of human nature and has been observing Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's still a short time to consign and sell the Nozawa castle, and then those jewelry and furniture. Pay attention to pawning the pawn. And pose with a gesture of redemption when you have money, so that it is true. However, in case someone pays to buy Nozawa. Catherine knew that there was a place where her son had planned for a long time. Before Stanley surrendered, the family's last confrontation with Aurors happened near that. At that time Kane went to the castle to complete a series of arrangements. Stanley was stupid and was secretly stared at, and finally the battle broke out. Kane said with confidence, Nozawa Castle can't be afforded by most people. Those who can afford it will inevitably overwhelm people and let us take the initiative to lower the price to a very low level. That's what those people are, greedy. They didn't think about it. We decided to be taken away by the Ministry of Magic alone? To know that there are certain compensations, after all, it is a secret realm. Then they will trade with the Ministry of Magic and have other routines. In short, everything is premeditated. Unless we can continue to maintain the basic operation of the magic shield, no matter how we choose, they are in their calculations. Catherine saw Kane so determined, thinking for a while, well, I listen to you. Relax, you're about to do your best, Kane reassured. Poverty changes, and when we look poor and down to the extreme, we have to find a way out. The old aunt's card can be played justly, so that it won't cause trouble. People doubt. Catherine thought her son's words made sense. But she and Kane couldn't think of it at this time. In addition to smart people in this world, there is another kind of person called straight person. This kind of guy who recognizes death can sometimes add some variables. Chapter 6, Exposed. Frank Owen is a straight man. S reputation is not good, and he is even called a rebellious behind his back. He had a very bad relationship with his family, beat his father, stunned his mother, and then ran away from home. He is also very stiff with his colleagues. No one wants to work with him, so that he is always assigned to a single task. That's right, he's an orer, but now he's going to add the word front, without him, because he doesn't care about some things, so he does not hesitate to pat the table with his boss many times. He is such a straight one people. If he tried to hunt down Death Eaters and Dark Wizards at the beginning, he could be said to be jealous and resentful, but now, he is still staring at the Catherine of the FANFIC family. He didn't have any evidence of his shot. But he just thought that Catherine was hypocritical and evil, and he should go to the prison of Azkaban more than Stanley. His theory is, during these years of escape, the FANFIC family can always get rid of the pursuit again and again. This is not accidental. Once or twice, if it is more, it is definitely not. There is a smart and decisive among them, who is better than planning and adapts to random situations. He thinks this person can only be Catherine. His theory was actually put forward by his good friend Henry Reeves. The two were not in the same action group. They were talking about it when they took a vacation and drank. Ordinary people may think that the nonsense of drinking is not counted, but Owen is very clear that they were more spirited at the time, and then they just woke up, which also made him very impressed with the conversation. He refused to believe that Henry died unexpectedly. He insisted that Henry had discovered a major secret and was brutally killed. But he has no evidence. The sentence against the FANFIC family has also ended. He spied in secret. He thought Catherine must show the fox tail. No, but Catherine didn't reveal the whole he wanted. She just went to the Ministry of Magic silly, to do the job that was promised, and then was humiliated every day. She also foolishly listed the consignment of Nozawa Castle, and I wish everyone knew that the energy stone there was about to run out of energy. She now has no novel pawns. The ancestral jewelry when she was married is still long. She also hopes to sell Nozawa Castle for redemption in the future. She didn't know that even if she sold it, she would get a very low amount of money, and then all kinds of problems at Exmoor Hill would erupt. She seemed so stupid, and the calculated death seemed to deliberately follow the script written by those who calculated her. This is not what Irving wanted. This is not allowed. Yes, it is not allowed. Irving can't afford to assume everything is a possibility he takes for granted. He has sacrificed too much for this and can't afford to lose. So he chose to do something unconventional. Was in the pawn shop, he attacked Catherine. He didn't even think about how to get rid of it, let alone what would happen if he failed. But his attack on Catherine was at least successful. He used to feint from behind Catherine. What gentleman's laws and wizard etiquette were left behind? He looked at Catherine with a grinning smile. Your family has a problem, your family must have a problem. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I want to know the truth. I will reveal the truth. Flake Owen said to take out a bottle of potion. This potion can strengthen his ability to cast, but the side effects are not small. Irving couldn't control that much. As a former Auror, life and death fights have not experienced how many games. What side effects are you afraid of? After using the medicine, he forced to cast spells and intrigue them. He was not willing to kill Catherine, even if Catherine was stupid. She must be conscious, which is the basis for proving his guilt. So Owen is also extremely cautious, and his dirty and wrinkled shirts are wet with sweat. Finally, Catherine's memory was melted into the meditation basin by him. Then he saw this memory. Stanley punched and kicked Catherine, even the baby milk powder was snatched into the mouth like cereal. There is also a vague scolding, "You are a bitch, I have no energy, how to fight the chasing soldiers." Second act, dark creatures are chasing and killing them. Among them, a silly burly werewolf also howled, "Someone bought your family's head, it is worth a lot of money. It seems that you have a lot of money. In this way, I allow you to spend money on life." As a result, Stanley said he wanted to negotiate, but he took the opportunity to injure a werewolf and ran alone, leaving Catherine alone to fight the dark creatures. Act 3, Stanley came back like on fire, when Catherine's battle with dark creatures had ended, and she saw the corpses, including the silly burly werewolf. Stanley said in a daunting manner, "Ha, I turned away the chase and it worked." Then turned around to fight the dark creature chasing him, and Catherine also joined the battle group. End of memory. The meditation basin can only see 3 memories at a time, and it is related information. And not all sorcerers who can perform dementation can freely extract and read memories like Voldemort. Irving turned blue. He wiped a handful of water from his face and said to Catherine, "Damn, there is a problem here. Can you beat so many werewolves in a short time?" So he performed dementia again and read again with a meditation basin. Stanley rushed in with a few orders. Looking at the details, should be a motel, dilapidated, the corners are still seeping water, the wallpaper is rolled up. The headed Auror haha said with a smile, "Are you going to hide again? You are very clever, but your husband is a fool, and still a counsel, he gave you out." Then several Aurors suddenly changed their faces, and seemed to see something terrifying. Then came the glory, and several Aurors went to the ground one after another, without knowing their lives. Stanley looked smug, but was beaten by some kind of black tentacles, his shirt was cracked, his wounds were scarred, and Howl, no longer dare. It turned out that the scars on Stanley's body were so shocking. It wasn't Auror that tortured him. Irving thought so, but this memory was seen from Catherine's main point of view, and it was not clear what happened. Thing. Act 2, Catherine was chased by a powerful vampire. The other party was obviously teasing her, and from time to time suddenly appeared scratching her clothes, or leaving scars on her body. Catherine ran away in panicked, and her wand was broken when she fell. Finally, the game ended, she was pushed down again. This time, the vampire appeared, looking at her in a dress, her eyes flashed with animal desire. "Come on, baby, blood toxins will make you burn, I haven't played a pure blood wizard yet." The vampire was about to commit violence. Yu looked up at www.yuyugonshu.com inadvertently, and he seemed to see some wonders. Anyway, the whole person was stunned, and then turned into black ashes in the soft black light. Later, weeping holding the unconscious Kane. Irving was equally suspicious. Judging from the performance of the vampire, his ability was absolutely strong. It was the kind of vampire elder who was very resistant to sunlight. In the afternoon sun, he had the opportunity to rush into the shadow zone and be shining with black light. What a ghost is it? Also, how did Kane appear there? Catherine had no choice but to go, and if she wanted to protect her son, she should hide her son to lead her chase, instead of looking for her son. Act 3, his good friend Henry appeared. Leading the Auror team codenamed the Dog Team and chasing the Shafik family crazy. From the perspective of Catherine, the Auror team's various performances are more like the dark side, and the muggles along the way are easily taken by them. It was only because of obstructing the road, or being happy. The daring Stanley fled in embarrassment, but Catherine suddenly stopped, because little Kane stopped, and stood there solemnly, watching the Auror team approach. "Run! You are running! It is fun to play hide and seek. Little boy, I don't like your eyes now." Then, the black wings of light emerged from little Kane. Those feathers were like tentacles and overflowed with other vitality. They were thick and long, and swayed, like swinging in the water. "Asshole! There is an article here." Irving howled, but unfortunately the memory ends here. His forehead has green roots and a stern look. It is a great burden for him to display dementia, but he has no choice but to come again. Chapter 7, Zion Way. Frank Owen uses Dementor for Catherine for the third time, followed by the fourth and fifth. He seemed to be a fan of short plays, and he couldn't wait to see more follow UPS. In this process, he discovered the secret of shocking. The three members of the Shafiq family, the real principal turned out to be the young Cain Shafiq. Cain showed his strength when he was more than 2 years old, allowing Stanley and Catherine to escape a death robbery. The family faced more killings than the shocking people know. Horrors chased them, dark creatures chased them, black wizards chased them, and killers and gangsters and muggles also chased them. No place is safe, there is no place to rest for a long time, in short, it will be found soon. Especially the stupid Stanley. He knows nothing about the muggle lifestyle, and he doesn't care about learning, and has caused trouble or exposure repeatedly. And, Stanley is far from what the world thinks of a rectal man. This guy has a split personality, sometimes arrogant and manic, crazy, and sometimes afraid of death, cowardly. He can domineeringly and shamelessly grab the rations of his wife and children, or he can beg and ask for forgiveness. Is also this strange character, which made Cain take a long time to get it done. As for little Cain, Owen felt that it was a demon at all. Cain is very cruel. He is often chased not to escape, but to fight back powerfully, but he does not only know how to kill. He will be misleading, and then let the target leave with false news through acting like operations. Cain's ability to take a Dementor is the strongest Owen has ever seen. He is estimated to be the Voldemort known as the most sophisticated, and he can't reach it. Owen also found that in the last year of his escape, the so-called hunt was just a farce. It was Cain who wanted such a situation and kept dragging on. It was not until he completed various arrangements and believed that the time was ripe for it to surrender. His good friend Henry, Foos Hickson, discovered major doubts, and was killed. The ultimate battle with him was Cain, and he was also killed by the lightning caused by the magic circle under Cain. The memories that Stanley showed to the jury were all transplanted by Cain with dementia, and Cain simply tuned Stanley into the kind of people that people thought. The specific method is to tamper with his memory one at a time, and slowly reverse his temperament to change. Naturally, even he himself has no awareness. That's why Cain's dementia is better than Voldemort. The only thing that restricts Cain is that he is too young, and all kinds of inconveniences are the only thing. The key is that the body can't eat it. The use of magic over and over again is equivalent to chronic suicide. The magic erosion has caused cancer-like damage to its body. Now, it is already difficult to return. The more you know, the more you want to know. Owen keeps squeezing himself and showing his dementia. Under such circumstances of not hurting himself, it is naturally impossible for Catherine to be as considerate as before, but the means are getting more and more rude. When he finished watching the memory again and tremblingly wanted to cast a spell again, he saw Catherine, who was tormented by his trance, sitting beside the closet, closing his eyes and raising his mind. How did she sit up? The restraint technique she applied was lifted by her. Owen realized that something was wrong. As soon as he picked up his wand, he heard a hoarse and slightly weird voice, "Accept your weapon." Obtained the magic wand after being disarmed, Irving also saw the other party, Cain Shafiq. Cain said calmly, "Catherine's memory is deliberately designed like this. The more you look at, the more you want to see, there are even more magical mysteries than the world has seen. And all this is to delay time. I come then, the greedy can only take the secret to the grave." Irving knew that Cain was not talking big words. Judging by the memories he saw, Voldemort might not be able to win Cain in terms of fighting strength. "I don't regret it, I would rather die plainly. You will be taken through, you will be retaliated." Cain looked at Irving in the 7 emotions and still said calmly, "I don't need anyone to take it out, I just need a suitable timing and way to announce it. And you, disdain the rules, will also suffer the consequences of breaking the rules. You are not the same, the rule breaker. I am different from you. I have a strong power to break the rules, but I can also make rules. Owen suddenly withdrew a wand from his back and cast a spell on Cain. What a soul! A ball of poisonous green flash hit Cain quickly. Owen grumbled to say goodbye. If you have the next life, remember, the villain died of too much talk. Cain took a dead white mouse out of her arms and said, I was waiting for this moment. I suddenly changed my mind after disarming. I think your identity can be used. Only when you cast it unforgivable curse, from the perspective of cause and effect, you will be a huge debt to me, which is what I need. Owen saw the little white mouse and knew that Cain had successfully cast a replacement curse, allowing the little white mouse to bear the unforgivable curse on his behalf. He wanted to resist, but he could no longer carry out any operation, even to speak. Just under him, two black tentacles of light, did not know when he had wrapped his legs. Irving was reluctant, and his consciousness sank into darkness forever. He was dead, completely clean and scattered. Aftermath: this kind of thing hasn't been done 100 times, and it has been done 80 times since Zhao Wenrui was reborn as Cain Shafik. In addition, the role of firefighters is also numb. After half an hour, the boss of the pawn shop called the police. Although nothing was lost, Flake Owen was sentenced to 1 year in prison. In addition to his improper actions in the pawn shop, there are offences against Catherine Shafik. Cain did not deliberately hide this paragraph. Many people know Owen's obsession and know that he has a grudge against the Shafik family. Therefore, Cain believes that it is logical to show that the concept has been reversed through an event. This incident was Owen's trial, and Catherine publicly indicated that she forgave Owen's offense. Irving was moved by Catherine's ethics, and read www.yuyugonshu.com. But his usual bad temper annoyed the judge, and he was sent to prison. However, the place where Owen is detained is similar to the labor camp, and the management is much looser, which is very different from Azkaban. This incident was reported by the Prophet Daily, where the story was digging everywhere, and Singing the Opposition also published targeted commentary articles. As always, civilized law enforcement, or discipline rectification is imminent. This report triggered many follow-up incidents. Some people claimed that Auror's attitude was very arrogant when law enforcement, he was beaten and his family was humiliated. Also claimed that Auror pointed to Deer as a horse, wronged him, and eventually came out, but he refused to apologize. There is no saying. There was also a witch who claimed that Auror would move her foot while touching the law and touch her privacy. The witch's complaint triggered people's gossip psychology. The Prophet's Daily also conducted an interview. Many men who saw the aging witch's distorted, wrinkled face and shriveled witch looks from the newspaper. They all sprayed or vomited on the spot. At one place, some people laughed and scolded for not bringing such disgusting people, and some said that this was a common trick of the Prophet Daily, which is a stray dog of the Ministry of Magic, deliberately mixing food and listening to deflect public attention. No matter how troublesome, the Shafik family is regarded as the beneficiary of the incident. Many wizards, including the victims of the past, realized that the mother and son were really miserable. Auror must be a good person? Will they enforce the law impartially? Push yourself and others. Ordinary wizards can use evil fire to do something to kill the family members of the Death Eaters. Then, at the risk of death, the Aurors who have tasted the pain of losing their comrades in arms may also have private use of public weapons. Torture people by the way of their positions, not to surrender, just to rectify you. The Auror Henry who had chased the Shafik family and his dog team was a typical example. Chapter 8 – Pursue Progress. As Shafik's mother and son were exposed from time to time, the two gradually became famous in a special way. More and more people are looking at these two people, and began to treat the mother and son from the heart as victims. So, more about their mother and son exposed to the public. Nozawa Castle is listed for sale because it is unable to maintain the normal operation of the magic shield. Has already reduced the price once, but no one is still interested. Is not really unimportant. A French wizard expressed interest in it. Catherine wanted to buy it soon after the first listing. But the Ministry of Magic made a lot of rules and told the French wizard that he was not eligible to buy it. The dissatisfaction caused by this has also caused a storm of public opinion, which has caused a certain impact on the normal business transactions between the British and French wizarding circles. Many people have already seen it, some people deliberately stock it, to suppress the price, and swallow the Nozawa castle. The image of Shafiq's mother and son in people's minds became the victim plus one. And other interviews reported that the mother and son's residence and life status were reported, and the image of the victim plus two was upgraded. Catherine's situation looks terrible, and her son Kane's situation is even worse. Although they have a house, they live in the dilapidated house and may not pass the Muggle tramp sleeping bridge hole. Some people suspect that in this way, the two may not be able to survive this winter. Some people pointedly pointed out that some people just want them to die, so as to justify the last part of the wealth of the Shafiq family. Singing contrary again turned out Dumbledore's last appeal and rebuke. Then he published a subtitle titled Surrender and Confession equals Sitting in Prison, Wealth is Engulfed, Family Members are Utterly Humiliated, and then Robbed by Chance, and finally starved to the streets. The righteous men use no mercy and 10 times repayment, to forge the evil elements who can only fight to the end. Article. This article made the editor-in-chief Lovegood invited to drink tea by the Ministry of Magic, and finally apologized publicly, saying that he ignored the facts and talked nonsense. For example, Shafiq and her son have not starved to the streets for the time being. A public apology can be written as irony. Lovegood still has great writing skills. The article was spread abroad. George Harrison, who had participated in the public trial of Shafiq, published a commentator article. In the article, his words are more sharp and bold, but it is also a revisited old tune. He wrote in the article, "I predict here that 10 years later, the second half of the Wizarding War will open. At the end of the day, no one believes the surrender anymore, and no one thinks that begging for mercy is useful. Most people have always regarded this type of article as a trick to make people eye-catching by making sensational gimmicks. But it will be somewhat useful. People fear because of the unknown. Especially in the wizarding world after the war, the overall situation is not that wonderful. On the one hand, the entire wizarding society is scarred from top to bottom. On the other hand, it is the pressures brought about by the rapid progress of human world economy and science and technology. There is no need for humans to do anything deliberately, the wizards are already shaking. They are like the old hats living in the deep mountains, standing on the top of the hill to watch the various vehicles passing by on the downhill highway, admiring the prosperity of the human world quite reluctantly. The material civilization created by mankind with technology is full of temptation. The wizard from the Muggle family brought the atmosphere of modern society into this niche autistic world. Arthur Weasley, as the head of the Department of Prohibition of Abuse of Muggle Supplies in the British Ministry of Magic, is very happy to study various Muggle creations in private. This is the epitome of a very representative era. Curiosity is a human instinct. The wizards will not be able to lift the coffin covers of Einstein and other big scientific scientists because of an animagus deformation technique, and they will always look at the technology with the attitude of looking at garbage. In the early 20th century, many wizards had begun to use scientific dialectics to analyze the mysterious phenomena. And this is just the beginning. The changes in the Muggle world have brought new thoughts to the wizards. Those wizards from the Muggle world, those who study the Muggle world, they lead the fashion and bring about change. The Wizarding War is the vested interests of the wizarding world. The change of thoughts caused by the mixed-blood wizards and mud-type wizards intensifies, and their interests only happen. Voldemort launched a war with a clear order of classes in the name of pure blood first. In turn, can also be seen as the vested interests pushing Voldemort to the position of war representative. Because those with vested interests are basically concentrated in the group of pure-blood wizards. The situation in the late war was a bit out of control, mainly because Voldemort, the flag character, became emotional and paranoid, which was very different from his wise performance when he was lobbying and sponsoring. They didn't know that Voldemort's changes were caused by cutting souls again and again and making Horcruxes. But they knew that without their support and property, Voldemort was just a water dog. For those dark creatures and black wizards, the pure blood theory has no value. That army was never fighting for common beliefs and goals, so you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, so it broke down quickly. The Wizarding War has been fought for 11 years. The fundamental problems that caused the war have not been properly resolved, but both sides are tired and temporarily rested. We'll inevitably have to fight. This time I am afraid it is not wearing the traditional coat of justice and evil. It is a battle of authority and a battle of interests. It is a war between the Conservative Party and the Reformists. Kane, who is born with a high-dimensional perspective, can see this trend clearly. He also knew that this is not a pure HP world, because he had been exposed to vampires of 3 different origins during his escape. The werewolves here are also more fierce and powerful than originally thought. Of course, the pattern is more atmospheric, and it is necessary to fill in details to build my world. Speaking of this, it is indeed more prideful, but it is not without possibility. Zhao Wenrui feels that he can use this ambitious life goal as an alternative reincarnation mission, with a more difficult start and longer mission time. Although he lost a lot of technical and material extras due to rebirth, the ability system also appeared a bit broken, but the core, the frame, and the missing can be completed and replaced. In this life, since he was able to walk steadily, he has been laying the groundwork for it. It has been nearly 4 years now. He feels that the time is right and he can exercise control. So in the next 6 months, he mainly did 3 things: recuperate, make money, and spend money. Healing care runs through the entire timeline. Before completing a certain secret surgery, his body cannot be restored to the level of a normal child. As for making money, it is really not difficult for him. He executed 3 orders in a cross-executive way, all of which were targeted at Muggles, and they were all done in the United States cousin's home, the United States. Chapter 9, Grey Business. Kane opened the road to the birth and nurturing of his bloodworm group. Every senior reincarnation has a systematic battle system. And in his previous life, he was called the Lord of the Dead Star, and the battle system was called the Bloodworm Group. There were also outsiders who called the Dark Legion and the Magic Puppet Army. He felt bad and failed to point directly to his battle system. Essential characteristics. In any case, without enough resources, this system cannot be played. So the first thing is to get food, that is to start resources, and then to be more specific, it needs money. He arranged 3 orders in about half a year. In order to facilitate his work, he used the enhanced version of the age-increasing medicine with ease, and turned into a 30-year-old. The first business can be called selling materials. He controlled a metal material expert and invented the new material that the expert would invent more than 10 years in advance. Sold a pretty good price, not to mention, as a knocking brick, let the professor move to the United States, and obtained his own laboratory and team, as well as expensive follow-up materials research and development funding. 4 months later, it created greater brilliance and new materials were launched. These glory all belonged to this material expert, but he used it for more than 20 years in the original history. He was neither experienced nor economical, and almost failed to be listed because of the spy incident. Wealth is a model that cannot manage money. Now that he has achieved fame and fortune, Kane has gained a lot of wealth and opened a flash window in the Muggle world. Muggles are very smart, they don't need to search their memory, they only need to trace the whereabouts of large sums of money, and they know that there is something stupid behind them. But they were not in a hurry to expose it, they even intended to protect this small team of scientific inventions who refused to show up and only sent a representative platform. They welcome such cash cows. After all, these material technologies, in their hands, can make thousands of times of profits, and more importantly, time. Let them occupy the market opportunities, so that they can treat the invention as the time for gimmicks to hype. And these are all within Kane's expectations, and the window value of the materials scientist is here. Establish credibility, do not sell the credibility of the two. This credibility takes time to test. Therefore, it is necessary to operate early to become a brand and to trade again when needed. He paid 3 things in this operation. Complete material technology. From past life accumulation. Composite decoction, from the perspective of the wizard of this world, he is the supreme master of potions. Aging medicaments and compound decoctions are all commonly used remedies to save the destiny of himself and his loved ones. Demented soul, experienced extraordinary mutant soul, and superb system of magic knowledge, so he is good at this way. He used it to play between the princes of the International Federation of Magic in the palm of his hand, and modified part of the memory for an ordinary person. Naturally there is no suspense. The best thing is that he knows how to follow the trend, rather than just making changes. In this regard, he can even write a book detailed explanation of the method of embedding invisible memory. It can be said that Flack Owen's evaluation of his ability to capture dementia is fair, and he really has to beat Voldemort a lot. However, what makes him more proud is that he has a strong heart, and his life is endless and his progress is endless. Life and death also failed to change his soul trajectory, this is his biggest reliance. During the period when he was invented by a manipulation material expert, he did 2 other things to get rich. One is called selling life. This is the first time he made money from materials experts, and almost all of it was invested in intelligence gathering before he met the business conditions. Appeared in the right place at the right time and sold to the right people. He sneaked into a large house in a mansion that was set up as an intensive care unit, and waited patiently for almost 70 hours before he came to kill his father for his rights. Seeing no tears in the coffin, the stubborn lord finally believed in something. Then, he gave the other party a chance to choose. 3 days later, the suffering master announced his serious illness, which was actually a test of inheritance. After 7 days, the directors got the notarized medical report of "this old man is fine," and then returned all the powers of the chairman. 10 days later, Kane received the final payment, as well as a private telephone number and a message, a contact. Another sale is called selling blessings. He brought the blessing gifts of Colombian poppy growers to the American people. In order to alleviate the problem of the recent crackdown, the market is too hungry. Is actually not much, less than 50 tons, he cast a strong enough traceless spell on a briefcase, and completed the most critical step of cross-border use. Was inspired by Where is the Magical Animal Newt's Commander's suitcase. Whether in Colombia or Chicago, children's identities are highly deceptive. The drug lords lost a backlog of goods, and the drug dealers got the coveted good. However, the drug dealer who shipped the product was killed after half a year. Under his operation, the drug dealer's methods still seemed too desperate and mad, so that he offended the people he could not afford. In addition, the man was really unable to say the reason during the torture, and the result could only be used to defuse the fire. Only this list, the American Ministry of Magic intervened. In fact, if it wasn't for him to leave early, the last sum of drug money, which accounted for about 1/5 of the total amount, was simply confiscated. He might have been found, or at least would have been caught. It was his opinion that he accepted it, so the aurors of the U.S. Department of Magic could only suspect that there might be a wizard involved. He knew that the aurors would wait and wait for him to commit crimes again. Past experience will make them think that after reading www.uukanshu.com made such a beautiful order, he would definitely not be able to take another shot. Like other people who do this business, he thinks he is the smartest and can play around with others. Moreover, the ordinary way of making money has already been a kind of torture for those who have eaten this kind of sweetness. Of course, they are destined to be disappointed. He really did not get rich by this fortune. This is just accumulating startup funds. Usually, this link has only 2 long roads to choose from. and his kind of the latter, and opened. Money is available, but there is still a lack of channels. For those who lack channels, it is true that money cannot be spent, especially large sums of dollars in large denominations. He estimated that if the money was not handled properly, it would soon be targeted by the American Intelligence Service. An ordinary People's Intelligence Bureau, like what CIA, FBI, Homeland Security Bureau, for the horrors of the Ministry of Magic of the United States is probably equivalent to undefended. The American Ministry of Magic has the American style, just like the British wizards are mostly British. After all, from a cultural point of view, the wizarding world of various countries is only a vassal of the country, and it can be said that it is a backward county with magical characteristics. Therefore, he would not be careless because he left the United States. Moreover, he is not in a hurry to spend the money. He successively controlled mortals in Germany and France to purchase a batch of machinery and materials he needed. He was looking for people who were doing related business, just like Harry Potter's uncle Vernon Dursley was engaged in the business of construction machinery such as excavators, so to purchase related equipment at the level of ordinary orders it is not easy to detect the problem. He really took care of Vernon Dursley's business. Chapter 10, Willing to be a Towering Tree. Hello Mr. Dursley, this is Victor Cullen. Vernon Dursley was not as obese at the time. In his opinion, the man in suit and leather in front of him is like a real British gentleman who can be seen in the film and television, a well-dressed handmade suit from Savile Street, a good temperament like a royal member. This gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he had never seen a poor boy in the countryside. He stood up hurriedly, shaking his hands with Kane in a humble manner. After the two parties sat down, Kane talked about business first. The price is 5 percentage points higher than the market retail price. Vernon almost didn't believe his ears. Where is this talking about business? This is simply the god of wealth to send money, okay? Where can I not buy equipment at such a price? So he was very informed by the hint that the rebate was no problem. Results, Kane said, I am the boss, not the purchase. Embarrassed Vernon. Kane was still empathetic. He didn't embarrass Vernon too much and took the initiative to mention why there was this single business. I am a relative of James Potter, his mother, my aunt. I am a dumb canon, born in a wizarding family, but without magic power, cannot cast spells. Vernon is even more embarrassed, or guilty. The relationship between Dursleys and Potters is not generally bad, it's almost the same as the old one. Kane said, Relax, Mr. Dursley. I know your situation. I also know that from the perspective of ordinary people, the wizards are proud and not knowing the number of politeness. I grew up in the family of wizards and in the world of ordinary people. Having lived for so many years, I have a deep understanding in this respect. Vernon's mood calmed down, and he laughed like a broken cow dung egg, adding keen tea to Kane. Kane finally knows why Dursley is such a book and a stupid in the film and television. Why can it be mixed well? Not only because of the rebate gift set, but also understand that silence is gold. If he couldn't understand it, and he couldn't take it, he wouldn't respond, but would wait for the following with a smile. This is simply a Gump's great wisdom. It looks silly, but when it's right, it seems to be deep and useful. In the East, it's called God to enjoy dinner. Kane briefly explained to Dursley, telling him that there was a war before the wizarding world. The Potters and Mrs. did not follow common sense, and feared that the Dursleys would be worried. Is in communication, the previous life suffered this loss. Moreover, Kane felt that many things could be discussed openly. Take care of the little wizard in ordinary people, but I have NT told him what I should pay attention to. Do you want to say something? Are you afraid that the other party will not misunderstand? So I am here today, even though the couple is no longer there, even if something is missed and cannot be compensated, such as the birth of little Dudley, the celebration of the first birthday, etc. But I still have to give them a blessing for being late, this it is a courtesy and a heart. Said this very well. Disley was also very comfortable listening. Relaxed Vernon talk more, praise Kane's courtesy and kindness. Kane also replied a few words, and the host were happy for a time. Seeing that the time is right, Kane talked about dry goods. He pointed out that the death of the Potters and the witches was due to the wizarding world. Some wizards cherished their kindness and secretly followed and protected Harry. So there is indeed such surveillance that is not surveillance. I hope the Dursleys do not mind too much. He also pointed out that Harry will definitely become a wizard in the future. He can bring help to Dudley beyond ordinary people's imagination. In addition, the blood awakening will manifest itself, such as the pan flying up and breaking, or other strange things happen. Generally related to emotions, try not to stimulate, it is a good way to eliminate disasters. Finally, Kane said, whether the business between us can be a growth order has a great relationship with the family concentration. The three things can be harvested at the same time: profit, vision, and friendship. Mr. Smart and Courteous will certainly not disappoint. Just like this, the circumstances of Harry's family education enlightenment were changed. Harry was born in 1980. Now he is only 5 years old. It will take another year or two before he can truly understand the concept of cold violence in the family and remember it deeply. Start to make changes now. Of course, it is limited to reverse. There is a good singing. A nephew is like a biological child. Harry was able to help reach force when he was an adult, and he just drew a pie. But at least the money is real. In the face of money, Kane believes that Dursley and his wife will show more love and tolerance to Harry. He did not do this for the thigh of the Son of Destiny. In fact, he always believed that he was the true protagonist, dominating life and controlling destiny. This is the goal and the attitude. Achieved towering big trees, he was always on the road, and did a good job. In the previous life, when school was poor, he found that he hated less time when he entered the society. Became a reincarnation, and even regarded Qin and learning as treasures, and worked hard to become a laborer. Finally, he was valued by the Supreme Master of Carmitage in the mission world as an apprentice. Of course, his teacher is an old man with white hair and old age, not a female bald man who is weak and cannot be killed by the plot. He and Baron Modu and Dr. Kiwi are brothers, and they follow different paths. He is more like Guyi himself, taking the road of deepening the study of dark dimensions. The ancient sorcerer, Dormammu, merged himself with the dark dimensionality to become a special hybrid, which is an important subject of his series of studies and the use of power. He entered the world of Strange Doctor 4 times before and after, and finally wrote his own graduation thesis and dark chapters through the wide vision of the reincarnation and the versatile door system, and combined with the Strange Doctor, he changed the Dormammu and the dark dimensional stripping, and then create a deep and pure source of darkness, ignite it. This is the Death Star. He completed such a feat, and became the most orthodox successor of the ancient Yi-Man, the new Supreme. Of course, from a certain point of view, this is an imaginary number, which is far less than his nickname Death Star Lord deserved, deterring the heroes. The Supreme One is honor and responsibility. There are Guyi, Doctor Strange, and the Illuminati meeting, but he does not need him to defend the original Earth of the Marvel Universe. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What he has to do is to guard the Dead Star and prevent others from coveting its power. Darkness is not evil, but a hotbed of evil. Some people have ideas, and they are basically not good people. His difficulty is that he cannot be one with the Death Star like Thomas. So that he will lose himself and become a puppet of the power of darkness. That does not meet his original intention of supervision and control. In addition, his establishment of a one-to-one contract with Death Star is a sacrifice in itself. Just like Teresha, whose darkness destroys the God's world, uses his body as his prison, and his soul and evil have always been fighting, it is a delay, not a conquest. So far there is no will to conquer darkness. Dark container, order restraint, this is the life he chose for himself. This contract will not change unless his will dies completely. Is also the blessing of this contract, and none of the death holy tools like the God Killer could actually kill him. Equipped with the appearance of equipment, from the height of the source of darkness, even death will die. With all the death holy tools, how could it be possible to kill the contractor of the dark origin? Of course, the Death Star in the dark dimension is only one side of the origin of darkness, and it is far from all. In addition, physical death will greatly damage the soul carrying his will. Come a few times, his soul is weak, his will is lower than the lower limit of the contract, he will be eroded and decayed by the power of darkness, the dust will disappear, and the world does not exist. But in this life, he once again embarked on a journey to pursue a life as magnificent as the galaxy. Life is a master, death is also a ghost. When I was there, the banner was spreading, the singing was loud, the armor was millions, it overwhelmed all directions, and the blood-blooded swarms were all overwhelming. Before such a goal in life, the affection of children is just the harmony of Hwakeduan. Chapter 11, Sweat Building. Knowledge is always expensive. The knowledge of witchcraft in this world has its own uniqueness, and Kane's standard of mastering it is different from others. Like conversion format, understanding, and through experimentation, and adding to its own system, it is truly absorbed. To achieve this goal, you can't get around money. Money is a magical power in any world. So, when he bought machinery and materials in France and Germany, he also went to the wizarding world to make currency exchanges. He realized that after completing these 2 gold-gallon exchanges, he could not carry out this kind of bulk exchange again, and the International Federation of Magic was vigilant. Actually, he didn't change much, and the total amount was only 12,000 gold gallons, but it was characterized as a large amount. The economic volume of the wizarding world gave him a more intuitive understanding after this exchange. The gold gallon that was exchanged did not become a magic material before long, and most of it was consumed in the process of testing the properties of the material before he returned to the UK. It can be said that the richest wizard in the world has no such exaggerated consumables, it is simply burning money. In fact, when she was still in flight, Catherine had asked Kane more than once. Why are there relevant ready-made material descriptions, attributes, and traits, which are quite detailed and must be re-verified thoroughly? Kane never answered this question directly. The answer is actually very simple, he is a mage. Everyone thought that the Shafik family was embarrassed when they fled, but it was not. Kane had already obtained money from muggles or wizards in one way or another at that time. He even made secret transactions with certain dark creatures and established a basic business reputation. Made money, and his ability to burn money was also sharp, which surprised Catherine, who was from the pure-blood family. She clearly remembered that the magical materials used by Kane when he was 5 years old were converted into Jin Jialong and exceeded 20,000, which is about 100,000 pounds. It is precisely because of this that those wizards and dignitaries secretly calculated her and sought the wealth of the Fangli family and the Shafik family. She is more superstitious about her son and thinks he is invincible. The mother is the brain powder of the son, especially the son is only 6 years old, which is quite wonderful, but it just happened. And Kane's money-burning verification materials are naturally to incorporate magic materials into his measurement system. The world of mortals has 2 major systems of Soviet and American systems, from warships to small screws, all of which have their own opinions and particularities. Kane's system of mage is similar. Guyi is his master, but the supreme masters taught by Guyi are not all of him. In this regard, he is different from Baron Modu and Doctor Strange. From the perspective of the D&D master, he is mainly based on plastic energy. The simple plastic energy system is called a magic barbarian. It has distinct strengths and weaknesses. Once the information is grasped, it is easy to clean up. For this reason, he has integrated into the change system. He actually wanted to take the path of high energy to break the law, but in the end he took the road of immense army, unique and unique. In his view, The HP world is a magic world with extremely uneven technological development. Underestimate theory, emphasize application, use the advertising words of his hometown to understand which technology is strong. It's really like that. There are only technical schools and no universities. The people at Hogwarts claim to be professors, and in his opinion some are not well deserved. Of course, he can still see the essence through the phenomenon. Substitute the social system of ordinary people into the wizarding world. Hogwarts is a public school, producing qualified industrial personnel and low-level management personnel. Senior management talents are trained by the powerful wizards themselves. The wizarding circle is very small, and there is no need to set up an elite education system. If not, Slytherin is. For Slytherin students, establishing direction, implementing ideas, establishing contacts, looking for future partners, and understanding of future major competitors are far more important than learning technology. As a role like a scientist, it was born out of genius. If the wizard is talented enough, and is extremely interested in the boring and dangerous magic research, then he is the one who pushes the magic skills of the wizard world. This also shows the necessity of the wizarding world going down. The population base is inadequate. For ordinary people, everyone gathers firewood and flames are high. Scientists are breeding grounds for the discussion board. What about the wizarding world? Sirius, Lupin, and their generation in the British wizarding world, the only one who can barely be considered a scientist, is Snape. The youngest potion master in Britain. Hey, there are no tigers in the mountains. Kane really didn't look down on that one, but just substituted the scientific concept into the potion system, with strong execution and enduring loneliness. There are these things, only what you can discover, not what you invent. And he is someone who invented something in the field of magic. Dark Theory, Death Star, Black Devil Furnace, Sun Furnace, Industrialization of Magic, Iron Blood Swarm. Of course, these are closely related to the objective conditions provided by the Vientiane d'Or system. With the multiverse as the database and experimental field, it is really difficult to come up with better research conditions than this. Thinking about the past life, he occasionally has some feelings of nostalgia for his sword career and the world of Vientiane Gate. No doubt, this is a disease, similar to war syndrome. The peaceful world made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, this life started from scratch and experienced the escape journey in the first few years. For him, that is the low-intensity war environment, which is very helpful for alleviating his illness. The truth is that, like detoxification, you can't stop urgently, but reduce the amount. So in recent years, after spending a lot of energy on his work, he obviously feels that the bloodthirsty habit of seeing whether anyone can kill or first has been worn out. This is also a kind of self-healing of mental illness, just this body. Kane, you have worked harder than when you fled in the past 6 months. I am worried that your body will not eat enough. Catherine looked at her son worriedly. Kane said, "It's not emotional to say that. Catherine cares about him. He still appreciates you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. After thinking about it, he put down his work and interacted with it. Was killed by the woman around because of not paying attention to this. Although he still feels that the other party's approach is unreasonable until now, it is especially impressive to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Relax, mother, I have a perfect health plan. Truth be told, my body has been ill with it until now. Even if I take care of myself, I can't live for 3 years. However, there is still a way, that is, to follow the trend and erode the magic in one fell swoop. Turn into benefits. That is, the faster the erosion, the sooner I can implement the plan." Catherine smiled, very worried. It sounds good, but the specific implementation of this plan should not be easy. Kane smiled. If it's just for easy and simple, we were incognito, away from all this, and lived pastoral life a few years ago. We have paid so much and endured so much, including those humiliations, and now the tragic sales continue to pave the way for the big harvest. I am not allowed to give up under such circumstances. Well, I see. Catherine said absently. She knows that her son has great ambitions, and believes that he will become the most dazzling star in the wizarding world in the future. It must be said that choosing this path is really difficult. Look at the surroundings, the room is leaking, the fire in the fireplace is not strong, the temperature in the room is not even 10 degrees Celsius, and it is cold and wet. This is part of the miserable sale. After all, until now, the Shafiq family is still inaccessible, there is no financial source, and the mother and child are sitting in the city. In addition, not long ago, there was also a drama where the house leaked and the night rain fell. Because he was greedy and cheap, he chose an unfamiliar channel and was deceived. He was wrapped in muggles and took part of the family heirloom. Chapter 12, Magic Genius. Catherine is not afraid of suffering. When she first fled, she really didn't suffer much. Cain is too small to awaken the power yet. Stanley is a stupid and selfish ghost, only close to himself. Neither of them had the experience of running away. It was really a day of panic and bereavement. Through that hard time, she is not as precious as a wizard from the family of pure-blooded wizards, but as tough and strong as wild grass. She is now mainly worthless for Cain. My son is a reincarnation of the Great Witch, and the magic bloodline is awakened at the same time as the previous life. It was born to be able to perfectly control the magic, and never say that there is no magic riot. At the age of 3, I completed the rewriting of the secret codes of the Fali family and the Shafiq family. A 4-year-old expo group book, with dragon skin as the cover and keel as the frame, to create the magical treasure The Wizard of Thousand Laws book. At the age of 5, he was already a potion master and invented more than 40 kinds of potions. There are even shocking blood strength potions. A 6-year-old casts without a wand, and the unique dark magical permanent sleep touch, raising the hand can make the elder vampire ashes disappear. Obviously a strong person overlooking all living beings, but dragged down by the current family background and had to act in a low-key manner, wronged myself, really unwilling. As a mother, Catherine had long wanted to show off the unprecedented success of her son to the whole world. She can't wait, her thoughts, her wishes, her city, really can't compare with Cairn. Cain noticed this, and under his direction, he deliberately tuned Catherine into a brain fan, and it was for this reason that Catherine became a qualified actor. Listen to the incoming words, and can execute meticulously. This is no longer easy, not to mention the sender is a child. Yes, his psychological age is not small, but it is human nature to judge people by appearance. So even if he has proved his ability with correctness and success again and again, he still feels that he must use magic skills to strengthen Catherine. Otherwise, Catherine would be like the hunters he encountered on the escape, always unwilling to believe that he was the most dangerous and powerful one in the Shafiq family. His thinness and his weakness will make Catherine's maternal love overflow, starting from feeling that he needs care, thinking that he can't, at least in some ways. But in fact he can't do anything except the younger brother is useless. In many cases, reasoning is useless, and you can't listen. Even if you listen to it, it doesn't mean you can do it. And he not only needed Catherine to do it, he had to do it well. Cain walked over and tightened the mink coat for Catherine. It's a very old fur, even in the wizarding world, only the kind of half-mad and half-silly witch who doesn't have trims will wear it, but it is warm. Long winter season, the snow is flying outside, especially in this kind of cottage, even in the daytime, you can feel a cold and lonely atmosphere. Catherine was very satisfied with this kind of love. In this family, between the two, she is the character who spoils her from time to time to be pampered and concerned. Like a little girl who doesn't have much opinion and needs to rely on. This is not far from her nature. Everyone thought that after years of displacement and escape, she should have been thoroughly tempered into a mature lioness. Didn't actually, at least in some aspects, such as her heart still has a very soft side. This was facilitated by Cain. Not only did he provoke the burden of survival and protection during his escape, but he also continued to cast spells on Catherine to complete spiritual induction. 1001 Nights, Catherine did not know the so-called soothing healing magic, and its essence is closer to the soul-taking spell among the 3 unforgivable spells in this world. The soul curse is divided into 3 parts: induction, tampering and manipulation. Cain uses its own spell-casting system to refine it into 3 spells: enchantment, fandom, and control. His previous life was a master of spiritual manipulation, otherwise the blood-blooded swarm could not play at all. Dismantling and turning of the technology of soul charm into his own use made him even more powerful. Stanley is the experimenter number 1, Catherine is number 2. Many of the killers are cannon fodder experimenters with no numbers. Just to improve spellcasting proficiency, at least 70 lives have died under this series of spells. Many of his achievements, especially those with high efficiency, were piled up with human life. He, who was born of a reincarnation, is very used to it. Number 1 and number 2 experiments were successful, the difference is that no one's soul and flesh are damaged, and Catherine's sequelae are mild enough to recover in only 2 or 3 years. Therefore, Catherine's haggard appearance, including the slightly dazzling locks of white hair, is actually a sequelae of frequent casts. However, people believe that they are clever because of long-term displacement and unpredictability. "Come, let my mother hug for a while," Cain said. "I have something to hold, thin like a dry wood." But he still satisfied Catherine's wish. It seems that the mother is worried about the thinness of the distressed son. In fact, the woman needs a strong support. On these days of heavy snow, in this cold and lonely, ruined big house, loneliness will devour the soul madly, and Catherine needs solace and reliance, even if she does 3 tricks to make 10 big men die on the spot. Hugged Cain, Catherine shook gently, making a comfortable moan, as if Cain was a large warm treasure. "I remember you told me that one day, the richest and most powerful people in the wizarding world will only look up enviously when they see me. Yes, this is not comfort, this is a promise, and it is in the near future. I never doubted this." Catherine kissed the top of her son's head. "I hope you can stand on the high stage and be looked up to by everyone, and I applaud you before everyone. Relax, although I represent the will of darkness, I don't mind standing in the sun. This kind of thing comes naturally. Well, you can rest assured that you say that, I don't want you to be wronged too much." Catherine shook gently, almost shaking herself to sleep. Lengthy a warm blanket, this kind of feeling that there is a sharp contrast every moment is actually very good. Cain realized that Catherine was unfair for herself and felt miserable. He was a little ridiculous. The strong do not need such pity. Of course, he also wants to appreciate this feeling. Catherine was not puppet by him. Love and non-love are still heartwarming. In this respect, there is no concept of fanaticism. After a little thought, he still decided to explain briefly, "Aggrieved? Never had it. This is just an inevitable process to achieve the goal better. Moreover, my ambition is never to let others realize that I am a winner in life. My ideal is the dream of ordinary people. Well, ambitious, I don't dare to think about it. I like my little Cain, very imposing, very man." Catherine said, her arms tightened more and more. Being so hugged, Cain felt that his man's dignity had been damaged. From this point of view, there is also a sequelae in the training. Catherine was so kind of holding him in his hands, afraid of falling, and being afraid of becoming spoiled in his mouth. He all had his 6th birthday, and he still couldn't sleep in a separate bed. Despite his weak body, Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com is especially cold on such a winter day. After falling asleep, the body temperature drops, there is no external heat source, and will wake himself up, and Catherine has a plump posture, delicate skin, warm and comfortable, but still feels very faceless. It was really Catherine who was too persistent in this matter, so she cried a few times for this reason, and pulled on a lot of sensational theories of the woman. He also considered that Catherine had a need to warm up in the mind, and the male program has been weak. Catherine was nested in the old sofa, and Kane was wrapped in her arms and gently shaken. She suddenly fell asleep with her eyes closed. Catherine pulled the woolen sheets, covering the legs and feet of the two, looked at the son in her arms distressfully, and kissed his hair gently. Kane's cough got worse. A cold air can make his cough face red, and always have cold hands and feet, and frequent insomnia. She looks in her eyes, hurts in her heart, and hopes to replace it with her body. Her son is still a workaholic. Once he does something, he often forgets to sleep and eat. One of the things she can do for her son is to find a way to give Kane more rest time. When Kane woke up, he found that it was already dark, and he was drooling when he slept, wetted Catherine's bra, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He got up and went down to move his body together with Catherine. Make dinner. After taking a nap, he can work for several hours before going to bed. Had a difficult start. He had to be a technician and an engineer, and he had to work hard. He had to set rules such as selecting materials, and he could do a job with certain basic knowledge, and he had to do it himself. The weather is cold, but for the convenience of work, he is not wearing thick. This is his choice. Doing great things and taking care of yourself. That is a negative textbook. He will never give up the power of labor. Chapter 13, Does it make sense? Bang bang. Come in. A middle-aged man wearing a black and big wizard robe opened the door, gently covered the door, stood near the door, bowed to salute, and said after the adult said, he bowed his head and stopped talking. The blond old man called the adult put down the enamel bone teacup in his hand, and his voice was a little low, is the bad news. Catherine Shafik cancelled the consignment order of Nozawane Castle yesterday, then went to Guling Pavilion to exchange 30,000 gold gallons, then purchased enough energy stones, and redeemed the Fangli family and the Shafik family. The house elf also purchased a large number of scented vine seeds, as well as 4-headed spirit nose hounds. And the blond old man couldn't hear it anymore and patted the table fiercely. His face growled snarlily, what is Catherine eligible to redeem 30,000 gold gallons at once? Sir, Catherine took out the ancient Ling documents of the Fang Li family and proved that the Fang Li family is one of the 17 ancient families who founded the Guling Pavilion. What about the money? Where did she get so much money at once? That was a huge sum of more than 150,000 pounds. Adult, is a gift from Fang Lijia's dumb gun son. The law is clear, the procedures are proper, and there are no omissions. Fang Li's dumb gun son. The blond old man thought for a while and remembered that Catherine should call her aunt. What does the old lady do? So rich. Mobile food truck selling a muggle food called burger. The blond old man's eyes widened and he said angrily, are you talking nonsense? His sausage burger and pickled cucumber are very famous, and the average daily profit is more than 3,000 pounds. The blond old man felt listening to a myth. An early sale, a monthly profit of 100,000 pounds, this is actually not a myth, but a story of a sufficient population base and an active economic creation. The people of the British Empire in this era are still very moist. This bureau began as soon as Kane learned about the family members of the patrilineal and maternal lineages of this life. At that time, the Aunt Catherine opened a breakfast shop and the business was not good. Is a complete package of basic recipes from Kane, so that it is specifically aimed at office workers who work in office buildings. Among them, especially pickled cucumbers that are sweet and sour, and the juice is squeezed clean. In fact, it is one of the traditional pickles in the north of the heaven. The real technical content is the blind spices in the sausage. The exclusive secret recipe is nothing special, but when you eat other things, the duration is reminiscent. Even before Catherine contacted her aunt again, she didn't expect the business to be so good. Chief designer Comrade Kane said yes, now it is appropriate to stage a relationship with Swishin, and it is very bloody. So after the snow, the cold fell, and the water dripped into ice. Once again, under the background of broken snow, the tragic Shafiq mother and son chose to go to this relative who runs a mobile dining car to see if they can save one. Most wizards, like the blonde old man, still stay at the cognitive level of the poor and hard-working people. Some people even think that it is a modern version of a match girl who freezes in the cold and still gets a stall. After a day, it freezes into a silly bird, and no one goes out to buy things. The results of it? Some people just like those who sell snacks such as boiled skewers, iron plate squid, etc. in a certain period of time, are far richer than those who eat skewers, but they just do not say that they make a fortune. Catherine was also shocked, and said, "The legendary alchemist's point of alchemy, I am afraid that my son's means is not right. A brain, a plan, selling bread and pickled cucumbers can make such money?" Kane later talked about this with her, and briefly said that for the first time, Catherine realized that from the perspective of economic size, the wizards were really rural people who had never seen the world. Smell it, the wizards have 100 ways to stink their business. The blonde old man said angrily. Adults, it is understood that they have applied for a number of patents, which are officially characterized by Muggle officials as a specialty food culture, and are part of London's urban culture. They have opened 3 chain stores, all of which are hot. Even German tourists admit that the sausages at home are comparable to the famous German sausages. The blonde old man pressed his lips tightly, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew that this kind of Muggle industry that has already made it clear can't easily do things, has a profound impact, and it is easy to cause Muggles suspicion and vigilance. In this case, if he insists on doing things alone, it is tantamount to damaging the interests of the entire wizarding world, not to mention him and his family. Even if Voldemort does so, he has to pay a price. Of course, he will not stop here. He also confidently believes that he has enough ways to grasp the weak Shafiq family. He was annoyed that such a dog that had been cramped and skinned actually made noise again. What he distressed was the loss of property. According to his monetary algorithm, the loss is not only the cost of troop dispatch and relocation, but also the benefits that Nozawa Castle and Exmoor Mountain Villa can obtain after the original planned time. In his plan, 2 secret industries will be listed under the Ministry of Magic in the name of leasing. By then, the Ministry of Magic will not only be responsible for the repair and maintenance of the castle, but also have to pay an expensive rental fee every year. This is the main reason why Kane looks down on these pure-blood dignitaries. Without learning, there is no skill, short-sighted tycoon, and the idea of fishing is nothing more than embracing the Ministry of Magic, which is similar to the official Muggle organization, to do some activities that harm public interests. Of course, the blonde old man wouldn't admit that he had grown up with a low-profile public head. He thinks his big plan is very high-profile. Nozawa Castle has a strategic position in his eyes. It is the closest secret area to Hogsmeade in the Wizard Village. The famous Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry faces Hogsmeade across the lake. Their specific location is the northwest region of Aberdeen, a major town in the north of England. There is a plain area close to the North Sea in the deep Scottish Highlands. There are basically no cities. It is as desolate as Siberia, and it is hard to imagine. In the past, the dignitaries of the wizarding world did not take Hogwarts and Hogmode in their eyes. They thought that the reason why the former became famous was mainly due to the strongest white wizard Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald. The latter is nothing more than a colony of poor wizards. However, in the Wizarding War, the roles played by these 2 places are eye-catching. Hogsmeade once became a more valuable political center than the Ministry of Magic. Other gathering places are integrated into Muggle towns for the convenience of peace. After the war, convenience became an obstacle. The Ministry of Magic is also a key target for Death Eaters. UU reading www.uugonshu.com fell early. Most wizards also lack a sense of intimacy there, just like ordinary people's sense of organs. Hogsmeade is different. There are wizards' towns, there are not so many scruples, and they are all of the same kind. This kind of place that allows people to relax, has a natural sense of intimacy and belonging, is the only one in the UK. One place. As for Hogwarts, in the Wizarding War, Hogwarts let the wizards and magnates see the terrible power of the network. Tao Li Man Tian is the world, this is the power of Hogwarts. As Horace Slughorn, who had taught many celebrities such as Voldemort and Harry Potter parents, said. Barnabas Goof, editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, if you have any idea about something, you can ask the owl to send him a letter. Govinos Jones, the leader of the Holy Head Happy team, can get free tickets whenever I want. How did the Phoenix Society, which revealed its rumors during the Wizarding War, gather? A poor ghost organization that can hardly gather funds for activities, but it has become the backbone of resistance to evil. What is it? Popularity. And the popular gathering, or the initial gathering of the members of the Phoenix Society, is the classmates drawn by several professors. Wanted to target Hogwarts and Hogmode, in addition to the Ministry of Magic, but also a platform that can respond in time, so I fancy Nozawa Castle. Even now, there are mistakes. The blonde old man who is responsible for the specific operation of this project asked himself if he could not take down that secret realm in time, he might become a laughingstock in the circle and damage his image and reputation. No one likes to deal with people who do nothing. For the sake of reputation, the blonde old man is still willing to pay. Chapter 14, If you die, you will die. Cough. Despite efforts to suppress it, Kane blushed. Took the handkerchief away from his mouth, and the white handkerchief was a little scarlet. S physical condition is very bad, not only the trachea is broken, but also the lungs are not good. The cold and salty wet ice in the Scottish Highlands can cause damage to his trachea and lungs every moment. Take out the medicinal liquor and give a sip. Kane continues his inspection tour, his face calm and calm. Shortly after the new year in 1986, the house elves of the Shafik family had fully understood who was the most majestic and decisive one in this family. Steel, plutonium and broken silver, this is the leader of all house elves. They are now next to Kane. What they have to do is to carefully write down every detail command spoken by the little master, and then bring the other within the time limit the elf is executed. Like a place like this, there is no basic condition for growing scented vines. You can handle it this way. Kane said, pulling out his wand with dark golden color and water wave wood texture, waving at the puddle where thick ice had formed. The rod reads a curse and says, vegetables. The firm ice cracked and melted, and the thick black mud was poured, and then the seeds germinated, grown, and flourished. Birth of generations. The second spell was cast, and the grass and trees quickly completed the evolution of Kurong, and did not stop until 10 reincarnations were completed. Make sure the construction limit of 10 years of cold and heat. Once a spell fails, it will come a few more times. Yes, Master. I don't ask how fast your progress is, and I have confidence in your diligence. My requirements are only two, high quality and precise. Do you understand? Understood, Master. The two elves answered again loudly and seriously. Together with the elaborate winter clothes they wore, Kane carefully tuned these house elves, making them gradually different from other house elves. Bang! The original transparent and invisible magic magnetic shield suddenly appeared partly. That was the normal reaction after being hit. Splendid halo and light spots spread, and the beautiful like a burst of fireworks. Kane and his party in the shield will naturally not be hurt, but the energy consumption speed of the shield and the coping with such endless attacks have increased a lot. Kane grinned and stepped on the foot, so people walked through the magic shield so unhindered. He was not flying, but he could control the influence of gravity on himself at will, and he could make a long lag in the sky. After jumping, you can also fly like a catkin without falling, or the wind can fly or even glide. Flaming. This original line of history Dumbledore found the Salazar Slytherin pendant box in the Sea Cliff Cave, and the advanced spells used when encountering a large number of corpses are another effect used in Kane. I saw that within a fan-shaped range of 300 meters in radius, all the trees seemed to be instantly ignited by the high-temperature flame of the cloud bomb, forming an upward flame burst effect. In the deafening roar, the violent flames rose up, forming a rolling cloud of black smoke, which went straight for hundreds of meters, as if a large number of burning barrels exploded, illuminating the sky in this area for a few minutes. Only 2 seconds later, only black soil and flying Mars and grass and ash were left on the scene. The fire also directly exposed 8 people lurking in the dry grass. Regardless of burns and damage, they stared at Kane floating in the air with the eyes of a ghost. One of the mental disorders, howling with exhaustion, elemental witch's voice made them completely lose the courage to fight the last point. The same magic, different wizards cast different power effects. With these people's knowledge, they are not concerned with the characteristics of spell magic and instantaneous, but the characteristics of fast burning and deflagration in the combustion effect. This is the only way for the wizard to control the power of the fire element, and in this era, all those who can play this method are super talent, super magic, and people who have ancient secrets. Battle with such a wizard is to make a big death. With the other party's ability, you can instantly ignite all combustibles and even magic in their bodies, and blow them into powder and dust. There is only one thought left in their hearts at this time: escape. I try my best to escape, hoping that other people can attract the attention of the elemental witch and get some time for myself. However, it turns out that this is simply extravagant hope. At almost the same time, the strong binding power enveloped them, pulling them together. While pulling them, they were like fishes that were turned around by fishing nets, and flew in the direction of Kane. They were reluctant to be captured, struggling with all their strength. Some tried to break the shackles with some spells, some struggled with howling force, and some were struggling with a gun in hand, shooting at Kane, and even more begging for mercy. This is basically the basic performance of force, only hard to break. There is no skill to break. Therefore, the destruction of magic and the outbreak of brute force both ended in failure. Begging for mercy and cursing could not disturb the cold heart of the enemy, and those bullets, without special processing of ordinary bullets, could not shake the protection of the iron armor curse, and the warhead landed on touch sand. When these people were close to a certain distance, they began to violently twitch at high frequency, and even the words could not be spoken, and the whole body was overflowing with fog-like blood, making the sound like the sound of a high-pressure watering can spraying water. When the 8 of them fell at the foot of Kane, they had all become corpses. At this time, some of their physiological characteristics clearly appeared, such as fangs and claws. Kane looked up at the sky, the clouds shrouded, and the sky was not visible. Under the dark clouds, a flying eagle was fluttering away. Killing curse. The poisonous green light is like a thin light arrow, fast and fast, hitting the flying eagle across a distance of hundreds of meters, and exploded it into countless scattered flames. The only magic pet who can tell the outside world what has happened here also died. Kane knew that it should be the eyes of a certain wizard, and these vampires who had just been forcibly deep-sleeped in theory had no habit of using such magic pets. Simply speculates that the wizard who raises the eagle is the employer, the vampire is the wage earner, and the eagle is the supervisor. Raised his hand, and the vampire was collected by him in the cuff of the innocent stretch spell, and the extracted raw blood from the vampire was put into a special crystal bottle. Carrying bottles, jars and cans with you, this is the habit of almost every potion master. After turning around, he instructed the broken silver and steel plutonium, take time to clear the next battlefield. Yes, master. The house elf answered with awe. Kane took 2 elves to continue to inspect the territory, why the vampires came to make trouble. He was naturally clear. He didn't care about this kind of tricks, and even welcomed them. The FANFIC family needs to awe others, and one of the awesome methods is called how much comes and how much disappears. Unknown and mysterious, most confounding and fearful. From this point of view, those who have ulterior motives to use this kind of destructive means are equivalent to paying money to help FANFIC's family rebuild their majestic image. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The borderline of Nozawa Castle was adjusted and arranged by him personally. It was originally irregular, but now it is a circular area centered on the center. The first step is to deploy a fence wall, planting fragrant vines on the fence wall. This plant is not used to prevent invasion, but to track. Use magic on it, or enter the area where it is, will be stained with dark incense. The specific fragrance of this dark incense can be adjusted. There are many categories, and the spirit nose hound can clearly distinguish. It is conceivable that when such a fence is arranged, most wizards will be able to stop the harassment of the secret area, otherwise once the fragrance is caught, you will have to sue. As for desperation, the flow of dark creatures. These vampires killed by Cain are role models. They are free from the constraints of the wizarding world, so they do not enjoy human rights, and they die. Cain spent a total of 3 days before inspecting the 400 hectares of land. Magic shields and scented vines are just the most basic layout, together with the repair of the castle, even the existence of house elves, etc., are used to show to people. Cain's words to Catherine, here will become a model. Tradition and modernity, elegance and simplicity coexist, luxury and simplicity, highlighting the long heritage of the ancient pure-blood family and vitality. And the secret of the bloodworms that really belong to Cain will be deep underground. According to the plan, the dark lair will be an extremely large place, and it will take more than 10 years of non-stop construction to complete all the layouts. As for Exmoor Hill, in his plan, there belonged to the FANFIC family, and there are basically no secrets that are invisible, and even a window to the outside world. Chapter 15, Oppressor. The early spring in the Scottish Highlands is still cold and windy. The black hand against the FANFIC family is like this cold wind, and it rolls up and sweeps from time to time. Cain admitted that, in addition to the positive side, this behavior did cause him some trouble, and he endured. His mind and energy are basically used in the construction of Shen Chao. The equipment he had previously obtained, whether purchased from Germany or France or from Disley, could not be used directly. They are already the first-class mechanical equipment of this era. But he still looked down upon him. Then change yourself. Although he does not have the ability of Warhammer Universe to engage the mystery of the furry people in assembling the magic, it does not prevent him from building a similar style of creation in his own way. In his previous life, he could piece together useful equipment by simply giving some resources, quickly pulling up the power of a large army, and winning the title of Lord. Lords generally refer to the future heirs of the knighthood. Of course, the system of the universal realm where the samsara is located will not have a real knighthood. Because there is no territory, the samurai will always pass by, no matter in which world. In a deep underground cave, the magic light is shining, and there are more dazzling light spots in it. It is like several electric welding working at the same time. In the center of this light spot, a metal part is being shaped by a little carving. This is Cain's basic means of creation, magic shaping. He uses this to manufacture parts that will cost a lot of time, and will cause trouble, or even simply cannot be made, and then combine those ordinary parts that can be purchased in batches to assemble equipment that meets his requirements. This is a part of the bloodworm group, the front part, the part where the nest is built from scratch. The wizards of this world use activation spells to make tools to help them cook, clean, and knit sweaters. It is warm, fun, and sensual. And he used a similar, smarter activation spell to run the equipment, carry out construction, and build a system, just like a large construction team working. Excavation, casting, construction, a large amount of additional attribute information is added to the hard stone and metal under the operation of different categories, so the hard stone becomes a masonry with suitable shapes and properties, and the metal becomes specifications and textures. The components that meet the standards are joined together in a dynamic orderly process, and strive to realize the dreams of blueprint planners. Building is the process of making matter and energy advance toward order, and it is an act of reducing entropy. As more and more magic automation equipment is put into use, the underground of Nozawa Garden has become a large construction site. Now it is mainly the first phase of civil engineering. After the completion, these equipments are almost old and unusable. Cain will eat them in the same way, spit out another series of equipment, and then enter pure machinery manufacturing links. This was planned early in the morning, and the scheme and technology were tried and tested. His previous life has carried out similar operations in many worlds, which is quite familiar. In this life, although he was the core of the construction, he was severely weakened, and he had enough time to make up for it. He can take it slowly, of course. This slowness is only relative to the previous life. He engages in the magic industry on the mysterious side of the ground, which does not hinder the construction of Nozawa Castle on the ground. The builders of the castle are house elves led by steel plutonium and broken silver. The elves of this world are a large group with many branches. A group of goblins known as Jews in the wizarding world. They reached a contract with the wizard and lived in peace. An institution like Guling Pavilion is where the fairies show their strength. They also hired wizards to work for them, like Bill, the eldest son of the Weasleys, who worked as a curse breaker in the Guling Pavilion. Elves are also a group of elves. They are also magical creatures, and their IQ is not lower than that of humans or their cousins, and they are numerous. They were defeated and enslaved by the wizard in the war between the ancient and the wizard, and became the slave race supported by the wizard. Due to factors such as Shao Yuan, many of them are more capable of casting spells than modern wizards. But they were completely defeated mentally. The wizards destroyed their civilization, obliterated their memories, supplemented with magic, and instilled specially tailored ideas to form a distorted personality. Dedication to glory, to obtain shame, one thing is messed up, no matter whose fault is the fault of the elf. There is no doubt that these are anti-human nature and are opposed to survival instincts. This radical change is gradually revealing hidden dangers in the modern age where wizards are becoming less capable. The great man said that when someone or a group pushes labor to others, he or they are already on the way to being eliminated. A similar theory can also be said about the elf. They do housework, they do all kinds of work, and the wizards give them the work of casting spells. In the daily work of elves, the ability to cast spells is constantly improved, passed down from generation to generation, and even engraved into the genetic genes, just like cats have the natural ability to catch mice. So now, thousands of years later, the elves' degradation of magical talent is not serious. Without a dumb cannon, you can cast spells with a little adjustment. Where is the magical animal? The elf sang in the bar, casts without a wand, although it is only at the level of magic tricks, it also casts without a wand, and does not need to cast spells, and comes in hand. Then there was Free Dobby. From the standpoint of Harry Potter and others, Dobby is kind, respectable, and even noble. The spiritual connotation he displayed is also in line with the core of the main that is admired and promoted by modern Europe and America. From the perspective of Dobby's original owner Malfoy's family, Dobby's behavior is betrayal, a betrayal that can cause great damage to his family because he knows many secrets. In modern human society, the nanny abuses and even beats up the employer's children, steals the employer's property, and even tries to blackmail and burn the employer at home. The essence of these incidents is also betrayal. Some people would say that it is different. The employer and the nanny sign a contract, which is an employment relationship, it is your preference, and the wizard and the house elf are an oppression. Actually, this is a question of argument. In the American Civil War, the Republican leader Lincoln, who represented the owner of the big factory, held the banner of liberating the serfs and launched a war of liberation against the plantation owners in the South. Behind it is that the sale of black people in that era has been prohibited by the International Court of Justice, and the large factory owners in the North continue to have a large number of workers and enter their sweatshops. The slave proved that it became a labor contract, and it was indeed more civilized. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com, but the essence of exploitation has not changed. But it is similar to the increase in wages and benefits caused by the modern labor shortage. Whether willing or not to admit or believe, the essence of any system is that people oppress people. Along the way from slave society, it is nothing more than adjusting the ratio of pay and gain between the oppressed and the oppressed. Similarly, betrayal is betrayal. From Draco's point of view, Dobby's betrayal is likely to expose all the dirty things of his family to the public, the family's wealth will be confiscated, and his father will at least squat Azkaban to the end of his death. He and his mother couldn't get better. In this case, if Draco could still admire Dobby's correct behavior and set an example of justice, then he would be sick. The buttocks determine the head, and the positioning determines the position. This is the most tangible and essential. Every other good and evil is a statement. It is a means to make one's truth be widely accepted. Even if it is not acceptable, it will not cause too bad negative effects. The oppressors use it to advertise themselves, ignoring the oppressed. The oppressed people use it to talk, or to accumulate resentment, and to become an excuse to overthrow the oppressors. When the oppressed become oppressors, they will gradually change their usage. May indeed have fought for himself and others like him at first. But then? When he became a leader? When his descendants become vested interests? Cain doesn't talk about the good and evil, and doesn't like Dobby. The reasons for betrayal were ample, and he could not accept it. This was decided by the buttocks. He is now an oppressor. Although there are still people oppressing him, he is an oppressor in the name of raising elves at home. And about the professional skills of the oppressor, he asked himself that there is a set. Chapter 16, Elves and Goblins. Do not preach the justice and legitimacy of one's own actions, so what should we rely on to keep the house elves? By flickering, and a little benefit. Due to the huge labor gap and the extremely limited trading volume in the relevant UK market, Cain had to buy house elves from all over Europe. This matter was taken out by some pure-blood families as a pile of vegetables to chew and eat. The family son is considered decent. What quality is bought outside? Is it trustworthy? The Shafik family is eager to rebuild the facade. As a result, a mobster's face was created. It was originally an upstart. The past Shafik has died, and the heritage that has settled over the years has been exhausted. The rest is just selling early change and the sourness of pickled cucumbers. Cain heard these strange things, and he calmed Catherine for this reason. In the process of our wealth, other people will generally be like this, only 10,000 gold gallons more than them. They will casually say that you are lucky, and wrote a pen. Zyaki. 100,000 gold gallons more than them, they will say that your head is awake, you have done the right thing and made money. 1 million gold gallons more than them, they will say that luck, we are like this. The people who actually make so much money have nothing but this reason. And when there are more than 10 million or more than them, they are silent, and we will automatically exclude the comparison ranks, and no longer be the object of their comparison, but only left envy deep in my heart. So we are already on the road. That's exactly the case. The gap is not big, we are making money with jealousy, and there is no way to deny the unreasonableness of the money. The result is this. The security of the house elves. Leave it to me, not a problem. Is indeed not a problem. The elves who have finished training brainwashing, like the fanatics, preaching their lives, instilling information to the new elves. The master has painted a beautiful blueprint for us. One day, the elf serving the master will be free, have his own land, property, and rights, and become a free man in the territory. The work is paid and protected by the Lord. No one may deprive yourself at will, including the owner. What the owner said, writing a book to build a monument, as hard as iron and stone, every word is true. Signing a magic contract, guarded by eternal mystery, passed down from generation to generation, and never violated. The hostess rewards are distinct and give us the power to work, telling us the true meaning of work. Labor is the eternal guarantee of magic, and the ladder to the road to civilization. The host has replied to us with a proprietary language and is perfecting the dictionary. It is the cornerstone of civilization and the core of culture. No longer need to be ashamed of that selfishness, because the Master has given us and future generations to fly the soul. Our soul is already free. The Lord's grace is like the sea, the Lord's prestige is like you. Let us take all the energy and serve the Master. It is equal to building ourselves country. The house elves are definitely a group of people trampled into the mud. Like a detail. According to the original twisted tradition, if the owner gives the house elf serious clothes or socks, it means that the house elf is free, and this is considered the greatest shame by the house elf. Because in distorted cognition, freedom is equal to useless waste wood, and it is equal to not being able to help the owner, it is better to die. From the perspective of psychology, this change is too blunt. It is completely anti-human nature, anti-instinctive cognition. This is dangerous. It is like brainwashing with MLM. Once there are enough of the same kind, and there is an opportunity for discussion, it will soon be discriminated against and rejected. This is also a reason why the number of house elves called by the wizards is always small. Even if it is a pure blood family, there are 3 or 2. There are more than 100 house elves in Hogwarts, where problems can easily occur. Fortunately, the managers there are smarter, and the treatment of house elves there is still relatively good, horizontal comparison, and the owner is more kind. Happiness is so compared. The Shafiq family will use more house elves and come from all corners of the world, so they must have a more advanced plan. To sum up, it is the replacement of the core of thinking, replacing the stale and old one with the trend. In the vernacular, without waiting for you to play revolutionary liberation, I will liberate for you. After liberation, I will continue to sell my life for another concept. This gameplay was not invented by Kane. Looking at the modern history of the world, including the Red Country, is such a gameplay. The nature of oppression never changes, so war never changes. Kane's insight into these things, he never asked for a long time, forever. Moreover, the will reversed by magic cannot be solved simply by psychological methods. It needs to cooperate with potions and spells, just like what he did to Catherine. Cycle. Of course, he only provides methods, and the specific work should be devolved to the house elf who has completed the training, not by himself. And even so, he is only letting him take care of the surface industry, and never let him touch the real core. There are more than 100 domestic elves still expanding, and they also have their own helpers, goblins. Gnomes are also a branch of the magic elf system. They are only 1 foot high, have a pair of brains that are out of proportion to the body, and a pair of big feet with protruding bones. This magical creature, classified as a magical animal, is very stupid and is a little expert in damaging plants. Because of their reliance on magic power, where they exist, there is often a wizard's residence. Wizards are always inseparable from magic items, and often also from energy stones, just like the modern man's demand for electrical energy in life. Magic items will diffuse magic power, which is an important nourishment for goblins. They like to coexist with wizards. Generally, wizards are lazy, and the garden can't be stricken. In the magic Black Forest, survival battles are staged every day. There are also a lot of goblins in the secret area. This kind of biological reproductive force is more powerful than rabbits and mice. Especially in the Nozawa Garden, the goblins had no natural enemies, neither wizards nor house elves. So when Kane reorganized here, he saw tens of thousands of goblins. In the eyes of other wizards, this is a scourge, it is garbage. But his previous life was a powerful reincarnation honed by various missions that were alive and dead, and waste utilization was a characteristic ability of him. Pay attention, let me show you, and you can do it later. Cain said, inserting a large black matchstick into the goblin's head. This was already a few months ago. Up to now, the house elves have completed the pin work for the goblins in the whole area. And as soon as a new goblin matures, it will soon be pinned by its kind. This magic item called the Black Magnetic Brain Magic Needle is Cain's weapon. He used it in his previous life to control tens of thousands of ordinary people in a world similar to the zombie world war and conduct major battles. In his words, please play a positive role before becoming a monster. The physical training in this life is not enough, and there is no increase in powerful artifacts. The glory of the previous life is difficult to reproduce. It can control the magic talents of house elves and control creatures like goblins, not to mention 1,000. So his Brain Plug series went online. Inspiration and part of the technology come from the reincarnation of the Naruto world, which is a simplified version, and the advantage is that the threshold is low. Family elves commanded the goblin labor and started the construction battle. The fence of 400 hectares of land and the planting of the fragrant vine were completed by them. Dozens of construction teams started work together, and the efficiency was there. The repair and reconstruction of the castle was also carried out by them. Cain was the chief engineer, designed the blueprint, made the engineering plan, subcontracted the specific work, and then solved the technical problems that the house elves could not get in the actual work. In this process, Cain also took this group of small things and invented several kinds of magic building materials, such as magic marble, magic prefabricated plates, and even magic particle board. In addition to their own use, these creations are also paving the way for the future industry of the FANFIC family. Among them, the magic particle board is a model of turning waste into treasure. It can be processed like ordinary wood. Although its texture is not as elegant as wood grain, it also has its own characteristics. Broken star pattern, UU reading book www.uuganshu.com is very beautiful. Catherine was not idle when Cain was engaged in construction in Nozawa Park. Her aunt Pandora Fangli returned to the vision of British wizards. Some people sarcastically said, Pandora's box was indeed opened, and the power of Muggles began to wreak havoc in the wizarding world. So, it refers to Pandora's financial assistance to the FANFIC family. Even if it is a dumb canon, it is also a pure blood descent, which is an indisputable fact. On the other hand, the wizards and Muggles forming a family is no longer new. According to statistics, more than half of those mud species from Muggle families will eventually choose Muggle partners. In a joke, at least the husband and wife are at odds with each other, so as not to turn the home into a battlefield. Fang Li's dumb canon Pandora married Muggle. Her sons and daughters were ordinary people, but her grandchildren and granddaughter, however, showed magical talent. Generally, this situation is more inherited. After 2 to 3 generations, the magic talent has been revealed again, which is normal. No one can say that Pandora and her descendants are not part of the wizarding world. Going around in the Muggle world like Pandora, and returning with amazing wealth, is just a situation that impacts the normal financial order of the wizarding society. Another way, for example, the heir of a Muggle chauvinist revealed the magic talent. In ancient times, the eldest son of the nobility inherited the knighthood, and the second son went to church, and later mutual benefit. In modern times, the eldest son of the Chable inherited his career, and the second son went to work as a wizard, and later became mutually beneficial. How to solve this problem? Restrictions, all kinds of crazy restrictions. Then set double standards, treat the public with one set, use another set in private, and indirectly control the pure blood dignitaries who control the Ministry of Magic. This set is slippery, this is no, it started again. Chapter 17, Pure Blood Madness. In April 1986, the British Ministry of Magic introduced a regulation on regulating financial markets. According to the above new regulations, even the oldest pure-blood family with the most preferential treatment, the upper limit of the Jin Jialong exchange cannot exceed 10,000, and the exchange of more than 5,000 jin jialong can only be performed once every 3 years. The law also treats gifts or transactions of Muggle currency between wizards as illegal financial acts of money laundering. But this did not disturb Catherine and Pandora. Soon after, Pandora exchanged a large sum of gold galleon from the United States and other countries, and completed the capital injection for the newly opened Chamber of Commerce of the Shafik family. When some people violently investigated the matter, they discovered that Pandora, a dumb canon, actually awakened the bloodline and had the talent to cast spells. Yes, people are already wizards, and they are pure blood. Even in the circle of foreign wizards, they can still get good financial services. Is close to 50 years old, only to awaken the blood. This kind of thing is very rare, but it is not unique. There is also a wizard in English history who is more than 60 years old but awakened in blood, but he is a late adult. Such a dramatic coincidence naturally has a story behind it. A dumb canon like Pandora is actually a hidden blood vessel that can be stimulated. Like Neville Longbottom, his uncle Algy from the original historical line would lift his ankle from upstairs, hoping to make him show his magical talent through intimidation, but the result was missed, and Neville awakened under the threat of death, flew over the garden like a shell and fell to the ground across the road. This is the case in the wizarding world. From time to time, something funny or weird, but very scary things, like Luna Lovegood's mother, also known as Pandora, the original history line likes to experiment. She will be in 90 and blew himself to death because of the wrong spell. Of course, this method of death may not be surprising to wizards, but Kane has some doubts. Without him, Xenophilius Lovegood's singing contrary really makes some people hate. Whether to save the Pandora, Kane has not yet made up his mind, but his old aunt has already been included in the category. Of course, there are many uncertainties between planning and implementation. If Pandora can't get rich like he is now, or if he is rich but unwilling to support her niece, Catherine Fangli, then there will be no later blood awakening. Although it seems a little more utilitarian, Kane has this attitude in terms of relatives, supporting them and interacting benignly. Only then can there be a later. If there is one that does not meet the standard, then the previous investment should be a heart, and then it will be simple. There is no in-depth interaction anymore. Pandora's performance is better, only now has a closer relationship. In fact, Pandora himself has been thinking about the dumb canon for many years, and has been unable to release her. Fang Li's family came to her generation, and she and her elder brother, that is, Catherine's father, Kane's grandfather, died in the early days of the Wizarding War, and only Catherine was left. Catherine and Stanley are a combination of pure blood, that is to say, if they have 2 sons, they can take over Shafik one by one, and inherit one to Fang Li's family, surnamed Fang Li. This is a way to continue the pure blood family. There is even a more extreme one. Catherine married at the age of 19 and Kane at the age of 20. When Kane was 16, she was 36 and she still has the ability to support her. Then, her and Kane's descendants are 3/4 of Li Fang blood. It's hard to say whether he should call his grandmother or mother's male heir, and is more qualified to inherit Fang Li's family. Pure blood families are sometimes so crazy. In order to maintain the purity of the blood lineage, cousins and sisters are very common. Both brothers and sisters have it. Similar to the Mongolian wife, father and son can also have fathers and sons. Treated ethically, more like the one in ancient Greece. Actually, this is the Bible too. Adam and Eve were the first human beings. There was just one pair. There was no one else. Darwin's theory of evolution points out that people evolved from animals, and this is how animals mate. In ancient times, heirs survived hard, and reproduction was a woman's duty. It's a woman's duty to give birth to a bunch, which one can live and count. And the male, the strongest and the best, has the right to mate, just like the male lion and his partners. In nature, a male lion is often replaced by another young male lion before he dies. The pure blood wizard cares about the lineage, and this is what he instilled into his heirs. Sirius doesn't like to listen to these. He also has a factor in this respect when he betrays his family, not just because of the concept of pure blood first. Sirius's mother, who married her cousin Walburga, why did not eventually give the blood of the Black family, including 12 Grimald plays to the pure blood, also support the pure blood theory, and marry Bellatrix of pure blood? Instead, it was left to Sirius, who had burned her head on the genealogy wall painting. Because Mrs. Black knew that Bellatrix supported not pure blood theory, but Voldemort. She was Voldemort's brain fan, and she was so obsessed with it that her mind and body were open to Voldemort. However, her official husband, Rodolphe Lestrange, could only watch on one side. Voldemort is a hybrid, and is a paternal muggle. In the eyes of pure blood, there is a difference between paternal blood and maternal blood. If you subdivide high and low, the mixed blood of Voldemort should be listed below. Even if Voldemort is already a king-like wizard, Walburga still cares about his blood, which is the distortion and persistence of pure blood. Therefore, she knew that her second son was dead and would rather bet that Sirius would wake up one day and marry a pure blood. It's all modern now, don't the pure blood know that close relatives are prone to fools? Of course I know. Their research investment in this area is not small. Wizards and muggles are physiologically different. This theory was developed by the pure blood family. The more you study, the more you discover the important relationship between blood and magic power. There is even a theory that all mud-type wizards, tracing the source, are actually the heirs of the wizard. Intergenerational manifestation, large intergenerational manifestation, there has never been an example of pure muggle offspring awakening magic. This has also become a source of paranoia. They can do the delisting of the dumb canon family, and it is not unthinkable to kill a fool. They have their own method of identifying IQ, so the pure blood family of the wizard has never heard of a fool who was born. At the age of 12, if there is no magic talent, it will be removed. Pandora Fang Li is also a person who has been poisoned by pure blood theory. Although she also has complaints about her parents' removal of her from the family tree, she complains more about why she is a dumb canon. She had done something to hire someone to push herself downstairs, forcing her to awaken through sudden death threats. After that accident, she was not dead, but she always limped. She doesn't mind, if it can be awakened, this is not a thing, if it can't, it doesn't need to care about this kind of thing. If it were not 49 years old now, and most pure-blood wizards were difficult, she will definitely find a pure-blooded witch after the blood awakens. Such a person can imagine how much she likes Kane. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. She is like an old child. She doesn't like her grandchild and granddaughter who have awakened her blood, but likes such a distant relative. When she looked at Kane, her eyes were shining. She obeyed Kane's words. The mobile dining car plan can be faithfully implemented and operated successfully, which has a lot to do with this. When Kane gave the plan back then, it was just a naive child who had just stabilized. And only a paranoid like Pandora would believe that Kane was a super genius in a short time. And now, this has become the word she talks most about. Pandora was originally very worried about Kane's body, and the nagging Catherine's ears were all cocooned, and she revealed a little bit of what Kane had said. Pandora immediately believed that only a super genius like Kane could come up with such a magical plan. She is a self-sustaining type of brain remnant and does not need to be agitated or tuned. Pandora has spared no effort to support Catherine's Chamber of Commerce plan. She prefers to slow down or stagnate her own chain store expansion plan, but also to give priority to supporting the Chamber of Commerce plan, because that is part of Kane's plan. Correspondingly, Kane did not ill-treat Pandora, he gave his cousin and cousin, that is, the two awakened magic children, and developed a wizard growth plan. He also cured the lame leg for Pandora. Pandora hopes that he can still have children, and Kane does have a way, but it is too troublesome to happen like that, he will not destroy the happy family. In short, with Pandora's full support. Although Catherine's side was targeted, the big plan still went smoothly. However, the FANFIC family has ended the tragedy of selling now, and those people still dare to reach out, and Cain will not only cut off, but also go back. Chapter 18, Nonsense. On the occasion of the handover of Xia and Chu in 1986, there were two accidents in the British wizarding world. The first one happened in the Ministry of Magic. The person involved was Glenn Crabb, who was called Barking Dog behind the wizards. This is a guy with a strong attitude, a tough attitude, and a big talk, often playing the role of official spokesperson of the Ministry of Magic. And on this day, at an official press conference that was supposed to be a tribute to the merits, the big eloquence sprayed his boss and the shamans behind the scenes. Especially in the reporter's questioning session, there is nothing to dare to say. He pierced out many of the dirty and serious transactions he knew. What kind of power transaction, right transaction, and even perverted transaction such as wife and so on. This guy has always been sober-minded, but just without stimulation. As soon as the reporter ran into him, he began to talk, and it was the kind of crazy people. The more stimulation, the better his performance. It seemed that he suddenly looked down on everything, even if he went out and was killed by the angrily corrupt master with an unforgivable curse. Is such a great understanding that there is nothing that cannot be said in public. He used a mantra in answering the reporter's question, "What is there? Who doesn't know who's there yet?" Carrying a small piece of shame cloth, what pretend to be? Not only did he spray, he also provided evidence. The evidence should be that once he fell into the trap, he took the means of breaking the net to threaten the boss and some people, so as to protect himself. Now he has taken it out to prove that he is telling the truth, not framing or slander. This incident naturally became a big problem. Several departments of the British Ministry of Magic ceased operation for a period of time afterwards. The International Federation of Magic and other people with sufficient prestige like Dumbledore stepped in to deal with large and small more than 30 cases. After the hearing, it was one after another, and more than a dozen wizards and dignitaries were deeply involved in the incident. And just in the course of the trial of this incident, a brainless spray like Glenn Crabb was staged again. This time at the public hearing in Weisengama. Weisengama is the Supreme Court of the wizarding world. It consists of about 50 wizards. The chief executive is called the chief wizard. The special costume is a fuchsia robe embroidered with exquisite W on the left chest. The specific method of interrogation and judgment is that the interrogator asks questions, the clerk is responsible for recording, and finally the decision is made by a show of hands. Courts of this level can judge wizards, including their members, who have great prestige or authority and wealth in the wizarding world. And this time the man who sprayed madly was Carlisle, the head of the Avery family. The Avery family is also one of the 28 pure-blood wizard families in Britain. Carlisle's father is a well-known Death Eater and has followed Voldemort since school. Carlisle was Snape's classmate and friend. This time, Carlisle focused on how the Avery family made 2 bets during the Wizarding War, and gave merciless accusations to Voldemort's crazy behavior in the late period of the Wizarding War. For the first time, Voldemort was likely to be it became like that because of making Horcruxes. Regarding Horcruxes, not only does Hollis Slughorn know that Tom Riddle can find some clues from Hogwarts book ban area, which is enough to show that this thing is for a wizard who has reached a certain level. Is already a semi-open secret. It's too expensive, side effects, difficult to operate, and dangerous, so no one will tinker with it unless longing for longevity to a level of madness that ordinary people can't reach. Just as a wizard said, to die early for longevity, and to lose oneself for longevity, you have to be able to do the calculations well. Carlisle naturally not only scolded Voldemort and exploded his own shorts, but also sprayed other pure-blood wizard families, including the Shafik family. Of course, the Shafik family has nothing to review. Carlisle sprays basically call Stanley a big fool. His father did not act as a fool shortly after his birth and a urinal buckle was an accident. It should be swallowed. Wealth and so on. And for other Death Eaters' families, it is not so light-hearted. Like the Malfoy family, it is very exposed, including Lucius regularly attending a sexual feast organized by a vampire family of a close party. For pure-blood wizards, this kind of gathering is not as simple as life and indulgence, but for keeping seeds, illegitimate children, to open doors in times of crisis, so people are chaotic and orderly. After all, at least they have to figure out his father who makes sense. In fact, this kind of gameplay has already existed. Even the guardians of the pure-blood family are often born from such people. They have never revealed their true identity in front of the public, and often enter the wizarding world with the appearance of mud. In addition, not only the guardians, but also the inheritors, or the negative coders, carrying the family's secret code, inheriting knowledge, used for the resurgence after the complete destruction of the family on the bright side. So many ancient pure-blood families seem to be dying, but in fact they have changed their appearance and continue to exist in other places. These ancient families discovered the secrets of the blood of the wizards long ago. According to their research, the origin of the wizard is the same as the origin of the blood clan. It is so few sources, and can even be traced to an individual. Therefore, those mud species of later generations really have to trace their roots, and they are also from the same source. It's just that their blood vessels are thin, and the awakening blood vessels often need to be separated from generation to generation. In turn, the pure-blooded wizard has the highest probability to maintain and inherit the bloodline. Kane all admit that this theory is correct. The wizard of this world is actually a warlock in the D&D multiverse he is familiar with. He eats the bowl of blood, and there must be a certain existence at the source that is a magical creature. It is unpleasant to say. The ancestor may be a dragon, it was a crack, and then the magical foreshadowing was buried. There is always a unique cause, and then the magical results later. Carlyle poke it all out. Anyway, it's just a 10 question. It's super kind. I didn't even mind talking about the embarrassment of my mother and anyone. And everyone who is here, you are clean. Is your home clean? One by one, either green or green, who doesn't know who? Okay, Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com. This kind of unscrupulous, disrespectful of etiquette, a real villain who dares to talk in public. Everyone can't stand it. Dumbledore was sprayed. Carlyle scolded his old glass and asked him if he isn't it time to go to Azkaban to make a deal with Grindelwald? If you don't get married all your life, do you just miss this? Although Carlyle outputs tons of damage, he does not have enough real material like Glenn Crabbe. This may be because the work they are doing is different, and the wizards are powerful enough to be cunning, and they are extremely wary of the same kind, rarely showing their handle to others. No dry goods, Carlyle is happy. Of course, it is inevitable that those sprayed wizards and dignitaries will lose their reputation again. After all, after going through the door-lifting incident, people have already believed that those who carelessly say it are basically the truth. After Carlyle, people finally realized that this kind of mad spray was not accidental, or some kind of infectious disease, or was used some special potion or magic. Then someone really found out that the potent vomiting agent was sold by the Chamber of Commerce of the Shafik family. It was allegedly invented by the 7-year-old Kane Shafik this year, but some people proposed to do a special interview. Kane refused because of his weakness. Therefore, it is generally believed that the inventor has another person. Catherine is spending money to buy patents, gilding her son's momentum, but this is too shameless. Only 7 years old, invented such a terrible medicine, and put those magic potions master where? Later, the potion master proved that the medicine was not particularly magical. Its principle is similar to the sedatives used by Muggles, which makes people very relaxed and unconcerned. In any case, the Chamber of Commerce named Catherine, founded by Catherine, was regarded as a magic potion that was completely different from the real vomiting agent in the world. Chapter 19, Blackwing Lingyun. Is another year of Christmas, many wizards are only this holiday, especially pure-blood wizards. Those who are willing to fall down are influenced by their muggle partners and families. And those cheap muddy species bring bad spirits into the wizarding world. When it comes to this festival, pure-blood wizards with ancient traditions have a bunch of curses waiting. It is not so much a twist of their anger tradition as it is a fear of the invasion of faith. After all, many major events start with a change of mind. Especially involves forgetting hatred. The wizard lived with the image of a wise prophet and immortal, and the magical sticks who manipulated people's hearts to discredit the wizard and deceive the stupid mortals to witch hunt the war in order to seize the use of extraordinary power. If they don't kill the foolish people, they will have to attack, kill, and deepen their hatred for each other. The wizard was finally hidden in the world, and religion, pretending to play God to God, Caesar to Caesar. The spiritual world of mankind is ruled by them. What do they dominate? Mouth guns, as well as mysterious. This is the biggest benefit that religions get when wizards are deprived of their power by using extraordinary means in the sun. Only they can show magic. Others do heresy. Such a grudge, but after Christmas, forget the ancestors, no wonder that wizards who follow ancient traditions will get angry. Cain is also not interested in this festival. The powerful wizard himself is like a ghost in the eyes of mortals. Even if there is a need for faith, it still believes in the magical power that makes the wizard extraordinary, and asks yourself to be an outlier to be an ancestor for what is going on? Of course, those who rub holiday festivals and spend Christmas completely because of multiple festivals and different ways of playing and multiple joys will be said separately. To decorate life with joy and happiness for simple happiness, why go online? No, Cain still likes to be alone and thinking. On the tower of Nozawa Castle, he was holding the guardrail and stared at the scene of the snow flying on the outside rough ground. The borderline of Nozawane Garden is vaguely visible even in the snow. The vigorous scented vine grows the fence tightly with its branches, and it is covered with snow. Instructed the house elves to build a fence as if it was yesterday, but in fact, the battle between Chafik and the pure-blood elite has passed for a year. The 226 vampires and 313 werewolf bodies sealed in the basement of the castle belonged to his glorious record, but they also exacerbated his injury. Originally thought it could support 5 years, but now it is reduced to 3 years. If he can't solve the physical problems as soon as possible, then he can't survive the winter of the following year. Cough cough cough. A series of coughs embarrassed his cheeks with a sickly flush. The blood stains on the handkerchief are no longer scattered, but they are like a piece of snow. Cain's face was calm, his eyes were quiet, and there were no special waves in his heart. Was seriously injured and died. As a reincarnation, he saw too many such scenes, and was injured and died. He didn't look down on life and death, he just could face this kind of phenomenon with an extraordinary water-stopping heart. Boom! The silent explosion sounded in the southwest direction. Before that, Cain saw the flashing blue flash of the explosion. The corners of his mouth were raised upwards, and the ancient wells on his face were not broken, making the smile look cold. There are always people who refuse to believe in the authenticity and power of stinky melon landmines. Jumped lightly, and he turned into a black smoke with a comet-like tail, and flew towards the place where the incident occurred. Death Eater's signature skill Black Wing Ling Yun. The inventor is Voldemort, and the casting requirements are the same as the unforgivable curse. He refused to believe, and intensively studied, and he was rewarded. Justice, evil, good and bad, these are just the products of human civilization. They are the additional meaning and classification concepts given to matter and energy from the perspective of morality and ethics, not the essence of matter and energy. The correct way of reading should say, negative emotions are more likely to provoke negative energy, a special energy that cannot be analyzed with the current technology, but is temporarily characterized as extraordinary power. This belongs to the category of spiritual power, or soul power. And he found that the existence of negative energy has nothing to do with whether he can perform the Black Wing Ling Yun. It stimulates the sensory nerves of people just like athletes use stimulants, and whether they can really run out of the 100-meter performance depends mainly on whether the flesh has that potential and a series of on-site performances. So the technique was improved, and the negative energy would be thankless. His body is bad enough, no need to cheer for the approach of death. Is as fast as the wind and thunder, with wings falling. Cain demonstrated this technique as unprecedentedly powerful and poetic. When he landed, the wings with black light were like huge and flexible scallops, and he was wrapped from large to contracted, and the black smoke was like the wing membrane is entangled. This series of movements helped him complete the slow braking-like deceleration. Afterwards, as the smog-like cloud and water dissipated, the true volume gradually revealed and fell down like an elegant leaf. Waiting for the two parties to see each other's goals clearly is stunned. The person who was injured by the stinky leaf melon may have a slightly longer reaction arc, or the scene in front of him is beyond his imagination, so it took longer to stun. Cain already smiled and said, "Is the last seed of the Traverse family, is this a Christmas gift?" Marco? Traverse, Cain can recognize him at a glance, because this is also a horn in the HP movie series that has been exposed and has lines. In the link of the Deathly Hallows, in the woodland at night, relying on a keen instinct and a good sense of smell, he almost found Hermione, and later participated in the capture of Hogwarts, led many black wizards, and Neville guarding the back bridge alone against, the bridge fell after an explosion, and life and death are unknown. That's right, it's the shawls that are sloppy and sloppy, using black silk to tie the shawl behind the head into a bundle, wearing a half-length black leather jacket, a red cuff on the left arm, a checkered leggings, and a pair of leather boots. The one who comes with a rough and a bit girly. He was also a Death Eater, and killed the members of the Phoenix Society, the Marin McKinnon family in the Wizarding War. Cain just paid attention to his details, and probably speculated about his experience in the past few years and the reasons for his appearance here. Marco also tried to launch an attack. As soon as his hand moved, Cain waved his hand at will, disarming spells cast, wandless cast, silent cast, and easily took Marco's wand in his hands like dust. After looking deeply at the southwest side, he stepped forward to look at the collar of Marco, and once again cast the black wing Ling Yun and turned back to the castle. About 1,500 meters away, the blond old man with a green face looked at the black smoke rolling in the sky and he was startled. This time he encouraged the declining Marco to commit a crime in Nozawa Garden. Fighting method now, no one in the dark world is willing to commit the Nozawa Garden anymore. After all, it equals death. Here seems to be lurking a terrifying monster. No matter how you come, how many people come, at least constitutes the fact that violates the Nozawa Garden, and it will disappear without a trace, just like a mud cow entering the sea, even the bigger noises can't be heard. All kinds of rumors, the most evil one is connected with Voldemort. UU Reading Books www.uuganshu.com. Someone claimed that after the magical boy Harry Potter caused a bite of magic, Voldemort did not die, but hid somewhere to recuperate. There is no doubt that this is a truth recognized by many smart people. So, where is Voldemort hiding? Between Nozawa Garden's unknown mystery that engulfed all darkness in the past year, some people suspect that Voldemort is here. Is a neighbor with Hogwarts, under Voldemort's most feared Dumbledore's eyelids, this is called black under the lamp. Cain also knows this statement, his evaluation is, misuse of concepts. The real black under the light should at least be Hogsmeade Village or even Hogwarts. Hidden in Nozawa Garden, it should be regarded as the Chu River Han-like rivalry, across Hogsmeade to fight against Taiwan. However, he was not interested in dispelling rumors. In this kind of situation, any response would be superfluous, and he only kept his mouth shut and watched the changes. The blond old man couldn't sit still and came to be an observer in person. He inevitably saw a warning sign that only wizards could see. A lot of improved stinky leaf melons were planted in the area in front. Most wizards can tolerate the odor of stinky leaf melons that are more irritating than the smell of feces and urine. After all, they have been exposed to potions and model materials since childhood. Cakey leaves melon mines will be said separately. This magical nodule plant is not like a bunch of potatoes on the ground, but is spread around like a fishing net, and the nodes are sweet potatoes. The fragments of its explosions are still trivial. The extremely rapid corrosion and wound infection effects are terrible. As for the disgusting and long-lasting stench, it is nothing compared to it. The blonde old man is not very afraid of death, but he is afraid of being disfigured. It is a more embarrassing humiliation than death. Chapter 20, Noble Friendship. For some people, reputation, or more narrowly speaking, face is everything. Would rather die than lose face. The blonde old man is obviously such a person. As a guardian of a pure-blood family, he is an emperor-like figure. It's already a great thing to come down and observe it personally. If it's fried by a stinky melon, it smells like an urine. What's wrong, let alone being disfigured? Imagine a face with a stinky face, which is definitely an eternal shame. And the premise of all this is that the ancient family never joke about magic. This is also one of the contents of the verification. If the stinky leaf melon is really like the warning sign, then it can basically prove that there is indeed an old guy here. With the change of atmosphere, the young generation nowadays rarely treats magic with caution and awe. Only the old guys still cling to some dogma, such as, magic has never been 100% safe. This is also the reason why the blonde old man let Marco Traverse, who has been worse than the funeral dog in recent years, go to test the water. You can be arrogant during the discussion, but you have to be careful. Marco can be regarded as an old river and lake with one leg stepping into the ranks of old birds. He knew that this matter was quite dangerous, and even the murder was hidden, but he could only gamble. If the behind-the-scenes person here is Voldemort, there is nothing to say. Although Voldemort has a surly temperament and a fierce style, he also needs a servant. For him, it is a good umbrella. If the lucky test is over and the whole body retreats, that's not bad, and get a lot of money. And as long as he has money, he can get a hiding place. He really needs a rest for a while. The worst case is that Catherine has secretly turned to the Order of the Phoenix as described in a certain statement. Then when he was caught, he would have to pay for the killing of the McKinnon family. Of course, this is Marco's own worst-case scenario. The actual situation is even worse, but the root of this situation is too bizarre, and Dumbledore cannot guess. In this festival full of warm taste, the old bee is enjoying a large lemon-flavored ice cream in his office. And in his head, he was thinking about how to deal with the resurgent Shafik family. Catherine remembered that it was not Slytherin, but was assigned to Ravenclaw by the Sorting Hat, with a brain and no ambition. In the first half of the Wizarding War, Catherine was still a child. In the second half, she had to join the team in a semi-understanding state, and then it was a nightmare-like escape journey. This age calculation tells us that the Wizarding War lasted for 11 years, the winter of 1981 ended, and now it is almost 8 or 7 years, and Catherine is 27 years old, that is to say, when the Wizarding War began, Catherine only 10 years old, not enough to enter Hogwarts. Dumbledore clearly remembered that Catherine entered school 1 year later than Stanley and left school 2 years later. When she was involved in the Wizarding War, the war has been in its 6th year, and the Voldemort line gradually showed a victory posture, and the largest standing team began. But on the other hand, precisely because of these impressions, he felt that there must be a strong person behind the Shafik family. Protector? Still a negative coder? Is not clear, but he thinks that all of the Shafik family is not something Catherine can do. She has no such skills and pattern. He prefers Catherine to accept the cooperation conditions of a powerful wizard walking in the dark in desperation and helplessness. He is willing to endorse and even take his son in. Or just because of little Cain, the child spent a very young age under the threat of exile and death. With a stubborn illness, it is said that it is difficult to live to 9 years old. If Dumbledore knew what Cain was doing, he would probably not lament his innocence, but would try his best to kill it. In the dark basement, Kane, who had helped Marco's wounds, stared at Marco without saying a word. There is no light, no fingers can be reached, but Marco can see Kane's eyes, because the eyes are glowing. The sapphire blue crystals are like glowing ice chips, and the pupils are dark gold, as if the years are in them. Cohesion. Marco bet, this is definitely not a pair of human eyes. Compared with Voldemort's shuttlecat pupil, it is easy for people to speculate the roots and appear too shallow. If every peculiar pupil has a theme, Voldemort's fear is inhuman. The one in front of him is endless and mysterious. Is indifferent and ruthless, but the source is different. Voldemort's contempt is condescending, and the reason in front of him is to see through all things. Kane's body is very broken, the magic erosion spreads like cancer, spreading from the trachea to the vocal cords, which makes his voice hoarse, without the childish sounds that ordinary children should have. In order to avoid coughing, his voice is not very habitual. So there are some characteristics of Snape's speech. The sound is only a little higher than whisper, but it is very penetrating and makes people hear clearly. Marco, I know that in the face of life and death, everything else seems to be worthless. But I still feel the need to make you understand something. The core essence of the Wizarding War is an adjustment of the distribution of rights and interests of the Wizarding world. Including Voldemort, many of them are just a footnote, a figurative display. Whether they are dead or alive now. Marco frowned secretly, and didn't understand why the other party would suddenly slap these with him, but it must be said that the other party's harmonious whisper seemed to have the magic of the legendary speaking spirit, gently tapping his heart, but it caused the shock is effective enough to make him want to listen and think involuntarily. Fang Li, Shafik, and Traverse are all drawn from the very beginning of the pure blood family. The reason is also simple. If you lose power, you will lose dignity, but you will dominate the interests. Yield. Hiss. Marco was touched. He thought hard subconsciously, thinking about the past, and the situation of himself and his family, and found that many things happened. It seems to confirm the other party's words, at least this statement cannot be difficult to explain all phenomena. Mako's eyelids drooped and slept. As long as there is a little recognition, Kane's confusion hypnosis will be effective, and then continue to strengthen until hypnosis is achieved. Unlike ordinary hypnosis, this enhanced technique emphasizes the inversion of thinking when the target is hypnotized. Simply put, if the other party is fooled and believes you're evil, then he is basically over. Both Stanley and Catherine have twisted their will from the beginning of believing, thus opening the road of soul shaping. Of course, it's shaping souls. This kind of delicate magic operation can only be bent again through the same or higher level of magic skills, but even then, the consciousness is not the original one, but only conforms to most of the temperament characteristics of the original one. So it is appropriate to say that this person is dead. Marco? Traverse's obscene ruffian life came to an end in advance, and then opened a new life. The blonde old man went through this incident and deepened his fears. He wasn't sure that the black smoke that took off from Nozawa Castle and eventually returned there was Voldemort, but he was at least certain that Catherine was still connected with Death Eaters, even that she was a deep-hidden Death Eater herself. I knew there was something behind this. I warned them long ago. It is not accidental that the Shafik family can escape for 4 years. Yes, the blonde old man has a deeper understanding than Dumbledore. Not only because what kind of person there is in the eyes of the world, but also because he and other people ordered and appointed the dark creatures. Muggle killers and mercenaries who chased the Shafik family. He also suspected that his judgment was wrong because of a series of operations after Stanley surrendered himself. But now, although he did not want to see it, he admitted that the Shafik family had guarded again. Who is it? Nathaniel, who is similar to Dumbledore for many years and is said to have been tested and handicapped, or the legendary Black Adam of the previous generation. The blonde old man was no longer too tangled in this kind of thing. Whether there is a guardian is the point, and who is not the point. As long as there are guardians, anyone who wants to reach out will have to decide whether they can pay the heavy price. Not only caused by the guardian, but also other families. If the weak state is revealed, the previous allies will not mind the clause, tearing the interests of flesh and blood, and even pushing people to the cliff completely is not impossible. Collaborate but beware, this is the ecological relationship between pure blood families. So many times, the words can be heated, but it takes a little more care to do things. Let yourself stand in the sun completely, and use the intruder to create the dark prestige. Good calculation. The blonde old man silently thought about the actions of the Shafik family, but it was irritated but very helpless. It's time to cut off some threads. A blood baron, an alpha wolf, they can die. The blonde old man looked vaguely and turned around, disappearing in a sudden yellow sand. Chapter 21, Brave to be a passerby. The blonde old man certainly won't stop there. He couldn't swallow this breath, and didn't make any sense of it. Climb out from wherever he fell. The Shafik family put these two cards on the bright surface. A widow, a child who was going to die, he had some way to conceal them. Of course, he will not be as hard as before. When he admits that he lost a game, it is equivalent to having room for rearrangement after slowing down. He decided to encourage the real justice to go through those agents of the Ministry of Magic. The role of justice is here, as long as it can prove that the other party is a certain traitor, the person of justice will act like a moth to fight the fire at any cost. Most of the demons in history were killed by justice people shouting for dedication. Then it is up to the dignitaries to clean up the endgame and enjoy the fruits of victory. It has always been the case, never changed. It must be said that there is a difference, it is that some of the powerful seats have some new faces. Voldemort is not a devil killed by justice, he is a fool with a shallow vision and a stern eye, and then he turns himself into a madman through a Horcrux, and he is finally scared to death after half a fool. Trap, play collapsed. Of course, the blonde old man admitted that even he later was afraid of Voldemort. He didn't feel shameful. After all, the unreasonable madman who had mastered the powerful power, I believe it was personal fear. Spring is blooming, the Albanian forest in 1987 is like everything in the past, with lush vegetation, feared Voldemort, parasitic on a forest python, with the end of the hibernation with the arrival of spring, to fill the stomach of hungry wheels started hunting. No party leader came to him, he was always solitary, had no friends, did not know how to love, and ruled his subordinates with fear. Now, or all these years, he is tasting the price of doing so. He didn't think it was his fault, but felt that his servants had failed him. There is no way, crazy and stupid, and arrogant. There is no way for this kind of person to know what introspection is. But I am not alone, Voldemort is actually a successor, at least in the exploration of black magic, and ruthless killing, it is indeed a successor, and even more so. This person is Cain Shafik. The condition of the disease can no longer be delayed, and the operation cannot be waited until the checkmate. At that time, the last vitality has been exhausted, and there is no way to do anything. Can only be now, taking advantage of such a little water of life, hoping to complete the sealing of the pressure wells in the desert and bring up the water in the deep wells. So, what is the deep well that belongs to Cain? Is of course the Death Star. This special star. It is a special existence that exists in a different dimension of darkness, burning like a star, an extraordinary dark magic flame. Mentioned the dark dimension, he had to talk about Dorma. In the eyes of some people, this one is terrible, swallowing the stars and destroying the world, and feeding on the life planet. Baron Modu's follower Cassilis worshipped thee as a god, hoping to gain eternal life. Does have eternal life, but it is only eternal life at the level of the devil's lies. Neither the specific method of eternal life nor the concept of eternal life itself is what humans think. The cardinality is large, and some people are always blinded by greed, and they are tricked. Dormammu is relying on this kind of leading party and mixing his brains in the multiverse, it seems to be a personal thing. However, when someone analyzes it seriously without fear of his momentum or his terror, he will find that, from a certain perspective, he is just a pig with better luck. Was founded by the stick, and eventually died of the problem caused by the stick. What is the biggest problem with the stick? The mouth gun is invincible and lacks dry goods. Unites with the dark dimension to obtain eternal life, such a way, the technical content is too low. It was nothing more than seeing a garbage spot, ran to stand at the highest place, and declared that the garbage spot had a master. I am the spokesperson of the dark and evil, I will make the expanded territory, the infinite life of the multiverse the name of dark evil. This is the declaration of Dormammu's contract. The declaration won the favor of the dark and different dimensions, so Dormammu began to fulfill his oath, and also gained strength. After, Cain appeared. Compared with Dormammu, he was a new generation of magic stick with culture. He didn't look down on the Dormammu set, so he said. Darkness itself is not equal to evil and chaos, but a deep and powerful force corresponding to light. It is the sleep after burning, the brewing before the outbreak, and the silence and nothingness corresponding to existence and existence. Cain won the dark heart, and directly pulled the power of Dormammu's roots. Leaves Dormammu only the derivatives of evil power based on the power of darkness. When it should be destroyed, it should be destroyed. Parasitic on the darkness, after the brilliance, will be deprived of darkness. The concept was put forward, and Dormammu immediately ended in despair, and its power became a fuel of darkness. I was born on the basis of me, and now I even take back the profits. Death Star is such a thing, burning evil, restoring darkness, is the purification furnace of the dark system. Obviously, this is a job of justice and kindness. But the other party was very angry, even Dr. Kiwi said, sometimes, starting from the darkness, it is indeed easier to remove the evil and filth that is the hotbed. To put it bluntly, although most people think that the Punisher is too severe, but they also look down on Batman. How many innocent people are implicated in the love and kill of the clown? In the previous life, Cain had blood-washed Gotham, and all the black forces in Arkham Asylum were cleaned up and transformed into Gotham scavengers without self, not only spitting, littering, and other environmental hygiene, but also regardless of the construction of spiritual civilization and civilized language, anyone who swears is found to be punished, including using the ruler to beat the palm. At the same time, do business, invest large amounts of technology research and development, revitalize the economy, improve welfare, and strictly manage. The city of Gotham was refreshed and orderly, and then he put Bruce Wayne, who witnessed it all, and told him, Batman can be laid off. Batman said, you are black and white, high pressure management. He said, black and white correspond to day and night, and there is nothing wrong with it. Instead, you and those scumbags turn Gotham into a chaotic land with only dawn and dusk. Of course, Cain's style is not without oolong. For example, in the Marvel pseudo-world, the rest of the Hydra who believes that order is above all else ran tears and said that he finally found the organization. What about this life? The center point of the famous Bermuda Triangle, where the full moon is empty and the sea is sparkling. Cain stood on the surface of the sea, holding an artifact like a broom in his right hand. If you look closely, you will find that the broom head is not a common branch, but a wand used by wizards. This is a large group of wands that have been transformed by him to achieve magical connection. Most of them come from combat seizures. Cain took a deep breath and released his hand. The special staff was suspended in the air by himself. He waved his hand slightly, letting the staff float away, and then began to cast. The casting process is a bit like the operation that Guyi showed when he enlightened Dr. Kiwi. www.ltnovel.com. Triangle, square, and circle, these three patterns draw a continuous glowing frame in the void with magic, and then push out the depth, unfolding more detailed frames, like opening origami constantly, layer after layer. After 12 floors, he fell to the sea, he walked into its center position, and then activated. The three-dimensional magic circle of light began to operate, and the glowing runes were continuously born, which further enriched the magic circle around the trajectory of the running frame. After a dozen breaths, the complexity of this magic circle has exceeded the description in any language. When all the light symbols of the light track are clear and solid under the moonlight, the first phase of the casting operation is completed successfully. Cain raised his hand, and the special staff returned to his hand, holding the thick handle in both hands, and he had words in his mouth. Soon after, he saw a violent push, and saw the tip of the broom head of the staff, emitting a large bunch of colorful light, rushing into the distance against the sea, and then exploding hundreds of meters away, blasting a large number of waves. Then these waters formed glowing, translucent runes in the air. Generally speaking, the use of the magic wand like him is a clumsy farce. The magic is not too much steaming, billions of turrets, billions of glory. Increasing weight is never the key to magic. But today, at this moment, there is a reason for its existence. Unit Time must have enough magic power to build such a magnificent magic circle. This thing should have been operated by multiple people. Is now controlled by his weak constitution alone. How reluctant, how adventurous, how crazy, can be imagined. However, for Cain, this is the choice. Since ancient times have become a major event, there are not so many just right, without the consciousness of dying on the way. Chapter 22, Struggle Hard. Cain didn't cough today. He took a potent medicine not long ago. Of course, he doesn't cure cough. Now his condition is unprecedentedly good. If he cannot succeed tonight, the best night will become the last night in his life. Cain is not afraid. This is not a good thing, at least not all. Is not afraid of death, often loves to die. Has nothing to do with wisdom or even temperament, which is the tendency of this trait. Bears light on death, refuses to bow his head, refuses to succumb, and must fight to the greatest extent in case of trouble. So the operation of high risk will start, and the life or death will be handed over to the probability. If we analyze this way, the game that Cain is facing today is a game he made a little bit himself, which he also expected early in the morning. In his view, this is the big person, do nt regret it. In this life, when he was 2 years old, he had a rough understanding of the world, and then began to calculate. He knew that it would be impossible not to fight hard to meet the storm of the Second Wizarding War. Moreover, this world is not the original HP world, but a dark parallel world. The water in it is deep, just like the waters under his feet. The depth of the water here is more than 4,000 meters. Of course, this is not the deepest place. The Puerto Rico Trench is more than 7 kilometers deep and the deepest is more than 9,200 meters. The mountain is not high, the abyss is not deep. He needs dry goods, specifically ghosts, a lot of resentment and regret for the dead souls. Only such a necromancer can better accumulate the dark power he really needs. It can be said that every sunken ship under the Bermuda Triangle is an energy reactor. What he is operating now is to activate them and collect their energy for his own use. Bermuda is not the best choice. The best place to operate is Paris. There are 6 million corpses in the underground tunnel called the City of Light, which is enough energy. However, he estimated that just after the spell was cast, there would be at least a dozen organizations running to get rid of Demon Guard Road. Is still more practical in the depths of the sea. Huge runes made of sea water, one after another, are generated from the explosion of water mist, and then lined up on the sea surface, flying, and outline the trajectory. The trajectory gradually glowed, and finally it was extremely clear, outlining the frame of the outer magic circle. This new, magnificent magic array frame is full of rushing energy, from flat to three-dimensional, gradually forming. By this time, the light released by the magic circle as a whole was already extremely dazzling. If it was not covered by Yuehua, it might be seen from 100 miles away. The second stage is completed, and the third stage starts. Cain sacrificed a black ball with a dark surface and gem characteristics. This is his accumulation over the past few years. The vampires and werewolves killed by him in the past year have given their lives for their early formation. Grace is grateful. Just like the kind of human beings that eat meat. Detonates the dark ball. Bang! The energy shock is strengthened by the magic circle, forming a visible ripple-like shock wave on the sea, and gradually generating giant waves at sea, pushing towards the distance. However, this is not the main direction of energy release. The main direction is 180 degrees below sea level. However, it is not indifferent conduction, but a number of energy beams are formed, and the rocket goes in all directions. If you have the perspective of a god, you will find that each beam of energy corresponds to a shipwreck. It really is Murphy's Law. After paying attention to the energy beam, Cain couldn't help secretly vomiting. He can analyze some situations from the quantity and situation of energy beam. He found that the place where the thickest beam of dark energy went to could not be a shipwreck, because that is the amount of relative induction that can only be produced if the number of deaths exceeds 30,000. That is to say, either this huge amount of dark energy was cut off, or something very troublesome was activated, which is far more troublesome than the heaviest mass grave. Of course, now is not the time for distraction, he can only go all out to try to complete his big plan. The shipwreck responded, and a large amount of dark energy returned. In just 2 or 3 breathing times, the light from the magnificent magic circle turned completely purple. And in front of him, a huge black ball was brewing, like slowly blowing big soap bubbles. Looking at a certain angle, the surface had colorful light flowing irregularly. A surging force of chaos surged from the bottom of the sea like a raging wave. Cain responded with all his might. Boom! The sea surface within a radius of about 3 kilometers suddenly surged 100 meters of wild waves. This range is precisely the scope of the magnificent circle, and the whole circle is lifted up like a floating object. After that, the turbulent waves did not fall back, but new turbid waves continued to rise like a spring, and the original seawater was scattered in all directions like a fountain. Cain provided the magic with maximum magic power, and the whole body was emitting the light of this flame form, as if burning. 5 seconds, such a cast he can only stick to 5 seconds at most. He tried to press the huge force rising up below, not to make it rush higher. This is already the limit, no matter how high, the energy link with each shipwreck will be broken. Surging, surging again, the violent power of chaos, like the fist of one titan after another, from the bottom of the sea. However, Cain has stabilized the situation. The first time is the most terrible. He and the large array he controlled are like a super large tablecloth, almost torn and overturned. But he survived, and he continued to improve afterwards. Rumble. Amidst the sound of thunder, the grand circle continuously released dark green energy ripples in all directions. This is the part of the power of chaos that Cain calls impurities. Of course, if Voldemort is here, he will do his best to absorb these so-called impurities, even if it becomes more crazy for this. Most lunatics will not realize the fact that they are actually mad. An abyss located deep in the seabed was probably sealed in the past, at least for some reason to achieve a balance of power, light and darkness, at the port location. A big disaster. If it is replaced with him, it is really not a matter. Death Star is a super container, which can definitely this abyss. But now, he looks calm. In fact, every minute and every second of operation time is calculated. There is no extra time to operate the Dead Star to pull out this scourge. And according to his experience, most of this special place will have a guardian. UU reading www.uuganshu.com can guard the abyss, but it is not surprising that the aircraft carrier can be overturned. It is not what he can provoke now, so he must step up the operation. So he estimated that the accumulation was almost enough, and ventured ahead to open the 4th stage. Pure black energy rose into the sky. Straight up to the sky, and even rushed out of the atmosphere, like a light spear, stabbing into the void space. In this space, the energy spread like smoke, gradually forming an energy cloud. Kane has been observing the situation above, and also paying attention to the following situation. Because of his advanced operation, the current energy supply seems a bit unsustainable. Has no choice but to make sacrifices. Originally planned to come to Japan to take advantage of the energy chain left today, and to bring those sunken ships to play in the future. The wrecked treasure is something that is part of every man's romantic adventure. And now, he has to run out of fish. Of course, he didn't let go of the abyss that had broken his things. He held a staff and cast spells to carry on a crazy plunder. The staff is like a broom head burning in the wind, which is constantly damaged due to overload, and bursts of bright magical light. In the end, he held a big light hammer in his hand. The diameter of the hammer head was more than 5 meters. Sucking life. The most brutal wave erupted, and the special staff was completely transformed into a light shark, against the turbulent chaotic power, as if rushing through the tunnel into the abyss, and finally caused a huge light explosion in the abyss. He did not know exactly what kind of loss. Anyway, the force of chaos introduced by the reaction force is the strongest since the operation, and the originally falling back of the magic circle was raised again. After this wave, the delivery of dark energy was completely cut off. Whether he is willing or not, the fifth stage must begin. Chapter 23, True Dragon Transformation. Kane's self-rescue spell reaches the fifth stage. This stage has an effect concept, called the Dark Cloud Cover Moon. It is really occlusion, not playing any illusion. Is the energy cloud generated by the mass in space, just covering the Earth and the Moon, it is okay. In the process of operating this strange energy cloud, it is constantly dissipating. It is like a meteorite continuously losing material and light and heat in atmospheric friction. The energy cloud is constantly rolling and rolling, vaguely revealing the scene wrapped in it, which is a magnificent world. Is like looking at the sky with a bright galaxy and nebula through a window washed by rain. Yes, without stars, Dormammu played the dark dimension space, playing like a microscopic world of cells with severe lesions. After handling, Kane has been cleaning, including smashing those diseased planets, so what can be seen is all kinds of nebula. The bright light is mostly the afterglow of the explosion of the star, which has already died. But the light can still exist for a long time from the far side. The more the energy cloud moves, the smaller the volume. The smaller the volume, the smaller the window to the dark dimension. This situation naturally made Kane nervous, and the success or failure was in one fell swoop, but he could basically finish all he could do. Eventually, when almost all the energy cloud dissipated, leaving only the space window that was about to collapse to the lowest limit, the Death Star finally completely blocked the Moon. The dark dimension definitely has a connection channel with this universe, but with his ability, there is no way to discover it. But this doesn't need regrets. The new one in front of him, although he can't even count the intestinal path, is his special one, and the benefits are countless. At this moment, from Kane's perspective, the white new moon is blocking the original moon. And from other angles, it may not be a total food. But there is no doubt that this is an astronomical spectacle that has never appeared in history, and many people are almost crazy about this, especially those astronomers, astrologers, and other professionals, because they know too much, they rebirth such anomalies. Greatly touched. Actually, this effect lasted for less than 30 seconds. Of course, for Kane, this is enough. As the so-called elephant is invisible, when a truly magnificent effect occurs, it is difficult to feel it intuitively. Kane was reconnected with the organization. Even if he did not have the monstrous power of the Supreme in his previous life, he could still enjoy many benefits, such as magic supply. From now on, as long as the moon appears above the horizon, he can get a stable energy supply. As for whether it is abundant or not, it depends on what he does. If you still use it as you did in the previous life, you will definitely complain that the traffic is too fine, just like dialing the internet with a 256K phone line. But the most important thing is not this, but the Death Star is his treasure trove. As long as the Death Star is present, he can rise up again and again. This is also an important reason why he was awed by his last life, inside and outside the famous circle. As Dr. Kiwi said when he defeated Dormammu with a strategic plan for the first time, he loses, and he will not take a meal until he is defeated. Just before the Death Star disappeared, a purple light was drawn by him from the pale Yuehua, and then pressed into the heart of the Hungarian tree wasp that had been prepared. This distant cousin of the true dragon, which is not even a dragon, is the kind of dragon that Potter will fight in the top 3 in the original historical line. It looks like a lizard, with a bone spur, and it is said to be the most dangerous of all fire dragons. Cain chose it not naturally for fierceness, but its bloodline is relatively closest to the true dragon. Generally speaking, it is useless to be kind, even if he is willing to spend a lot of money to make him return to ancestry again and again, and it will take 200 or 300 years to cultivate a real dragon. But with the addition of the archaic dragon aura from the Death Star, the situation is very different. Dumplings are to be eaten while they are hot. Now this huge dragon heart looks very fresh in his hand, which is his favorite hometown food, dumplings. No, it's steaming, it's still shining. So, he began to eat big mouths, and room out to drink blood, and that picture would definitely make all women completely lose interest in kissing after watching it. And at this time, the sea was already stormy. Death Star existed for less than 30 seconds, still caused a special tidal effect. However, there are other reasons why it has quickly become a realm of stormy waves. Cain has sensed that there is an ancient life body containing terror force, approaching his position on the sea floor continuously. The guardian of that abyss is here. Time, he needs time, but what is lacking now is time, and the guardian came faster than he expected. Is it jealous? Cain reluctantly operated again in advance. 100 times of metabolism. The dragon heart he ate was digested quickly by this spell, and nourished the whole body with nutrients. And the price is a lot of waste. He originally wanted to rely on it to cross the infancy of the true dragon and become a young dragon. That way, he no longer has to bear this small body. He doesn't rely on selling to make a living, and now this way brings him a lot of inconvenience. Cain quickly forgot this regret. Could have used the dark dimension to open for the first time, to create a sufficiently powerful holy artifact for himself, but because of the early operation, it became a bubble. The best result of these plans, when it passed, he will not think more, but look forward. This is him. He can afford it and let it go. His experience will be summed up and his lessons will be learned, but the matter itself will not be pondered over and over again. Including the last life, the treatment in the team hurt him. The dazzling light dazzled, and Khan was completely surrounded by the mist of light. A moment later, a black scale fledgling with a head and neck and belly with a pale white snake belly flew out of the mist. This is animagus transfiguration, and Cain becomes a real dragon. To be precise, it is the hatchling of the shadow dragon, which belongs to the black dragon variant of the D&D multicolored 5-colored dragon. The ultimate state of the shadow dragon is the same as the metal dragon and the 5-color dragon. They are all dragon gods. Of course, for Cain, it was just a distant vision, and it was not a difficult word to describe it. At this time, the guardian of the abyss had already protruded its tentacles out of the sea. Some are like octopus tentacles www.ltnovel.com, but they have crystal-like sharp corners, giving people a sense of metal stiffness, and this tentacle has a magic light of different colors, which directly shatters the grand magic. Formation. More than 10 tentacles, like dozens of peerless masters who master the power of different elements, quickly from all directions, surrounded by, between the tentacles, the light curtain of energy has been dispersed, and will soon be completely closed to form the curtain of energy. The young dragon turned into a sharp arrow, directly broke through the energy curtain, and rushed out of the siege. Cain is now a true dragon cub. Shadow Dragon is immune to all magic that does not contain physical traits. Simply put, energy attacks other than live ammunition are invalid. Of course, there is no absolute truth. The so-called immunity actually has a potential threshold. Like now, the threshold of the young dragon is not high. Although Cain rushed out, he was still hurt by the sharp energy of the sharp blade. Hurt? It doesn't matter, he used Phantom Shift directly, now his body is not as weak as before. Before leaving, he did not forget to collect the scales and blood that had fallen off due to the injury, as well as a small piece of flesh of the other party. From the moment he became animagus, it became a responsibility to handle every hair and dander carefully. Cain appeared again, on a luxury cruise ship more than 300 nautical miles away. He had calculated it beforehand, starting from this boat, and finally returning to this boat, only a few hours before and after, and he had already taken the opportunity to complete the first major event of this life, exchange blood for life. Dragon is hard to be injured, but it is not quick to recover after injury. They do not have the ability to heal quickly, and the healing techniques are also immune. Get some, lose some. This is also a kind of conservation and one of the basic laws of the multiverse. Chapter 24, Whelpling Potion. The sea monster's flesh and blood have been properly handled by him. In the bathroom of his cabin, Cain faced the bath mirror and reconnected the scales like a broken limb. As for the blood, it was turned into energy and absorbed by the body. His research found that animagus also obeyed the law of conservation of mass and energy. The huge body turned into a cat, this is just an appearance. In fact, when you transform, especially for the first time, it is a very thorough transformation of quality and energy. Small body type has higher energy content, while large body type can be understood as energy expansion from a certain angle, like a hair face, it blows up. This is also the fundamental reason why animagus is dangerous to deform. The so-called fire escape, but the wizards lack a deep description of the state. And his own transformation of animagus confirmed his theory. The first deformation not long ago, although hastily, also realized that the body shape was controlled, the guarantor and the dragon were almost the same in quality, the effect was good, and the risk was greatly reduced. Now, he can no longer be regarded as a human being, but a wise magic life. Ordinary flesh and blood cells are replaced by energetic energy cells. Continued infestation of magic power in the past, resulting in the symptoms of a broken body at a young age, has become a boost to improve the success rate of transformation. Jokingly said that the Kant's ration caused by the deadly magical energy was conquered, and the way of conquest completely transformed himself into cancer itself. The fundamental pathology of cancer is the indiscriminate and ineffective proliferation, which destroys the original order system and causes the loss of normal function of various organs. After becoming a real dragon, it is equivalent to completely compiling cancer cells to make them orderly and functionalized, so those lesions in the past are completely cured. He did not lie to Catherine, he completed his plan. Of course, not all is a good thing. Or that he was just the climber on the mysterious avenue of the multiverse in the most pinnacle of his previous life. There are many things he does not know and cannot do. Like this time, he was unable to change some of the effects from the genetic level in the transformation process. For example, his human form still inherits the original illness. The father of his life, Stanley Shafik, is a bullish image of a bully. Mother Catherine is not a petite woman, but a typical ocean horse. After middle age, she will easily become a bucket-waist ant. The combination of the two causes his skeleton to be too large. The skeleton is big but there are few meats on the body. What is that? That's right, a leather skull like Voldemort. Of course, he is not as miserable as Voldemort. He is still more like a person. In fact, in terms of appearance, he can be said to be the crystallization of Stanley and Catherine's excellent side. He has a clear facial contour, sharp edges like a knife, straight nose, and wide mouth. This man's toughness comes from Stanley. And deep eyebrows, sapphire blue eyes and delicate skin are inherited from Catherine. The latter is rare in the West. It has delicate skin and no freckles. This is common in Eastern women. Catherine has such a skin type and she has a Miwa bloodline. So he is actually a sportsman with charming eyes. All of this is currently covered up by the weak temperament, thin, unhealthy and gloomy. This is not very seen, especially children. But he never pretended to be a student, so it wouldn't be a problem to sell a little differently. To tell the truth, he failed to cross the minor body in one step, which made him regret. It is another regret that the holy weapon failed to cause. The holy object in the original plan was used as a connector, since the dead star ingested dark energy for him to use. Without it, it is like civilization has lost controllable nuclear fusion, and can only continue to play with petroleum energy. The energy supply is one level behind, which is a gap of geometric multiple levels. His army of swarms plans poof. Shrinking into a jagged wing was planned. As for his own combat power, let me put it this way, even at the peak of his previous life, he was not the kind of Kratos-like of war, otherwise he would not be stabbed to death by a healer, and he had to use ultimate means. Of course, the individual force value is not high, but also compared with who, the wizards of this world. Cain didn't think any more, fearing that he would become proud. People have to look forward. Compared with the strong, they always play chess with a stinky chess basket, and their own chess skills will also become stinky. Oh, I have to understand how to enjoy life. Failed to become a young dragon, failed to cast a holy weapon, the big plan had to be adjusted, resources and technology investment leaned to the Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce, and he didn't need to work like crazy. As a result, his influence on HP's original history line really weakened a lot. Originally wanted to completely subvert, kicking flying feet. After all, this world is not simply a world of HP, and there are still many secrets, like the abyss under the sea. He suspects that it will be related to the old dominators. Doesn't need Thulhu to jump out, and the fighting power guarded by the abyss is enough to hang down Voldemort and set off a disaster like Jouet de Montmuet village. There are some things that you can't think deeply about, and the worry is more than the wine. They can only do things practically, do their best to prevent crises and plan long. Treat the wound, wrap the bandage, drill into the bed, turn off the lamp. Cain whispered, "Hogwarts, I'm here." Immediately closed his eyes and relaxed, and soon fell asleep. Sufficient information, detailed analysis, and the direction of the future will become predictable. As clever as Cain, he has expected what happened a few years later. But even if he went to Hogwarts, he would not be a student at ease. He is an adult, and he can't tolerate that he can make a living by selling Meng, and playing with a bunch of bear children and middle and young youths all day long. He has helped Catherine pave the way for the wizarding world to accept the fact that he is a super genius. It doesn't matter even if they think it's hype or gold plating. What's important is that there is a concept of formation, just like the classic brainwashing ads for melatonin. You can use far from believing in the role of melatonin, but you cannot help but know the existence of melatonin. Knowing that, he also has a certain psychological endurance. One day he shows his ability in public. Wizards will say, "Oh, it turns out to be true." Then it was accepted smoothly. If there is a thunder on the flat ground, the result is probably shocked, and then with all kinds of doubts. A bunch of magnifying glass moved over and looked sideways. The situation is very unfavorable, and it is easy to be used by those who are interested. He took the initiative to lay out the possible unfavorable situation in advance and disappeared invisible. The specific operation is to rely on the potion to make a name. The production and sale of potions are also traditional industries in the wizarding world. It first came from a family of alchemy, but was later separated, and now it has formed its own pattern. Although the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce also sells potions, it does not harm the interests of its peers. Other pharmacies are available at the Magic Eye Chamber of Pharmacy, and the Magic Eye Chamber's pharmacies are sold at other pharmacy stores. Absolutely not. Triggered the spitting agent to lift the carpet door. It is already well known. Someone asked to find out the killers who had drugged Glenn Brock and Carlisle Avery, claiming that this behavior is illegal and violates the privacy of others. Weissengamo also agrees with this statement, but he has never been enthusiastic about the investigation and cannot check it. The murderer's method of committing crimes is perfect, far more potent than spitting out the potent potions. All of the potent potions are sold on the shelf. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is just that no one has played this way before, nor has it been so good. Today, the spitting agent has been valued by the Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Magic as a monopoly. The purchase of ordinary wizards requires the retention of the real name and certain responsibilities. Compared to the true agent, the magic potion of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is actually black leaf cannabis. In fact, its leaves are not pure black, but dark green, almost black. This cannabis has two cattle-breaking points. First, it helps to cast spells, which not only makes people excited and focused, but also adjusts the magic in the body to make it smoother. The second is that the damage to the body is minimal. Whether it is from a potionist, a botanist, or a muggle medical scientist, it can prove that its addiction is worthless, and it is several grades worse than cigarettes. You can quit dozens of times a day. Before the birth of black leaf cannabis, no one had ever thought about it. There are drugs that are so good for the human body. Yes, it really has to be classified as drugs. A small amount of smoking makes people excited and focused, and more will make people relax, hallucinate, like in the clouds and fog. Chamber of Commerce also sells the magic potion that uses its extract as raw material, Devil's Tears. This kind of fluorescent blue, spontaneously shimmering liquid, just one drop, drip into the eye, and will soon be transmitted to the brain through the rich nerves behind the eyeball, making people feel high. It also relieves brain fatigue and regulates body functions. In other words, it helps sleep and helps alleviate a series of physical negative states such as hyperactivity, endocrine disorders, and muscle rigidity. Muggles use it to quit drug addiction. The effect is unimaginable. Such a magical item, in the words of a Muggle economist, human demand for it is unlimited. Chapter 25, Money Broadsword. Devil Tears, Liquid Gold, Magic Drugs. Black Hemp, the best wizard tobacco. The Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is clean and tidy. Is chaotic outside, but orderly inside, not selling goods without queuing. I want black hemp, buy them all. An old wizard said that a large lizard skin pocket was sent to the front desk with a floating charm. Looking under the pocket, holding a few thousand gold gallons is not a problem at all, let alone blessing. Stretching spell. Mr. Meadows, thank you for taking care of our business, but our sales are limited. The old wizard called Meadows rolled his eyes, turned around, and shouted to the person behind him, who wants to transfer the qualification? I pay twice the price. Everyone rolled their eyes, and someone cast the spell by Fanglayan and said, non-British wizards who are not qualified to buy outside have already reached 3.5 times the price. Master, please hurry. Matos was depressed and turned back to the sweet girl who smiled sweetly, the rest of the money is saved here, and I will use the owl to deliver it to me by month. Please be assured that our flash delivery service is safer and faster, with absolute credibility. Devil's Tears and black hemp are just these two things. The money scene of the Magic Eye Guild is inestimable, but the market demand is too great. Based on the current sales volume of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, even hungry marketing is not counted, it is simply a treasure trove. Even the International Federation of Magical People sent people to ask if they could operate jointly. Of course. Some people threatened that if they did not hand it over, they would look good with the Shafik family. Catherine said that the Shafik family is willing to take 70% of the output and sell it to the International Federation of Magic at a cost price. Moreover, the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce uses a special identification code for this product, which can confirm the specific information of the product at any time. For anti-counterfeiting and to prevent smuggling. The International Federation of Magic did not expect the Shafiq family to be so ethical, and as always, when others are soft, they are hard. They sent people to negotiate with Catherine in an attempt to gain more benefits. After all, according to the conditions issued by Catherine, these 70% of the cost-priced products must be allocated to each of the 5 countries of Britain, France, Germany, the United States, and China at a profit of no more than 10%, that is, international magic only 20% of the products are freely priced and sold by the Federation. Catherine said that there was no room for discussion, either everyone would make a fortune together, or the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce would do the exclusive business on its own. Even if you don't sell it to Muggles, you still don't worry about selling. Some people say that such a hot product, without such an umbrella as the International Federation of Magic, is afraid that it is difficult for the Shafiq family to hold it in their hands, or even risk their lives. Catherine said, if the Shafiq family is destroyed, with its own dead hand system, using seeds and related formulas as chips, it will set off a comprehensive attack on the wizarding world by Muggles, so that surviving wizards can only make magic tears in sweatshops in the future. Try it if you do not believe it. Finally, after the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce guarantees the minimum production volume, the contract is signed. Kane is very clear that the main profit direction of this product is ordinary people, and the wizard cannot make much money. And this is not the most critical issue. The most important thing is, what if the International Federation of Magic stipulates that the product cannot be sold to Muggles like other potions, and then privately collected from wizards and sold to Muggles? Chamber of Commerce also sells privately. Then there must be the current consciousness of being caught. Is there really a fish dead net broken, so as to provoke Muggle war against the wizard? What benefits does the Shafiq family have? If so, why develop such a dazzling product? Develops it, all it takes is to abduct the most powerful authority in the wizarding world by means of sharing interests and making money together. What is the concept of becoming bigger? Not really played, it is not easy to imagine. Kane has enough experience in this area, knowing that if he wants to achieve a great cause, he does not want others to take advantage of it in the process. It is a kind of thinking. The most annoying part of those with vested interests is fullness. Ignore them, they push their noses on the face, endless. Fight, the situation escalates, so there is no need to do anything, hit the small boss to the boss, implicated deep and wide, pull out the radish to bring mud. And if you really have the ability to specialize in all kinds of disobedience and show your muscles early in the morning, why should you wait for the door to show your sword? Weak will be bullied, backward will be beaten. Understand this truth, Kane is not equal, not relying, others only come to the door to respond, it is the mentality of the weak, too passive. Now that he understands clearly, he will take the initiative to attack and use Qianjing's sword to cut people. If the International Magic Federation refuses, it will talk to the Ministry of Magic of various countries and let them open the relevant sales power like the American State Act. Let's see which one can resist temptation. If you really want to unite and want to divide up, then just go flying and see what kind of waves this interest bomb can throw in the Muggle world. It's not that Kane underestimates the wizards of this world, and none of them really has the ability and courage to stop these conspiracies. Whoever does not agree can come up and see what will happen if they block everyone's wealth. The result is exactly as he expected, no one can refuse to be bound by such a chain of interests. Many people in the British Ministry of Magic are dogs raised by British wizards. They complained in front of their masters, if you can't get the money, the people in the ministry will not agree. Even after the horizontal comparison, the unpleasantness of the money will cause dissatisfaction. This is already a piece of cake in the light. The wizards and dignitaries who participated in the scourge and divided up the Fangli family and the Shafiq family got together and talked about this problem. No one spoke and there was silence. The blanket door incident caused by the vomiting of Truth Agent made them disgraced and sullen. It also made them united. Their desire to deal with the Shafik family has never been stronger. It is no longer to devour its wealth, but to spit out the truth and wise medicine, so that they are in danger. They also have reason to believe that the Shafik family successfully completed a counterattack despite vomiting Authentic Agent. But it also offended many people, and some people are willing to see them die. But they haven't waited for them to plan a new crackdown plan. The Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has become a completely unexistent existence through the magical items such as black leaf cannabis and magic tears. The great magic of money is boundless. The International Federation of Magic and the 5 major Ministry of Magic cannot refuse such a stable and extraordinary wealth income every year. Any organization or individual who dares to deal with the Shafik family and the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce must endure the anger of the International Federation of Magic and the 5 most powerful Ministry of Magic in the world. It is estimated that the piles of aura will be mad dogs staring at the case, and all the suspects will be pulled out and sent to Azkaban. I asked my subordinates to go to Muggle for an investigation and the report was sent not too long ago. There are too many wealthy people in the Muggle world who are suffering from drugs for various reasons. To stop drug addiction and not suffer, adjust body function, continue to enjoy the illusion of pleasure, no one can refuse these 4 items represented by the tiers. Ministry of Magic of various countries can earn at least 1 million gold gallons per year, which is in short supply due to the shortage of the previous products. This number will only be more, not less. The conference hall fell into an awkward silence again. Introduced a new law for the exchange authorization of 30,000 gold gallons, and even they themselves took it in. This kind of thing happened not long ago, and it is still vivid in my mind. The goal they are targeting is already distributing money to the entire wizarding world. Each of the 5 major countries starts with 1 million gold gallons, and the International Federation of Magic starts at 2 million. Who wants to engage the Shafik family? www.ltnovel.com. First think about whether you can send money like this, and it is so much every year, every 3 years, a step, a sign is a 10-year contract. And now that the market is in short supply, prices have more than doubled, and there are still prices in the market. So as long as the channel is suitable, there is room for profits to rise. Comparatively, their profit in that industry, and their plan for dividing wealth, are really so poor that they can't get on the table. The flow of wealth in the wizarding world is really not very good. Original historical line: Lucius Malfoy went to the magic shop of Bokenbach when the wind outside was tight, for the 2 or 3 gold gallon bot must be compared. Although it is rich but stingy, it also illustrates the value of Jin Jialong to a certain extent. Kane's idea of making money is broad, throwing them in streets. This group of people is now sitting on the wax. Bluntly speaking, it is money, and one of the sources of power they can do in the weekdays is power, which is theirs. Their strengths are also their weaknesses, and they can easily be manipulated by money. Assault Nozawa Castle, the secret of black leaf cannabis must be there. No one answered because it was a bad idea. Not to mention the danger of Nozawa Castle nowadays, that is, it is really attacked, and it is also a wedding dress for others. The International Federation of Magic will definitely invest in this matter with great enthusiasm, send all suspects to the gallows, and give the Shafik family an explanation. This is because now black leaf cannabis and devil tears are bought separately, and everyone knows that the main ingredient of devil tears is hemp extract. Has anyone successfully copied the magic tears? No. Hit the snake and didn't die. He was bitten back. Who would take it? Then stop it? No way. There must be a way, must think of a way. Chapter 26, My superpower is, rich. Several pure-blood wizards representing their families, lighting up and discussing how to deal with the crazy rise of the Shafik family. The smell of smoke in a room is exactly the taste of black hemp. There are 3 kinds of goods on the market at present: a kind of exquisite tobacco, fragrance, moisture-rising, and moist, first-class stick. There is also a kind of ordinary goods, not as good as the first-class goods, but the win is cheap. The cheapest one is tobacco leaves. Take it back and tinker with it yourself, depending on your craft. Related derivative sales have emerged. What about the old John's black leaf hemp, the full moon secret tobacco, etc.? Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade have newly opened cigarette stores, and smoking has quickly become a new fashion. It was precisely because of their deep understanding of the benefits that they had gathered here that several pure-blood wizards discussed it. They were worried that in another year and a half, the Shafiq family would become a behemoth completely, and they would completely lose their ability to fight against it, and be rejected. Come to liquidate. Why is it that the magic secrets of the two families still have black magic that needs to be banned? The dust has long been settled, and all of them have been reviewed. Or on suspicion that there is still some kind of secret code? Or where is the recipe for Devil's Tears? Where are the recipes for the unique potions sold by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce? No one believes that an 8-year-old child is so talented. Divided profits, how can you control the profit? I believe many people will be excited. The Shafiq family is not the same as before, and it is not free to be arbitrarily. Anyone must consider the consequences of the next hit. Who will carry the Shafiq family's revenge? Of course everyone carries it together. You mean that all of us have completely torn our faces with the Shafiq family, looking for a head to break into the Nozawa Grand Chacha? Do you think such a proposal can be passed by the council? The Shafiq family was robbed before, that is the last time. Since then, there is no legal reason to do so. Another person said, breaking this example means that all families no longer have privacy. If you want to check it, check it. I think the International Federation of Magic will be happy to see such a thing. Maybe it will be sent to Britain. Penance, they can finally find a reason to search our mansion. We can swindle, smear, and then poke those who are just. Justice do not mean fools. Why should we believe that the Shafiq family is taking such a good path and not going to engage in crooked ways? We can start with the black hemp and show that these things are related to Death Eaters. There is some kind of inhuman contract behind them, so there is such a business. For example, the Master Potion Master who asked the Shafiq family bright identity. Well, this seems to be a way. Wait, interrupt, the blonde old man said, I'm sorry, things have reached this point, I don't want to participate anymore. Looking at the grudges with the Shafiq family, I don't think it's serious enough to catch up with the family. The future of short-sightedness, you don't kill him when you can, he will kill you when he gets up. Even if you are right, I have been operating this matter before, my efforts, whether you have seen it or not, I know it myself. I personally and my family are worthy of this alliance. Also there is no handle left to confirm. Now I want to stop the loss, that's it. Then, the blonde old man stood up, and after greeting, took the coat from the hanger and opened the door and left straight. This is the old golden lion. Someone snorted. After a moment of silence, someone said, reputation is still there. I believe what he said. He said that he did not leave the handle, that is, he did not stay. He will not bet on his family's future. What do you mean? It means playing the second card now. What are the advantages of winning? What are the disadvantages of losing? What are our advantages? How high is the winning percentage? You may as well count. Even if you encourage others to do it, please consider us what can be given to the other party, and whether the other party will be bought back by the Shafiq family. To know that it is really no longer the former orphan and widow, rich, in a way, equal to magic, I believe you all clear. Unprofitable is not early, et. Of course, if it's just because the Nozawa Castle and Exmoor Mountain Villa haven't been able to get it, I must find it if I lose my face. Then I will not accompany you. The investment is large, the risk is high, and the return is watching considerable, but one is easy to make wedding dresses for others, and the other is that the success rate is not high. The latter is really important. I do not like to lose, and I do not like gambling, especially gambling. I think it's really possible to operate a hand from the perspective of a pharmacist. We can agitate the creator of the magic stone, Nicholas Flamel, to make him curious about the identity of the potion master. If the FANFIC family shirks, then it shows that this potion master is mostly invisible, and we will find a way to start. Who knows where the legendary person is now? Dumbledore knew about it. So what are you going to use to persuade today's leading white wizard? Financial support to Hogwarts and concerns about the sudden disappearance of the FANFIC family. Do you mean we made things clear this time? Of course, there are many people who are popular. The FANFIC family become celebrities, and they must have the consciousness of exposing themselves to the spotlight to observe. Pure money is not easy to make. This proposal was finally approved, so a series of operations began in full swing. First expressed congratulations and concerns through publications such as the Prophet Daily and Sunday Evening News. Worried about what the FANFIC family is being used by bad guys. This kind of rhetoric is naturally disgusting. When people are in distress, you turn a blind eye to it. When people are developed, their human feelings break out. They feel that money is coming out of the wrong way. People's wishes, in addition to the successful whitewashing before, is also beneficial. The price of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce's merchandise to British wizards, except for the limited amount, is definitely the price of conscience. Now some people are specializing in private acquisition business, buying black hemp and devil tears in the hands of wizards, and selling them in the Muggle world. So the wizard makes money, and those who buy and sell also make money. To the shameless shaman, let the children buy it. The limit is for people. If you buy one more, you will earn more money. The Weasley family played like this. Even Ron and Ginny had their share. Even if they had no good channels, even if there was no good channel to earn money, Byather's monthly salary was still much higher. The ropes of the basic cost of living around the Lie family's neck loosened a lot faster. It can be said that the FANFIC family is distributing money to wizards in the entire British wizarding community, and most of the 30% share is used for this. People can't think of anyone who can be more generous than this, so they can't buy people's hearts. It can only be said that the heart is eaten by dogs. For the care of the rich and powerful, the FANFIC family also changed the weak image of the past, and also replied with the newspaper, "Sincere thanks for caring." The FANFIC family acted generously, innocently, without fear of doubt, and faced slander. May be funded by the FANFIC family. Please invite the patriarchs of all the families to participate, and play the truth with a potent spitting agent. Who wants to sign up? The wizard and the elite immediately lost their collective voice. The truth is a big adventure. In addition to surrendering himself and being repeatedly questioned, the family has also been looted by the FANFIC family. Who dares to participate? There are no dirty things, black things, there are shameful things. Dare to go? Soon after, the second bad news came, and he used money to attack Dumbledore's plan and failed. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Offended the FANFIC family, and then involved Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore was too stupid to do such a thing. Moreover, the FANFIC family sent money privately, and he did not forget his chief mage in Visangama. People support not Hogwarts, but the Order of the Phoenix. This semi-secret society has always been known for being poor. In recent years, even the funds for normal activities have been scarce, and Dumbledore needed money to support it. Dumbledore is not a master of making money. The support of the FANFIC family, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the charcoal in the snow. Voldemort is not yet dead, everyone knows this. Has been safe for so many years, and many people have been unable to control it. The dazzling aura of the White Wizard's Justice Leader makes many people feel unsightly. They couldn't move Dumbledore's banner of justice, but they tried to reduce their wings more and more frequently. Phoenix. In this year alone, the the necessity of the existence of the Phoenix Society has been negotiated twice. The FANFIC family has stated that the Phoenix Society is a community of the same nature, but the hobby of this society is a tall concept such as justice and love. The FANFIC family has tasted the warmth of humanity. Now that they are capable, they are willing to encourage this hobby and give the world a little more justice and love. Isn't it bad? Well, the reason for sending the money is so grand, so Dumbledore is not embarrassed. The FANFIC family is so good. If Dumbledore is doing things with the money of the rich, is he still embarrassed to be titled White Wizard? Has money to make mo push ghosts. When Cain waved around instead of using it as a tool for pleasure, the Wizards of Money's swordsmen turned their horses upside down. It is estimated that Lord Voldemort was reborn and had to cry in the toilet. Chapter 27, Super Development. The methods of the wizards and dignitaries were still unsuccessful. Actually, even if it is successful, you can't get what you want. It's just that at this point, Cain must clean up them. Eliminate those miscellaneous debris, he will not be soft-hearted, nor hurt. However, the impact is not good. He still cares more about public image now. The FANFIC family surrendered themselves and sold miserably, because those bad fishes and shrimps were doing bad things again. For the great cause, the FANFIC family needs to be good people recognized by the world for several years, just as entrepreneurs and businessmen. So how much can the FANFIC family live? Took the initiative to hire the Auror bodyguard team from the International Federation of Magic. The team members are one each of the 5 major countries Auror, and the other one is appointed by the president of the federation. These 6 people are delicious, drink and equip with high salary and high welfare. They can learn their skills when they are free, or they can rest. They often go to Exmoor Mountain Villa and Ysewin Castle. Who and where they go, they know everything, because they are always with them. This is called office transparency, and private life is translucent. Work is almost translucent. Through the Aurors, the wizards outside knew that the Devil's Tears were produced by a magic automated production line. The equipment is indeed in Ysewin Castle, just in the basement of the castle. The scale is not small, the practical area is more than 100,000 square meters, divided into 7 floors. As for the plantation, it is not in the UK. In fact, as long as the plant qualities are analyzed, it is known that such broad-leaved plants cannot be planted in a large area at high latitudes in Britain. So where would it be? South America, Madagascar, Borneo? Anyway, to grow such plants, both daylight and sufficient water are needed, both in the tropics and subtropics. Well-intentioned people also spread out to find them, but after more than a year, they could not find it. Some people suspect that it may be planted in an underground ecological garden established by Magic plus Muggle technology. The reason for being so skeptical is that the equipment that produces Devil's Tears is this style of magic and technology. Although the Aurors did not have a reason to peep deeply, but for a long time, they can see through the peeping outside the door come here. The FANFIC family made the industry semi-clear and became more and more immobile. The Aurors also understood a part of the defense system of Nozawa Garden. It can be said that it is a stern battle if it is placed in the light. Even more importantly, even if it rushes into the factory, it will take long enough to record the entire production system. Whether it can be faked again and whether it can function normally is still unknown. As for the mysterious technology that created this complete set of equipment, no one has seen it. Even if there is a maintenance need, they are all small cane. Aurors agreed that the magic potions sold by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce were invented by Little Cane. This may be bragging, but to say that Little Cane is a genius, it is not really a gold on his face. This 9-year-old wizard is very good, has a high IQ, and already has several Muggle degrees. Wizards have always looked at Muggles' knowledge, but in modern times, this look down has been largely self-esteem. Many wizards have admitted that Muggles' degree is not easy, at least in terms of learning difficulty. Well, Little Cane, who has a Muggle degree and a very good knowledge of wizards, is naturally a genius like a fake replacement. Catherine is not bad. At least in the eyes of the aurors, Catherine is a qualified businessman and entrepreneur. As the helm of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, she did a very good job. More importantly, Catherine seems to be very knowledgeable. The veteran staff of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, one is sharper than the other, was originally a kind of wizard who was very poor in the British wizarding circle, and has been lame for half a life. There are also young people who are lacking in tempering, but in the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, they all shine, and they have been on their own for almost half a year, and the drier the better. Even their family members, relatives, and friends have said that the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is good at tapping the potential of the characters, and the changes are huge, just like changing individuals. Is of course a change of individuals, the original personality of these people has been erased. An important technique that Kane adopted in these people is called big data personality simulation. The specific approach is to complete the character profile through information collection. What colors, hobbies, habits, and how will you react to something? More than 100,000 test questions and answers to describe the character details. It is through these 100,000 reasons why a character's big data is established. For other questions that are not within 100,000 questions, the most appropriate answer can be found through calculus. In this way, in the eyes of others, the simulation degree can basically reach more than 99%. Even for people who are close to the pillow, it is difficult to understand their partners so much. This is the basis of impersonation, and with magic, the application of this technology becomes more practical and versatile. Kane performed a craniotomy on these people, and the result of the operation was to scrape the original personality and replace it with another one to make it a part of the swarm. Surgical operations also include the development of brain domains, artificial brain-like occluded surgery, etc. Simply put, in addition to the fact that this person is no longer the original person, other aspects have been comprehensively improved. Smarter and more keen, while also having excellent qualities, patience, diligence, calmness, etc., also get the mental power of the network, get information support and so on. Of course, although such a transformation method is mature, it is not the main means of Kane's previous life. After all, after accounting, you know that it takes about 20 hours to prepare for a month and one operation. Such efficiency cannot meet the needs when the tasks of the previous life are carried out. But it is still practical in this life, the sequela is small, the subject can survive for a longer period of time, rather than the kind of cannon fodder that can only live for a few years or even a few months. Kane needs such a group of key personnel to support the corporate empire in the bright place. Of course, it is still far from being an enterprise empire. Diversification and expansion have not yet begun, and the business field is relatively narrow. This cannot be rushed, mainly because the concept of the wizard group is relatively conservative and is not so easy to change. An important reason for the conservative concept is the self-sufficiency of the small peasant economy, and the wizard's demand for Muggle world products is very limited. There are substitutes for cars and planes, and it is more convenient. They are also used to comparing prices. Is nothing more than a wind and water industry that requires a strong economic base and a large population base to play, such as food and entertainment. The wizard is relatively ordinary because the population is not prosperous. Other industries that are inferior to humans are clothing, decoration, etc., which are widely used and frequently updated. Kane's plan is to start business from 3 directions: clothing, food, housing, and housing. As for walking, the magic broom, flying powder, and phantom shift form, this set is already very backward, and the related technology on the human side can only make a fuss about comfort. The development plan of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has been set. And his own fundamental industry has not fallen. The castle of Nozawa Garden starts from 1 kilometer down, and the magic industrial fortress down to 1,200 meters has been built. www.ltnovel.com. However, it is not easy to build the high-end equipment he wants. Is now 1988. Although it is only 30 years away from 2018, the gap between high-end equipment in terms of technical accuracy and advancedness is indeed enough to blind the huge gap. Even if he went to the institute to invest in experimental-grade cutting-edge equipment, he could not meet the requirements, and he wouldn't provoke that anger. Make it yourself. Crush the magic every day and make parts by hand. This is a finishing process built with strong mental power. Rely on this stupid way to manufacture assembled equipment, you can produce real precision parts. Reuse these parts to assemble industrial mother machine. The main function of industrial mother machine is to copy and quantify, it is to produce equipment of the same level at most. But Kane's industrial mother machine can't do this, and can only produce low-level secondary parts and equipment. However, after all, it is a machine production machine, and the efficiency is just right. Through this production, all kinds of equipment, precision and technical level of the entire industrial system can be improved. And this improvement has laid a solid foundation for the industrial mother machine with superior production performance. Produce new industrial mother machine, and then expand horizontally to establish a higher level industrial system. This time, he can finally manufacture biotech, genetic technology, and other related cutting-edge equipment that meet his needs. Practice makes perfect. Experience the world of various tasks in the previous life, craft it over and over again, operate again in this world. The conditions are difficult, the difficulty is more difficult, but it does not matter. Kane is willing to take such hardships, from a certain angle, increase the difficulty, conducive to potential squeezing and capacity growth. So he said that he was still ill, and he didn't come to Vientiane with the door going online, so he came by himself. Chapter 28, Hogwarts and number 039, here. Kane did not neglect human relations while building the magic industry fortress in the underground world. The frustration of his previous life made him cherish. He is planning to make more heterosexual friends in this life. It is also possible to open a project to study the psychology of women. Of course, since he did it so deliberately, he has already fallen off. He doesn't think that this is low EQ, plus the double impact of occupational diseases. But he is also a little amused in this respect, and the human relationship is still normal. For example, he would greet the Dursleys every year. One day in December, he will come to the door. Except for the first year in Dursley's office, the next 2 years were at Dursley's house. He will make up for Dudley and Harry's birthday presents, and then give him an early Christmas present. The Dursleys will also receive gifts, which are not necessarily expensive, but they are all gifts that show style and are extremely difficult to get under normal circumstances. So these two are looking forward to the arrival of Kane more than their children. After all, the gift is enough for the two to show up in front of their neighbors and colleagues for half a year. Before dinner, he would first talk to Vernon about business, then gossip after dinner, and finally leave at about 21 o'clock. This has become a model. It seems stereotyped, but the British are used to this stereotype, so that they can make appropriate arrangements and make the whole meeting process more delicate and warm. Desi Lee family can get about £200,000 of money from Kane every year, which makes their life very moist, and pays special attention to this relationship. More importantly, Kane is very good for Dudley. Although the couple loved Dudley deeply and were very spoiled, the two actually knew that Dudley's IQ was not enough, but the dream cap that Kane gave to Dudley changed this situation. In fact, this thing should be called a dream learning machine. It is fun, and it can also get a sense of life. Dudley is becoming more and more sensible with this edutainment equipment, and gradually developed into a good habit, which is developing in the direction of excellent quality. Dolly is about the age of Kane's body. He was 9 years old in 8 years. Because of lack of IQ, he studied for a year in the evening and was in the same class as Harry elementary school. Although he is still in the same grade today, he is obviously more like a senior. He is brave and responsible. Although he is childish, he can also make a point. It is the nearby child king, who likes to exercise, likes to play table games, loves to be a king. Leaders like captains have also made significant progress in their studies. Dudley and his wife were in their eyes, happy in their hearts, ready to send Dudley to Eton College in the future. At the same time, I am very grateful to Kane. In recent years, the relationship has become much more real, and there are usually letters exchanges. In 1989, Kane also arranged for the family and Harry to play in the Texas Manor for a month. Kane has always done a good job in secular business. After all, there are people who are forward-looking to the development of civilization and advanced technology. Whether it is investment or industry, they are very sharp. The Dursleys are having a great time here, and Dudley and Harry have done too many life for the first time, including grooming the pony, cleaning the horse dung and so on. These are good life experiences, let them experience the relationship between giving and harvesting, and that kind of happiness more deeply. Kane also invited them to play in the theme park of Western style. Of course, it is not as high-end realistic as Western World, but it is not bad. Everyone is very happy to play. This year, when Dudley was 10 years old, his ability to imitate was quite strong, wearing a cowboy hat, holding a straw stick, and touching a gun in one hand. The Western cowboy style was already decent, and because he likes to exercise, he is not fat. Temperament is also good. Compared to Harry, he still has nothing to change. He still has a thin body and looks crepe, but his nearsightedness is not strong. Most of his glasses are not worn, and he is more cheerful. He pays more attention to communication and loves to ask why. Harry still didn't like Dudley very much, not because Dudley bullied him, but Joel seemed to be rough and aggressive. And he gave orders and gave orders. But at least Harry was more convinced about some of Dudley's abilities. Dudley had already become the head of the class boys from the Child King in the community. He knew all the other classes, and often whistled around with a group of boys, and also followed the grades play together. Dolly likes to play rugby, saying that it is a man's confrontation, but unfortunately he is too young, so he can only play by himself. Harry also likes sports very much. His father has given him a good athletic talent, but he is destined to be unhappy with sports such as collision, and his body, strength and endurance are not good. He can only wait for Quidditch to play in the future. The talent for skill racing. Harry prefers Uncle Cullen, or Kane. Although there are not many opportunities to get along, Kane is very knowledgeable and willing to tell him about the wizard. All of the wizarding world that Harry knew was obtained from Kane. He thinks that the most valuable knowledge is how to learn. Good learning methods have given him a good ranking in school, which has strengthened self-confidence and more trust Kane's words. Kane let him understand the concept of literacy, which is not easy for a 9-year-old child. Kane told him that what you need most now is to build an engine that is good at learning. This engine is composed of literacy, reading habits, learning methods, and other components. With it, you can digest knowledge most efficiently and become outstanding after you become a wizard. The time entered 1990, and Kane became more and more busy. Is busy with research, manufacturing, laying of information network, training of his own art industry, improvement of strength and so on. He thinks it is necessary and meaningful. This year, he was 11 years old. During the summer vacation, he received an invitation letter from Hogwarts. He was having breakfast with Catherine at the time. This is a family program that will be kept every day. The two are very busy, but breakfast and dinner will try to keep sharing together, which is a kind of interaction to maintain and enhance emotions. Kane took the last sip of milk, picked up the letterhead, looked at the cover, and said, "What is the mood of the greatest contemporary white wizard in writing this letter? He should know that I didn't go to elementary school, no matter what, whether it is a public school or a noble school. Reading www.uyugonshu.com is yet another IQ genius. Didn't dismantle it, so I put it aside, and brought in a food box, and fed a few delicious meat strips to the delivery owl. The owl happily thanked him before fluttering away. Catherine, who has regained the style of a lady and a little more professional woman, put down the teacup and laughed. I think about it, on the face of the Shafiq family giving the Phoenix Society a huge sponsorship fee every month. And tolerate the rumored genius. Well, for him and other professors, tolerating me is indeed difficult. They will still wonder about your appetite. Well, one of the top 7, like me, Dumbledore had to cry to the school director to increase the meal budget. It doesn't matter, the generous Shafiq will take the initiative to compensate. Some time ago, he met Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic. He talked about Remus Lupin. Listening to that, I hope I can help him. Oh, that man, born in 60, is the same age as you. He was bitten by Fenrir Greyback at the age of 4 and became a werewolf. His current situation is very embarrassing, or has been since graduation. This is the case, but it is not a poor man. Hardship and suffering have tempered his temperament. Catherine was able to talk eloquently to her son when she mentioned it personally. Over the years, Cain's countless successes have given her an almost blind trust and worship. My son is omniscient and omnipotent. Subconsciously, this is how she told herself. Do you want to see him in person? Well, there can be. Speaking of which, up to now, the most mature of the 4 people who called themselves predators was Lupin. Instead, he rushed to this. He deserves an opportunity to change his destiny. Chapter 29, Dang Dang meets down. Some people are dead, he is still alive. This can be a paragraph in Zhang Qijia's Some People, or it can be directly interpreted literally. Former Aurora Owen is one such person. The real Irving is dead, but in the eyes of others, he is still alive and well mixed. This lonely strange man lost Aurora's job because of his obsession, and offended Catherine Shafiq in the shop. Even if he was forgiven, he was sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment by the judge because of the big words. Is it bad enough? After knowing that he was released from prison, this guy went to Catherine to sincerely apologize, and even joined the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce for this. It was only a matter of 2 years since he became a fan of the world. Of course, the wizards now prefer to call me the Chamber of Commerce. The English abbreviation of Magic Eye is me, and the Chamber of Commerce is taking the route that is extremely close to the people, so that the wizard consumers have a kind of shop that is opened by my home. Whatever I want, my Chamber of Commerce comes from it. A good job, plus the Owen people rarely go back, but they know how to send money to mothers who have underage siblings and have troubled lives. People familiar with him have improved his personal evaluation, and even some people jokingly said that maybe I should let my disobedient son go to squat for 1 year, maybe it will be like Owen. In fact, Irving squats in the classroom, exactly the plot he arranged. There are many reasons, including making the past of the core employees of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce more diverse. It also includes the need for careful modulation of this role. Irving is different from other insect swarms in that he has an Advent system. Advent system is one of Cain's auxiliary systems for the bloodworm group. Its main role is to let him, the heart of the swarm, can switch to various positions at any time to observe and feel the situation on the spot. In addition, it is also convenient for the airborne brainworms to regain control of the swarms more efficiently under the special circumstances where the grassroots commander has all died. It is just that if it is an airborne commander, it also needs to be equipped with an authorization system, which is also an auxiliary system. It will carry the corresponding genetic modification program and cooperate with resources to quickly transform the selected body into a category suitable for the commander. Is mainly to strengthen the brain and related systems. Brainworms are controlled by telepathy and have a hard indicator of mental power. Owen originally was in the name of his family. Is a good friend of Temper Tantrum in the name of Aurora Henry Reeves. Can be regarded as a firm and just person, since a black wizard student has eaten his pet cat. He is incompatible with Death Eaters and black wizards and is very famous. Cain made him more consistent with universal values. The prodigal son turned back, once rebellious, but now he is mature and knows how to care for his loved ones. Also know how to be less angular and more tolerant, and maintain at least superficial peace with others. Sure enough, as Cain thought, people would prefer to see such Irving, including his blood relatives. Owen, where did he go to buy this time? Bartender Carl asked with a smile, revealing a rotten tooth. This is Hogsmeade's Pig's Head Bar, where hiding your face seems to be a fashionable thing, and Irving is one of the few wizards who doesn't mind making his face public. This means that there is no secret, don't care about being seen or heard. Carl also asks carelessly because of this. For him, being able to pass a few words to such a guest is a kind of relaxation. Albania, a gentleman has strict requirements for the materials of the new type of toilet he wants. Toilet bowl. A toilet bowl invented by Muggles. Oh, is it forbidden to misuse Muggle items? The Ministry of Public Health has taken into account the benefits of hygienic excretion and lifted the ban on this item. Sounds good news. It's okay, at least it's not tiring to sit and shit. By the way, look at a newspaper or something. The Prophet Daily is also a strong supporter of the application for lifting the ban. They also opened a special column about the origin of the toilet and the current style. The earliest user of the invention is an Oriental wizard, and it was used more than 1,000 years ago. Well, I'm not surprised at all. Most of the ingenious inventions are related to our wizards. Something? Or the same? Well, the same as before. Cain didn't have much interest in communicating with this closed and arrogant guy. Fortunately, Carl was also sensible, and ended the conversation before the guests got bored, offering wine and glasses. Drinking at the Pig's Head Bar, it is best to bring your own glass, not only because it is so dirty that even the empty butter beer bottle in the corner has a layer of ash, but also because it is not safe, especially for students. Irving has his own cup here, but he still uses his wand to cast clean up. Then he poured himself a glass of licorice liquor, slowly sipped it, and played with his wand. Although there is no complete and mature related concept, but with experience and wisdom, Ollivander still gives the wand business a cultural core, and has been widely known and recognized. Wand chooses people, the reason is always incomprehensible. Cain sent a gimmick for this, very magical. In his view, the material of the magic wand has attributes, so it does have a face, but it is too ridiculous to say that the wand chooses people, but it is just a trick of occultism with a fatalistic taste. Take the magic wand in his hand as an example. This is Flack Owen's wand, which he chose himself, even ignoring the phase, and it works well. Of course, this is also related to Owen's failure to detect the frequent use of multiple advanced magics. Acacia wood, dragon heart string, 13 inches long, not easy to bend. It was the dark gold wand that Cain used to kill the wizard pet eagle a few years ago. In the words of Garrick Ollivander, acacia wood is a kind of noble but proud wand wood. It only shows its strength to very talented people, so it is difficult to match, and usually refuses wizards other than the master to use it to cast magic. The dragon heartstring represents strong energy, and not easy to bend means straight. Therefore, in general, the wand is very arrogant, and ordinary wizards cannot play at all. But what? Irving used it well, and now it is in his hands, and the effect is better. Not only this wand, almost all the wands he seized were very easy to use. Because he is a chameleon of temperament, it is compatible with all types of wand materials. Obviously not www.ltnovel.com. Such a thing happened, it can only show that the magic wand itself accounts for the proportion of the casting effect. In fact, it is not as big as the ordinary wizards think, and things are always changing. Mutual influence, who is more strong, whoever dominates this interaction. Who chooses people, and the poor compatibility makes all kinds of unsmooth, largely because the wizards are too weak. Think also, many wizards are not as capable as domestic elves. One day, the house elves came to fight against the slave masters. At that scene, hey! Remus John Lupin didn't make Caine wait for a long time. When he finished the first glass of licorice, Lupin appeared. Lupin wore a worn-out robe with many patches, his hair was grey and his face was pale, and he looked haggard and tired. At present, the most valuable thing in him may be this weather-beaten look. Mr. Lupin, here. Caine stood up and waved to Lupin. Lupin nodded to him, closed the door, and walked calmly. After the two officially introduced, Caine cleaned a cup again with clean up and renewed and poured Lupin a cup. Then toast, Mr. Lupin, congratulations on your success in taking office. Lupin was stunned. He thought that the meeting was of an interview nature. Why did he already raise a glass to congratulate the inauguration when he met? Could it be that he was cast a spell and forgot all links in the middle? Caine smiled, don't let me hold the glass alone, I promise to give you a reasonable explanation. Lupin is a capable and decisive person. He smiled at the moment and said that he was rude, and then had a cup with Caine. At this moment, he chose to be honest rather than reserved, he really needs this job. Chapter 30, Mouth Gun. Wukuo licorice liquor, soft and easy to swallow at the entrance, like a fire in the abdomen, anti-sweet aroma in the mouth. Took a sip of this glass of wine, Lupin took a long breath, feeling refreshed, and went down for 3 points. Listen to Flack Owen, also known as Caine, your job was set after the Old B mentioned a sentence when he met the big boss in the Ministry of Magic. Old B. Lupin was confused. Dumbledore, I do nt mean to call him so bad. The White Wizard likes to eat sweet, lemon ice cream and what is his favorite, and he is really hard-working and good at nesting, Phoenix, even if it keeps it running. It's expensive to protect the most basic activities. Dumbledore does a good job. Lupin knows the Phoenix Society, of course, he is not yet a member of the Phoenix Society. He did nt know what Owen meant by saying that? The term Old B is kind and casual, and mentions the Phoenix Society. Is this to introduce him to the society? Caine seemed to understand his thoughts and smiled, there is no need to be so sensitive, Mr. Lupin, only to explain the cause, this is the boss's order. The boss told me that you are the same level as her, although they have been mixed not very good, but does not need other people's pity. Then, some things should be frankly stated that the so-called deliberate covering up of their feelings is easy to self-defeating. Protruded to the point of tears, and Lupin's eyes were slightly moist. For a man who is in his 30s but can't find a paid job, Catherine Shafik, who can tell the clerk to say this, gives him a sense of self-confidence and long live. It seems that you are ready to find an opportunity to thank you in person. If this is the case, I hope you don't have too high expectations for the hot network interaction. The big boss is not only busy, but also very cold. This may be the identity of the family of Death Eaters. It's been 4 years since I took my kids to escape. Lupin sighed complicatedly, how much he could imagine Catherine's difficulty in those years. Broken ideals, I found that there is no simple word in the adult world. Broken obsessions, the forgiveness of the big boss makes me find that people should have hope. Then, Caine filled Lupin and himself again, come, respect for life. Lupin nodded and raised his glass, respect for life. He drank another glass with him, and his pale cheeks began to flush. Caine snapped 2 snapping fingers, and a house elf appeared, carrying a food box blessed with a seamless extension curse, and kept putting food on the table. Caine explained, I asked Hogwarts Kitchen to help me make it. Every time I came over, I would eat a meal from my alma mater. It was said that the meal when I went to school was not so good. The house elf is about keeping up with the times. Group, at least try to keep up with muggles in terms of recipes. Come on, eat with me. This is not food, it is feelings, so you don't need to care if it's a meal now. Lupin obviously could not refuse such an invitation. The two talked about Hogwarts while eating. Although the 5-year-old's difference in age meant that they didn't have much intersection when they were in school, there was too much to talk about. It's easy. Nearly, Liu Ping also became more relaxed. Camp life is nostalgic, but unfortunately when I think of my current situation, I feel a little bit disappointed. Liu Ping nodded sympathetically. I thought it would be better if I walked into the society. The result just proved how valuable Dumbledore's love for me is. Well, this I know, the screaming shack of the school and the screaming shack not far from here, a secret way of caring. Seeing Liu Ping stopped eating in astonishment, Kane explained, the ethos of the Chamber of Commerce is to do things seriously, face and solve problems, not to avoid, backlog of hidden dangers. You have to respect the ordinary people and naturally face and solve your own problems. Said, he picked up his wand and cast a spell, Noise Barrier. Light blue translucent magic light is like a huge soap bubble blowing up, covering the table where he and Lupin are. After, Kane said, Werewolf curse, it is indeed a problem. But it is not a big problem. Liu Ping heard something stupid. Since he was bitten at the age of 4, his parents tried their best to do this. As the first white sorcerer in the world, no one could deny Dumbledore's magical achievements. Lamel developed the magic stone together, and his achievements in alchemy are quite amazing. He even cursed the werewolf at a disadvantage, but now Kane said that it is not a big problem. This is a big deal. Kane swallowed the food in his mouth, drank his drink, and then said, in the first year of my joining the Chamber of Commerce, the boss said to me, the horizon determines the height. At that time, I didn't care, and I went around in the past few years. Gradually realized. We will say that your werewolf curse, what do you think is his greatest harm? Uncontrollable, right? Lupin thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, any cruel bloodthirsty, not recognized by 6 relatives, is ultimately the concept of uncontrollable. In the face of problems, the general idea is to confront each other. Separate good and bad, avoid bad, and try to become good. But in reality, due to various objective factors, when we make choices, it is difficult to choose the really good one. But can only choose the one that looks the least bad. You agree or disagree with this statement? Liu Ping nodded. The body is unsatisfactory. 8 to 9 out of 10, there is no way to choose one's own temperament, and constantly make a certain degree of compromise. The choice is the one that looks the least bad. So good, why face the established facts, still obsessed with completely eliminating the effects of the werewolf curse, instead of following the trend and becoming a real werewolf? A real werewolf? Yes, this involves the concept of the height of the horizon that I just said. Kane explained, I met a werewolf in London, they have been fully integrated into the Muggle world, from the source, they are also infected and become werewolves, they are free to control the transformation, like animagus. Liu Ping was surprised, can ordinary infected individuals also do this? And always have a clear mind? Well, it's almost like that. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lupin seized the words in Kane's words sensitively, almost. They are not flawless. In fact, from the magic point of view, they are a secondary magical life. A remarkable manifestation is that they cannot be released, and the limited magic can only be used on themselves, that is, animag. Change. Kane put down his knife and fork and continued, the result is that the changes between werewolves and humans have caused their nerves and brains to constantly make adjustments, which in turn leads to the spillover of the soul, so the IQ becomes lower and the animal characteristics gradually raise his head and other issues. Know that their predecessors are ordinary people, you can't expect ordinary people to control the integrity of the soul like a wizard. They don't have enough mental power to do this, nor have they received professional training. Kane also said, you know the Cotter-level Death Eater Fenrir Greyback, aside from his personal hatred, from an academic perspective, his state is very stable, and his self-control is very strong. Admit it. He is almost always in a state of mad bloodthirsty, that is a madman and a monster, even in human form. Cain laughed. You say that emotions are inside. His temperament and habits are like that, it does not mean that he is irrational. If he is really crazy and does not say Voldemort, other food is not as good, the dead will become the target of his casual killing, but has he done that? Similar? Really regarded as the same by him, only those werewolves, and even only the series of werewolves he recognized. It seems that you have spent a lot of energy to study this aspect. Liu Ping said in a compliment. It doesn't count, the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce attaches great importance to intelligence gathering. I happen to have handled a considerable part of it, and naturally knew some interesting information. Chapter 31, Beckon. Cain and Liu Ping chatted and talked about interesting information about werewolves. He told Liu Ping that there are some microorganisms with low magic levels, living in the gap between the magic world and the mortal world. Is called the next generation magic creature. Next generation magical creatures can hardly use magic. They will get some magic-like talents, listening to the heart, limited prediction, fast metabolism, rock skin. Only relying on these talents, even if it is to bully ordinary people, it has to occupy the advantages of stealth and first-hand, so there is a greater probability of success. If human beings are kept in control of the information and have precautions, they are likely to be sacked. Under this background, they found their way out to obtain population identity with extraordinary characteristics, to obtain centripetal force with blood relationship, and a certain degree of control and restraint. Arm yourself with mortal technology. Take full advantage of the magic of money, with external added value, to gain strength. Most of the intelligent creatures in the extraordinary world do not know them, and even if they do, they are not interested in paying attention. They do not touch the interests of the transcendental, but instead supply blood to the transcendental from time to time. The next 2 generations are the 2 largest species populations, one is a vampire and the other is a werewolf. Cain explained, the first embrace and infection gave them the advantage of expanding their population. They show obedience to dark creatures, such as the ancient vampire family, and the ancestral wolf family like Fenrir Greyback. Through this kind of obedience, they have reached trade with dark creatures mainly based on mysterious items. And dark creatures are very close to black wizards and pure-blood wizards who value black magic. Liu Ping was surprised, this is how the magic potions, alchemy items, etc. of the wizarding world flow out. Yes, although it is expensive, the next generation is attached to the Muggle group to blood. The money obtained by the next generation through the Black Channel, there is no pressure to pay several times the amount of the increase. Whether it is a dark creature or a black wizard, both I feel that the next generation of people are stupid and have a lot of money, they have earned it themselves. The Black Way, do you mean drugs, killers, smuggling? Yes, in the underground kingdom of the human world, they are very famous. Guess what was the profit of the Round Table Hair of Britain's strongest next-generation vampire organization last year? 3 million gold gallons. Liu Ping said ruthlessly. In fact, he couldn't imagine how much it was. Whether the entire underground vault of Guling Pavilion can make up so many gold gallons is unknown. Cain smiled, more than 30 million gold gallons. 165 million pounds. The clan of the Round Table is in the early 300s, and there are only more than 100 people who really manage the business. Liu Ping was stunned. He has been down and down these years, knowing the power of money, so much money, what he can do, it is horrible to think about it. Is full of wine and food, and all the betting has been finished. Cain talked about the business, he took out a tube of serum and put it on the table in front of Liu Ping. This was made from a werewolf leader called Lucian. Lucian is not an ancestor wolf family, but a heterogeneous blood family, a special infected person, an extraordinary long-lived species, but the weakness is highlighted. This tube of serum will allow you to transform into an alpha werewolf. Cain said, flipping his wrist, and a bunch of more photos in his hand, handed it to Lupin. When you come to work at the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, you have to accept one thing, that is, the Chamber of Commerce is not a charity or a justice society. In order to survive, sometimes the means are more vicious, especially for those dark creatures, such as Fenrir. Guys like Grey Burke who take pleasure in harming others. Liu Ping looked at the photos, which were all related to the experiment. The target of the experiment was the werewolf, and the people who were cursed by the werewolf. The content revealed in some photos is shocking. Then I heard Kane say, "This is the worst option I said before." Lupin handed the photo to Kane. "It seems that you are very grateful for everything the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce will give you, so you will not hesitate to participate in such a thing." "Actually, I feel more that I have compromised with reality," Kane simply explained. "My father died in the Wizarding War, my mother did not work, I have a younger brother and sister, that I do not have enough pensions to feed them into adulthood. I did not plan to live a lonely life. I still have some hobbies for collecting. Even in my heart, I still have a little ideal. And this requires money." Kane again said, "Other people think I am sensible and know to take care of my family. In fact, I have known for a long time, but it is good to be a man with money." Liu Ping sighed, "Be rich and be a man." This sentence really speaks to his heart. These years he has no people, ghosts, and little contact with relatives and friends. One of the most important reasons is this sentence. If you want to get something, you have to give something. In addition to my hard work, I also distorted the once pure justice in my heart. Liu Ping, thank you for your frankness, you haven't painted anything, from beginning to end. Over the years, there have been few such pleasant exchanges. You're welcome, this is part of my job. The boss doesn't want me to use her identity, or what Dumbledore expects to suppress you, but hopes you can figure it out yourself." Kane said, "You mind me say something about your feelings?" "Of course I don't mind," I said, "it's a pleasure chatting with you, this is the truth." "Well, I thought on the way that you came to see that you are cool and warm in the world. You should not be so virgin, so how to choose, there is no need to say more. This is the reason I congratulated you on your success at the beginning." Then, he explained the concept of virgin again. Liu Ping laughed, "I didn't even have a virgin when I was in school. The small organization Predator is famous for being a trick or treat. You should know this." "Well, I even know that Dumbledore made you a senior and restrained the least worrying too, of course not because you are smarter than them, but because you are mature enough among your peers. So, about work. Of course I promised that, as you said, I've taken the job and even drank the celebration wine." Kane saw Lupin did not show a reluctant look. www.ltnovel.com nodded with satisfaction. Laughed, "I've managed to complete the matter explained by the boss. In order to thank you for your cooperation, I decided to be your personal service guide next to help you with some of the chores in life. Be aware that becoming an employee of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, the first feeling is not how hard it is to work, but that there are actually more contracts to be signed." Liu Ping was a little wary and said, "Contract? Similar, but more biased towards the procedures of the Muggle world. Not binding on life and physical punishment, but on reputation and credibility." Liu Ping smiled a little self-deprecatingly. "I didn't expect that I still have such a reputation." "Of course there is. Do you think that the old bee has been too busy to be a student, so he would not hesitate to owe human help?" Lupin finally couldn't help but ask, "You seem to be very close to Dumbledore." "Actually, I'm not so close. I just rubbed the heat. I dare not call it that way. The Devil Eye Chamber of Commerce has business dealings with the Phoenix and Hogwarts. That's how the heat comes. It is not easy to see Dumbledore, he does nt like socializing. Even when he's free, he would rather hide in the office and eat ice cream or something. You know a lot about Dumbledore's habits." "Well, frequent contacts, everyone is familiar, even Professor McGonagall, who has always been serious, will betray some harmless secrets and even make jokes. Isn't that scene a little unimaginable? Yes, but I'm looking forward to it. I think I have the opportunity to know that the professorship of Hogwarts Black Magic Defense course has been changed every year since the Curse of the Mysterious Man. We who have participated in the Wizarding War are also competent to teach that course. So Count come, you and I have the opportunity to take turns slowly. It's also a little exciting to think about returning to my alma mater as a professor. Chapter 32, Loser, please learn to spend money. Teach a group of secondary 2 teenagers to master black magic defense skills. Kane is actually not very interested in this. Lupin was a little excited when he heard that he might also be a professor at Hogwarts. And when he saw the employee benefits of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, he was very excited and very excited. He was assigned to a house and was in the village of Hogsmeade. Kane said that this is called a multi-purpose room, which is both a welfare and a rope, or an advertisement. The concept of advertising, Lu Ping knew, he just didn't know why the house became an advertisement. One of the newly expanded businesses of the Chamber of Commerce is the construction and sale of houses. All the houses assigned by employees are equivalent to display models. Lupin realized that the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce had also built and sold houses. Is actually not only selling, but also a big sale, selling the whole set, and also dismantling the sale. It is really like selling a model, randomly combining, or randomly selecting a certain functional part. But it's nothing but detail. It is common in Muggle society, the main difference is that it has been magically processed. So the one Lu Ping got, the appearance is quite satisfactory, 2-story, with a pointed attic. Considering the overall style of Hogsmeade's house, the roof is covered with magic thatch, not brick. Kane told Lupin that it was only temporary, and it really belonged to his house, on the hill in the north of the village, Fir Mountain Villa, there. Lu Ping had noticed before, there was civil engineering in Daxing over there, the project was not small, and now I know it is the construction project of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. This has made me extremely satisfied. Lu Ping is not a polite, but in his eyes, this warm little house is really good. There are more than 10 square meters of lawn in front, there is a small fenced yard in the back, but the inside of the house is different. The invisible stretch spell is constant, which makes the interior space of the house very large, and the attic plus the total available space of more than 400 square meters. This is not a basement of more than 100 square meters. The small window seen from the outside is seen from the inside. Large windows with good lighting. Other aspects are really not much different from the houses where ordinary people live, except that the kitchen utensils are magic. The furniture is complete, and it is not a wax lighting, but a magic lamp, which can be carried in a bag. It's okay, but in terms of safety, it's still worse than Fir Mountain Villa. Kane said, pointing to the most critical settings in this room, Energy Stone, Total Control Rune Stone. He explained, the Wizarding War has made everyone have a higher demand for the safety of the house. The kind of disgraceful house that is destroyed by the Death Eaters and can't meet people's needs. This kind of house launched by the Chamber of Commerce has window gates and door gates. As long as the energy stone is constantly supplied, the protection is excellent. The mysterious man will not break after a while and a half. If you buy advanced protection, you can even perform magic. Counterattack. If it is not possible, you can also use the one-way teleport fireplace in the basement to go to the densely populated area of Muggles. Of course, if you have the ability, you can locate the refuge in the office of the Minister of Magic. Lu Ping sighed, if James and Lily could have such a house. Yeah, so if you lose your memory for a long time, if your nest is not safe and warm enough, I will feel very insecure if I change it, as if all the results of my struggle will be drifting at any time. Well, I feel the same, especially the wandering people like me. I have long wanted to have a stable home. You said that the house of Fir Mountain Villa is more secure? I can't imagine what it looks like. Ancient magic circle. In addition to protecting individual facilities, the entire manor also has overall protection capabilities. Hey, it's a match with Hogwarts. In terms of safety protection, it is better. Kane said with certainty. This is not bragging, he is the chief designer, and the technical power used by Fir Mountain Villa is naturally well known. However, he did not discuss this issue in depth, and it did not meet his current status. He changed the topic. So, how many years are you going to sign a mortgage contract? The longest is 20 years, and the shortest is 5 years. He took out a contract and handed it to Lupin. Liu Ping took it over and read it very carefully. After thinking about it, he said, I think 5 years is good. In that case, you only have 100 gold gallons available per month, plus bonuses and annuities. It is also very difficult to average 200 on average. Do you really decide to cut down on food? Liu Ping's eyes widened. Do you think there are more than 100 gold gallons available every month to save money? Cough cough. Kane realized that he was a little bit of a leak. With the average consumption level of wizards in this era, more than 100 gold gallons are not small. Moreover, Flake Owen is also a poor child, and his monthly salary will be divided into a part to support his mother and support his siblings. How can such a generous person have the attitude towards money? Well, I mean, you must have other needs, such as socializing with your girlfriend, strengthening your abilities, etc. Is it a bit late to pay the mortgage and fall in love? Liu Ping frowned, thinking that Kane said something reasonable. He was all 30, and he was already an old man. Then for 10 years. I don't think I would marry a lady who fell in love with Jin Jialong. Despite this, it must be said that you have to change your consumption concept. Oh. Kane first asked Lupin to sign the single signing, and gave the contract that belongs to Lupin, and the key to the other party. Then used the fireplace in the basement to go directly to Aberdeen. Kane led Liu Ping as he walked and introduced, this industry belongs to us, and it is a theatre that focuses on performing stage plays. Theatrical theatre. Yes. From Muggles' point of view, there are only interpretations by drama actors that will allow them to eliminate curiosity about most wizards' dress. You mean, the costumes of the wizards are different in the eyes of Muggles? Extraordinary, alternative. Except for masquerade, Halloween, or carnival activities, there will never be a kind of alternative dress. Kane added, since it's a theatre, there is makeup, there is washing, including a full set of washing, cutting and blowing, and clothing tailors, etc. The Chamber of Commerce will require employees to dress. I am performing tasks, not formal wear. So first measure the size, then go to wash, cut and blow, and when you come back, the clothes have been tailored. Need 10 sets so much. In fact, 6 sets are enough, 2 sets for winter, summer, and spring and autumn, but you have to have casual clothes? Your own can only be used as work clothes, or only for special occasions. So what about the shirts and the like that doubled on this basis? The rules of etiquette needed by the Chamber of Commerce cannot be solved by cleaning up. This is not just a question of cleanliness. But if you do change your shirt, you will be considered as a man who did return home last night. Sometimes it is seen as rude and lack of credibility. Am I doing diplomatic work? No, but the Chamber of Commerce does not want to affect the image of the Chamber of Commerce because any employee is not properly dressed in a formal occasion. Well, what's next? The 3 treasures that show the charm and taste of men: watches, ties, collar pins, leather shoes. Liu Ping finally realized what the consumer concept needs to be changed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Following Kane, he felt like he was going to be a duck. The one that cost money was a thrilling one, and it was still a hard indicator. It didn't cost me anything. After a series of consumption, his salary for 1 year was hit. This is already an internal price. The Chamber of Commerce will subsidize at least 30%. There will not be such a good opportunity in the future. In general, if you can make money, you have to match the spending power of it. So shabby, this is not a suggestion, but a regulation. This rule also not human? The boss said that this is just part of the corporate culture of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. We are not cultivating money-serving slaves, but cultivating people who can live and work hard to make money. Only when you spend money will you make money, and you will understand more the importance of making money. It can even cultivate a sense of honor, gain a sense of accomplishment, and strengthen centripetal force. Look at the disgraced people around you and think about who else can provide you with a job opportunity like this. It is not easy to be a successful person and have the at least decent that a successful man should have, as much as it is, debt and high consumption. I will always remind you that you need to work hard, remind you that many people are catching up, and many people are actually not less capable than you, but just lack an opportunity. Well, I feel like I have joined a very unusual organization. Well, there is a little bit of ideological impact. But as the boss said, you will get used to it, including those who are used to seeing your envy and trying to get close. Liu Ping sighed, I thought our boss experienced a tragic escape, but now I believe that she actually went to a noble college to study further. Maybe it is because she finally discovered that the great god of money is the only supreme in this world. Chapter 33, Boss Plan. Lupin was completely limped by Cain using a set of advanced consumption methods. The dazzling procedures of 5 insurances and 1 gold are handled like a war. They are non-stop and exhausting. However, the effect is also significant. After this toss, Liu Ping finally looks a bit like a person. Really, where is the money spent? But this is not the real purpose of Cain. The real purpose of this large set is tuning. Frankly speaking, it is to let a person turn identity into a habit. The most common thing people do is to question, even if the other party is correct, it does not mean that they must agree. Especially for people like Liu Ping who are more sensitive because of their past life, it is very difficult to accept other people's claims. At this time, a series of things that are easy to reach a positive response are needed to make it form a thinking inertia. And in a unit of time, people's ability to think in detail is limited, too much information smashed down. He seems to still be able to reasonably analyze. In fact, analytical ability has declined. It is also called being dizzy and limping. If it's the kind that is too against its original intention, think about it afterwards and you will naturally realize that you have been pitted. But if it is right or wrong, then the problem is not big. Generally, it will not be found afterwards, but will be made up by yourself, the necessity of making that choice, and the serious consequences of repentance. So, it was possible that Ababab had chosen this way, and now the result is all a little glass heart. It is okay to say that this person has been fooled. But in fact, people like Liu Ping who have experienced so much hardship and white eyes and can't even find a paid job have long learned to face life with less thoughtfulness and toughness. Large strip. Those who refuse to compromise in all things, have already forced themselves to death. If it is too real, the result is that it will be out of place everywhere, more and more sensitive and inferior, and the more you struggle, the more passive you will always get what you want. Liu Ping soon qualified for his research work, what to study. Being studied. Of course, it is not as miserable as the old lunatic Da Vinci. He is a numbered experimental body, not a cannon fodder. Vampires have a very rich level of strength and ability system. What about werewolves? Many people mentioned the werewolf, the first impression of the fierce monster, and the wizards mentioned the werewolf. The first impression is the available watchdog. Cain's feeling is to cover his face. This is a group of shabby gadgets, neither human nor wolf. It is simply a combination of the two inferior features. People have evolved extraordinary wisdom and dexterous hands. Wolves have evolved the first-class group fighting ability. What are the werewolves? Just faced with human beings, Based on their IQ and the way of fighting back to their ancestors, human beings can make them line up and sing conquer with their ass. Return to the wilderness? Forget it, their so-called hunting skills have not been tested by nature. What's more, on the modern earth, lions, tigers, and bears all learn to live by selling. Where can the werewolf's individual combat power be higher than them? What big clove of garlic is a magic creature after all? Although the spell-like talent is thinner than vampires, it can only be used internally, not externally. Fortunately, there is still a fat, and the blood in the 2 wash basins can still stand undead. Use it for waste. Thinks so, Cain feels very sad and merciful. Once successful, the great wolf dogs have ended, and there are a lot of right and wrong in the world. He also has a watchdog, a win-win situation. For this beautiful purpose, like what kind of breeding, slaughter, ravaging stimulation. For the population, this is a necessary pain. Is going to die anyway. It is a wave to die in the so-called fatal battle with vampires. Died in his laboratory, it was dedicated to the future of the race. When it comes to dedication, Cain is also very helpless about this. Living experiments are necessary, and corpses and bones alone can unravel the mysteries of life, which is too supernatural for people in the magic world. Of course, Lupin's life is slightly more valuable in Cain's mind than those dark creatures. Is not because he is a well-known horn in the HP world, but the value of the soul is higher. His sense of Lupin is okay, and he can be ranked first in the group of 4 marauders. The second is Peter the dwarf. Yes, this is the bad guy in the eyes of many people. He does not look at this person from a sentimental and moral perspective, and evaluates this person. That is not the perspective that an adult should have. Who has NT been to school, and who does NT know what campus bullying is? He thought that what little dwarf Peter said when he confronted Sirius and Lupin in the Screaming Shack in the original history line was heartfelt. He has never been loyal to anyone. He has always succumbed to strength, and all the things he does are manifested in this attitude. Peter is a common type in the bottom environment of society. This man has determination, courage, and a lot of brains, even if the pattern is smaller. A poor man with a short horse and long thin hair, he can understand the embarrassment faced by Peter and can understand the struggle under the difficult choice. At first James and Sirius were too careless, they didn't really understand Peter. At the same time, the work is also rough, especially when Liu Ping is not in this small group. The 2 of them probably did not spend some time to measure Peter's difficulty. In Cain's cognition, Harry's father, James, was a playful, clever, smart-headed, active, small bad, and good-looking person. This kind of person liked the little girl. In fact, such campus prince-like quarterbacks rarely show up in the Super Bowl. They have many ideas and are too fancy, and life will teach them to be human. Sirius, who is similar to the substantive Shuxiangman, but chose to play rock and roll. One-headed, cynical and reckless. Even if this kind of is swollen by life, he will stubbornly say that I don't hurt, and I don't regret it. In fact, no one cares whether he regrets it or not. The only people who really care about him are those who want to use him as an entry point, discredit his home, or grab something from his home. These 2 kinds of people, Cain will not be close. It is not a matter of doing things. Liu Ping is not the case. In his view, Liu Ping cultivated, he can be alone. Peter needs to be put in the right place to use his talents. Of course, he had no friendship with Peter and would not do anything for him. It's just a matter of fact and evaluation from the perspective of employment. He knew that Lupin www.ltnovel.com was somewhat troublesome. Dumbledore. In his eyes, the old bee is more glorious than the high banner. Other aspects, including the way of doing things, are similar to Voldemort. He is unscrupulous and has a long-term layout. He does not hesitate to sacrifice anyone, including himself. Can do things, can do big things. The old bee never did useless work, and every part he paid would be returned in due course. He was the most partial to Harry Potter, and correspondingly, Harry also needed to face the grass again and again to fight for it. What about Lupin? Same. Just like Liu Ping himself said, after entering the society, his greatest impression was that Dumbledore helped him that year, which was really commendable. When he was poor, introducing him to the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce was also a kind of reconstruction grace. What should I get for this? The same can only be life. So the original historical line Lupin died. If this is not the case, seeing Liu Ping, who is so cool, would wonder if justice and evil are what? Cain can measure the old bee. He has his difficulties. It is also a terrible thing to put Snape, Lupin, and Harry into his big plan. The same is to manipulate people's hearts. Love has a much narrower application range than fear. The cards in the hands of the old bees are extremely limited. How can you not use your budget and make the best use of it? What about himself? As expected at the beginning, his career also just reached a bottleneck period. Can't come in a hurry, it can only make time. Accept Dumbledore's invitation to go to Hogwarts to study? Joke, even if he goes there, it is for more children, not for Dumbledore's pawn, Voldemort, and the Death Eater. It is not worthy of entangle his footsteps and lock his vision. Chapter 34, Highland Wizard. Placed Liu Ping, the summer has just begun, and there is still some time before September 1st. But for Cain, there are always things that can't be done. Mr. Shafik. Nice to see you again, Mr. Shafik. Boss is good. Lord. There were people talking to him along the way, and Cain nodded and paid tribute. The men of the Shafik family are similar to the men of the Gower family. They are tall and burly, but at the same time they are a bit stupid. Compared to his peers, Cain is also very tall, but it does not seem to be stupid at all. On the contrary, he has a noble elegant temperament, but does not show the motherly artillery, but reveals the strong and tough. Many people subconsciously regard him as an adult, especially those who have had in-depth contact with him, will naturally ignore his true age. Doesn't need to deliberately propagate. He only has a reputation by relying on gossip. Even the Eastern wizarding world knows that Britain has a young genius called Cain Shafik. In addition to genius, he also has many titles: Prince of Potions, Heir to the Empire, the youngest winner of the Merlin Medal of the First Class, Lord of the Highlands. And Cain likes to call him Lord of the Highlands. Highlands is one of the administrative divisions of Scotland. Its capital is Inverness, the northernmost city in Britain, the coldest city, and the longest city in summer. The origin of the Shafik family and the Highlands can be traced back to the early Stuart dynasty. Although this dynasty ranks behind the Tudor dynasty known as the most glorious and anecdotal, it is called the most unsuccessful dynasty in history by many people. But there are still some remarkable things. For example, the completion of the official merger of England and Scotland, the promotion of monarch power, reached the peak of autocracy. After the Revolutionary Restoration, it also opened up a precedent for constitutional monarchy, including the rudiment of the prime minister system and party governance, all derived from this dynasty. The Shafik family once straddled both the realm and the witch, and once had the title of contemporary Merlin, whose power is evident. In the 15th century, the witch hunt was followed by the rise of monarch power. It was at that time that the Shafik family broke down with the mortal king. However, I do not know whether it is fear, or there is still a mind of mutual benefit, and the Stuart family still did not deprive the Shafik family of Highland titles. The legend of Highland wizards has also been handed down from generation to generation, especially by local people as taboo. Until the Victorian era, the British began to fill the world with flags, the prestige of the dynasty reached an unprecedented highest, and the legend of the mysterious side was weakened and faded from the hearts of the locals, leaving only shallow traces. Later there are several movies based on legends. The prototype of Highlander is actually the Shafik family. The most famous secret method of the Shafik family is the inheritance of magic power and the undead. Of course, how much authenticity there is debatable. Anyway, Cain didn't see any secrets related to it from the inheritance of family secrets, but there are some records in the family history books, but such things as bragging, people all know nothing about themselves, right? Anyway, from the point of view of Cain, among the ruined homes of the Shafiq family, the valuable inheritance includes a complete set of inheritance documents and even escrow documents during the Hanover and Windsor dynasties. The predecessors of the Shafiq family have also been ambitious. They have refused to give up the ancient title, but have spent some power to renew their lives. Naturally, they want to retain this powerful identity as a fulcrum to re-intervene in the world. It's just that in the late Windsor dynasty, when the Shafiq family was in the middle of the mountains, the stalls of the wizarding world were not well managed. How can there be time to take care of the secular business? This document is also broken. It doesn't matter, this set of title inheritance documents is too historically valuable. In particular, there are descriptions of customs and land forms in relevant periods. It is important to know that most of the human beings of that period have never been to a region one day away from their homes. Knowledge can only be mastered by a few people. The wizard who mastered magic, in that era, was the prophet who knew the world. So throw these things to the British official, come to a carbon identification to clear the time, and immediately it is an authoritative masterpiece. It is really not a problem to take the title back and obtain secular recognition. After all, the current title is a reputation, not a real aristocracy. Of course, if you are willing to spend money and pay expensive taxes, especially inheritance tax, it is not impossible to discuss. Anyway, a lot of the land of the Shafiq family is still a barren land, and some people are willing to pay the officials for that kind of place, which is also very good. Cain spends this money, after all, his ambition is greater than that of Shafiq's predecessors. Having a world-recognized qualification, a noble identity, and an extraordinary origin are still very helpful to him in his career. Westerners recognize this, as long as they are who my ancestors are, and what cattle people have been. As a matter of fact, the Orientals also admit that they would slap the family tree after being famous, and try not to prove too much that they are the Zhao family. He was the title of Lord of the Highlands, and that's how it came. Baron was his cheap dad, Stanley Shafiq, who is currently held in Azkaban. Lao Tzu is not dead yet, legally speaking, it is not his turn. And to be able to get this done, the devil's tears are naturally indispensable. In fact, the nods and kindness that Exmoor Hill encountered were mostly in the face of Lord Money, and Cain knew this. The old lady in the British royal palace happily agreed that the Baron of the Highlands would reappear after a few hundred years, also for this reason. Who doesn't like cash cows? Although the industry of the British royal family is fairly wealthy, it is not as powerful as devil's tears. The royal representative who was in charge of negotiations even once proposed that a few percentage points more, the Earl of Highland is also okay. Earl, how much do you say? Duke? Go. When brother is wrong. Crazy money for a fake name? I thought brother didn't know how hungry and hot the market is now? But these people, sometimes they are flies. No, I feel that the Shafiq family has gained power and wealth, and this kind of person has come to find money. Said to discuss the Baron's coat of arms. Is there any good discussion? The family coat of arms of the Baron Highland is clear at a glance. The blue background represents loyalty and truth, the shield represents guard, the zigzag represents land, the wavy represents ocean, and the goat in the middle represents bravery, strategist, and winner. Is NT that good? The descriptions all show that the role of the ancestors of Shafiq in the dynasty was the consultant of Wang like Merlin. The reason why it is so simple, reading www.yuyuganshu.com is very important because the Shafiq family has never intermarried with the secular aristocracy, and the pure-blood aristocracy in the wizarding world is another set, which is not recognized by each other. Therefore, the coat of arms does not need to be divided into 2 halves and 4 halves, with crowns and leaves. Regarding the Baron's coat of arms, he later learned from Catherine that he was originally a descendant of the Stuart dynasty and tried to cling to it, or that the reputation and interests were tied up. 12 poles could not be hit, allegedly a princess. Marry him. As soon as you get married, you can't recognize the coat of arms and the bells and whistles. In the VIP room, there are representatives from the International Federation of Magic and other sounding people waiting to be met. This is all about money. Last year, the supply of 20% of the annual production cost of devil tears and hemp had already made the annual profit of the International Federation of Magic more than 8 million gold gallons. In the first or second quarter of this year, it is already more than 6 million, and there is no problem with the annual income of 10 million. In this regard, there is still a lot of profitable space. The International Federation of Magic is further setting up their business channels in the world, looking for better agents. Devil's Tears and Black Hemp have become the pillar profit-making industries of the International Magic Federation. As long as this cash cow is strong, the Shafik family's face will be as big as it is. The people in Liu nodded and bowed to Cain, not even showing flattery, but the most basic respect for the great of money represented by Cain. Cain felt that Exmoor Hill was almost ready to be listed in the United Nations Office of the Witcher world. It is these birds and beasts that are ushered in every day, and the mysterious atmosphere of the magic world has been negligible. Using the teleportation array, go directly to Nozawane Castle, where is his base, private territory. Chapter 35, Foundation and Hidden Dangers. Nozawa Castle has returned from the original Islander to the original, and has become a country with great scenery of the wilderness of the Scottish Highlands. The castle has undergone 3 major adjustments before and after, becoming like a fantasy fortress, tall and perfect, without the original vicissitudes of life. The granite stone wall is covered with traces of moss and years. There is a wide moat outside the city. Inside is a living water system connected to the ground river. There are fish and shrimp living in it. It will not freeze even in cold winter. It is called Warm Water River. Outside the moat, there is a circle of hardened ground and marble guardrails. Its presence dilutes the war atmosphere of the castle and looks more like a scenic spot. Cross the exquisite stone bridge, and pass through the gates etched with runes. The inside of the castle is a popular place, which is in sharp contrast with the rudeness outside. Along the way, servants and gardeners saluted him. He would not respond politely one by one here, but would move forward proudly. The servants here are all selected from the prisons of the mortal world. They all look very kind, but there is no good person. In the real world, they are all people who have been sentenced to death, but they have not advanced the incinerator, and their families have not received their own ashes. Here, they can't be too alive. Too much training, it is already difficult to find the original consciousness and personality from them. Cain still feels that they are lucky, fortunate than those who died in the laboratory 7 times their overall number. As soon as he entered the castle hall, Cain felt a lot more comfortable. The layout here is his favorite, even the air composition has been specially adjusted, and the floor tiles are sapphire blue and white magic marble. Run Liang, very eye-catching. Stepped upstairs directly on the white cashmere carpet stairs, and Cain saw Catherine in the small living room. The one at Exmoor Manor is one of her stand-ins. Catherine is not a workaholic herself. She is not very interested in social entertainment. Instead, she is more like a competent housewife and is warm and pleasant to clean up her family. Very sweet. This was not the case in previous years. According to Cain's observation, it should have been swayed by the old aunt Pandora and specialized in the hostess, rather than being a strong woman. As always, Pandora is also there. This old aunt has become more and more grandmother-like. Every time he looks at him, he always reminds him of the blast furnace of the steel mill. The light and heat seem to melt everything. After a brief greeting, sitting down and drinking 2 cups of mint tea, chatting for a while, Cain said goodbye to the two, returned to his room, changed the mage's robe, and arrived in the laboratory with a modified version of the Phantom. Here is not his large laboratory located in the underground industrial city, but a small laboratory that is part of the castle. Checked the related items, and set up several new small items to keep the magic assistant staring. He left the laboratory and reached the black hemp planting base through a large teleportation array. Out of the transfer room, take the magic elevator to the surface, and you can see the large and hemp rough processing scene of the underground factory from the transparent elevator outer wall along the way. The main work here is Goblin. The middle and high managers such as the team leader, are house elves. They seem to be well dressed, and they are no more comfortable than the goblins of Guling Pavilion in dress, but the spirit is better. In addition, they are a little bit less ugly than their cousins. Those goblins, or goblins with soul distortions, cunning, vulgar, and abominable faces, are almost all written on their faces, far less than the senses given by house elves. Choose people by appearance. Cain feels that it is more accurate to pick people by eyes when it comes to raising elves at home. The eyes are the windows of the soul. He can understand some things through his eyes, no matter what kind of intelligent creature. Arrived at the surface, the sky was an enchanting azure blue, and the Sahara's sun was already quite powerful this month, and it was dazzling enough to shine. Cain jumped into the air, turned into a black dragon, spread his wings and flew, patrolling the vast planting fields. As a dragon, his posture has begun to show strength and elegance, and his head and corners have gradually revealed, which is a big change from the bald and cute Menbeo form. However, it is still not powerful enough, and it is far from being as sturdy as the subspecies of dragon descent. For example, the dragons in this world. After having a better understanding of the dragons, he characterized them as ancestorized fierce animals, because the blood vessels of the real dragons in their bodies were thinner than those in the kobolds. Kobolds can still rely on the inheritance of knowledge in the bloodline, and break a few words of the dragon language. Those guys have only beast level of IQ, and the language is too difficult for them. Soaring, one of the dragon's instincts, Cain often comes here to let the wind out, which is also a kind of emotional relaxation. He has recently been annoyed by unexpected things. That is the influence of Hualong on the soul. Animagus chooses the real dragon. It is indeed quite tall, and it is almost the same as saying it is out of the question. After being transformed into this magical creature, the interaction between body and soul is very different from before. Therefore, using the dragon to solve the magic erosion is really a very good trick. Not only does it turn harm into profit, it solves the fatal disease in one fell swoop, but also has a body with high potential. But the price is not small. For example, most methods suitable for human practice can only be thrown aside. This is nothing. After all, the real dragon has its own way of climbing. Every stage of growth, you can awaken the inheritance of the dragon family from the blood, including dragon language magic or something. Moreover, it does not affect his path to the mage. He never thought of being a master who can play multifaceted, capable of carrying and supporting milk, and it is good to specialize in mage. However, in the inheritance of the awakened dragon clan, not only knowledge but also the extraordinary power to further catalyze the growth of the dragon. He also knows this, and related experiments have not been done. But even so, it is still Meng Lang. Is too rough, and the sequelae are much larger than he expected. He is very happy now that he didn't directly become a young dragon. If it is really possible to cross the dragon stage, the extraordinary power brought by the unsealing of the blood of the young dragon will have an irreversible impact on his personality. Say what is best understood by all, dragons are lustful. This can be imagined from the bizarre army of dragons in the magic world. Excessively strong physiological stimulation will distort the character a little, so it is not impossible to turn him into a colored stick. From this point, we can see that the soul and the body affect each other. www.ltnovel.com. The human body and human soul are naturally easy to match, but the others are not necessarily necessary. The dragon body is strong and the dragon soul is not weak. He wanted to keep his self-consciousness unaltered, and he had to fight a long-term war that was absolutely dangerous and invisible. Know that this kind of war also has the difference between the cold haze and the fierce battle. If the latter occurs, and it is him who fails again, it depends on the environment. Anyway, neither the destructive power of the true dragon nor the destructive power of the Lord of the Dead Stars can be accommodated by ordinary people. And after he killed the quartet, he found that the people he cared about were all on the spot with him. The kind of dog blood experience would inevitably mark eternal scars in his soul and became a fatal weakness. Has always attached great importance to control, and turned himself into a bomb. This kind of sarcastic thing full of self-intelligence has happened, and he is also a little calm. Without the assistance of various powerful magic items in the previous life when they were mixed in the Vientiane gate system, it was only a way to mediate themselves. This flight is one of them. Can follow the rules and squeeze less negative content. Only when it is time to reverse, can it be reversed, otherwise it will probably burst. After all, there are not so many life and death choices in this life to help him sharpen his soul quickly and effectively, making his personality stronger and stronger. Inspected the plantation that had occupied thousands of hectares. After Cain was humanized, it fell like a feather. After performing stealth on the robe, he left the planting area and entered the desert. As he grew up, more and more magic lost his effectiveness, so he had to think of a compromise, like casting a robe. He is going to Hogwarts, but the potion industry will still expand, which requires him to solve some problems in advance. Even if one delimits a larger area for the plantation. Chapter 36, Moonlight in the Sahara. This is the depths of the Sahara, where life is rare and uninhabited. Cain went to a determined position, where he would cast a spell, build an altar of elements, and activate the soil and water in it. Then, the invisible magic field of the planting area will expand, covering an area with the elemental altar as the core. Cultivation areas all come like this. This means that the possibility of breaking up the entire magic field is almost non-existent. Only by destroying the altar, the planting area is exposed one by one. Want to destroy the altar is no easy task. Energy transfer will make a certain node have sufficient magic power to deal with the blow, and the combat power of the altar guard is absolutely not unusual. Just another 3 years, the Bloodworm group can go online. When the time comes, the attackers will not consider how to break the altar, but how to leave alive. The battle to build the altar of elements is far from comparable to the magical array of star callers in Bermuda. One very important reason is that his casting essence is a dark plastic mage. Simply put, he is exceptionally strong, and the casting ability of other elements except the dark power is very general. The light power also has an additional level of downgrade and affinity punishment. And in this low magic world, for him it is like ordinary people living in anoxic state. The damage output of Plastic Mage is very scary, but the requirements for the external environment are also very high. Drained all the magic in the area as soon as you started, and found that it was still not enough. At that time, let alone guarantee the power, it was good to release the spell completely. It was because of this problem in his previous life that he worshipped Guyi as a teacher and took the path of Supreme Master. As Guyi said to Dr. Strange when explaining the path of the Supreme Master, we obtain energy from other spaces of the multiverse, read spells, cast spell models, and complete spells. To be more specific, Guyi locked the coordinates in the dark dimension space in order to obtain a strong and stable source of magic power. Cain's previous life deepened this concept. Let Dormammu get out of it, use all the energy bred in the darkness as fuel, ignite the darkness, create a black sun, that is, the Dead Star. And he was deeply connected with Death Star, became a monitor, managed the dark dimension space, and also obtained a rich energy library. No matter where he is in the world, as long as he is connected to the dark dimension, he can get the support of dark magic. In this way, the strength of Death Star's support for him is mainly affected by the status of the channel. In his previous life, he strengthened himself many times, and was assisted by powerful magic artifacts, so it was equivalent to 100 megafiber. Every time you reach a mission world, you are connected to the Dead Star, and the powerful dark magic power drives him, and the magic industry starts quickly. In a very short time, you can take terrifying productivity and kill your opponents alive. This is how his horror prestige was forged. In the beginning of the general battle, he developed to hang down all the rest of the team alone, and he was of the world. He was also killed by the endless dark army. He has become a general existence of bug, which is also an important reason why the reincarnations work together to kill him. In this life, the flow of small water pipes can only be when there is a moon at night. Without enough energy, this mighty wind can't shake. Can only save, and do something. Is like the element altar to be laid this time. It was also saved. At the beginning of the Bermuda Triangle, the accumulation of years was smashed into it. Only played so tall. Therefore, his landlord is often troubled by the lack of food. Even his study of spells in this world is related to the lack of magic power. He can't make the world adapt to him, so he has to reverse it. In his view, the cast effect of the HP world is not only miniaturized, but also as funny as the snowball fight, but it is a province. The magic of the transformation of one's own blood can play so many tricks. To him, a big energy user, it was like spending a penny in half and spending a lot of money. This is really a way of getting rich and rich, but poor and poor. Applying magic can reach such a height, you should like a few likes, and then learn with humility, frugality, and no shame. For the magic industry and his own need, he installed a large number of energy-receiving devices in this vast planting area. In recent years, a large part of the production capacity has been used to make such magical artifacts. This is also an important reason why he is enthusiastic about expanding the planting area. The cultivation of black hemp is to cover up the magic energy needs of his magic industry. And the magic industry is an inevitable condition for the birth of the bloodworm group. Higher order civilization is terrifying to energy demand. For his underground fortress, the annual energy consumption, converted into electrical energy, is already the sum of the annual electricity consumption of Britain and France. In 1990, humans still didn't pay enough attention to energy consumption, even if it was a first-rate old developed country. Environmental photography can create a moonlight environment, which is necessary for the growth of black hemp. So he is actually not afraid of plant seeds being stolen. It is just about to be stolen, and eventually it will find its characteristics of dependence on dark power. Followed by an evil hat will buckle on his head. After all, interest and justice, what could be more easy to drive people to hold up their swords than such a good reason? He can even imagine that kind of scene. Reasonable? I don't listen, I don't listen. Fist? Okay, you heard me, you are the enemy of justice, we have countless justice cannon fodder, and the more you win, the more evil you get. Completely crushed? You are another Dark Lord, wait, let us end, justice will win, justice people all over the world will unite. What about you? Kneel down, hand over all your skills, and then accept the people's fair trial. These paragraphs, he has experienced in the previous mission world. He can remember those words so clearly. Therefore, he thinks that Voldemort is also quite cute. Can be so pure that evil can be regarded as an end rather than a means. UU reading www.uuganshu.com is a realm. Voldemort also cut his soul into so many parts that he was crazy like that. Such a hatred figure is easily killed, it is too wasteful. Cain really thought so. As the spokesperson for the dark, he knew the truth of light and shadow. Think about how bleak Dumbledore's life would be without Grindelwald and Voldemort. Dumbledore might say, I would rather live my life than want to see the evil Dark Lord appear in this world. However, if you look at it from the height of civilization, you will find an unusual assumption about this. The product of society, the epitome of the times, the crux of the problem, and the elimination of good wishes. This is more fairy tale than fairy tale. One of the happiness of life is to have a suitable opponent. Cain couldn't help but sigh when he thought of his opponent, the Emperor. Dumbledore has Grindelwald as his opponent, and his life is already very exciting. It's a pity that Guangming's successor is nobody, and nobody can compete with Voldemort. Dumbledore could only play once again, reluctantly fighting another game. Born in the 26th year, Voldemort is already 64 this year. Looking at his peers, Cornelius Fudge, who will become the British Minister of Magic this year, is a representative. In Cain's view, Voldemort's life in the original historical line is full of regrets. He has never met his opponent, a generation of devil, and died in the calculation of old rivers and lakes. Packed his feelings and finished today's work, Cain thought for a while, decided to go to Lovegood's house. Luna's mother Pandora Lovegood, the original history line is this year, died due to experimental errors. This has not happened yet, but considering that after he enrolled in the second half of the year, his free time will be greatly reduced, it is still necessary to deal with it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Magic Tent. The Lovegood family lives near the village of Autry-San-Capal, not far from the Weasleys. On a small hill about a mile north of the burrow, there is a huge black cylindrical house, that is the Lovegood house. Cain visited here in the face of Victor Cullen, but this time it was not a social elite in a suit and leather shoes with shiny hair, but a traditionally dressed wizard. Victor Cullen's appearance was first designed based on the appearance after taking aging medicine, and then a certain degree of face adjustment. And now, as a real dragon, he can adjust the appearance of humanization through animagus deformation, and no longer need the assistance of aging pharmacy. When he visited Lovegood's house, it was already evening, and he ran over after having dinner with Catherine and Pandora. From the Nozawa Castle, use the teleportation array to Exmoor Mountain Villa, and then use Phantom to move from the Mountain Villa. It's not far, just a dozen miles. The summer day is long, although it is close to 20 o'clock, the outside light is still sufficient. When the Lovegood family had just eaten, Xenophilius was sitting in a broken chair under the pergola at the door, laughing with 9-year-old Luna, while his wife Pandora was using family magic to clean up the pan. Seeing Cain appearing as a phantom, Xenophilius was obviously taken aback, and then used his father's power to make Luna go back to the house, while he stood up and looked at Cain with caution. Normally, the visit is in the morning, and this etiquette is common in the wizarding world. Cain leaned on the staff of Saint Cedar and walked slowly through the last dozen meters. At this time Pandora also came out of the house, with a wand in his waist, his eyes full of doubts. Gandalf, the traditional robe is a bit quaint. The main problem is naturally on the staff. With today's environment and magic system, where is the staff? Could it be that he died of addiction? Finally, Cain had to wear a half appearance this time, which is more suitable for this outfit. His own robe can be large or small, adapting to his body, so it does not look sloppy, but it is very mortal. Knowing the kind wizard, that is, the ancient wizard style, Lovegood sighed in breath, and did not rush to show his face to Cain. Cain stepped forward slowly, smiling and said, "Well, two of you, introduce yourself. Victor Cullen, have some friendship with Vincent, more precisely, I owe him a lot of love." Pandora responded with a greeting, and Xenophilius frowned. Vincent was the name of his father. Looking at the age of the man in front of him, it was said that his father's generation was the past, but his father never mentioned the name. "Hello, Mr. Cullen, my father never mentioned you. Also, are you British?" Cain was not directly stricken by Xenophilius. He said, "For many people, I really do not exist, and you do not need to mention to anyone today that I have been here." The Lovegood couple immediately made up, "Are you a guardian of the pure blood family?" Pandora interjected, "Kulam." Xenophilius whispered a lesson to his wife, "The guardian will not mention the family he guards to anyone. There is a debt to pay, and I am here today." Cain took the Lannister family's motto directly. With the previous foreshadowing, and now Cain said this again, the couple knew that it was the return of grace. Xenophilius wanted to refuse. Since he dared to do singing the opposite, there is still a sense of style. Cain seemed to see through him, and said, "Don't rush to refuse, let me hear what I say." Xenophilius watched his wife and Pandora nodded, so he made a gesture to ask Cain to go home. Cain smiled and declined, "No need, the scenery here is good, not to mention nothing long." The couple is speechless. The scenery is good, but the fields are not counted here, but the wilderness, a very wild place, and the mosquitoes fly around, the smell of the earth diffuses, if there is a way, they will not live here. Cain waved his staff with a smile. Boom! A burst of multicolored smoke rose, and then looked at the empty ground. There was a strange tent. This tent has a sapphire blue magic velvet top cover, gold edge and gold top beads, exuding a soft and light magic light. The top cover floats in the air, and its four corners, with tassel silver ropes decorated with luminous gemstones, are tied with a veil that is also inlaid with blue velvet with gold trim and a moon-white lace curtain. The Persian rug was spread in the tent, even the layman could see its extraordinary. On the carpet, antique oriental tables and chairs are even more valuable. The texture of Phoebe Nan Mu, the natural color of dark gold, and the gorgeous and natural texture are unpainted but oily and shiny, an absolute artwork. While the couple followed Cain into the tent, they discovered that this transparent tent had almost 100 square meters of space inside. Cain looked back and hid half of his body in the house. Luna, leaning on the door and watching over here, also greeted. The crazy girl has not yet shown the weirdness and etherealness of the later generations, but the temperament is good, and it is indeed worthy of her name. There is a natural quiet quality, coupled with the light blonde hair. It is really easy to associate with the moonlight tranquil night scene. Cain's magic tent, this is a spell, everything here has existed, but now, it is just a magic weaving creation, which maintains its existence by magic power. Cain said that he gently waved his hand, and the fragrant tea was poured into the cup from the exquisite bone china tea set by himself. www.ltnovel.com floated in front of the couple. And Luna, preserves, pastries, and special desserts from the ancient times of the dynasty are still very good shots, which are more rich and connotative than the cream cakes that were popular in modern times. With such a bright hand, Cain felt that his subtext had been fully demonstrated. With my ability, I really want to be detrimental to you, and so easy. With my wealth, the Lovegood family has nothing worth plotting. Debt must be paid, I am here to send warmth and love. Xenophilius took a sip of tea, and his eyes lightened. This tea light looked at the faintly hot air, but could not smell the tea aroma. After taking a small sip, the mouth scented, and the fragrance returned to the nasal cavity. Avalon Fairy Dew Spring Buds, it looks like you like it, give you a packet. It is best to use the ancient ice water of Greenland to boil. Cain said with a flip of his wrist. He would have a very elegant sealed liner's velvet tea bag flew into Xenophilius' arms. This. Cain waved his hand, it's just some enjoyment, it's nothing. Said he changed the subject and said, I came here today, and I was a little vigilant to see you. Obviously, you also know that you are a straight-hearted angry youth, which makes many people unhappy and even jealous. Lovegood and his wife are all a look. Saw Cain waved at Luna, and Luna was wrapped by countless stars and oceans. Luna cheered, and then found that she could adjust the distance by waving her hand, including zooming in and out, and even picking up a certain star. And suddenly indulged in it. Even the delicious pastries of happiness were not enough to eat. Luna's laughter grew farther away, as if separated by tens of meters. Now, you can speak freely. Chapter 38, The Happiness Given. Cain entered the topic before the foreplay. He said to the Lovegood couple, in this world, there is no lack of narrow-mindedness, and violent means is regarded as the mercy of Gillen. Some people have written a small account for singing the opposition. The sum of the pens is superimposed, and I feel that it is almost the same. I am ready to calculate the general ledger and also use the color. The couple's faces became increasingly ugly. The fact that their family lived so embarrassed has a lot to do with singing contrary. Both of them knew, but they didn't expect that they had reached the point of violent persecution. Cain took a sip of tea and said slowly, Voldemort taught a lot of people badly. He used his own hands to prove to the world that the harshest punishment in the world is to make you lose the most beloved and the most beautiful things. You are alive. Made Xenophilius creepy, he was playing with words, but he did not lack imagination and association skills. He glanced at his wife first, then at Luna. Cain smiled, It's not Luna, it's too sensitive and inappropriate. I think they will choose Pandora. The drowned ones will always be water. Pandora is obsessed with magic experiments, right? The couple was sweating and cold. Widower, every time he sees his daughter, he thinks about the pain of losing his wife. Xenophilius, at that time, you may not even be able to take care of yourself. What do you take care of, Luna? Having finished, Cain continued to drink tea on his own. The thoughts are fermenting. Xenophilius can fill in those specific scenes according to his description, and lose his soul and miserable life. His eyes were red, looking at Cain, there was an impulse to kneel and trembling lips, Please help us. Cain said, It's such a sentimental person. Actually, he thought about it before. If you are really insensitive, you won't be able to play singing the contrary. Xenophilius is a typical man with a woman's heart, delicate and sensual, and of course, vanity. In his situation, there are only non-mainstream articles that can give him some fame. As for Pandora, it seems to Cain that he is a deadly expert. Study magic, no matter whether it is work or hobby, there is no problem, but it is very important to master scientific experimental methods. You see Snape, who is simply a chemist in the wizarding world, a dangerous subject that can be exploded at every turn, and what can be done by the wind and water. Strict style, scientific method, and prudent attitude. Look at Pandora again. Ravenclaw graduated from the school. It stands to reason that even if it is not a tyrant, it is also clever among wizards. The results of it? It's really like the snake's irony, reading books is silly. Moreover, he encountered the mistaken child of Felius Flitwick as the dean. Analyze spells in a perceptual way, requiring students to put in feelings when casting spells, looking for the feeling of casting. Is clearly the rule, the formula, the details are precise, and the materialism. As a result, he became idealistic. The warlock who eats by blood veins feels that there is no problem with the flow, but he must pay attention to the difference in details, and the spells that awaken the power in the blood veins are different from the magic spells, spell seals, and wand casting spells of the master system. Is different from each other. The mage is intelligence, the warlock is charm. Charm is not simply good looks, temperament, but sensibility. The words and deeds of powerful warlocks are always full of contagion. It is not so simple to say that it will act, but the soul field is playing a role and influencing others. In general, if it is a warlock, do not teach any type of spell-casting skills, but from the perspective of how to self-explore the inner power, let the warlock dig deep into the potential of the bloodline. Cain has seen a warlock, a very powerful, forbidden spell. The spell is 3 words: white goat. Warlocks are like this, not necessarily how comfortable and how to come, but there must be some exquisite and saying, whenever a certain concept is mentioned, it can mobilize emotions and awaken the corresponding power. So the sorcerer casts a spell, very stylized. Mage is stereotyped. He eats by skill and knowledge, not by God. Want to study magic in the ideal way, is to try his luck, is to die. Often die easily. Pandora died because of that, it also makes sense. Cain has no strong evidence to prove that Pandora might die from murder. Xenophilius has not written anything that makes someone hate, and the so-called bookkeeping is just a guess. Show rebellion, 3 years failed. Xenophilius is kind of thing that will only please the mouth, the real Xiaoxiang will not take him seriously, and the kind of eyeballs that take him seriously will rarely be decisive. After all, these two adding them together, it is easy to create a situation where people are fighting against the enemy. In addition to the protagonist of Heaven and Earth and the Son of Destiny, otherwise this kind of stingy and eager to kill the whole family, 10 lives are also killed. Cain saw that these young couples were fooling around, saying, "How to do things and do things, you have a mind in your own heart. I can't teach without me teaching. What I can offer is a blessing." Said that he took out 3 leather rope pendants from his arms, put them on the table, and pushed them in front of the couple. The sun, moon, and stars are all cartoon Q-shaped. Chubby ones also have eyebrows, which is very interesting. Any magic-related fatal damage, it can be carried. When it shatters, it means that the death of the wearer has been completed. The love-good couple looked at each other. This magic pendant is really as good as Cain said, it is too expensive. The word any, it sounds like it is blowing. Cain drank tea on his own, but he wouldn't tell them that the essence of this amulet was actually a spell that inspired dragon blood. Even the death ray and the cracking technique are carried, and the magic power of this world is naturally a matter of course. In the time after, the love-good couple behaved a little flattered and overwhelmed. And Cain is always calm. Reading www.uuganashu.com has no desire, but he has no intentions of their family. This trip is actually looking at the unique and interesting face of Luna in the future. Take a hand and save it. Now that I have said that the opportunity has been given, and that is the end, he is not their father, responsible for life guide and escort. Drink 3 cups of tea. It is already dark at night. The silver mandala of the veil emits a charming magic light, which is gorgeous and bright. Cain got up and said goodbye. Luna came running and blinked her eyes to see her. "Grandpa, can you give this star to Luna?" Cain laughed and said, "Of course, I will turn it into your ruling star, a lot of interesting gameplay, leave you to explore slowly." Said, he pointed his finger at the pink magic star in Luna's hand, and the star immediately rose, and a moonlight appeared and fell from the void, covering the star. After, the magic stars began to rotate and glow in the sky. Looking closely, it really burned and glowed like a star. "Teach you the recipe, shine on my heart. It will appear, protect me. It will disappear." Finished, he lightly tapped with his staff, and the whole person dissipated into a flying star with the magic tent. The love-good couple looked at each other again. If it was not in Pandora's hands, the tea leaves were in Xenophilius' hands, and Luna thought of the recipe to make the magic star appear and disappear. Field of dreams. Even for wizards, what they encountered was too miraculous. The old man dressed up by the ancient wizard was completely different from the magic system used by the wizard today. It's really like the actions of the big witches in the era of the most brilliant magic in rumors. Chapter 39, Netherworld. Cain's visit made the Lovegood family excited and could not help themselves. After the couple's emotions returned to calm again, they found that Cain seemed to give Luna a very remarkable thing. The magic star is not a toy, but a special magical creation. It seems to be semi-permanent. Magic stars are affecting Luna, and Luna is also affecting it. On that night, Luna added to the star a planet revolving around it. This planet was formed by Luna's subconscious release of her magic. Gradually, it turned into blue, which is the color of the wind element. When the planet is stable, Luna also has a fluttering trait. In harmony with this star, the feelings of the Lovegood couple can be said to be unconscious. Actually, this is not a free lunch, but Cain had planned it in his previous life, but has not been able to put it into effect in the implementation of the Dark Solar System plan. Hopes that through this plan, the dark dimension space will be further reformed. Has magic stars, to a certain extent, is to help him sort out the elemental power. No matter what kind, the more people, the better. Of course, the premise is that the spirit is strong, and it is a natural creature. If not, he has already let the bloodworms or ordinary people on top. And those who possess magic stars will never lose money. This creation is the magic connection device, which is equivalent to obtaining a stable magic supplement channel. And, in its interaction with the wizard, it can also help to sort out the magical context in its body and make it orderly. According to Kane's understanding, there is no relevant skill inheritance in this world, and the wizards are left to their own magical context and naturally develop and grow. Because of this, there are so many dumb canons. And the magic of the wizards themselves is generally not high. From this perspective, Dumbledore and Voldemort are only the level of the 10th level master of the D&D universe. And some applied magic, it is indeed smart, like Life Spell, Soul Charm, Phantom Shift Shape, Innocent Stretch Spell and so on. Kane ended his visit and returned home. Went to the castle laboratory, completed several experimental projects, and got the data report he wanted. This report is about himself, and he objectively estimates his current strength. Due to his particularity, although he is a shadow dragon vein, compared with the 5-colored dragon of the D&D universe, he is roughly equivalent to the strongest red dragon blood vein. Now belongs to the juvenile dragon advanced, the juvenile dragon is not full. He personally believes that this division is too trivial. Young, 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 mature, strong, old, extremely old, ancient, ancient, ancient. There are actually 12 stages. His own division is 4 stages: strong body, strong god, law, and origin. Corresponding to Taoism's refining and refining gas, and refining the god, refining the is still virtual, and refining the virtual combination. This is considered to be concise, pointing directly to the essence. It is meaningless to spend years alone, and some of them live on dogs, like Dormammu. How old is it? Of course, the vision can be long-term, the framework can be grand, but the road has to go step by step. From the magic level, he is now equivalent to the 8th level master of the D&D universe. His special experience leads to soul mutation, soul strength +2, toughness +3, spell control ability +2, the combination of the 3, to obtain the talent of all spells +1. The bloodline of the Shafik family is fully activated by the Hualong, obtaining the talents of Dementor and magic extraction. Obviously, the Shafik ancestor is not a good way to go. Using the super ancestor remedy, it is very likely to transform into some kind of cruel and cunning legendary magic creature. Kane also has a say in this bloodline. After all, he is the creator of the blood-sucking worm group, and he has good attainments in biology, genetics, and life engineering. The magic bloodline does not necessarily have to be created after the monster was cracked by the monster. It can also be infected, or mutated by injection of serum, or self-changing, etc., and can even be traced back to the predecessor of humans. Among human genes, invalid genes occupy a very high ratio. The magic of magic basically comes out of it. Kane discovered through observation and research that the phenomenon that this special gene is added to the gene sequence, thus changing the human physiological structure, must be related to mental strength. In other words, when a wizard is still in the womb, his mental strength and brain development are stronger than ordinary people at the same stage. The match between spirit and flesh. The concept of is very important to him. Finding ways to improve his mental strength is directly related to the self-protection of the inherent conscious personality and the control of the body. Unfortunately, the most effective method of strengthening mental power he knew was death. There is a great horror between life and death. If you can die without death, your mental strength can make great progress. Then was the exercise method of exhaustion, which exhausted mental energy again and again, and endured that kind of severe pain and sap-like hangover-like but more intense pain, which can make the mental power so long. The body is mature, and it can indeed lead to great progress in mental power, which is caused by the development of the brain domain. But this progress is not enough to offset the influence of other forces in the bloodline on the soul. The reason why Yelong is Yelong, even called beast, is a very important reason, because the strength of the flesh overwhelms the strength of the soul. Humans have words to describe this situation: two fools, there are further big and really stupid. Okay, now Cain breaks down and understands his future efforts. Learn knowledge, there can be exercise, forget it, no longer need to stimulate the body, he is now a younger brother swollen, must be staged premature elementary school students snap incident to be willing. Soul cultivation, this is the key point, go to Hogwarts to look through the forbidden book area to see if there are any works in this area. There are also Diagon Alley and Overturning Alley, where knowledge is also sold. You can also collect related books through the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. Money is used to spend it, it is worth it. Looking like this, his body is still weak, and there is nothing too sharp. His strength is mainly obtained through added value. For example, Death Star, this is almost an artifact level plug-in. Of course, perhaps in the eyes of some people, it is just a fusion reactor of a different kind. For those who can play Dyson Ball, it is nothing. To him, this is indeed the treasure of Tianzi number 1, plug-in, Goldfinger. But he didn't dare to learn Domum, let alone fit with the dark dimension space, even with the Dead Star, he didn't dare. The two are not in the same order of magnitude, and the result of the combination can only be a puppet, controlled by the darkness, rather than controlling the darkness. www.ltnovel.com. Therefore, using this baby is not without hidden dangers. At least from the perspective of the Bloodworm group, his dependence on the Death Star is already too high. Once the Death Star went wrong, the magic industry system he was proud of would immediately collapse due to lack of magic energy. And the Death Star has the characteristics of being unreproducible and incapable of full control, which are actually hidden dangers. Once the opponents with high skills and good skills are known, it may not be possible to stage the drama of the defeat of Dormammu again. How did he get the dominance of the dark dimension from Dormammu? How could others take away the dominance from him? The probability of this kind of thing is not low. We must know that the dark dimension is present in the multiverse. That is to say, in theory, in any universe, there are entrances and exits into the dark dimension. The dark dimension is like the shadow of the Vientiane door system. Although all have the will to control, the degree of control is obviously not a level. Well, such a good energy treasure as Death Star naturally has no shortage of coveted ones. And those who have the ability to do it, most of them will not be empty and ambitious. So, his iron-blooded swarm system backed by the magic industry. The real effect is actually guarding the Death Star and guarding him, especially now that he is much easier to engage than the Death Star, so of course it is the persimmon to pick up the soft pinch. Cain called these melancholy boss. There are mountains outside, and there are days outside. He is happily beating face in this world in this life, just because he learned his skills in high-end places in his previous life. Therefore, pretending to be forced, the truth is a little bit in the heart, the struggle must be hard, otherwise, the person who is taught to wait is not far away. Chapter 40, Thinking about Clothing. When he is bored, Cain will also think about one thing. In the UK, have you ever been to Diagon Alley before enrolling in Hogwarts? After thinking about it, he thought, I am afraid not. Even the future heirs of the well-known arrogant aristocrat Malfoy had to walk Diagon Alley before entering school. Of course, in the eyes of Cain, the Malfoy family is not expensive. Smashing money to enhance style and playing with extravagance, he will also, and play better. Like the uniforms and cloaks needed for school entrance, he didn't go to Mrs. Mokin's clothing store to gather the tailor-made bustle, but asked Mrs. Mokin to bring various fabrics to his house. Mrs. Mokin was naturally willing to promise. Now on wealth, the Shafik family says that they are second, and no one dares to recognize the first. Single Devil's Tears, the International Magic Federation, which has 20% of the annual output at the cost price and the right to take the goods, can make an annual profit of more than 10 million gold gallons. So how much can the FANFIC family with 30% of their products earn in a year? Not to mention, the cost price, that is also set by the FANFIC family. Whether this is really the case can only be guessed. Anyway, many folk rumors quarrel that the real cost is much lower than this. But given FANFIC's reputation for conscience in the industry, no one jumped out to accuse. Famous, this thing is sometimes more attractive than money. Mrs. Moken was willing to come home, mainly for it. The rise of the FANFIC family is a legend. Is described in stock terms, that is, bottoming out, all the way to the daily limit. Whether it is the International Federation of Magic or the British Ministry of Magic, it is now intended to make the FANFIC family a signboard to advertise their justice. At that time, it was difficult for the orphans and widows of the FANFIC family to say anything. Even if they were asked by people who were not open-minded, they used the concept of stealing to change the concept and focus on the inspirational chicken soup. I do not know. I thought that the FANFIC family started the project with their poverty alleviation fund, and then started to make a lot of money. These are not important anymore. People are mainly staring at the money now, and whether the money is clean and justified. Unfortunately, there is no wealthy family in the wizarding world whose money is cleaner than that of the FANFIC family. The financial transparency of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, high salaries, high welfare, high bonuses, let people be eye-catching, only a lament. Sighed that he was not an employee of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, and sighed why the FANFIC family didn't show the handle to let people squeeze it. Some people are fooling around with brain holes, saying that the FANFIC family must have hidden financial income. Then the spokesman of the family died in one sentence, with the wealth of the FANFIC family now, can they commit business that violates the law and discipline? Return to BB, then we have to see the court, we have to break down what is the crime of defamation. It is estimated that the compensation for the loss of reputation can make you feel deeply that you can become Azkaban. Is hot and red, that is to say, the Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce, and the FANFIC family is called white pure blood by many people. Of course, this is on the bright side. In the dark, people call it hemp pure blood, which is universal. Once a person is famous, leading the trend is basically taking advantage of the trend. Its aesthetics, dress styles, and styles are all regarded as fashion and trend. Even if it is red autumn clothes with green autumn pants, do nt be suffocated, there are also scrubbing. Can give more connotations and pay attention to n. So the golden boy of the FANFIC family was going to make clothes, and Mrs. Moken's fart came, and also brought 2 assistants, thinking that the show was good, and as a result encountered 2 sets of handmade suits from Seville Avenue. Famous the tailor, the professional aura, suddenly compared Mrs. Moken and his entourage to the turtle, and the short and chubby witch directly used the magic ruler to tailor the town. The tailors of Seville Street are known as the craftsmen who know best to create gorgeous armor for contemporary knights. And the FANFIC family, which has emerged in recent years, is older than anyone else. The family's family inheritance seals are all cultural relics, which can be seen in the family museum, such as fake replacement. So, how can these tailors who have been so elaborate and have a long history of doing gimmicks refuse to join in the excitement? The aristocrats of the Stuart dynasty, which are far older than the current British royal family, all made clothes here with me. Who dare to say that my clothing is not a noble and tasteless? So these people didn't mention the money at all, and it's okay to get it for free. What's more, the FANFIC family can't let them do it in vain. The final result is that everyone is happy and they have got the business, and Kane will have his school uniform in the next 3 years. He can accurately know his height and weight changes in the next 3 years. Inference is prophecy. In fact, it has a higher degree of control over changes in one's body. Actually, not only did Kane make clothes, but also talked to them about business. Magic Eye Chamber's ambition plan is to eventually let more than half of the world's wizards work for the FANFIC family, including peripheral suppliers. By creating the corporate empire of the wizarding world, the wizards are brought out of the puddle of the peasant economy. In the eyes of Kane, the wizards of the HP world are almost similar to the cannibals in the African jungle. Except for feelings, the rest are all things. Holding a golden bowl to beg for food, the soil fell. Magic is the first productive force, and it is not comparable to the great industrial power of human beings, but it is not difficult to eat spicy and spicy. The rare thing is expensive. The wizards of the world have cut away half of the old-fashioned and would rather die and change. If we get rid of the old, weak, sick, and mad, there will be tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of industrial workers, compared with the average population of 7 billion people in the world, are pitifully small. Just give an example, it is estimated that it can be compared with the industries of Tianzio's tinkers, sharpeners, kitchen knives, sugar puffers, and popcorn. So the shaman is really poor, it is really a question of consciousness. The mind must be liberated, the UU reading www.uugonshu.com must be open, and money should be paved. Lu Paying is like a pilot. From frugality to extravagance, how self-sufficient is depraved, so that decent people are improper and go back to work as gang cotters in rags? Therefore, the diversified development of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has begun to continue to make the cake bigger and attract more people. Within the company, it gradually integrates with the world of ordinary people and introduces the progress of material and cultural achievements. For this reason, Cain said to Catherine, "It's all right, don't go out one by one from the Hogwarts Technical School, either to work in the sunset industry, or to engage in fooling around." Like Newt's commander, it was just in time to catch up with Grindelwald's hatred, and he happened to have Thunderbirds to help fill the hole at a critical moment, otherwise the U.S. Department of Magic could not spare him. What about good intentions? Are there examples of good intentions to do bad things since ancient times? This is what the wizards lack most in understanding the world and interacting with mortals in the right way. I have played myself as a turtle, and when the mortal enters the space age, what is the difference between the wizards and those African indigenous people? They have become specially confined for viewing. What is it called? Endangered cultural folklore heritage. It is estimated that you can apply for a Guinness World Record or something. Cain also explained what is the Guinness Book of World Records, turning Catherine back and forth, saying that his son's mouth is also full, and the wizard has fallen into competing with all kinds of wonderful flowers, which is really enough. Cain said, "If you think about it, I'm afraid I can't laugh. If you don't say anything else, you can really apply for the Weasley's burrow in the south of our house, Exmoor Hill. That building, the use of structure allows mortal architects to poke their hair one by one." Chapter 41, Mage Territory Half-Plane. Going to Hogwarts to go to school, in addition to maintaining at least decent, and to help the wearer to form a cohesive and glorious school uniform, also need textbooks. This Cain does not need to go to Diagon Alley to buy Fang Li's house and Shafiq's house. At that time, the International Federation of Magic copied the house and did not poison it. In particular, they found that there were no marks and notes in the books. They were clean and new, and they all praised the Shafiq family as a civilized person and loved the book. Of course, this is irony. In the wizarding world, books used in school are like Snape's potions textbooks with various reading aids to be considered a model. The ink fragrance is still used after 1 year, which means that it has not been seen a few times at all. Shows how much Stanley didn't learn and did not know how. Cain is going to carry on this tradition. He has read through the books of grades 1 to 7. He has determined that there is nothing that he needs to learn. He planned early in the morning, except for the first class, out of courtesy, he would take part as a student, he would not take the rest of the class. If Hogwarts really needs an exam to make a conclusion, directly take the 7th grade graduation assessment project. He is confident that he can give each other a satisfactory answer. Entry to Hogwarts also requires items such as scales and crucibles. He also has this, specially customized. Even if he is willing to spend money on potions, Snape will be envious when he sees it. He has been magically processed. It can be said that it is a top item. After all, after going to Hogwarts, the experiment still needs to be done. In fact, Hogwarts' teaching level and facilities are far from enough to meet his needs. He took the laboratory this time. He did his hands and feet on his big suitcase. Go to Hogwarts to study, there is a standard long luggage. This is also stated in the detailed rules for the admission requirements. There can be other suitcases, but the largest one must be of that kind. This is also a reflection of the stereotypes of the British. In life, if you are not careful, you can meet the particulars, and the British wizards have inherited this. The row size is limited, so what about the specific materials? The poor Weasleys, Ron Weasley would have used an old worn-out one, even patched it. And Harry Potter was a brand new one, and Draco would probably use dragon skin instead of cowhide? In fact, Draco's large suitcase is black, and it is particularly conspicuous among the tan suitcases. Is dragon skin so good? Kane said that his hands-on ability exploded, and the sea crocodile skin treated with magic was actually more suitable. From the frame, to the skin, to the locks and magical institutions, he completed it by himself. He likes to do something by himself, like in childhood. Originally a hobby, it was later strengthened into craftsmanship, and even once achieved various levels of excellence with various bonuses. Now naturally it is no better than before. However, since it is possible to make precision parts with micron-level errors using this magical technique, it is said to be weak. As a magical item that will be used frequently in the future, Kane has invested a lot in this large suitcase. Just looking at the appearance is enough to show the style: low-key and luxurious, dark blue leather, silver frame hoop, engraved with Austrian runes, and his family motto: knowledge and ideals, order and creation. Of course, he did not forget to engrave his name. The name is magical. And he always pays attention to the protection of these details. If he wants to use his name to curse, he will surprise the other party. This magical creation has a clear attribution. Even if it is far apart, it can be used to attract the eyes. Even, if necessary, it can be transmitted by itself. It even has its own ideas. Kane used the construction activation technique on it to make it possess an artificial soul, just like the tower spirit of the Mage Tower. In fact, it really is the gateway to the Master's domain. Newt Scamander's suitcase with the magical animal, the magic applied can be just a constant inconsistency stretch spell and shrink spell, that is just the surface. Single spells like this are not enough for zoo functions. The air throughput of living creatures, their own weight, etc., will not be changed by these two spells. So the suitcase is just an entrance. The real zoo is built on a place similar to the half-plane in the folds of the space. Where there is magic, there are space folds, and there is space in the folded part, sometimes called crevices. Make good use of it, in which you can create a special area similar to the half-plane. Kane picked it up, selected the space folds of a suitable size and can be enjoyed exclusively, and established the Mage territory. It is not particularly large, only 30 hectares of land. Specifically, he put a thick stone mountain in it, with the bottom facing up, and then built on it, adding many things including soil and humus. From a long-term perspective, the structural stability of spatial folds is slightly worse. Kane's corresponding investment is also appropriate, so as not to change the space one day, causing him to suffer heavy losses, crying and fainting in the toilet. Smashed materials worth nearly 100,000 gold gallons, and the area finally used was less than 6 hectares, including plantations. 60,000 square meters, it seems that it is not comparable to Newt's pocket-sized zoo area that needs to be separated by magic cloth. There are not only first-class laboratories, but also abundant material reserves, and even various machine tools driven by magic generators. Kane also arranged a genuine magic star system here. Looks like nebula, galaxy, bright stars. In fact, it is an energy connector that is extremely labor-intensive. Cain has been eating, drinking, and drinking all these years, letting his body grow according to the dragon's model, without engaging in the practice of that set of tendons and periosteum. And the magic industrial system behind the blood-blooded swarm is a type of highly automated on the track. Therefore, most of his time is spent on this magic star. Large magic device. It is still constantly improving. Just after spring www.ltnovel.com he stopped to deepen and perfect, and to build its shadow system. Now it is basically done. Is like setting up a virtual network. Once the shadow system is online, it can be connected to the magic star, and then connected to the dark dimension where the dead star is located. Starting energy, he invests. Then, like the magic star that Luna Lovegood played, it was equivalent to help him sort out and create a dark dimension space. At that time, Damam swallowed the jujube and used the dark dimension space to devour a lot of universes. What was left was a chaotic stall that breeds evil and destruction. When the wizards participate, it is equivalent to consciously gathering some energy and accelerating the order process at the same time. He also escorted him as the Death Star Lord. This mage territory, without the sun and moon, the Death Star also transmits energy through the channels he established with magic stars. For plant growth, magic lighting is used here. Simulate the sun, even the 4 seasons. This kind of magical ecological project is also very familiar to him. Even if it is only restricted by the restrictions and only the rudimentary version, it looks like the same, not shabby at all. This ecosphere contains not only plants but also animals. Through his research, he found that using wild animals for death curse had better effect. So there is such an ecosphere with white rats as the top creatures in the food chain. Avidaso life mantra, black magic with negative emotions as the core of casting, is indeed more malicious. Especially by those black wizards who are narrow-minded, fate-bending, and hateful against humanity, they can be compared with the rays of death in the state of super-fascination. He still has a lot of magic that is not immune, so it is better to be prepared. Speaking of the little white mouse, you should not mention a pet. The mage should have a pet. Cain thought so. Chapter 42, Enchanted. As a former reincarnation veteran, Cain is also a deep-seated. At the time when the Bermuda Triangle Dragon escaped from the undersea abyss guardian arrest, even if he was injured, he never forgot to take away a piece of flesh and blood from the other party. This flesh has appeared as an octopus through a series of scientific and magical methods such as genetic breeding and mysterious extraction. An octopus that has never appeared in the written records of ordinary people. Cain named it Ancient, which means ancient. Infused with the mysterious energy extracted from the flesh and blood of the guardian, Ancient can be understood as both the heir of the guardian and its doppelganger. Is just the amount of mysterious energy, which determines that the guardian is too powerful to affect Ancient. But they do have connections with each other. Cain also needs this connection. He wasn't the kind of character who slammed his and walked away, letting the tall one go to the top. He felt that there was no point to take responsibility, and he would only be slick and tricky, and eventually he would become a generation of flies and dogs. So he always remembered that he had broken the seal of the abyss by calling the Death Star. Develops secretly while paying attention to the situation. This kind of attention method is also simple. When the guardian is out of the situation, Ancient must have it. As long as the guardian does not die, the undersea abyss is considered to be an accident, and it is relatively limited. Even if it is the will in the abyss, it is also for the long-term plan. He chose to develop silently rather than a big explosion. He is not afraid. He is the Lord of Death Star, the ruler of the blood-sucking worms. He refuses to accept anyone in terms of developing power and strengthening his strength. As for whether the sea monster is a guardian or a member of the abyss, this has basically been tested through these years. Is indeed a guardian. From the perspective of human aesthetics, the appearance may be a little bit rusty, and he can recognize some pros and cons with the villain boss in extremely deep cold, but the camp is detected by him and is chaotic neutral. Everyone knows the concept of neutrality. And once this camp, especially the chaotic neutrality are involved, then the target is mostly chaotic evil. Because in most cases, only this camp will play the one thing, the eternal world of extinction. The world is ruined, and no days are spent, so they are often trampled together by the other 5 camps. From this he also knew that the seal in the abyss of the sea was probably a certain evil and chaotic god, but also an ancient representing some kind of evil force, such as fear, hatred, destruction. Only this kind of ancient god, which is similar to the completion of Taoism, can hardly be killed, and can only choose the seal. God is naturally very strong, but he has to be reasonable, and he will not abuse power for no reason. He has been tortured with God more than once in his previous life, so he will not be shaken into a pile when he hears that the other party is God. Moreover, in his view, the other party's situation is far more miserable than him. After being sealed for so long, he was extremely weak, and he took away the magic of darkness. This is equivalent to being hungry to die or alive, but the field was destroyed. Cain also knows that, subject to the laws of the world, the other party cannot come in this world at all. If he is the kind that does not lack divine power, he can play a big flood or 2012 Lu Shen in some places, but now, it is estimated that he can only start again by the Fool. Those who can receive his special channel broadcast, calling, generally the same camp, will believe in his evil, and after his painting promises and knowledge are granted, they will start to make waves, such as Black Mass, through blood sacrifice, blasphemy, death, will the force of evil is passed to him to help him recover. The recovery of the evil has just begun, and evil things like killing will become the main theme of his specific business project. In addition to absorbing the forces of evil, the greater the human suffering, the more prosperous the religion. There is no chaos in the world, his career will be difficult to do, and the government, as a vested interest, will chase his followers to the death. Cain also met the market in his previous life. He helped Osiris to find his younger brother, and he also played the addictive PK with Mayan, who played the blood sacrifice, so I still understand the idea and operation of the gods. Weighing according to relevant theories, he knew that he should still have some time. When one day his intelligence network detected that there was a secret religious society with quite a few unconscious tricks in the ordinary people's world, he should do it and find one. Screw one. After a few more years, the bloodworm swarms into the abyss, breaks through the kingdom of God, and then sends to the Death Star fire torch, burning it until the soul disintegrates, the consciousness is wiped out, only the pure evil force is left, maybe it can be created artifact. If you want to know the evil force, you can also create the best anti-force artifact. For example, the force of fear can create a pendant of courage. As far as he knows, his old opponent, the Emperor, has a similar artifact, a charm artifact created with ugly forces, and wearing the king's tyrant leaks, if the will is not strong, it is easy to be affected. It's not impossible to worship first. Is a bit far away. The topic turned back to Enchant. This extraordinary little octopus is his favorite pet. The magician or magician's pet is a magical beast that is strengthened by ordinary animals through contract connections. Ordinary animals, this is very important. It is different from the animal companions of the druid or ranger. This step of strengthening into a magic beast is the main way for the mage or the warlock to obtain the magic pet. Otherwise, their affinity with animals, and perception, are not eligible for the magic beast assistant. However, Cain's previous life bypassed this Cainer by means of magic and technology. Was also to prove his belief, and he decided to spare no effort to break the inherent pattern. To this end, he used the points of the reincarnations in exchange for information about the professional systems of the druids and rangers, conducted in-depth research, and even played part-time jobs. Kung Fu lives up to the people with heart, he did it, and thus built confidence, embarked on his own unique path of supreme shaping master. It is just that in the Vientiane Gate system, excellent single combat power is everywhere, and there are various advanced occupations that are unheard of, and his supreme plastic master is nothing. turned out to be the blood-sucking worm swarm, which made him famous, and such a crooked beating made him very sad for a while. Later, he compromised and felt that this was the gap between ideal and reality. At the same time, he also failed to clearly see his own strengths and weaknesses. Don't wrestle, just look around, and then there will be the later Lord of Death Star. The glorious history of the past life has become the technical link of this life, and it feels good. Ancient brought him the benefits of swimming and diving bonuses. It is definitely incomparable with Neptune, but to participate in a fire goblet lake to save people, he does not need any additional magic items or potions to assist. Now his magic level is approximately equal to that of the 8th level wizard, and accordingly, Ancient has a +4 natural defense adjustment. Plus its own tenacity, now it is almost a group of beef tendons, absolutely hob meat level. www.ltnovel.com. It is not easy to cut its limbs. As an ancient octopus, Ancient's IQ is very high, and now it has reached 10, which is the IQ level of normal adults. Moreover, it has acquired the ability to talk to animals of the same kind. This category is definitely less suitable than fish, but squid, starfish, sea cucumber, etc., can be counted in its category. It's pretty cool. As early as the previous level, Ancient can already talk to Cain. This kind of conversation should have been a normal language. For example, birds will tweeting. Other creatures can't understand without using magic, but the magic beast the owner can. But the particularity of Ancient makes this communication telepathic. This is different from the emotional link that you will have when you just sign the contract of Magic Pet. The emotional link is relatively vague, and you can only feel the emotion. The meaning often depends on guessing. And talking with the host means normal communication. After the contract is signed, Demon Pet will also gain reflex evasion, and spell sharing, and allow its owner to gain vigilance expertise. Ancient also has a unique underwater alert expertise. In other words, Cain can be alert and alert like aquatic creatures in the water. Alarm and spell sharing are limited in distance. The former is 1 arm long and the latter is 5 feet. Furthermore, when the master's occupation level is 3 or 4, the magic spell can pass contact spells. For example, Touch of Ice, as long as the owner is with the pet when casting a spell, he can choose to make the pet a contact, and then unless he casts another spell before the spell is passed, the pet can become the release contact. The existence of magic. Magic Pet grows with the master, and is a powerful assistant of the wizard or warlock. What about the wizard pets in this world? He also studied. Chapter 43, Withered and Flashy. Hogwarts admission notice mentioned that wizard apprentices can bring pets. Choose one of owl, cat, and toad. It seems that the owl is the most practical, but in fact it is the opposite. Because if you only deliver letters and parcels, Hogwarts has special owls for postal delivery, and wizard families generally have them. Cats are the guardians of souls and dreams. Little spiritual wizards with strong mental strength are prone to lose their souls, that is, the problem of soul out of the way. Magic Pet cats can prevent this kind of thing. However, some wizards later invented the requisition spell, and only a group of Niven, embroidered on pajamas, can solve the problem. The custom of cats as wizard pets gradually declined. Hogwarts gatekeeper Argus Filch keeps cats. He was a dumb canon, and his cat, Mrs. Loris, was able to see the soul, to avoid him being played with by ghosts who did not want him to see, such as Pippi. As for toads, its main role is naturally not to play a chorus of people and toads, but to help wizard apprentices to be immune to some toxins. The world the wizards face is not friendly, but a magical black forest. There is a magic black forest near Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest is its secondary forest area. There are not only horsemen, werewolves, big spiders, but also toxic flying insects, tree insects, and grass insects. Compared with this kind of magical insects, the ticks, grasshoppers, known to ordinary people are simply harmless little things. After being poisoned by little wizards, they often cannot reach the medical wings, let alone. According to Kane's understanding, there have indeed been deaths due to poisonous bugs in the history of Hogwarts. Like the Weasley twins, there is never a shortage of wizarding bloodlines that proudly violate the ban. With the passage of time, Hogwarts' teaching system has gradually improved, and all kinds of dangers have been eliminated a little bit, so that it has the appearance of today. Even if it was 100 years ago, it is far from being as warm, friendly, and mysterious as it is now. And safe campus atmosphere. As a pet, toads are also not popular because of the soundness of related methods. Navi brought toads because there was a compartment in his house, his parents were tortured by Death Eaters, and his grandmother lacked understanding of the outside world. She still followed the tradition of the older generation. That's why my baby grandson brought toads. Kane also learned that the connection between wizards and pets in this world was much closer than it is today. Will also sign a magic contract. And now, it is faced with the risk of the loss of magic circle technology, the expensive casting materials, and most importantly, the death of pets will cause the owner to permanently lose the mental and magical powers. Magic materials are expensive, mainly due to the unevenness of the magic division and the thinning caused by the reduction of the magic area and the wizard's long-term demand. The magic array technology is lost because it is more and more difficult to set up and operate the magic array, and it is unable to perform. This means that even if you study, it is difficult to identify whether it is really mastered, and naturally it will be lost. The risk of losing spiritual power and magic power cannot be tolerated by the wizards in the context of the wizard's own magic level, which has been reduced from generation to generation. Rather than using magic pets, he would rather not have such a weakness. So, the already underdeveloped magic pet system was erased. There are actually many industries that are dying and dying. Enchanting, alchemy, runes. The author of Where is the Magical Animal? Newt Scamander should have a deep understanding of the process of caring for and saving endangered magical animals. In the testimony of the extinction of magical animals and the reduction of magical areas, when magical creatures and magical areas disappear from this world, how long can the wizard last? After fully understanding the history and present of wizard pets in this world, Kane decided to raise a real magic pet. Clues and Bridges are also preparing for future battles. After all, he is going to the abyss of the sea to solve the scourge he caused. Compared with the need to dive into extremely deep seas, the eyes in the air are less valuable. His hematozoa swarm has been developing for another period of time, and human satellites can be used, not even setting up a swarm monitoring network. The reasons for going to Diagon Alley are steadily decreasing. In the end, there is only one wand. Kane thought of another one: visit the underground vault of Guling Pavilion. Well, there can be. He made up his mind and walked away. He was not interested in the dirty and broken Cauldron Bar, so he chose to use the Philo network directly. Came out of the communal fireplace, Kane waved his sleeves, cleaned up and finished the show, making his robe neat and clean. The space magic in the HP world is still quite worthy of attention. At least the magic of his kind, whether it is teleportation or teleportation circle, is not as convenient as the magical power saving of phantom shift and flying. Combined with the related magic knowledge, improved phantom shift, eliminated the strong discomfort in the process and afterwards. But there is no choice but to fly the shuttle. This is a channel constructed by the magic array. To change it, you can only adjust the magic fireplace and the fly powder. But he can cast a mage shield to protect himself from the burning dust, and then the mage shield is far better than cleaning up a new frugality, so. He admits that the spells in the HP world do have their own charm, which is one reason why he is willing to go to Hogwarts. After all, it is a school, with a strong learning atmosphere, a memorable campus life, a famous large library, leisure, and a 1,000-year-old magic castle to explore, and it is not bad to think about it. As for Diagon Alley in front of him, in his cognition, this is an alternative commercial street with entertainment theme style. Even adult wizards can play grandly here. Along the way is full of small shops with unique styles, and those weird magic items sold are mostly of little value to Kane. Bat spleen, eel eyeballs, dragon liver, and phoenix claw. He didn't need to read it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com used his talent magic perception to find out that it wasn't expired, or it wasn't processed. This means that those magic items are actually the same as stinky fish. The Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce now has its own channel for magic materials, and the requirements for the materials are very strict. Therefore, it does not hesitate to conduct special training for the collectors. This approach regulates the material market to a considerable extent, and is well received by people in the industry. Today, collectors who have been specially trained by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce and have special qualifications can get the best treatment when they go to any similar industry in the world to find a job. And the materials used by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce are more advanced. Generally, the effective ingredients are extracted, and then used for experiments or potions manufacturing. This makes the manufacturing of Devil's Tears look more like the worksite of a fully automated dust-free sterile genetic laboratory, rather than hiding in a dark cave under the impression of mortals, killing bats, crushing insects, and then stirring, a strange color of smoke. Scientific methods for experiments and pharmaceuticals, although Snape has such a habit, and strives to apply and promote in Hogwarts, but his set is still outdated, is the gameplay of human chemists 200 years ago. The overall progress of craftsmanship is the reason why so far no potionist has made a potion as good as the magic tears sold by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. Since the professional items are not worth mentioning from materials to utensils, there will also be cultural and entertainment stores in Diagon Alley. This is an ancient street with crooked roads and buildings, but it is decorated with prosperity and colorfulness to form the lively effect of the carnival. Can't be done by others, but quite experienced Kane, but enough to see through some things behind the flashy. Chapter 44, Darkness and Sleep. In Kane's opinion, the style of Upside Down Lane is the true portrayal of the HP Wizard Society. The atmosphere is always full of darkness, mystery, uncertainty, and looming danger. Mental illnesses and fools are in the meantime, wandering and posing as mental illnesses and fools. The purpose is elusive. That's it, this is the social environment in which adult wizards live. The wizarding world is not a beautiful society. Magic is ammunition. Spellcasting is a combat skill. Wands are guns. Together, they are the world of alternative Western cowboys. The duel of the wizard is similar to the duel of the Western cowboys. So, think about the relationship between people and people in the era when the West was pioneering and there was only a bailiff and no law formed. It is not difficult to imagine the relationship between people in the wizarding world. Western pioneers' self-reliance, tenacity, alertness to others, and other characteristics can find a sense of sight in the wizards. This is true. When everyone has a gun in their arms, they can raise their hands to kill people, and they will throw out thousands of people, play daggers, and ingeniously poison. Even if they are knowing, they are full of caution. Under such circumstances, it is conceivable how much warmth and calculation are in the lively pub. I am afraid that from the eyes of children, I can only see content that is hilarious, funny, and strange. Therefore, Kane's interpretation of Diagon Alley and Upside Down Alley has never been good for evil, light and darkness, prosperity and filth. These statements are too sentimental. He feels that he should be described with masks and reality. All kinds of reasons, including the official deterrent force of the Ministry of Magic, let the wizards wear a mask to live, but since wearing this action, they have to unload this action. In Diagon Alley, wearing a mask is like going through the Carnival of Venice, doing some delightful and cheerful shows, shopping, chatting, drinking afternoon tea, smiling and greeting each other, gentlemen and ladies, and Le Dao Tao the bear children adorn it. What about in Knock Alley? In the lives of wizards, there are often more heavy contents than ordinary people. Just like for Western cowboys, falling and gunshot injuries are often indispensable embellishments. Appeared in Upturned Alley, mostly to solve heavy trouble, without wearing a mask, because no one ate that set. Darkness is the true background of the wizarding world. Bear children can occasionally discover the truth. They will find that Hogwarts, which had lost its light, can be so gloomy. And Diagon Alley, when the night falls, those lively and colorful colors will completely disappear, and it becomes as rugged and difficult to do, and ghostly, just like Overturned Alley. Those skews and eclecticities that seemed fun and interesting in the daytime also became distorted and confusing, which made people feel uncomfortable. So Kane never liked grotesque, because grotesque is always associated with chaos. Chaos is the enemy of order, the enemy of civilization. The wizards in the HP world are mostly chaotic camps, including good wizards. He has brought more order to the wizarding world. The Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is a figurative. The law is strict and discreet, solemn in the sun, and solemn in the moonlight, full of civilized integrity and sense of order. Who advocates order, naturally does not put the twisted bells and whistles of small broken alleys in his eyes, making funny and carnival, which in his eyes is called amusement. Like Guling Pavilion, in his eyes, this building is also very visual. In The Quick Pursuit, the Continental Hotel where the killers gathered, specifically located in Manhattan, is one of the early representative buildings of the Chicago School. It is full of classical styles. Triangular shape, the main entrance facing the street junction is one of the corners, replacing the corners with rounded arcs, with steps and colonnade. Then, Guling Pavilion spoiled this seemingly architectural style. Not only did it not stand upright, but also crooked and distorted. Kane looked hurt. The hall was neat and orderly, but all the goblins were dead. They drew their faces, and the 3 words of unfriendliness were almost written on the face. The thought in Kane's heart was 4 words: Mew, monkey and crown. No matter how smart the goblins are, letting this creature control the financial industry of the Wizarding Society gives Kane the feeling that the wizards have given up comparing IQ with the goblins. To know finance is to kill a bloodless knife. This knife is in the hands of aliens. It is not an exaggeration to say that all wizards work for fairies. Under the guidance of a fairy, from a narrow and steep stairway to a small cliff-like platform. The fairy whistled, and an ore-cart-level rail car moved by itself. After riding the car, the roller coaster journey began. Kane looked at the scenery along the way without expression. His sense of space is very good and his memory is even better. It is not a problem to record this terrain. It seems that the little broken car remembers the road by himself, and does not need to be operated by a goblin. He goes all the way, turns left and right, walks to the middle, and passes many forks. However, in Kane's mind, a 3-dimensional azimuth map has been gradually generated. In fact, the underground vault exists in a giant dome. Kane's previous life was in the dark area of Farron, and he had seen far more magnificent, steep, and magical supergiant dome than here. Guling Pavilion's little broken cars go around even if it's not a fake pattern. The upper level is a maze structure that extends in all directions. Below is a large hole that builds a roller coaster lane. This is the terrain. The maze is not much more complicated than the interior of a large office building, but it is built quite irregularly, and the depositor's room is near and far. The Great Dome, after visiting the Colorado Canyon or the Hungduan Canyon, is nothing here. As for the Fijian waterfall, if you have seen the Lushan Kaixian waterfall, you do not have to look at it again. The only thing that is commendable is that it is underground, looming, not in the darkness. I do not know how deep I think, but I can actually judge by the sound of water, and it is less than 300 meters. After the small broken car went down a steep again, it began to circle. Kane saw the ground lake at the bottom of the dome through the light in the dome. This lake is good, make a wish. Kane said, popping a gold gallon with his fingers, and the gold coins rolled into the lake. The goblin remained silent. The car stopped, entered the channel of the Shafiq family vault, took the key from Kane, and then even inserted the 2 keys he brought with him, and twisted them at the same time. A large number of machine knobs moved. After a series of clicks, the thick door moved silently to the side, revealing the scene in the vault. Was once empty, but now it is full of Jin Jialong. Cain is not interested in being a money servant. www.ltnovel.com. He put money here because some business transactions require a deposit in Guling Pavilion. Simply put, many businesses in the wizarding world are connected with Guling Pavilion in terms of money. Guling Pavilion internally handles transfers, tax deductions, and other businesses. Send messages to foreign counterparts through the letter birds. Doesn't talk about efficiency in this way, but the wizards of other countries all use this financial circulation system, and they don't know how to play without it. Dealing with this kind of waste wood can only be done in the countryside. Cain came here not to withdraw money, but to put money. The highly valuable magic gemstones that have been identified are contained in 3 velvet gemstone bags, each of which is worth more than 500,000 gold gallons. Guling Pavilion has completed the magic seal of the gem bag and placed it in a conspicuous position, even if the task is completed. Cain took a box of gold gallons from the small pile of gold coins on the side. The Jin Jialong of his family is such a yardage method. It is stored in a crystal box, a small box of 100 pieces, a medium box of 1,000 pieces, and a large box of 10,000 pieces. It is very easy to calculate. In the process of leaving, Cain glanced at the lake again, where the dragon enslaved by the goblins as a guard was not in his eyes, but the sleeping creatures in the lake made him very care. Few creatures can make him feel creepy, so he deliberately left the coordinates. The time is right, he will come to find out. Indistinctly, he suspected that it was another abyss guardian. He suspected that this place could not cast spells and other peculiarities came from it. He even had a malicious conjecture. Because the goblins are so stupid and bold enough to turn a blind eye to the extremely dangerous side, do they take advantage of its beneficial side and become complacent? Maybe. Perhaps the fairies have reached an agreement with the guardian, or simply their servant race or family. Chapter 45, Legendary Characters. Ollivander Wand Shop, making wands since 382 BC. 382 BC. What happened in the world that year? Cain was thinking, and remembered a little. The relatively elaborate statement that the east is the Chu morning king Ren Yuki as the phase, and the west is Sparta's Phrybidas occupying the Acropolis. What about the UK? There was no Britain. At that time, it was the Celtic world. King Belinus was still around. It is estimated that the stone wall of the marsh area that merged into the Thames and Warbrook and the pier were built on the south side. Who is Belinus? This begins with the book History of the Kings of Britain by a Christian priest named Geoffrey in the small town of Monmouth, Wales, England, in 1138 AD. The book is the pastor's greatest achievement in his life. Cain once looked through the spicy eyes of the first character chapter. According to Pastor Geoffrey, the first king of Britain was called Brutus. This Brutus has a big head. He is the great-grandson of the great hero Aeneas in the Battle of Troy. When talking about the Battle of Troy, the first thing people think of is Agathos. The buddy's real gold bell-hood iron shirt is indeed unambiguous, except for the door covering the ankle, it is completely invulnerable. Which leg hair is Aeneas? Okay. Everyone is not familiar with Aeneas, but everyone must be familiar with his mother, Aphrodite, also known as the Greek of love Venus. Geoffrey's Kings of Britain has more than 100 kings, most of which are only grappling stories like Greek mythology. There is nothing to analyze. Pick a big one out of the radishes. There is a king who has a little intersection with the real world, that is, the 23rd generation King Belinus. The original text is followed by the modifier Emperor. Cain can't read it. According to records, this king led the Britons to plunder Rome. The so-called Britons are Celtic on the British Isles. This is to distinguish them from the British, because the latter refers to all people living on the British Isles, including the later Anglos, Normans, etc. The Celtics did plunder Rome, specifically in southern Germany. At that time it was called Gaul. The Celts had a style of ancient nomads who grabbed and walked away. Of course, they basically had no horses, just one. Help barbarians who live in cottages, sleeping mats, no management systems, or even words. Cain felt that the priest of Christ, a Welsh township, had his head-edited history, and moved the few highlights of the Celtics to the British Isles from the inland Europe, and then said that it was the king's deeds. Also, the famous King Arthur is also mentioned for the first time in this British Kings. This 5th century figure was nearly 900 years later than Belenus. So, King Arthur is more real? No, King Arthur is a recognized legend. What is a legendary character? The Emperor Yan and the Yellow Emperor of China are even legendary figures. A common feature of legendary characters is that there is no record in the literature at that time, and it is mentioned in the book after a few hundred years. Then, the more relevant books that are far away from the time when the character exists, the more full and vivid the story. In 1138, during the Crusades, the theocracy was very stinky in the Western world. The words of the pastor were equal to truth and truth. Considering the background of this era, Cain's achievements in this important historical book, The Kings of Britain, became more and more clear. Once the United Kingdom blew its flags around the world, such a brave country could find for itself some ancestors of the Chris Brui Mamosi, this vanity can understand. But these are all allusions to the hometown of his previous life. This world may be different? So he wanted to hear what kind of ancestral anecdote Garrick Ollivander can pull out. Compared to this, the wand is not worth mentioning. With his knowledge of making magical artifacts and excellent craftsmanship, he felt that he would teach Ollivander as a teacher. Ollivander's wand shop is small and crumbled, and there is only a magic wand in the display window, which makes Cain speechless. Diagonal Lane Oliver Wand Shop is indeed well known, and can even be said to have become a cultural symbol in the wizarding world of Britain. Is playing corporate culture, why can't we pick up the facade a little bit? Has a long history and does not mean tatteredness. Mystery needs style. This kind of distinctness is the beggar style. Could it be that the beggars help to control the diagonal lane? When I walked in the door, it seemed that I had arrived at a poorly managed slow-moving stationary box warehouse, and it was still the kind that experienced flooding, fire, and a sandstorm. Now, a figure flashed from a shelf enough to block the view, and his wand was pointed at Cain. Is an old man. His light-colored eyes of water crystals are set against the dim light of the shop, like two shiny moons. Cain was surprised, but after only a moment of stun, he recovered his calmness. The hornbeam, principles, and honors, regardless of good and evil, are more similar to those wizards who have talent and a single but pure passion for things. I guess your wand uses a dragon heartstring, powerful and powerful, strong teaming up. Cain talked eloquently, but you are a little rude. You can rest assured that I am not Voldemort. The old man had a complicated look, a little hesitated and a little dignified, and finally concealed his wand. Cain stared at the old man and said, I didn't pay attention to your details before. In fact, think about it carefully. Your silver eye is a hole, pure silver cyan water crystals, and dark pupils. This is a variant of the pupil of the moon. Has someone been bitten by a blood-sucking dragon lizard and mutated, or is it simply a family member? Cain again said, no wonder even Hagrid's rough goods will be afraid when you see him. His wild instincts are much better than ordinary wizards. The old man is Garrick Ollivander. He has a very special talent. He can see some more essential things with real eyes, so he can always recognize the blood of the wizard at a glance, so as to distinguish the other party belongs to which family. But now, he can't see Cain's blood. Cain is too special, let alone seeing it. I haven't heard of it. Are you a student of Hogwarts? Coming soon. Garrick surprised, are you 11 years old? Why haven't I seen a high IQ? The pure blood family can occasionally produce a good wizard. Garrick said, you are not a purely high IQ boy at all. But he was not as open as Kane. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Pretend to be like a flash, the family crematorium. Ollivander is a typical example of a mature person. He is well aware of the dangers of his work. In recent years, he has tried to keep a low profile, not to say that there is no door on his mouth, and he talks casually. Kane is obviously a watering can. He was not like that in his previous life. It may be that the gutter overturned to death was too ugly, which led to a little overkill in this life. Anyway, there is such a meaning to ridicule life and dare to throw anything out. When he chatted with Catherine, he joked, "After a few years to have free time to look around and learn more about the world, I will probably become a broken mouth like Smaug in The Lord of the Rings." The villain boss died of words. It's a lot to think about it. Of course, there are actually people and places. Originally, he wanted to talk to Garrick and listen to the story. If the other party speaks well, then he may consider calling the other party one or two hand skills to form a good relationship. He also thought of the value of Ollivander in intelligence. So many people's wands are in their hands, but this person's memory is very good. This means that he has the ability to profile many wizards, his temperament, and even his spell-casting habits. I didn't expect that very people have great abilities. This is also a bloodline strong enough to have extraordinary talent, fire eyes, gold eyes. With his current ability, it really can't be ignored. This has been said, he did not want Ollivander's big mouth to spread everywhere, but he was not Voldemort's murderous nature, so what should I do? Contract, bribery. People have weaknesses, and as Ollivander is intoxicated by wands, the weaknesses become more and more obvious. Kane felt that he was fully capable of scratching Garrick's itch. Chapter 46, Intelligence. Unknown is the source of fear. And darkness always makes people associate it with the unknown. So Garrick Ollivander is very alert to Kane. As an old wizard, Garrick can recognize the existence of evil. Such as Voldemort and Death Eater, he knew that there would always be such guys appearing and raging. Magic power brings wizardry power, and those with power will realize their ambitions, and they will not hesitate to take brutal measures to hurt others. Of course he doesn't like to stay with such people. He believes that no one likes to get along with someone who is capable and who might hurt himself. In his eyes, Kane is such a person. Powerful is impossible to estimate. Looking at him with his true vision, Kane is a human-shaped shadow burning with dark energy. This dark energy is more pure and deeper than anyone he has seen in the past, as if it can human souls. Furthermore, Kane wore a crown vaguely on his head. According to Garrick's experience, the vague appearance means that it has not yet taken shape. And the crown represents its pattern. Eye of true vision has such a glimpse into the future effect. Is very probable, but you can also see the path the target is taking. The young man in front of him is ambitious and has a foundation. In his impression, at least possessing some kind of dark holy weapon, or doing great things in order to have such a position. Voldemort was only in 80 years, when the dark cause was flourishing, and the fire was cooking oil, a similar pattern came out. The crown was larger and more grand, but it was not so solid. In addition, Voldemort does not have such a pure color, darkness is its background color, gray-black, not pure black, and the poisonous green, luminescent blue, scarlet light curves twist and circulate between them. He even saw a slender but ever-bright white light on Voldemort. That represents death, not the death of others, but the sign of his own death, and it also means his fear of death. As for the other three colors, it is easier to explain and more common. Poison green is evil, fluorescent blue is cruel, and scarlet is destruction. Eye of real vision, can see people and can distinguish things. Is based on this talent, and Garrick can know the magic properties of the wand material, as well as the circulation method and characteristics. In this way, he can do his best to use the material magic line when making the wand. Those wood-like magic lines, after his combing, formed a better magic circuit, with a smooth gesture to accommodate the user input magic, natural effect is better. Garrick already had a prejudice against Kane. The first impression, plus empiricism, make him think this man is dangerous. And Kane was broken, and he did not deny or quibble, but pointed out the qualities of Garrick's wand. This is indeed a topic that Garrick cares about. Kane let him know that, at least in terms of the magic wand's knowledge and cognition, this teenager is not inferior to him. Weighing, Garrick doesn't think it's the right choice to be tough with Kane. He estimated that he wanted to win Kane, and only the wizards of the level of Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald had a little grasp. Even if he makes wands, he does not fight. The more he was afraid, the more he wanted to know more. Unconsciously, his old problem was committed. He checked his account and wanted to know more about Kane. Mr. Ollivander, do you think anybody realizes that through your wand, you understand the wizard's personality traits and spellcasting habits, which is a potential threat to him? Garrick immediately felt much heavier. Voldemort has disappeared for almost 9 years. However, few wizards believe that Voldemort is dead. After all, Voldemort is the Dark Lord, and his attainments in magic, especially black magic, are extremely brilliant. It is not surprising that he has mastered some kind of life-saving method. Garayo also believes that Voldemort's Halloween in 1981 was only a setback, not a death. He should now continue somewhere to prepare for the return to the wizarding world. Lord Voldemort lurking somewhere, and the Death Eaters and Black Wizards who turned into secret activities, like grey cumulonimbus clouds, brewing in people's hearts, making people feel upset and uncomfortable. Against such a background, Kane's words can be described as stern. At this point, I heard Kane continue. People will lie and cover up, but the properties of wands will not. The compatibility of wands can clearly point out the magical qualities of wizards, and wizards can only come to you when you buy a wand, repair, adjust, and come over, so I know most of the wizard's magical status and details, and I can even check what kind of spells the wizard is good at by checking the magic wand. Garrick kept swallowing saliva. Kane said that this was the point of the work characteristics he worried about. Once the wizards thought about this, his situation was a bit bad. Kane again said, the Phoenix Society has sprung up in the late period of the Wizarding War. I believe you have credit here. Others may ignore you, but Dumbledore will not. I seem to see you in front of Dumbledore talking eloquently. Dumbledore listened to the many movements and finally had to take out the scenes recorded by pen and paper. Garrick sweated coldly. Pretend to be like a flash, the family crematorium refers to this. Of course she was proud, thinking afterwards, and wanted to give herself a few slaps. If this lets the Death Eater know, can he have his good? Sirius is a follower of Voldemort, betrayed his best friend James Potter. After this happened, Garrick panicked for a long time. He even planned to escape. Later, justice prevailed, and Voldemort's organization collapsed overnight. He felt that his heart was calmer. He wanted to see it again. It took almost 10 years. He could vaguely feel that gloomy in the backlog atmosphere. He realized that Voldemort was afraid to come back. Even if you do come back, the Death Eaters are likely to make waves again. Did not expect that in such a season, it was revealed by such an existence. Garrick finally couldn't keep it up. He asked softly, "What do you want?" Kane smiled, "I don't like this question very much. www.ltnovel.com. What I do is like I want to find the last NAT exploiter in people's pocket." Kane got his body straight, his chin slightly raised, and introduced himself formally. "I am the heir to the title of Baron Highland, and the chief pharmacist of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, Kane Shafik." Garrick suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. He said, "I am an old man, I have to apologize to you. I also believed in the gossip before, thinking that you are a genius intentionally packaged. Well, I accept your apology. People always believe that they are willing to believe. A wizard, before the age of 10, achieves more than many wizards can achieve in his life. Such a thing will make people feel like themselves. Of them lived on dogs, so they refused to believe this possibility. Garrick was embarrassed. Cain did say it right, but it was really unpleasant. Fortunately, Cain was not entangled in the direction of belittling others and showing off herself. He said, "Now that I know who I am, I should guess what will happen next." The Shafik family is doing things generously and will never let his collaborators suffer. The Shafik family is willing to work with the wizard. We go hand in hand, regardless of his origin, ability. As long as there is a good vision and willingness to work for it, then there is a foundation for cooperation. Seeing Garrick's constipated expression, Cain laughed. "Relax, the Shafik family has no intention to spy on Ollivander's secret craftsmanship. The Shafik family will not seek profits from the existing traditional industries, and will travel together." Destroyed. In the direction of the potion, our Chamber of Commerce has done this, as can the wand. Garrick was confused when he heard the words, and then he understood. He understood that the Shafik family needed intelligence. Chapter 47, Blocking Information. In Cain's eyes, Garrick Ollivander's greatest value is indeed intelligence. Has a long history, it is estimated that there is no shortage of ancient books in the family. Cain wanted to confirm some of his conjectures through such channels. For example, after ancient times, when the magic was brilliant, what kind of height did it reach? Another example, those abyss, those guardians, should have left some marks. And the most likely to have relevant information is the ancient wizard, which is determined by their ability. As for the present world, Garrick is Snowden in the wizarding world of Britain. The information he possesses can cause great harm to groups of wizards. Of course, some wizards do not have the concept of intelligence in their heads, or, unlike modern humans, they do not attach great importance to intelligence gathering. The new history of the original history line of the Phoenix Society in this regard showed a ridiculous and cute stupidity, and was beaten before the roar of anxiety. There are traitors among us. Having been involved in a club for a long time, every day? Is it just to drink afternoon tea? Channel? What about connections? What about resource reserves? Is there any way to improve combat capabilities? Have multiple emergency measures been set up, and have safe rooms been established? Where is the enemy? Who is the backbone? Why should they fight desperately? These are either not prepared at all, or I do not know, or they are discarded before or at the beginning of the fight. Is quite amateur. Cain really does not look down upon him. Although the old bee counts deeply, in his eyes, the pattern is the same as Voldemort, Stingy Bara. From 1981 to 1997, 16 years, planning for so long, but strategically can only passively accept the move. Then he didn't save any powerful capital. After Voldemort was resurrected, the world was immediately overthrown. The justice side did not collapse, and the mourning dog generally had no place to hide. Looking at the tactics prepared by the old bee again, seeing the tricks is equally passive. In terms of intelligence, in addition to catching the line of Harry Potter, almost no other achievements have been made. Thanks to Harry Potter, who is the son of fate, he can't die from death to death. All kinds of abuses still have good intentions, and their conscience remains the same. It's okay to lose Voldemort's madness, and desperately need to find Harry Potter desperately, change a little sane, calm down, and run for a period of time, and it won't take long before the situation will become more stable. By the time, just like the Aurors chased and killed the Death Eaters, let the Death Eaters and the Black Wizards chase and intercept them, so that the target did not rest, did not supply, tired of running, still afraid to catch it. So, a bunch of smelly chess baskets. This time, Cain didn't have to ask Garrick to take effect, but to lock his mouth. You are a person who can make a difference. If it is successful, it may not be enough to rely on you alone, but failure, the information flowing from your mouth will cause a lot of trouble. I know you don't want to help abuse. But under pressure, most of you who don't have a clear stand for good and evil choose to succumb and obey. Garrick also got out. Question: what do you want? It's nothing more than a vow similar to a bold, courageous, faithful mantra. It's a bit more advanced. It is also for your own good, so that you don't need to doubt the gods. Oh! Garrick was interested. If someone comes to trouble you, you can show them the oath, and then tell them that the Ollivander family is professionally ethical. The ancient magic oath: no one can let you reveal customer information, you also know. Garrick's eyes brightened. Is there such ancient magic? What's so questionable? How did the undead boy get born? Could it be that his forehead is a magic mirror? The Ollivander family is a heritage of BC, which has been in existence for more than 2,000 years. Documentary history? Garrick was a little embarrassed. In terms of ancient books, in Greece. Cain understood that Garrick was not a clan, but a pedigree. His ancestors came out of Greece and learned the craft by relying on the cradle of civilization. Before the Renaissance, Western Europe was a place of amusement, and the Crusades let the turtles know what technology and art are. While the Crusades were expedition, the power of religion was flourishing. The last expedition was in the 13th century, when the witch hunt began. It seems that at that time, the wizarding line had already declined. That is to say, the Garrick branch migrated from the 11th to the 13th centuries. Maybe he fled to Britain just for refuge. Okay. Britain has nothing to do with ancient civilizations. It lacks real civilization and is normal. Well, look at this meaning: Garrick Ollivander can't come up with any decent ancient documents. What he wants is dry goods. It is carbon identification to confirm that there are enough years of data. Divine Comedy. Then skip this link. Cain wondered, it would be rude to intimidate an old technical mansion, make up for it. Give some magic wand-related technologies, just as Garrick has a real vision. It can be said that God appreciates the rice, with his help, can go further. During his escape, the wand seized a large amount, and soon cleared some of them. Many magic qualities of wandwood are similar or even common, and the inner core is mainly those three: dragon, phoenix and unicorn. And the means of making wands in this world are extremely limited. It can be said that they are very primitive, so how many tricks can be played in the end, don't know. He said to Garrick, you can rest assured of the quality of ancient magic. But it is not appropriate to cast a spell here. Choose a place. Garrick hung a closing sign, and the two used phantom shift to directly stop Garrick's wand workshop. The wand workshop located underground is a very private place. Usually, even relatives, Garrick does not allow them to enter. Today is an exception. Garrick knew Cain could not afford it, and the Oath of Oath could indeed help him. Cain looked around and knew what was going on. Garrick can be a man, and he is not ink. At the moment, he uses the means of the Supreme Master to draw a three-dimensional magic circle, and then takes Garrick into the world of mirrors, and signs the contract in the world of mirrors. Garrick was naturally shocked by Cain's methods. Someone can do it without wand casting, but wand casts a magic circle and enters a mysterious and strange space like the mirror world. Legend has it that only ancient witch can do it. Cain did not forget to promote his magic stars. With it combing the magic power, you will feel more at ease when you make a magic wand. www.ltnovel.com and, using it, can call out a contract. The oath document is sealed in the world of mirrors, others can't touch it, but you can go to refuge. Are you satisfied with my compensation? Satisfied, very satisfied. I don't know how to thank you. Garrick said something quite heartfelt. He was afraid that people would trouble him. Now the magic vows used to prove his professional ethics are in place. He is not aware of it. He is quite bluffing, and he has an extra refuge. The safety problem is completely solved. The benefits of magic stars, he also felt, beyond the imagination of treasures, high-end and practical, received such a generous gift. The previous unpleasant point, has long been thrown out of Juxiayun. Study the wand and do a good job, it is the best thanks. Garrick frowned slightly, and said, what is this? Helping others? Have you regarded yourself as a ministry of magic, thinking of how many wizards can solve problems? Has this suspicion, that is, the legendary happiness came too suddenly, and it is a bit unbearable? Is of course not so good, and Ollivander doesn't need his alms. Your channel, your skills, the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce will take the goods from you. The standard wand, see the order manufacturing, pay for the delivery, don't ask questions. Garrick nodded, showing that he understood. He said, this makes sense. The circulation of magic materials, especially some sensitive materials, are traceable. The Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce does not want to be found along the traces by others. Channel. Ollivander's sign is still very hard, and it is indeed a good choice to pass the goods through him. As for the standard wand, Garrick wondered a little bit. Why didn't you place the order product instead of the modest standard product? As a result, Kane said something, and almost made Garrick choked on his mouth. Chapter 48, Cast. The magic wand required by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is probably not easy to complete with your current attainments. Kane said that Garrick was almost choked by his own saliva. Is also at this moment, but whenever he changes time, place, or person, and dare to be so polite in making the wand he is most proud of, he must blast it away. Swallowed and took a deep breath, and Garrick waited for the following. After all, he wasn't a frizzy guy, not long ago he saw Kane's method with his own eyes. He realized that Kane could not hit his face with his mouth and guns. Faced with Garrick's inquiring eyes, Kane looked calm, he smiled, and said, it is more intuitive to come to a live teaching. Said that he used the materials in the workshop and started to explain while manufacturing. The material selection of the magic wand is essentially attribute enhancement. The 8 factions of magic, you have never heard of it. The 6 elements and derived elements are also outdated ancient skills for you. It is too difficult to use them. Then what else can I talk about? Just talk about magic particles. Garrick looked stunned, and Kane's opening remark stimulated him directly. Magic particles? He said, I haven't heard of this at all. Magic particles are the most basic unit of magic. Kane knew his doubts and explained, now the spells are of different types, so we can only talk about any magic particles that cannot be circumvented by magic. Purification, strengthening it is equivalent to increasing the efficiency threshold of wand performance. Speaking at the same time, Garrick saw Kane continually extracting substances from the wood, and all the materials he had extracted became slag. After the extract is condensed, it is calcined again. From a magic point of view, we can see that various light stars continue to fly around under the black flame calcination. In the end, what is left is a transparent special existence, like a steaming heat wave. Although transparent, it can let people know that there is something can be felt. Garrick was dumbfounded and said, who can extract, and calcinate like you? The material of your first step is much higher than that of ordinary wand wood. You have consumed 6 large materials at a time. That is at least what you can do. 100 wands, bastard. Kane seemed to see through Garrick's mind and explained, the wood itself is not a magic plant, just a rough embryo. After extraction and magic flame calcination, it is a magic material. How to do it, I will teach you in detail later. He said again, the use of magic materials has indeed increased the cost of labor. But the Magic Eye Guild wants a real wand, not a toy. The expensive price is acceptable. Okay. I will deliver at cost. What the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce wants is a partner that benefits together, not a debt-serving slave. Just the value of your craftsmanship, we are willing to pay 200 gold gallons for each magic wand. You don't need to be polite. The chamber will have this money, your craft is also worth the price. Garrick's eyes widened. He felt the wildness of his heart beating. This profit was simply: know that the magic wands of the little wizards who newly enrolled in Hogwarts every year will never exceed 500 gold gallons. Cain quipped, "Don't be too excited. It is not easy for you to make the wand we need. Moreover, if you cooperate with the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, the facade will be down to the extent that you are in the shop in Diagon Alley. First it will be our Chamber of Commerce who is embarrassed." Okay, Garrick recognized this. Cain's skills are indeed high, and the magic and mental power are very expensive. And as far as he knows, the cooperation with the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is indeed very profitable, and the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce pays attention to consumption and pays attention to decentness. In their terms, successful people must have success. In this case, the Oliver Wand shop is indeed about to be renovated. Cain pulled back the topic at this time and continued to explain the magic wand making. The material is there, and the next step is still the method you are familiar with, adding strings. The essence of adding strings is actually to create magic loops. The method you have always used is too rough. In this regard, it is recommended that you look back and study a circuit board of Muggle precision equipment. It should be very enlightening for you. Garrick tried hard to memorize every word of Cain. Super memory, this is his advantage. Easy to be a teacher is a common problem in humans. Especially to teach an elite industry elite, Cain also feels a little enjoyment. Magic loops have 3 major responsibilities: 1 conduction, 2 changes, and 3 adjustments. Transmission is for the energy input by the wizard, change is for spells, and regulation is for comprehensive integration. I will cover up their characteristics separately for you. So Garrick saw a scene that even he felt magical, in a translucent appliance made of energy, how a series of changes occurred when energy passed. Also saw complex 3-dimensional changes that seemed to be related to the machine, as well as subtle and comprehensive adjustments. Cain explained, the process of casting spells, handprints, and wands is the process of building spells. You can understand it as building blocks and building a house. There are all of them, and the spell is generated. I will call it's a spell model. From an energy perspective, the process of casting is to fabricate such a model, and then fill in the magic power, and the product that is born is the magic effect. Magic loop is to simplify the operation of casting spells. Because most of the spells, it follows certain basic laws. This is like we build a house with complete furniture. The house is just like that. There is not much change. What changes is the interior. The layout of the furniture and furnishings. Can we simplify this house without having to build it over and over again every time? This is the basic concept of the changing part of the magic circuit. And the more complicated this part is, the narrower the scope of its use, and finally it becomes a specific magic wand. You will say, how does this work? I plan to cast 10 spells, would I prepare 10 magic wands? Other people have thought about this problem. So the spell position appeared. Turn the spell circuit into a grid that can accommodate various spell models, so, without mantras, as long as the magic power is supplied and the stick is continuously swung, the magic will continue to be generated. Kanshu www.uuganshu.com. The eyes that Garrick had listened to were shiny, and he was drooling. The wizards are still unsatisfied. My own magic is very limited. I always have too few critical moments. Can I take it out? Yes. Change the circuit and use the magic stone to power the spell. The wizard only acts as an activation switch. So, the little wand is difficult to bear such a versatility, the staff is born. It's just a link of change, and there is conduction and regulation. The main function of conduction is to make the magic loop respond quickly. After all, spellcasting sometimes requires efficiency, such as combat. But it's not faster, the better, the reaction is too fast. Can't keep up, so the regulation to correct mistakes and omissions appeared. Therefore, when magic is used, the control is activated first, so that the wand understands what specifications are needed, and then the high-speed response of the spell model through the conduction command. At this time, the control is constantly controlling the details, and the effect of the material amplification is right. It is strengthened and then launched. This is a complete casting process. But in fact, there are many more tricks that can be played, including gem power, various adjustments of magic patterns, runes, and real casting. Yes, in my opinion, the casting of the wizards now has been reduced. When there is only the first rung left, this is called its own power. The second rung is the power to pry the world. It is like pushing a big rock uphill and hitting a larger rock to create a mudslide. Garrick seems to have Alzheimer's disease, drooling without knowing it. Imagine, under that background, what is the magic wand and the staff responsible for? Yes, it is a spell model. It is not used to cast spells directly, but to create a larger machine that produces spell effects, to absorb the magic energy free between heaven and earth to produce a magic effect. This is why ancient magic is so powerful. Chapter 49, Improper Canon Wizard. In a simple way, Garrick felt that the principles and characteristics of ancient magic were clearly explained by Kane. This shows that people not only have their own taste, but also have the basic ability to teach. Thinking about the other party's age, Garrick couldn't help but be ashamed. As Kane said, a few years old, live on the dog. On quality, Kane's quality of life is indeed very important. Of course, it was forced out to a great extent. If you do not succeed, you will die. Every reincarnation is forced to the edge of madness and death by the Vientiane d'Or system. Working hard is part of the acquired qualities and habits. Is so persecuted that human nature is inevitably distorted. Kane felt that this was good, especially his life experience, like a long period of psychological therapy. First went from the state of high-strength bizarre combat missions in the past to the state of being chased and fleeing with less intensity. After experiencing poverty and selling miserably, he turned into a high-intensity working state. Now, enter the next level of work-rest combination, layout preparation, and enjoy the state of life. Such a first reduction allowed his twisted personality to be corrected and his tense nerves to be relieved. This is where he is now. He can obviously feel it himself, and now it is not as aggressive as in previous years. Can also be more happy from sharing and giving. If it was changed to a few years ago, a person like Garrick Ollivander who saw his essence clearly would either die on the spot, or accept control and work until he died, and there would never be a third ending. Just like now, Garrick has a chance to express his thoughts. Listened to Garrick and sighed, I used to know that this is not as good as ancient, but I don't know why. Now I know. Compared with the past, the wizard has indeed fallen. It's not without highlights, Kane analyzed, exquisite, energy-saving, flexible, and effective. Later wizards developed micro-series spells in order to adapt to the magic environment of the low magic era. This change and the achievements are still worthwhile. Definitely. Garrick smiled a little, I can see that, and then think back to the previous creations, I really feel like toys. There is nothing bad about toys, and the strength is not light. This is one reason why I want you to sign that pledge. Garrick point. I see, I will treat these powerful wands with caution in the future. Kane snorted, protruding his finger a little, a beam of light emitted from his fingertips, not into Garrick's head. Then Garrick discovered that he already knew the magic material refining and the method of making the wand core. These techniques taught by Kane are actually very elementary, but they are also the most important. The small song is easy to sing. Garrick really wants to be able to make these fires perfect, so he has the opportunity to create epic magic objects. Garrick also knew that Kane taught him the knowledge of the highest treasure level, which is equivalent to helping him open the door of magical creation. By comparison, those who thought he was clever in the past were nothing more than apprentice-level betting. He also noticed that the things that Kane gave him were indeed not something that the wizards of this era could play. If there is no magic stars, and the magic consumes only one item, it will become an insurmountable gap, And now, the magic star can recover the magic that he spilled during his operation, and can also help him strengthen the magic control ability a little. Kane reminded him, precision circuit board, micro-carving, and micro-painting. These mortal skills help to improve the magic circuit skills. Thank you, I will go back and look up the information. Garrick also realized that extraction and calcination is a process of practice making perfect. There is not much room for development, and the magic circuit can do a lot of articles, which is the main way to improve the quality of magic items. Okay, now, let me make this wand. The magic particles are not as pure as possible, because it is difficult to find a suitable carrier. My method is to use a material to construct the cell-level unit as a container. The magic wand was finally completed, 15 inches long, the plain body of the plane tree, and the inner core of the night caudal nerve. Plain wood is actually Chinese sycamore. According to Garrick's argument, this kind of wood-made wand is willing to explore, eager for a new experience, and will lose its brilliance if it has been doing ordinary things. For example, some wizards settle down after entering middle age, and then sometime when using this wand to summon their slippers, the wand spontaneously ignited in their hands. Yes, this kind of wand is such a boring thing. If you can't bear it, you don't have to bear it anymore, and you will burn yourself. As for Yechi, it is a creature that can only be seen by people who have witnessed death and walked away. Generally, the tail feather is used as the inner core. Kane not only chooses the nerve, but also makes it like a root and whisker. Manufacturing like this naturally demands extremely high craftsmanship. The sight of Garrick looked dazzled. Concealed, what is a master, this is it. The style of this wand made by Kane is very different. Compared with the mainstream baton style, it looks too thick, like a crooked handle and a wooden cone. Looking at the handle alone, it is very elegant for Earl Dokuk's lightsaber. In fact, it can really be used that way. The original history line Draco Malfoy once played the small lightsaber with the magic wand as the foundation, but it was too slender. Even if it was a small sword, it would not be an advantage. Kane is rough and masculine enough. When he thought of wielding his lightsaber and fighting against the conductor wizards who were full of majesty, he felt that the painting was full of joy and fun. A beam of scarlet energy flowed from the body of the first half of the wand, quickly forming a stable fluid beam, and the color became brighter and more gorgeous. Kane danced a sword flower as soon as his wrist was flipped, his arms swayed, and the sword flower rolled back and forth in front of him, and a light curtain like a ribbon of light appeared. Garrick was frightened to avoid it. He felt the scary light scary. Using literary and artistic terms, it was full of destruction and destruction, making him fear from the heart. The light dissipated, and Kane put away his wand. Kane said to Garrick, "This wand consumable should be regarded as a teaching fee. You are too kind. www.ltnovel.com for me, those skills are treasures that cannot be measured by money. Knowledge is precious, but it also requires good people to achieve value. Like you, capable and enthusiastic people." Kane reminded, "We all know that Voldemort did not die. After almost 10 years, it's time to get back to business. I know that you lost your daughter in the Wizarding War and only have one son. Give you some advice. The newly built Fir Mountain Villa in Hogsmeade has a very high safety factor. Thanks for reminding, I will consider buying a property there." Kane could feel that Garrick said this with a bit perfunctory. He also knows that this old product is also uneasy. The wand given to Harry Potter's Hollywood and Phoenix tail feathers may be summed up with Dumbledore. Such a person has a way of self-preservation, he does not need to worry too much. Kane said, "Then let's do this. I do what I think I should do, and I'll click here." He is still consciously reducing his desire to control. Reminds himself from time to time that these people are not part of the stag beetle swarm, and they cannot be treated with that kind of super high control standard, that is a violation. The iron blood of the iron blood insect swarm is a highly controlled and strict style, like a barracks that implements fierce decree. Insect swarm does not mean that it is really a bug, but describes the structure of its group. One voice, one goal, one vision. His voice, his goal, his ideal. In short, his voice is carried through to the end, his goals and desires are the ideals of each individual in this team. These individuals have wisdom, but no independent consciousness, only group awareness of the connected state. This group consciousness is dominated by him again. This is the swarm, just like the queen bee and her people. Chapter 50, Wind Gradient. Farewell to Garrick Ollivander. Kane uses phantom dislocation to go outside Exmoor Hill, then step up and enter the forest area outside the hill. Here, like Hogwarts, there is no direct access to the interior using phantom shift. As an external window unit, Kane did not arrange 2 dazzling magic items or combat power here. Although the bloodworm swarm will take another 3 years to be fully online, this does not mean that he has no combat power available. The vampires who invaded Nozawa Castle early on were transformed into shadow guards by him, and could also be called dark slaves. Is not his slave, but a dark slave. He represents the will of darkness, so he can drive this kind of dark clan who live on dark energy. This transformed magical puppet is still opposed to light, but the rich dark energy on them forms a mist of shadow to protect them from the sun. They also do not rely on blood sucking for a living. The flesh has been energized, and it is a magical creature that will not naturally occur in the low magic world. They are covered with tattoos. This dark war pattern is like a constant spell position, giving them the ability to cast spells. Of course, only dark magic can be used. Dark magic is not black magic. Black magic refers to all spells that are characterized as evil in universal morality. Dark magic simply refers to magic that uses dark magic as its energy source. Shadow guardians have IQs, but they are not the ones in their lifetime, but they are similar to being enlightened, constructed, and activated. It is a magical personality rather than a soul. Overall, creating and supporting such magical puppets is expensive and cost-effective. So they are not a member of the bloodworm community, they are created just for emergency. Exmoor Mountain Villa and Yzewan Castle are equipped with Shadow Guard patrol team, mainly responsible for night watch. As for the daytime, the Auror 6 team sent by the International Magic Federation is still there, holding a generous salary and benefits as a bodyguard, and envied by colleagues. When it comes to the International Federation of Magic, you have to mention one sentence. Compared with the International Federation of Magic in the Orthodox HP world, this world has much greater authority. Its full name, called the International Federation of Ministry of Magic, is more accurate, equivalent to the United Nations in the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore, never the chairman of the Federation. The Federation also has no chairman, but the Secretary General. He is the president of the International Wizards Association and the chief wizard of Vizangama. These 2 honors and powers were obtained when fighting against evil gangs of Lord Voldemort, the Death Eater as the backbone, the Dark Wizard as the minions, and the Dark Creatures as the wings. It has been 12 years now, and many people have wondered how to cut power. It was not because Dumbledore would not be a man, but because he was allowed to stay in a high position and hurt his money. Take as an example. British wizards, before and now, are still in the state of small farmers. Their dependence on the Muggle world is extremely low, which is basically a few basic resources such as food. But this is not because they are rich, but because they are closed. Just look at it and you will find that there are many poor wizards, including wizard aristocrats like the Malfoy family, which are actually only turtles, and local tyrants are not counted. Imagine if the wizard's imagination of wealth, like the old farmer in a mountain village in ancient times, felt that the emperor should eat thin noodles and meat buns for every meal. How high could his demand be? Eating meat buns every day will come to an end. The rise of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce gradually opened up the horizons of wizards. Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce encourages its employees to learn to consume, of course, not luxury consumption, but the pursuit of quality and artistic taste. The employees of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce are dressed to make people feel decent, but not too dazzling and suspicious. Members of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, wizards often feel, alas, how do you look so nice when you look at people's clothes? The style is also very popular. Why is there such a fan? Ask carefully, from stitches to buttons, from the texture of the fabric to the fine-tuning of the clothing leader's mouth, the original is full of attention, and the money is spent on this, so the extra fitting, excellent set off the temperament of the wearer. The same goes for other small items, shoes, canes, watches, purses, collar pins. Every time someone takes it out, it feels pleasing to the eye, the color is warm, and the style is stylish. Called low-key luxury. With the new standard of abundance, the wizards finally found themselves poor. Is also a room full of magic, go to see the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce to sell. It is good. Everywhere is good. The function is intimate, looking at Shuxin, with peace of mind, you also feel value for money and can't afford it. The usual daily necessities, go and see the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce prepared for the wizards. Good, really good, good quality, good workmanship, good design, no problem with heirloom. Cannot afford. Only for eating, drinking, and mating, that is the life of a pig. People have to pursue a little bit. The wizard thinks he is a man of mankind, and despise muggles every day. As a result, he shaves his clothes, uses rough objects, lives in a rotten house, and behaves like a beggar. Does his face hurt? The people of Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce became the forerunners, bringing the concept of high-quality life into the wizarding world of Britain. The first to be affected was the British Ministry of Magic. Devil Tears brought 5 million gold gallons of additional income to the Ministry of Magic last year. As a result, these people from top to bottom, wailing and crying for money is not enough. As if they were doing unpaid volunteers. Actually, salaries have not changed much compared with previous years, but bonuses and benefits have been greatly improved, especially the year-end awards. But it is true that the money is not enough. There are so many steps. Decent formal clothes, shoes, wallets. Each piece is a step, it is only decent when it is set up, and it is not so shabby to have more than 2 sets. Men are like this, women are even worse, and they are embarrassed to wear a red, blue, green, and purple wizard's robe to the streets? Or all black? Do you think you are an Arab woman? People live in a warm community with free public facilities such as a chess room, an activity room, a leisure room, a gym, etc. Do you live in the wilderness mountains that listen to the wind during the day and the wolf howling at night? With the concept of figurative, with the comparison, there is a goal, the money is not enough. In this context, the existence of Hogwarts and the Phoenix Society, which are not involved in production and need to subsidize money every year, has become a thorn in the eye. Want to save money from these places? It would be impossible without first knocking down the mountain of Dumbledore. Want to move Dumbledore, but not only those who felt that Dumbledore blocked his money. There are also former Death Eaters. These people know very well that they will never be able to shake hands with Dumbledore's family. Moreover, Dumbledore has always played the role of obstacles. Plus Voldemort has not recovered for so long, then the fear of the startled bird has been replaced by calmness, and the vines of ambition once again breed climbing. After the scar was removed, the pain was forgotten, and some people became restless again. This is the origin of the dark clouds of the wizarding world that Kane and Garrick talked about. In public, arrogant words and deeds, ridiculous, sarcastic, irrational, and disrespectful to the actions of the justice side of the wizarding war. Provocation, and temptation. This is an expression of the individual and the direction of the organization. This spring, the Ministry of Magic adjusted some government orders. For example, for various reasons to reduce the money invested in the Death Hunters and Black Wizards. Even banned some laws and regulations on the grounds that it was a product of the war era, which was too cruel and cruel, contrary to the prevailing winds of love and tolerance in the peace era. 4 days ago, the Ministry of Magic revealed the tone. If it is willing to pay a large ransom, bail, it is not impossible for Stanley to release it in advance. One is thinking of money and going crazy, and the other is that his attitude towards the black forces has been significantly loosened, otherwise he dare not mention this. Catherine made a direct statement about the Ministry of Magic's proposal: let him continue to atone for the crimes he committed in Azkaban. Few days later, there were rumors outside, saying that Catherine had forgotten the love of Stanley's wife and children, and secretly raised a little white face or something. Some people are not inferior when near, but complain when far, and never know gratitude. There are still some people, just look at how many others there are. The Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce sells magic tears and black linen to British wizards in a limited amount. It will provoke some British wizards because of this. It is because of the limitation that the Shafiq family uses the technology of the British wizarding world. www.ltnovel.com. The International Magic Union and the Ministry of Magic of other countries blame themselves. Now that the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has grown bigger, Catherine will no longer come forward to curse the street in person. But the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The spokesperson's response to this kind of remark is just one sentence, published in the Prophet Daily: the more people I know, the more I like dogs. Now those people are targeting employees of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. Life harassment hinders its normal work. Under the means, it is more disgusting people, they do nt go up to themselves, but they are handed over to the next generation to do it, and the next generation is not stupid. They use their horror reputation to control ordinary human gangs to do it. Drugs and other means instigate rogues, ruffians, addicts, and other rotten people. This did bring some trouble to the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. Mainly because the channel was developed by itself, many materials were acquired from Muggle, and then processed by magic. The wizard is naturally no problem, but the Muggle side is more troublesome. It's not suitable for a big killing. It's all rotten people. It doesn't work if you kill less. If you kill more, it will trigger a big event. Directly kill those next generations? Intelligence is needed to achieve this, and the conditions are not yet mature. Cut in from the perspective of Muggle officials and let them do some personnel? Sorry, on the basis of connections. Wizards and dignitaries are more intimate with those people, and they are inextricably linked, and the next generation is not only the nightpots of wizards and dignitaries, but also the nightpots of Muggle officials. The secret is efficient and well received. This is the so-called twisted packing, which brings together a piece. Catherine asked him what to do, if not, let the guards kill. Cain said no, this method is inefficient and brainless, don't be restless, he has his own arrangement. Chapter 51, Mushroom Blue Skinny Old Goods. Many people are right or wrong. The operation of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is not all sailing. A strenuous public relations outlet is policy. The Ministry of Magic is equivalent to the official organization of the wizarding world. But in fact, there are quite a few opinions here. The official high-ranking Muggle knew about the existence of mysterious creatures. As for the high-level seniors, so to speak, the president may not know. Because the presidency does not mean that the level of confidentiality is high enough. But in any case, the wizards cooperated with the Muggle power figures to hide the existence of the wizard world from the Muggle people. Now that there is cooperation, then go back and forth. Then the question is coming, what kind of exchanges are allowed? It is precisely because of this problem that there is a department like the prohibition of the abuse of Muggle goods. Many of the diversified projects operated by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce involve issues in this regard. Then you need to run the policy. And then will be subjected to all kinds of troubles. At this time, the people of the Ministry of Magic will not miss the 10% of the total annual cost of devil tears and black leaf cannabis. They can't wait for 10% or more of profits in every operation of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, it is a difficult point to run the ministry forward. The Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce will have a dedicated team to deal with this problem and finalize every detail to avoid the Ministry of Magic looking for trouble afterwards. After all, once the project is launched, every day of delay is a costly loss. At that time, the Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce will be anxious, and the Ministry of Magic will take the opportunity to blackmail, and it will feel sick when you think about it. Is precisely because it is difficult to talk about. Until now, diversification has opened some mouths in the four industries of clothing, building materials, food and beverage, and travel. Kane is naturally not satisfied with this efficiency, but unless he sweeps the wizarding world of Britain, and even persuades every group or individual who believes to be powerful, he can only tolerate this situation of pulling together to live together. They are indeed pulling the hind legs, they are indeed not accountable for human relations and etiquette, that is, lie erroneous, but from another perspective, they have the capital to do so. This capital is not just strength. I have transformed my cheap father into the number 1 experiment and sent it to Azkaban. The greed is so forgetful that it is a few days later. Kane said that, there are some complaints in it. He is now acting as a shadow guard, or doing it himself. Indeed, he can teach those greedy guys to be humans. You can use violence to eliminate the problem. No one is a fool. If you do it secretly, who is the biggest beneficiary under the analysis of others will be exposed. Everyone sees, oh, offended the Shafik family, either disappeared or mad, or they were instilled with the truth agent to expose the old odorous street. What is the quality of the Shafik family? Kane talked to Catherine about this kind of thing, and said half-jokingly, I miss the day when Voldemort stood on a high place and attracted hatred. This is naturally cursing. Some people, who are of low moral character, don't know what is right or wrong, so if they don't listen, they just don't smoke. Actually owes more than just the of the Ministry of Magic who are holding feathers as arrows and demanding property for personal gain. There are dark creatures of the next generation, even some Muggle humans. Even if the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce opens up new areas and makes their own cakes and eats, some people are reluctant. He just sees you better, sees you more profitable than him. Then I tinkered with the means of 3 abuses: harassment, destruction. Wizards always have some private associations, and Britain is no exception. The League of Guardians is one of the older ones. Since the blonde old man withdrew 2 years ago, several people have withdrawn one after another. They did not completely withdraw from the secret society, but refused to participate in the operation against the Shafik family. Nowadays, the quaint meeting room has been deserted a lot, only 5 people are sitting. The smell of black hemp diffused, and all 5 were immersed in the enjoyment of tobacco, and no one spoke. Tuk tuk. The door knocked gently. Come in, said Shen Shen, the grey-haired old man facing the door at the top of the table. The carved oak door was pushed halfway open, and a capable middle-aged wizard came in and bowed. My lord, good day. The fat old man on the right said, Sean, save those red tapes and report directly. Yes, adult. The middle-aged wizard opened the book in his arms and cleared his throat. He said, the working group headed to the Dark Swamp has not made progress so far. Fanswo's attitude towards us is extremely cold, and it is impossible for them to talk about it. The short old wizard with orange hair said angrily, who gave the courage to the disgusting leeches to refuse the friendship of pure-blood wizards? Could someone have given us better conditions over them? The grey-haired old man said, Azar, please be quiet, listen to Sean. The old wizard with orange hair knocked on the table with a pipe. Hurry. Sean pushed his glasses and continued to report. According to reliable information, someone helped Fanswo solve the blood hunger to a considerable extent. What? The 5 guardians were not calm. Moving together, the fat man simply stood up and squeezed all the chairs under the buttocks. The grey-haired old man gasped and said grumpily, Damn! This is breaking the fragile balance. Who? Who is it? Sean took out a test tube-shaped crystal bottle from his arms, cast it without a wand, used a floating spell, and then flicked it gently, and the crystal bottle floated to the opposite side of the long table. This is the magic potion. Called the magic blood, not only can relieve the hunger of blood, but also can adjust the physiological function of the blood family and stimulate the blood potential, even if it is the elder level. 5 guardians heard the horror moving. Then the potion is for us. The guardian sitting in the right-hand position asks questions. He is the oldest of the 5, and he looks like an old dragon and can be a father to Dumbledore. Sean shook his head. No, it is too strong, and this is a curse potion, only suitable for blood races. The grey-haired old man's hand grabbed the crystal bottle and looked into the sun. The medicine inside is oily, black, translucent, and there is a faint red light in the sun. Raised his hand to evoke the chair, and the fat man who was seated again said with a somber face, "Devil blood. Devil tears." The hot dwarf said, "It must be his home." The grey-haired old man gestured quietly and said to Sean, "You continue." There is no evidence that the magic blood was produced by the Shafik family. It is generally said that the magic blood was invented by an elder Seymour. The 5 guardians are silent. The Simori clan of the Dense Party, their source is a wizard association. The core of this association is the pursuit of eternal life. Through crazy research, they drew the original blood from a blood elder, and then made a potion, which became a blood clan in a way that was very different from first embrace. In this way, Simori became the public enemy of other clans, but in the era of witch hunting, including the elimination of vampires, Simori clan made outstanding contributions to the blood clan, and they were a family that strictly observed the hidden commandments. The ordination has not yet been formulated, so they are natural members of the secret party, and eventually won a place. Reading www.ukanshu. They have their own unique spell-casting abilities, blood magic, and wizards in the wizarding world call them blood witches. Interestingly, it has obvious origins, but Simori has a very bad relationship with any wizard in any country. They call the current wizard a malformed hybrid, including pure blood. But the wizards have nothing to say, because Simori has many old guys who are hundreds of years old, and even some legends are born in the age of magical glory. As a wizard of that era, they are indeed eligible to scold today's wizards are not climate. The grey-haired old man didn't want to mention this topic at all. Previously they had dealings with the Vatican, the clan leader of the secret party, mainly because potions and spells could help each other solve some curse problems. The most important part is blood hunger. Well now, the vampires can get rid of them and play by themselves. The value is greatly reduced, why should they look at their faces? Where is Montenegro? The grey-haired old man asked. 1.5 million gold gallons, they are willing to send an investigation team led by an elder. 5 guardians listened to the forehead with blue muscles jumping straight. How many years has it been? The money is so rough, 1.5 million gold gallons, what international joke? A pint of 100 gold gallons of Aragox venom has already been called expensive. What a huge number is 1.5 million. The blood of the demon party is really dare to ask for it. The oldest guardian said, Red Maple Wolf Habitat. Sean shook his head, the werewolves refused to go to the Nozawa Garden in any way, and they have been listed as a restricted area there. 5 guardians secretly sighed, and now the Nozawa Garden has been completely nibbled. The grey-haired old man took 2 cigarettes and said, Where is the Chamber of Commerce? Chapter 52, Antitrust Dictatorship. Nozawa Garden has become a black swamp, whoever goes and disappears, so that there is no price in the underground market, and no one takes the task of exploration. Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is relatively easy to start. Even if the members of the Chamber of Commerce are good, some of their customers and suppliers are ordinary people. Asked about this, Sean cleared his throat again, flipped through the documents in his hand, and continued to report. The Scarlet Round Table refused to accept the task, on the grounds that Marsala of Cappadocia came forward to warn them. The 5 guardians moved again. Cappadocia is known as a blood group outside the clan. Their origins can be traced back to antiquity. It is said that they are descendants of Mish, son of Noah's third son Japheth, so they are called Mish. As for Noah, his father Lamech, his grandfather Mesera, his great-ancestor Enoch, and high ancestor were Cain, and then up to Adam and Eve. So this lineage is very powerful. Is also a great place to live. Cappadocia, Southeast Asia, ancient Turkey, porphyry rock formations, karst landforms, the most moon-like places on Earth, this is the saying of modern science. From the mysterious side, this is called the home of the moon. Legend has it that the dark side of the moon is exactly the same as here, and there are many mysterious connections between the two. Of course, the modern people who have a little common sense of the stars may be able to laugh at this statement immediately, but in the eyes of ancient transcendental people, the ignorance of modern ordinary people is not much stronger than thousands of years ago, and many secrets are not at all you know, there are more things that science cannot explain. Anyway, on the mystery, Cappadocia is the number one in the blood, and it is synonymous with inheritance. Cappadocia's Marsala is probably the direct descendant of Mish, very old. As for why such old goods can be alarmed, the five guardians are not clear, but they know that the Scarlet Round Table will not lie on this kind of problem. At this time, Sean continued to report, the Cappadocia's Masala is not alone, but from a mysterious society, the Bone Erosion Society. It is said that all its members are dark blood. The only thing that is fortunate now is that, they, like other members of the Cappadocia bloodline, have no interest in power or money. The guardians looked at each other, and they all saw the horror on each other's faces. The sorcerer despised the blood clan and could step on the dark clan. The main reason is that the wizard can cast spells, and the blood family has only abilities. The blood witch can indeed cast spells, but the gang of guys bluntly said that they are the wizards who are willing to fall into vampires in pursuit of eternal life. However, the blood clan itself has powerful spellcasters. Like the third and fourth generations, they are very powerful and can cast spells. The vampire who can cast spells is called monster with cursed dark blood, or dark blood for short. Dark blood is very dangerous. For ordinary blood clan, its talent is only equivalent to a random and constant spell that is not very powerful. Dark blood's talents are even more terrifying, such as blurred wind, corrosive fog, death stone, and blaze fire. Obviously, this is all related to the power of the elements, and the power is amazing. The unspoken and careless guardian opened his mouth, even such a powerful secret society has appeared, what is the origin of the people behind the Shafiq family? The grey-haired old man said a little irritably, Sean, explain the situation directly. Yes, sir. Sean said, the Blood and the Wolf secret community with London as their main place of residence ignored our request and they are still fighting for thousands of years. The only thing that is willing to do is the clan Scarlet Eye. They believe that the Devil Eye Chamber of Commerce has taken away their glory and wealth through divination. The Scarlet Eyes did not dare to openly act against the Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce. They brutally deterred a Muggle gang, the Razor Party, and let it go. The Razor Party did not dare to provoke intimacy and mystery with the Muggle officials. The Power's Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce employs drugs, money, and intimidation to hire Muggles, drug addicts, and poisonous chickens to harass the Chamber's suppliers and customers. Guardians find it a bit interesting. The fat old man interjected, those who are humble are not stupid. Those muddy scum will die if they don't care about it. How are they performing? The initial results were pretty good. The oldest guardian also chimed in the beginning? That's not true now. Yes, the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce invited private investigators. The face of the five guardians was unbelievable, just as the blonde old man heard Catherine's Aunt Pandora selling hot dogs made more than £3,000 a day. They are also considered to have lived for a long time, knowing that big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat mud. It is also known that an elephant kicks a lion bullies a dog takes a mouse, and a mouse disgusts an elephant. The rotten man on the street is the mouse that can disgust the elephant in the chamber of demon eyes. Cain talked to Catherine about this and said, "It's not easy to be a good person. There are always people who mess up their lives first and then drag others into the water with their lives. What should I do? Kill?" Cain's heart is cruel, Catherine has seen it. At that time, a German black wizard almost raped her. Later, Cain arranged a plan and deliberately went back to visit. The dark wizard was tortured with only one sentence, "Please die quickly." Cain said, "You think too much." Since then, she has fully understood what it means to say, the pain of death is actually a kind of happiness. Fighting, killing, bad image, wicked people have their own wicked grind. We ask private detectives to settle this matter. Private detective. Catherine's surprise was similar to the five guardians. She couldn't figure out why private investigators could solve this kind of thing. Cain told her that private detectives are also divided into many categories, and the one we are looking for is very good at doing such things. The former policeman walked between black and white, with good contacts on both sides. This old bird, who has both the means of a policeman and rich experience in rivers and lakes, does not have a way to deal with the rogue addicts and rogues. Frankly speaking, that is, they are very able to organize people, and often the cost is very small, that is, relying on friendship or something, they can do things. Of course, on the other hand, it is a network of people who have spent half their lives in making friends. Some of them can stand the test, and some of them can be used while others need each other. It was a circle of dragons and snakes, and its content was so rich that it was enough to write a book. Cain was also aware of the ability and survival of such people because of the many mission worlds he experienced in previous life, and the need to interact with the indigenous peoples of the mission world in almost every way. So the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce hired the famous John Paul. This style is a half-century of Nim Leanson, has a nickname, called Plastic Brain. His left skull was lifted off during the shootout, and he withdrew from the police force. He had never been married in his life. One old widower couldn't help himself. He opened a detective agency. It is said that his income was good. The result is often poor. It can be seen that this person not only spends a lot of money, but also has a story. Paul doesn't want money, he wants hemp. Cain readily accepted. Kong Ming Ming, you have proved your ability. www.ltnovel.com. Happy cooperation. So Paul took the post, and after a while, there was an assistant who was in serious trouble. This is when Paul passed Cain's test, and at the same time, the service touched the next generation of dark creatures. Cain gave him the thug. Cain does NT like big troubles. This kind of existence is very dazzling everywhere, just like Spartan King Leonidas does not like the famous deformed soldiers in his battle group. So, the street legend of Paul and his silly boy began. The bizarre partner will cry the wolf howling up the blind flow ruffian, and within a week, there will be no trouble for rotten people to dare to find customers and suppliers of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce. Paul Shinto Muggles found the Razor Party that provided information and is currently teaching them to be humans. Great trouble, what is that thing? Hybrids like Hagrid, abandoned babies, awakened magic in their 20s, entrapped by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, and sent Paul as an assistant. I don't think so. The wizard with magic power will take Muggles. The grumpy guardian of the dwarf blows his beard and glares. Said the thin guardian, isn't this the point? What should we do now? Do we still have to fight the Shafik family? The grey-haired old man heard that the other party had sprung up. He gritted his teeth and said, there is another trick, we ask Faust to take action. He owes a favor to our ancestors, and he must have been coveting the devil tears for a long time. The thin guardian was shocked. Faust is a devil at all. Once he pokes things out, and he will poke things out, will our situation be very embarrassing. The grey-haired old man said, what are you afraid of? What is the point of our own reputation? The key is not to overthrow the Shafik family, which belongs to the authority of pure blood, and will eventually be taken away. Chapter 53, Nobles, Expensive Things, Expensive Houses. Britain's summer vacation is super invincible, 6, 7, 8, 3 months. Due to the high latitude, the sky at the end of August is also free of the heat of midsummer, especially in the mountains covered by trees. It can be said that the sun is abundant and the temperature is suitable. Kane, who was out, was back at dusk. The renovated Fangley family ancestral house was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, and it looked magnificent and full of colors, and it had a beautiful painting. Compared with 4 years ago, the open space outside the ancestral house has changed a lot. Was originally bare land, with long grasses and barren qualities. And now, there is a magic fountain on the front. The land has also been leveled, and it is covered with a magic grass blanket. This grass only needs a small amount of magic power to be wear resistant and tread resistant like plastic. Never grow too long. And through the improvement of cane with biological expertise and plant expertise, the longer they exist, the better the performance, and they have a good auxiliary effect on many ecological operations such as air purification and magic collection. The large trees on the outermost periphery of the villa are planted with day and night vines, daylight flowers, moonlight flowers, and rain vines. Without it, they grow like basket branches, weave and grow between the trees like basket frames, forming wall of natural vines. This kind of plant and grass blanket is a system, including this space, forming a garden-like inner field, strengthening and beautifying the internal environment and reducing the consumption of energy stones. These technologies Kane does not have the joy, but as the technology of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is applied to commercial behavior. Correspondingly, Exmoor Mountain Villa serves as the external window of the Fanfic family and also serves as the model house of the new luxury Magic Manor. It's just that British wizards are not only conservative, but also pay special attention to privacy. It is said that in ancient times, the wizards would eventually kill the designers and builders of the mansion in order to keep secrets, such as escape secrets. Comes from nowhere, not necessarily causeless, conservative and private. This may be the reason why no British pureblood noble has invited the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce to renovate their ancestral house or build a new house for them. However, France, Germany, even the United States and China have completed several orders. The ancient oath of confidentiality provided by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce is also well received. The magic was also rated as the most valuable magic in 1988 by the Good Guys. This year, the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has dedicated this magic business to those in need. Kane thinks that it is also a business to help others to cast spells. Like seals and magic arrays, you can have them all, and you can operate them for a fee. This can be regarded as an extinct restoration of ancient magic. Convenient for others, make money on their own, and have merit in the wizarding world. In short, the road of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce has been getting wider and wider in recent years. Although there are some minor problems, the flaws cannot be concealed. The trend of continued high-speed development is very clear, and it is also optimistic. Chasing ups and downs, humans have in common. The Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce is booming and rich in money. As its owner, the Fanfic family is also very noble. Even the old-school Muggle investors waved their checkbooks and ran over to soak up the bubbles, asking for cooperation. As a window unit, Exmoor Village is always very lively. There are often man-made visits, there are employees and guests, and rooms are always occupied by more or less people, which is very popular. Since July, Kane has carried out a series of business arrangements and adjustments. He is about to go to Hogwarts, as the real helm of the Devil's Eye Chamber of Commerce, the chief engineer of the underground magic industry fortress and the ruler of the Bloodworm Group. He must naturally handle all aspects properly so as not to be called during school. He was leaving, and Catherine refused to live in Nosewain Castle. Because there are no living people there. This is Catherine's original words. It is true that those servants look normal, but in fact they are similar in nature to the Shadow Guardian. They have no ego and cannot be regarded as living people, but are similar to activated items with high IQ. Recently, Catherine has lived here, and Pandora also loves it, not only because it is the ancestral house of the Fangli family, but also because it is a complete renovation and transformation completed according to the instructions of Cain. Pandora is a fanatical believer of Cain. She feels that Cain has pushed Fang Li's ancestral home to an extreme of art and luxury, both aesthetic and practical. In Pandora's sensational words, "Even if I dream, I can't dream that this house can be so beautiful. Living here is like living in a beautiful dream." Okay, to tell the wizards what is really rich, really expensive, this mansion is indeed a lot of money. Also used a lot of good things, and has a lot of original content. But it doesn't actually live here. After all, when people enter, they will involuntarily doubt whether it is clean and decent enough, and it is more restrictive. Is more vulgar, but it's actually pretending to be seen here, not to mention guests. Even if the owner lives in such a place, they are very uncomfortable and not grounded at all. But from another angle, if the demand for vanity is much higher than the demand for a comfortable life, then it is right to come here. Last winter, a Muggle tyrant willing to pay 1,000,000 gold gallons to hold a Christmas party here was rejected. If you want to keep your style, you have to learn to be cool. Jesus is not familiar with us, he is here to celebrate his birthday, he is not so big face. At that time, Cain gave a serious reason for this rejection, and everyone was speechless. Catherine's reason for staying here is, at first, you told me that everyone should look up at the Shafik family and look up at me. Here, I feel it. Alright, even if you are revenge, it's not surprising that women have such pursuits. Cain could imagine how Catherine looked when the visitor was amazed and restrained, and then recalled the downfall of that year, the thrill of the comparison. How shameful it was to humiliate the Shafik family, but now it looks as if it is waiting to be received in this mansion. Catherine had already touched the ceiling of her life. Apart from her blankness, she was left with superficial coldness to show off her wealth. Fortunately, this kind of extravagant and desperate place cannot confuse him. He also has the identity of Flack Owen and Victor Cullen, each with different life experiences. And his life goals are also somewhat ambitious. Just looking for the reincarnation of the Vientiane d'Or system, the old account, the wish level exceeds the upper limit of this world. www.ltnovel.com. This has almost become a tradition of immobility. Suffered a loss in his previous life, and Cain himself paid great attention to this aspect. Dinner is the most important family activity for people in this country every day. Having dinner together helps to keep the emotional temperature. After taking a nap, Catherine told Cain that Lupin came over today. Cain knew that Lupin's research had achieved significant results and came to report to the boss. He needed to wait for the boss to confirm and give the next step instructions before staying. Sure enough, Catherine talked about this next. This highly professional research Catherine does not understand, and Cain does not need her to focus on this aspect. Looked at Catherine's female secretary and one of her stand-ins reports. She also tested the samples with magic. Cain swept back the secretary and continued to read while silently thinking. Catherine looked at her son with great satisfaction. She is very satisfied with her life now, especially when she likes to watch her son concentrate on something. She feels very attractive and makes her proud. 71 days, the time is not much different from what I expected, but the performance is good. There are actually 2 unexpected discoveries with in-depth exploration value, and there is a special result. Well, this value seems to have exceeded the main research results. Okay, hey, is this the kind of light we are exposed to? He doesn't look like a bad luck at all now, he is full of energy, very young. I'm a little jealous of him. Cain naturally knew that Catherine was joking, that the enhancement plan he made for Catherine was not comparable to that of an enhanced alpha werewolf. Regardless of the perspective, Catherine is a person he is more dependent on. Chapter 54, My world. It is not difficult for a manager with a stag blood swarm mode to satisfy the desire to control, and get along with employees with a relatively wide and inclusive attitude. This may be an important reason why the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce regards freedom, autonomy, proactiveness, integrity, and performance as the king of corporate culture. Liu Ping likes this atmosphere very much. No need to think about being late or leaving early, and no need to deliberately act in front of anyone. He didn't find it difficult to work at all. He often forgot to sleep and forget food. In addition to his research, he also researched himself. Sometimes he had no ideas or was in a bad state, so he went shopping, walking, playing for a day or two, and then returned to work. To tell the truth, he was a bit dismissive of the Muggle-style research method adopted by the research department. He feels that research is a thing that needs passion. There is inspiration only when there is passion, and there is performance when there is inspiration. It is too inefficient to do experiments one by one mechanically. This time, he came to report his work, and also had the intention to prove his worth. Catherine had gratitude for him. He felt that he should come to thank him personally, and the best gift is performance. Of course, Liu Ping did not know that Catherine had no impression on him. It was Kane Shafik who had an impression on him and was willing to give him a chance. Kane didn't mind letting Liu Ping be called by the old bee. It's just that the final ending in the original history line is a bit sad, and the role he plays is also somewhat low. He once followed the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback as a spy to listen to the news. Greyback had a grudge against his father. Although he bit him when he was 4 years old, he became a werewolf, and he and his family suffered a lot. He hated his werewolf's identity, even because the patron saint was a wolf, and he rarely appeared in person. Confessed to the enemy, acted as a spy, dangerous and humiliating, and it was not difficult to imagine the mood and encounter. Dumbledore is just such a gameplay, except that it conforms to the universal moral concept, and other aspects are no different from Voldemort. Whoever sacrifices is also not soft. Kane believed that Lupin's fate was almost doomed when Dumbledore invited him to teach at Hogwarts, at least in the original historical line. One time to go to school, one time to teach, the best time in Lupin's life is related to Hogwarts, all arranged by the old bee to help him. How to repay this kindness? Of course it can only be used for life. Is too eager to get things done, and the means can easily become dark. Dumbledore's enemies have people, technology, wealth, and a strong need for catharsis. What is there on his side? How can a group of ordinary wizards who succumb to violence and go all out to survive, who are not in line with the mainstream trend, win? It can only be a fate, including Dumbledore's own. Dumbledore did not have the courage and pattern to change the world. His former good friend Grindelwald did, but Grindelwald's shortboard was also obvious, reckless, and bearless. What about himself? He feels that he has broad vision, thoughtful thinking, strong technology, and an atmosphere. The disadvantage is arrogance. Was therefore counted dead in this past life. In this life, well, if you do remind yourself often, you may have to die on this. In the second half of last year, he intervened in the order determination of the Dark World. With Shadow Guard as the core, a secret society, Bone Erosion Society, was established, which was specially used to hunt werewolves and vampires. Bone erosion will be like a peculiar sieve, picking out the vicious, or wanton among vampires. This kind of behavior to maintain underground order has received less external rebound. This year, with the International Federation of Magic's efforts to hunt down the Death Eaters and Black Wizards, they have been lowered. Bone erosion will begin to take over in secret, and 9 people have been captured so far. Just a few days ago, he had just sent away the last Black Wizard who was caught. The Black Wizard who completed the training is an excellent intelligence officer. They know where to go to find other Black Wizards and how to get along with them. With financial resources and equipment in place, the laying of the intelligence network has been started. He didn't want to wait until the bloodworms were online, only to find that he was blind and deaf, and he could only play the locust transit strategy one by one. After a short sleep, Kane met Lupin as Flack Owen. The career is a man's medicine for rejuvenation, indeed, as Catherine said, Lupin looks very good and looks radiant. He quipped, "It seems that your latest research result is a youth potion. Last time I met 42, this time it became 24. No wonder boss is jealous of you being young. Of course, it's actually not that exaggerated. Liu Ping is not a handsome guy, and he can't be a handsome uncle, but he still has temperament, especially his eyes, and he knows there are stories. Besides, people lean on clothes and lean on good looks. Lupin now looks more handsome than Lucius Malfoy. Lucius always writes arrogance on his face. In fact, it can be read as rude. Whereas Lupin, gentle, and well-dressed, the overall image is simply a gentleman. Liu Ping saw him, and after a little surprise, he turned to be happy. "It's nice to meet you, Owen." He really said his attitude. "If you come to the Summer Palace often, you will find that I always go in and out here, and this is how errands work." Summer Palace is the relative name of the Shafiq family for Exmoor Mountain Villa. It is not enough for summer itself, but compared to Nozawa Garden, the climate is indeed summer. Liu Ping said half-jokingly, "I like it here, Shihao Exhibition Hall. It is very helpful to cure the problems that I always can't let go when attending luxury occasions. You have to say this, I do always clean my soles every time I come in." Lupin was amused. Kane again said, "Wait a little while for me, after I have a business trip, go to the Pig's Head Bar to eat and drink together. Happy to accompany, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but this time I have to treat you." The Pig's Head Bar is located in Hogsmeade, far away from the Summer Palace Road, and the phantom will naturally disappear. The two passed by using teleportation. Is on an unnamed mountain north of Hogsmeade. This place is named after Fir, and it has recently developed into a manor in mid-levels, Fir Manor. The mountaintop part included in Fir Manor is mostly functional facilities, such as sightseeing platform, chess room, gym, etc. The only special facility is the Master Tower. After some trade-offs, Kane did not build it into a typical lone tower, but integrated it with other ancillary facilities. It has not been built yet, but the teleport array in the ancillary facilities is already available. Came out of the facility and stepped down. As you see along the way, there are magical scenes like magic street lamps with rich classic style, magic potted plants floating in the sky, magical vine fences, and various magical landscapes. For example, a waterfall, a large rock covered with moss and other plants float in the air, and the clear water continuously pours from above, forming a flying stream waterfall, misty mist, mapping sunlight, forming a rainbow. For example, the fountain, the spray style is too low, here is sprayed with lava, but it is bound by the right, it seems to have a different flavor. There are even more different sceneries of plants, colorful in the daytime, equally colorful at night, releasing a variety of cold light flower gardens, and vine gardens that will change color according to climate, sky, season. Magic landscape, natural scenery, arrogant, yet orderly, the subtext it reveals is, change the world, chase the stars and get the moon, the world is beautiful for me. This is actually Kane's worldview. Magic and technology are all tools for creating an orderly world. Chapter 55, Hair Dryer. Fir Manor is a small villa area. From the middle of the mountain, the cut steps are distinct, and the villa is built on these huge steps, backed by the stone wall. There are caves inside to replace the function of the basement. Today, only one unit area has not been completed yet, and dozens of people have already moved in. Liu Peng's official residence is here. What do you think of Fir Manor? Kane Lupin. All the good ones have been done. Liu Peng told the truth. That's right, it proves that the expensive property fees are not in vain. Lupin is honest, saying, is it afraid that it is not enough? Then you should be part of the company's welfare. You are really welcome. You have to change your mind and think about this matter. The Chamber of Commerce treats us as one of the most expensive people. In addition to working hard for the Chamber of Commerce, what work can you see in your eyes? Can you still understand this? Of course, this is also considered a variant of high wages and integrity. The two were walking and chatting, and someone greeted Liu Ping. Kane looked over and saw that she was a girl in the style of a girl next door. She was majestic and energetic. The whole person was full of youthful breath, not too beautiful, but the temperament was not bad, healthy and warm. Wan, the breath of excellent housewives has come. This is not a disparagement. In the UK, how to be a good housewife is also very particular, and has specialized schools and courses. After a few words of courtesy to the sister next door, Liu Ping continued to go downhill with Kane. That woman is good, healthy, but big breasts, suitable for health. Cough. Liu Ping was choked by his saliva. Are you so boastful? I think these conditions are worthy of your consideration, especially because she is obviously interesting to you. You should know that if the wizard is difficult, then you have to add a special as a modifier to you. 2 dead bodies, right? Why, I think I made a deep statement and offended you. No, no. Just think. Liu Ping didn't know how to express his feelings now. I don't have the kind of romance I imagined, and at the same time I was thinking about whether I was wronged. Lupin nodded hard. It does. Said again, it seems that you are not puzzled at all, just kidding. I wouldn't at least admit that this is a joke. Remus, you have to be at least fair, including yourself. You have said that you are not willing to marry a lady who marries you for money. Well, this is not a opportunities for appraisal? If the answer is no, you can still be a neighbor. If even open and honest talk will make it unpleasant and affect the relationship, then treat each other as heir in the future. Do you lack such arrogance? Or have you abused good people? I've abused me thousands of times, and I treat others like my first love. Realm. Liu Ping smiled as he walked. I found it last time, and you will convince people. Well, some people call me King of Reason. I think this nickname is more powerful than the Dark Lord. Ha ha ha. Liu Ping smiled heartily. Even if this topic has been exposed. Kane also ordered to the end, but he should be persuaded to see Lupin's meaning. This shows that as he estimated, Liu Ping is also very interesting to the other party. What about Nifedora Tonks? The 73-year-old Tonks was only 17 years old, Hogwarts 7th grade, equivalent to 4 years in junior high school, 3 years in high school, and the little wizard was 11 to 12 years old, which means that Nifedora will not be until next year. Graduation. Due to Lupin's current situation, it is difficult to have the opportunity to play office romance again, Phoenix Society colleagues. Moreover, as a normal-minded girl, Nifedora loved a predecessor while working in Auror, a handsome detective in the wizarding world, and a little flesh of justice, and wish them success. Uncle Vicissitudes already has the ability to save himself, so there is no need for Xiao Tang's maternal love to spread. After being a good old man, Kane and Lupin came to the Pig's Head Bar. Liu Ping's career is stable now, and the future is expected. He is obviously more cheerful and has a joke mood. You are also considered to have a regular life. Kane glanced at the filthy still, and the drinkers nodded at the still small broken bar. Yes, every time I complete the project, I come to eat and drink. My goal is to drink 66 years of Wugo licorice liquor stored by Aberforth, and the current Hogwarts student meal is not expensive, large amount of tube filling. Liu Ping could not laugh, let alone he heard that Kane was joking. Even the truth, he would not find it strange, but there are so many strange habits among wizards, this is nothing. A famous alcoholic looked over here, and Kane raised his eyebrows and chuckled at each other. Why, haven't you seen such a handsome Devil-Eye Chamber of Commerce employee? I've wanted to make a move. The other party snorted, took back his eyes and continued talking in a low voice with his desk. Kane grinned, and instead of entanglement, took out the wand of the acacia wood and cast a noise barrier. He told Liu Ping directly, someone used low-lying methods to instigate some muddy guys to harass the employees and customers of the Chamber of Commerce. When I walked outside, I could clearly feel that this is just the beginning. Relevant, do you remember what we talked about last time? The problem will not disappear by itself. Over time, some people cannot help but want to make waves. Liu Ping frowned slightly and glanced at the man who had been provoked by Kane just now. Kane said, "Women, we are here, she has been observing us secretly, this time again, since we entered the door. Maybe next time, I have to chat with her in bed." Liu Ping was dumb, he said, "This Irving is really not simple, this observation is strong enough." It seems that as he expected last time, he came here to eat, the purpose is not simple. The dishes were served, and the two first ate and drank. They were half full before eating and chatting. Kane said, "The wind has blown and the mountain rain is not far away." Liu Ping said, "Do you think Voldemort will come back?" Although he has been on the job for less than 3 months, Lupin has greatly improved in all aspects, including his knowledge of some secrets. The Research Institute of the Chamber of Commerce is not a moral place, where there are experimental bodies of Death Eaters. A werewolf sorcerer, patriarch of the Howling clan, and one of Greyback's deputies, with a black mark on his arm. Studying all relevant research materials, Liu Ping accidentally read it during the research, and learned that the Dark Demon mark has a monitoring function. Within the scope of the mark, the word Voldemort, like a spell password, may trigger Voldemort's detection, it depends on his wishes. The wizards were reluctant to pronounce Voldemort's name, and this was the reason. Now knowing the reason, it is easy to deal with. Therefore, Liu Ping is not too discouraged now, and dare to read Voldemort's name directly. Kane said, "I'm not sure, but it is estimated that there will not be a second decade to survive." www.ltnovel.com. There is always no shortage of people to catch the flag. As far as I know, the secret of Death Eaters rallies have become more frequent. Liu Ping felt heavy, he asked, "Do you know the countermeasures of the Chamber of Commerce?" "Smash money, obviously." Liu Ping couldn't help crying or laughing. "Do you think I'm kidding? You think about it, Jin Jialong is enough, where did it hit, can't make a noise." Liu Ping showed a thoughtful expression, he thought of the institute where he worked, and also thought of Fir Tree Manor. Nodded, "It is indeed a very powerful move." Kane asked him, "So what about you? How are you going to deal with it?" Ang Zai Gong. Lupin couldn't talk anymore, he thought of what Kane said when he talked to Kane last time, he owes Dumbledore's favor, and this favor is to pay back of. Thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" "Improve strength and reflect value." Kane said, "You King Yili, the White Wizard asked you to help, are not very good to refuse, but if it is treated as miscellaneous, delegate some chores, it is too embarrassing. In addition, I think you can please the boss properly and get closer to the big tree of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce." Liu Ping frowned, "Please boss, you mean besides work?" Kane reminded, "Little Kane is the favorite of boss and will go to Hogwarts soon." "Hogwarts is naturally safe enough, so what about the station? On the road? Does anyone dare to risk this? What about the air? If it does won't it prevent you from expressing your concern?" This. Liu Ping moved. Catherine has a kindness to him, and she is reasonable and caring about what she deserves. Utilitarian points, isn't this just an opportunity for performance? Chapter 56, read down 10 words. While Kane and Lupin had a drink at the Pig's Head Bar, a team was trekking on the west side, which was about 300 kilometers straight away from there. "Boss, just turn over the mountain in front of you." The guide in the assault suit introduces respectfully in a gesture of hidden fear. The person called boss made a lazy nasal sound. He wore a loose ink silk cloak, a deep hood, and a face scarf, wrapped tightly, just like the MSL women who went out. Everyone else walked on muddy pads with paddles and walking on mud pads. He was the only one with a calm posture. He was floating, as if he had only the weight of silk clothes all over his body, and his feet stepped on the soft and wet muddy ground, even the footprints would not be left behind. The ink-colored robe on the ground is muddy and waterless, roaring and hunting in the wild wind. Follow the gentle to the top of the mountain tens of meters above the ground, and look at it from the top. The mist in front is misty. The mountain fog in the Scottish Highlands is also a characteristic scenery, but this season and this time point, the existence of this fog is slightly strange. Boss pulled off the hood, revealing pure gold-colored long hair. These long hairs were tied into 12 braids, and each of the ropes had a round hat button-like pendant. Look closely at this pendant. You will find the runes with the 12 constellations of zodiac etched on it, and there is a magic light flowing slowly inside. He also wore a golden mask, larva. The Latin meaning of ghost is a very representative Venetian mask, which is generally white, but he wears gold, embossed with delicate patterns, very gorgeous, and similarly, magic flows in those dense light. His probing hand pulled out a golden scepter from his waist. It can be seen that his fingers are slender, his skin is delicate, pale, and almost transparent, and he can see the veins inside. It is such a thin skinny hand, with a huge ring on each finger, bulky and old, and the style is also very old-fashioned, as if it will crush his phalanx at any time, but at the same time, these rings also shine the magic light, and not only that, there seems to be mysterious energy of other nature. If Cain is here, you can recognize that these are the rings of the soul, with the ring as the container of the soul and the soul as the container of magic power. It can be said that each piece represents a former wizard, whose magic level is only above Dumbledore and Voldemort, and not worse than them. This man pointed the giant green emerald inlaid on the top of the scepter towards the sky, and the sun was shining brightly and shining for thousands of miles. Under this light, the mist under the mountain, like the dust blown away by the corner of the table, rolled away, exposing the scenery on the earth. The corner of Boss's mouth curled up, and he pointed towards the front. Among the people who climbed to the top of the mountain with him, there were 10 people, all of whom were wearing uniforms with uniform textures, like coats and like robes, silver white, at the front and rear midline, outside the sleeves, outside the legs there are unique red inner pleats, and when they stand, these folds will form a red inverted cross. In addition to their high-standing collars, all the 6 pointed star pendants with runes etched in red leather rope. Heritage Referee, the initiator of the 13th century witch hunt, the bones of the wizard, paved the way for their power. Cain had dealt with this organization in his previous life. In a parallel world with supernatural powers, sometimes they can be encountered, sometimes like diapers, rotten and sulky, and sometimes like a red iron, touched, it will inevitably leave some marks, either on the body or in the heart. The force in front of them is enough to show that they are not the former. The priests standing in a row stood with hands clasped and words chanted. His. The peculiar sound of insects responded to their call. I saw that they were holding a bamboo-like container hanging on a wide belt around their waist with one hand, and the other hand was emptied, the lid of the container was unscrewed by itself, and the 4 color beetles with large eggs continuously poured out from the inside and gathered in the air. A cloud of insects flew down the mountain. This is a scarab from ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt has already died in the hands of the migrating MSL Arabs, but their mysterious skills are mastered by heretics. Soon afterwards, in the rumbling sound, countless stinky leaf melons exploded, and the clear, smoky smoke seen from the mountain was a road leading to depth. Cain, who was drinking a small wine with Lupin, suddenly stagnate, then put down the glass and felt a jade-run white stone from his pocket. Liu Ping knows this kind of thing, one of the products sold by the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, Voice Stone. Is not so much a cell phone as a walkie-talkie. It is sold as a set. Together with a communication stone, the communication stone is equivalent to a radio station, driven by an energy stone. A small communication stone has a communication coverage radius of thousands of kilometers, and the price is not expensive. Nowadays, some wizards have accepted this kind of communication equipment, especially young wizards. After all, it can be used in the magic power field cover. But not including Hogwarts, the Millennium Castle has many unknown secrets, more than most ancient pure-blood family secrets. Kane chatted a few words in his voice, and then apologized to Liu Ping. The largest raw material supplier of the Chamber of Commerce has been harassed by witch hunters with ancient secrets. I have to deal with it myself. Liu Ping frowned. For most wizards today, the witch hunter is only a legendary existence. Especially in Britain, it can be said that there are no witch hunters. Thanks to Muggles in Britain who mostly believe in Protestantism, and the Orthodox witch hunters are all from the Catholic Vatican. Liu Ping is a wizard, but he is also a half-dark creature. He once wandered to the European countries to find his own social position. Those unbearable days left him with physical and mental trauma, but also let him see knowledgeable. He knew that witch hunters still exist. It's just that, as the wizards chose to be as hidden as the vampires of the secret party, the witch hunters also gave up the step-by-step strategy of pressing, and in the past 100 years, even provocations have rarely happened. The supernatural powers subside, not only the wizards and dark creatures. More importantly, the wizard is no longer a competitor on the bright side, so there is no need to hold on. The wizard is not a side dish that anyone wants to chew, it is to be changed. Conversely speaking, there is no good match for anyone walking outside. If a horizontal comparison is made, the witch hunter is as powerful as the Death Eaters, or even the best among them. They have pious beliefs, and they are all born as monks. Although the Death Eaters have rich combat experience, they are far behind the witch hunters in practicing hard work, and ordinary wizards are even worse. www.ltnovel.com. In the words of Nicholas Flamel, the same is the heritage the fallen pure-blood wizards have nothing but dross to show off their bloodlines and malformed parties, while witch hunters have always maintained the tradition of trial of death and torture, every time they kill themselves after they kill their lives. Knowing this, Liu Ping could help reminding, Owen, you have to be careful. Those who act in high profile are probably eager to prove their new hunting, they are very brave. And they often have deep hunting supervision and care behind them, those guys it's scary. Maggots of tarsal bones, fatal raids. I have heard of their names. I will pay attention. Kane turned to the topic, it's you, Alpha Wolf is only the starting point, if you want to strengthen, I suggest choosing Shadow Break Legal Person. The words made Liu Ping feel excited. After joining the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, the situation of the strong chamber of the Chamber of Commerce made him doubt his life for a time. Originally thought that he was still able to play these 2 times. As a result, he had a free time to discuss with his colleagues. The chamber has always had the atmosphere of a duel club, only to find that the strength was much worse. He couldn't even fight the cleaning maid of the institute. Later he also heard that all the backbones of the chambers of commerce are powerful. He is also a person who has proven himself as a backbone. Therefore, after learning that superior combat power is the basic condition, unspoken rule, to become a backbone, he is very attentive in this regard, and training in private has always been very hard. After he participated in the werewolf research work, he found that many research projects of the werewolf were based on the alpha wolf. According to relevant theories and standards, the werewolf who failed to meet the physical strength and magic level of the alpha wolf, press ratings are included in the next generation, not magical creatures. Therefore, as Kane said, the alpha wolf is just a starting point. Chapter 57, Caution and Transformation. Lupin has experienced the warmth and sensitivity of life, and will not easily believe anyone. For this Irving, who is 6 years younger than himself, he conducted some investigations. The reason is that he found that the difference between real Irving and his hearsay is not small. Last time the two met, Irving cleaned up a new glass to help deal with wine glasses, which reflects his carefulness. While eating Hogwarts student meal, reflects the caution. To know that this is the world of wizards, the skills of applying medicines and spells should not be too much, and the diet must definitely be cautious. Cleaning up can prove that there is no problem with the wine glass, and the special identity of the house elves guarantees that they will not be bought through and do things on the food. Also, Owen clearly saw that he was starving, so he invited him to dine on the grounds of not eating, but we are feelings. Careful and sensitive, he can feel the thoughtfulness behind Owen's seemingly ordinary behavior. Is also this kind of thoughtfulness that is not publicized and deliberate, and is easily overlooked, making Lu Ping believe that these actions are good intentions and sincere. Moreover, he felt that Owen was frank and atmospheric, as if there was nothing that could not be frankly explained. He later learned that Irving changed a lot after eating for a year. He is one of the hardest employees of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, and he often deals with dangerous affairs. Most of his salary is used for his siblings to study and support his mother. He asked his mother's family to move into the Fir Manor and lived in the dilapidated ancestral house of the Irving family in the wilderness. He also distributes a part of money every month to help his former friend, Henry Reeves' family. Although the Stanley incident is no longer controversial, how Reeves measures the sentence has not been conclusive. This means that his family cannot get a Nat's pension. Wizards who work in Auror have very few rich families. It's easy to understand. After all, this job is mainly to interact with fierce black wizards and dark creatures, and the casualty rate is not low. Family rich would rather let their children get glory and respect from others through the research and production of pharmacy, the creation of magical utensils, etc., rather than eating and sleeping. Reeves' father became alcoholic after his son's death, and his mother was ill. The family relies on the little salary of the newly graduated sister, and it is difficult to imagine. Owen told his family that Reeves had money and wanted to work with him to do a small business of buying and selling, but later he bought the shares of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, so he could get some money every month. Lupin knew it was a lie. Although Henry Reeves was not a big-handed person, he was very ambitious. Most of his own money was spent on the dog team and used for social contacts, plus merit. Hoped to become the captain or even the director of Auror Division. Is precisely this ambition, making it quick to get quick results, fierce means, and daring to fight. Unfortunately, he lacks political IQ. He naively thinks that the Ministry of Magic is doing evil with Voldemort, and can cut off the intertwined relationship with the pure blood family and become independent and authoritative. In fact, it is used by calculation. Kane thought so too. Reeves was a power-hungry guy, but his family was innocent. He personally killed Reeves, and after his death, he was used by him and his reputation was bad. The judges of Vizingama saw from the meditation basin, they were indeed the truth, but they seemed to be out of context. Reeves and his dog team persevered against the Shafik family, and it has nothing to do with his repeated provocations and teasing. The judges failed to see that they saw only Reeves how they were aggressive and innocent with no limit. Of course, those of you are not innocent, but the high-end actors he selected from the criminals, who used their lives in acting, naturally worthy of the word high-end. Based on Reeves's, although there is merit, he does not mind subsidizing the Reeves family with more than 100 gold gallons each month if he is capable. The result was perceived by Lupin, and it turned out to be a coincidence, and felt that Owen was a real man with love and sense. When Lupin wanted to come, Owen was afraid that Reeves's family would not be scorned by food, so he made up a name called stock dividends. At the same time, he was also afraid of giving too much money to Davis's alcoholic father at one time. In this way, Irving's own financial burden is not too difficult. Through these indirect understandings, Owen's image became full in Lupin's heart. Earlier he was a little worried about Irving and the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, trying to influence Dumbledore through him. After all, his identity as a werewolf was full of anger. But now, he has basically put down this alert. Facts have proved that Catherine did not charge Dumbledore, but helped him. Maybe some people will say, what kind of help is being studied? Has experienced many Luping but knows that most people who say such things have never experienced the feelings of marginalized people who have been forced to despair by their lives. Sometimes, it's a pleasure to have useful value. He was researched by the Institute, and bluntly, he was trying to take an enhanced path that no werewolf had ever traveled. Taking this path is not to pat the brain, use feelings, and play explosives, but to be able to replicate success again and again. In Liu Ping's view, this is regarded as the ambition of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce's related projects, and it has been very fruitful. Under the premise of no cost, the Chamber of Commerce has been able to train ordinary werewolves into self-controlling alpha werewolves. Nowadays, we are working hard to reduce the cost of research, while climbing a new peak. The overall project is called a second transformation. As far as he is concerned, although he has taken risks, he has indeed been studied, but relatively speaking, there is no more robust way to become stronger than this. Put a lot of money into it. What are the risks? It is also tested by the werewolves who are evil and death row. Waiting for his turn is often a mature solution. This might not be regarded as the Chamber of Commerce's money, effort, and technology to help him become stronger. So take some risks yourself, and share your successful experience at the same time. What is unhappy? How many people don't want to get this opportunity? Wandering the nations for so many years, Liu Ping also understood some things. He felt that most of the suffering in this world can be summed up in one sentence: insufficient strength. Then, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. When he was in despair, Dumbledore introduced him to paid work. Although he was grateful, Catherine Shafik, who provided him with the most root solution to most sufferings, was naturally grateful. This is a kind of reinvented grace that is indistinguishable from Hogwarts admission. During this period, Owen, who was equal, frank, respectful, and well-behaved, played an important role. He is also very grateful and willing to make this friend. Liu Ping has few friends, but to his friends, Liu Ping is sincere and will not cover up with information. So he reminded Owen to pay attention to the deep hunting in witch hunting, that is, senior witch hunting. In addition, he is also willing to listen to Irving's analysis and suggestions on the second transformation. And Kane put it this way: your magic level is really good compared to ordinary wizards, but it is obviously inferior to the Death Eater elite like Greyback. We all know the strengths and weaknesses of the werewolf. The 5 big and 3 thick guys of Greyburk didn't need to use claws to scratch people, but pinched their slender wands, not because he was stupid enough. Kane again said, Greyburk has a deep grudge against your family. If you can't win an uncontested victory in a head-to-head contest with him, it will be like a throat. This will seriously affect your development. So that Wolf King not an imaginary enemy, but an enemy. Liu Ping pursed his lips, the default. He wanted to raise his eyebrows and exhale. To really stop the waist shot, he had to defeat Greyburk in the duel mode. Originally he didn't dare to think of this possibility, but now, this goal is not unattainable. After confirming Lupin's attitude, Kane was able to dry goods, from a theoretical point of view, with the physical strength of the werewolf as the main body and the magic as the auxiliary path. Both long-term and practical results can be considered. From a practical perspective, the Shadowbreaker it's a good choice. Chapter 58, One Leaf. The Shadowbreaker, Kane's proposal reminded Lupin of a related discussion. Shadow, a kind of darkness, but another mechanism. There is yang only when there is yang, and there is only shadow when there is light. Requires more than tangible and operative techniques, and the combination of can make it happen with less effort. Lu Peng also spent a lot of energy and time to understand this semi-textual commentary, which is very oriental. Like other researchers in the institute, he also began reading oriental books in private, starting with history and pinyin. This is the helplessness of the researchers. In the most important theoretical books they use, such footnotes are everywhere, or simply in Chinese. The author of the book, Kane's poor English vocabulary, left the problem to the reader. In his words, if the solution is not good, then the experiment will be exchanged for the truth, and this experiment is often verified by life. Is cruel? Liu Ping sometimes feels that behind the research institute, or the technical staff behind the Chamber of Commerce, a big wizard's acting style is cruel, or impersonal, but he has to admit that this style is for people who are interested in doing things. Is a spur. Like him now, he can be related at the first time, and can understand the meaning of Irving. Explain that this knowledge is not only memorable, but also practical. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this plan fits him. I study all the more than 10 kinds of second transformation plans. I usually feel that each one is bluffing, but at the moment, I feel that there is no match for suitability. As he fell into contemplation, Owen said goodbye. I'm afraid I won't see you for a while. Liu Ping got up and convicted, your proposal poked a sensitive point in your thinking and suddenly got stuck. Sorry. Please cherish it. Owen smiled, you are the same. Said that his figure slowly became virtual and eventually disappeared. Liu Ping knows that this is an improved version of Phantom Shift, which can be used without any casting features, and leaves an extremely realistic ghost image. He could imagine how valuable this improved technique was in combat. Once seduced by it, he may be attacked from other directions. Even if it is known, the caster can choose to go the other way, pretending to use Phantom Shift, and then suddenly get into trouble. Similar to this improved technique, there are still many chambers of commerce, with different levels of authority, and different types of techniques that can be learned. His current level is not enough to learn this technique. In the beginning, he believed that the technical knowledge of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce, including the formulation of potions, came from the accumulation of the Fangli family and the Shafik family. It was also spread by the outside world at that time, and she believed that Shafik's mother and son put the secret techniques of the ancient family in the bright place for management. For this reason, some people laughed at the incompetence of the International Federation of Magic, so that they themselves questioned, did not find the true family secret code? Afterwards, there was still a reminder that if the Shafik family had such technology, they would have developed well. More importantly, the Shafik family today is no better than the original one, and it is not possible to knit some reasons. On the contrary, the market's hunger for devil's tears is much higher than expected. Especially after a Muggle medical scientist found that devil's tears were extremely helpful in curing cancer, there are really not enough things to sell. The Muggle medical scientist also won the Nobel Prize in Medicine, the highest medical award in the world, for the related paper on the relationship between endocrine and cancer. Moreover, the emergence of the devil's tears has made the drug business of the Muggle world reach a new high. Why? You can quit at any time. Many people used to fear, not because of bad, but because of the side effects. Now, as long as you have money, complete withdrawal is not a problem. As long as you operate it properly, you will have no sequelae. Many people feel that with the security of the back road, they become bold and indulgent. Furthermore, according to incomplete data, the fastest new powder feeding group is the fat woman. Drug weight loss is absolutely immediate, and then quit with magic tears, drug addiction is gone, and the figure is there. The process is not cumbersome and enjoyable. It is precisely because of these circumstances that the market's demand for devil's tears is extremely strong. The last thing the International Federation of Magic now regrets is, why did it sign a 10-year agreement? 2 zeros should be added. In order to be able to renew the signing, the International Federation of Magic comes in to form a public relations team, which is dedicated to pleasing the Shafik family. Against this background, if you dare to sing counterintuitively, you have to make psychological preparations for joint betrayal by other colleagues. No wonder the mocking expert Lovegood half-joked in the latest issue of Singing the contrary. In the foreseeable future, war and peace in the wizarding world have changed from the presence of the Dark Lord like Voldemort to Shafi. How much is the K family willing to pay? The implication is that the Shafiq family offered a huge bonus. Even if Voldemort was reincarnated, he would be killed by endless money warriors. Most wizards are indeed dazzled by the daily advance of the Magic Eye Chamber of Commerce and the wealth of the Shafiq family, but some people can vaguely see the essence behind the curtain of wealth. Technology. Power. These people firmly believe that there are powerful wizards behind the Shafiq family, and there should be more than one. Lupin thinks so now. Not notes, classics, but wizards with unparalleled knowledge, one or more. The question now is, who are these wizards? From where? What do you want? Brought the troops to the Nozawa garden, and the guide called Nerva, who was carefully called boss, also had Lupin-like thinking. But he believes that there are not many strong men who support the Shafiq family, only one. Before today, he spent 18 months for intelligence gathering. He now even knows which brand, which style, and which color underwear Catherine likes. It is precisely because the intelligence work is in place that he knows that Catherine is not the real core of the Shafiq family. A woman who spends a lot of her mind on how to become beautiful and is mostly because she has a goal that she needs to please, and Catherine pleases for it, should be the real helm of this emerging business empire. One, only one, no matter how many art shows, it can't hide the style of behavior. All key events are handled by a style, all planned by the same person, an old ghost. Hey! This is fun. Although Nerva found more cases that others did not discover from a tricky point of view, he inevitably fell into the misunderstanding of common sense cognition. Nerva firmly refused to believe that the man at the helm was the young Kane. Relatively speaking, he is more willing to believe that Catherine dresses herself up beautifully every day. www.ltnovel.com is to send herself under the old monster with a skeleton more than him. If Kane knows this, I'm afraid it will sigh the magic of money. It takes a woman of ordinary appearance to the top, making it look like a princess or queen in another sense. Riding the noble under the crotch and getting huge wealth by the way. This is about waking up to the world and drunk lying on the knees of beauty. The low-profile Conquer version also has a bit of perverted flavor. Nerva would not agree with this kind of comment. The only thing he agreed with was conquest. The three major themes of humanity are love, death, and war. God has only one theme to conquer. Don't think that I came to call the peace on the ground, but I called the sword soldiers on the ground. This is a passage in the Bible, which is about the battle of faith, and it is also about conquest. In order to believe, parents cannot recognize, wife and children can also be enemies. The prefix modification of this statement is, human beings bear the original sin, a lost sheep, and a sinful black sheep. Frankly speaking, it is either not awakened or bad. The devil is outside, but also in people's hearts. Once a person is conscious, he must fight against it. Fight against yourself, against your loved ones, against the world, until you complete the conquest, or are conquered. Nerva comes from a heretic referee. He believes in this, doing this job, and loves it. He has been working hard for 300 years. Today he is here. He wants to add another weapon to the referee. Fill in your own legendary biography and make a great achievement. Where does start? The road where the poison mist is spreading in front of you? No, starting with Animagus who turned into an American eagle in the sky. These wizards are always so offline, American eagles hovering in the Scottish Highlands, hum. Chapter 59, Sin Forbidden. Nerva danced with a scepter and danced a dance of the sacrificial offering. This dance was not complicated or elegant, but it had a primitive quality, which reminded people of the African indigenous bonfire dance. It was only a short while, and Nerva's black silk robe had flames of white light flowing through it, as if the robe was a dark river, and those flames were the swimming fish inside. Nerva jumped up and hung in the air like a fish rising from the bottom to the center of the water. Then, he really took the air as water and swam. The American eagle in high altitude saw this scene and immediately flew away to the distance. Nerva saw this, he laughed, pointed his scepter, and said in his mouth, "Light wind." The wind-emitting white light was emitted from the top of the scepter, turning into a mad lan, whistling, and the whirlwind wind radiated in a cone shape. It reached a high altitude and the American eagle was enveloped by the wind circle. Flapping wings useless, planted one end. Phantom shifts. This man is also unambiguous, and the animagus transformed into an air, and then he transformed and transformed. As a result, a ray of light hit the wind wall, bounced back, and turned into a human form. He dropped down with the heel of the head. This person once again used the shape-shifting image. The result is still the same, the spell cannot break the faint light wind barrier. This man simply used his wand on his body a little. God saw a beam of white light coming out, and the flying eagle was at the forefront. The eagle circled him gently and then merged into his body. Followed closely, the image of the light eagle spread from his body, the eagle's head coincided with his head, and the eagle wing appeared on his back, turning into a light wing. Nerva chuckled, "Ego. Your parents haven't told you, don't you show the wings of light in front of the person wearing the golden ghost mask," said. His voice suddenly became ruthless. Even with a mask, he could still feel the ruggedness and distortion of his face. "You filthy blood, dare to blaspheme the appearance of the Holy Spirit in my face." In his speech, he ended his leisurely wandering, ejected like an inkjet squid, with the scepter as the front end, turned into a luminous giant sword in the air, poked towards the light wing wizard. This gigantic sword blazed, while flowing a strange light backwards. The front end seemed to burn like white to green, blue to gold, the color changed, and the power also increased. The light wing wizard did not dare to block it, his body shook, and turned into dozens of him, covering an empty area. Nerva's lightsaber suddenly changed to spin slash. Suddenly, the golden light blade appeared like a huge halo in the sky. At that moment, the air seemed to be cut open. And the light wing wizard, he transfigured dozens, satisfied with being able to avoid the attack, but did not want the lightsaber to swipe. Watching the golden light dazzling, and then wanting to hide is too late, after being cut. The patron saint Light Eagle was immediately chopped and spewed out of the body. The golden chopper still had Yue slashing him. The light wing wizard fell from the sky like a broken window, with a shattered glass of light around him. That is his patron saint. Advanced application, not only fits with the flesh, provides additional effects, but also almost forms a substance, solidifies but does not disperse. In the face of Nerva's powerful energy cut, such protection is obviously not enough. Ujiatim, Leviosa. The light wing wizard used a floating spell. At this time, Nerva had been sitting down in the air and looking down on him, his face writhing with a scepter and a light wing wizard. Being a sinner. A flash of light, the light wing wizard felt like he was bound to 1,000 pounds of heavy stones. The suspension spell became meaningless, and he fell from the air. He used the shape-shifting again. No way, the opponent's spell locked the space spell. Seeing that he was about to land hard, he pointed his wand at the ground a little. Tom! The ground was splashed by the mud he hit like water, and the ripples spread. Nerva glanced at the direction of Yeze garden, and he laughed, and turned into a swimming fish. The scepter was thrown. A blue thunder fell from the air. After falling into the ground, it quickly transmitted. A large area was blue and white. The electrical fog is shrouded. Waited for the light to disperse, revealing the unkempt light wing wizard inside. Nerva said with a snort, with the power of the referee to detect the depth of Nozawa Garden, "Do you think fishermen are so good?" The light wing wizard cast a clean up and a quick recovery on himself, and took a few more grey hairs, and the whole person looked a lot better. The clothes he wears are very interesting. The robe is somewhat similar to Snape. The lower body is a robe, and the upper body is a trivial list of small buckles, small stand-up collars, and tight sleeves. Is different from Snape's common dress. This waist is tied with a large purple silk belt, and there is a small shawl worn outside. This dress at first glance, just like the style of the Bishop of the Holy See. But it was not a cross but a six-pointed star hanging on the neck. Mortals use various ancient symbolic totems to make ornaments, but transcendentals are different. Transcendentals will not casually wear such items, and they must be meaningful. The same symbol has different interpretations in different eras. In Nerva's view, the most troublesome kind of six-pointed star is the Solomon seal. At the same time, on the gate platform of Nozawa Castle, Cain, who was shining with lightning in his eyes, also saw this scene. His brow frowned slightly. He noticed two details. First of all, this man is wearing a school uniform. This type of clothes has a specific style. He does not think that this person has a hobby or an actor. Then wearing this kind of clothing, it is basically certain that this is a priest. As for what to teach, Cain not only noticed the six-pointed star, but also noticed that it was a six-pointed star surrounded by a circle. Is there any difference in the meaning of a circle? No, it is a large satellite, a symbol of the Israelis, or a symbol of the reproduction of men and women. Has a ring, which can be the seal of Solomon, or the ban of gods. He is not so afraid of the former. Do NT say that the rules of the world have restrictions on the existence of negative energy? Even if there are no such restrictions, as the contractor of the dark force, he also treats them, losing the blessing of the dark force. Of course, if people fight the soul with him, that is another story. But if God is banned, he can only say that I hope the world is not dark to that extent. But this kind of thing, he cannot help but guard. His rebirth is inevitable related to the Death Star and the Dark Dimension, and the world that can be smoothly connected by the Dark Dimension, no matter in which region of the multiverse, is probably not good. There must be deep darkness in this world in order to be naturally connected to the Dark Dimension. This is different from when Dormammu actively devoured the world. Dhamma is a soft pick of persimmons, specially looking for those who can obtain the dark force, but not too dark and deep, so as not to be reversed by some lurking demon world. And he belongs to being thrown at random. Naturally, he is thrown to a high degree of conformity with the dark dimension, and there is a higher probability of establishing a connected dark world without special casting. This kind of world is prone to surprise, and blasphemous things like God of Sin can be regarded as a kind of surprise. Before there is no holy artifact, or does not have the ability to cast spells above the realm, the evil spirit is the real hob meat. I would like to ask, what is more annoying than something that aims to destroy all existence, is tyrannical and brutal, and at the same time has a divine spark that always kills it? The suspicions of the old dominators there have not been lifted, and there are again priests of the sin sect. www.ltnovel.com. This world is not the Azkaban prison of the entire multiverse? Cain secretly slandered, and Nerva had already fought with the mysterious wizard again. Cain clearly understood that Nerva did not use his true skills at all, but teased each other in a cat-and-mouse manner. As for this mysterious wizard, his strength is not very good, mainly because he hasn't seen the younger leader of the mixed-blood Prince Snape's real combat geometry. Simple estimation is not as good as this one. At least the combat experience is much worse. Although the wizard is not very good at using tactics, but the combat literacy is not bad, he is always calm, and he is not hysterical because his opponent is too strong. I do nt know, look again. He did not intend to reach out for the time being. The British wizarding world did not have this number, and had never seen it before today. Can happen here at this time, only to show that Nerva and his party are the target of their attention. Then it is very likely that, as Nerva said, it is the party who sells intelligence and then looks on the sidelines to obtain the profit of the fisherman. However, at least for now, there is a doubt about this argument. At this level, I dare to be a fisherman. So if this is just one I do nt know if the old one will jump out. To tell the truth, he wants the other party to jump out. Like that, he may have the opportunity to come forward and work around. The purpose of is naturally to deter the two parties from throwing a mouse, rather than riding a tiger. Opponents of this level can't keep their hands if they really go to war. Before the bloodworm swarm is online, he is not happy to prematurely venge with the strong. After all, he wins in the future, and now draws strength in training to meet the enemy, and loses a lot. Chapter 60, Fierce Battle. Seeing the appearance of the mysterious wizard, Nerva was also somewhat distraught. Gain knows a lot about the Solomon Seal. In the eyes of ordinary extraordinary people, the 72 demon gods are mysterious and powerful demon kings. But he knew that in order to obtain the soul of Solomon, King Belial sold out all these demons. The fatal weakness walked in the world with Solomon's key, which caused these demons to be counted many times, and it was basically broken. The so-called bad play refers to the correct way to drive it, widely circulated, at least appeared in the thousands of books of the magic book. Once the conditions are met, it can be used to make it effective, and will not suffer backlash. Nerva knows that there is an organization that collects relevant information and necessary magical items, and summons the power of 72 demon gods for its use. It's called Key Meeting. It's just that the secret key in his impression will not be so coquettish. They will not hang this magic pendant, nor will they wear priest clothes. The Wyoming Eagle, the sources in the Ural Mountains. There are 4 people who died in my hands by the Igo family, but you were indifferent just now. Who are you? Next to the mysterious sorcerer, a poisonous green flame of fire suddenly burst out of thin air. The flame condensed, revealing a young man with extremely delicate facial features and double squinting eyes. The temperament of this person is quiet, and the pair of sullen eyes always make him lazy, otherwise he is sloppy, that is, that kind of thing that can't lift everything and is super energyless. So I am the oldest guy, I remember all the bad things, so annoying. The young man complained. Nerva sneered, Faust, are you pretending to be tender in front of me? The young man called Faust doubled back and groaned, his expression very strange. Nerva twitched a few times and pressed down angrily, are you taking your dog away, or doing a game? Faust said, why should I do this multiple choice question? Nerva nodded. Suddenly a bright holy white light burst out from his body, raised his scepter, and waved fiercely. At this time, looking at the scepter, from the green emerald stone, Biao shot 3 rays of light, and the left and right beams of light were like 2 short light cones, and along the rod handle was a golden light more than 2 meters long. The cone, on this light cone, has a row of white glowing characters. This light cone of divine writing is like the spine of a giant sword, and the body of the sword is along the sides of the spine, releasing a translucent holy light parallel to the short light cone. A brilliant sword of holy light is also a sword of adjudication. When Nerva waved the sword, a faint shadow of angel appeared behind him in the form of overlapping and enlarged silhouettes, about a quarter, including the right arm, half of the upper body and half of the face and wings. Cut off with a sword, the power is terrifying. Faust does not dare to make a hard connection, and uses phantom to transform. Nerva pouted, the expression seemed to say, I knew you would use this trick. Saw his other hand, and the ring of prisoner's soul gleamed, and a wave of his hand immediately exploded from him, and the shock wave formed flooded the area within thousands of square meters. The priests who accompanied him were swept away by this light wave, just like bathing dew, refreshing, and the mysterious wizard who could not dodge, but was smashed by thunder, and the illusion of the phantom that he wanted to use failed. 2. At the head of Nozawa Castle, Kane frowned secretly. Although this man comes from a church, the fighting method is like the orthodox mage of the D&D universe, and he attaches great importance to controlling the field. This made him feel the pressure. Be sure not to look at his teacher Guyi, but he is actually a field control mage, so he knows how difficult the field control mage is. Sure enough, the impact of the holy light showed traces of abnormal magical gathering in the void, and Nerva's chopped holy light sword turned and swept directly to the place, and the next moment, Faust happened to appear exactly in over there. Oh! The lightsaber passed, without any stagnation, and directly cut Faust into 2 pieces. But the 2 bodies that fell were turned into more than 20 black crows and flew towards Nerva. At the same time, Faust appeared above the heads of the priests who came with Nerva, with a wand in his hand, 1,000 shots. Hermione used this spell to let birds and other creatures attack Ron. Appuno in Latin means attack, fight. But the same spell was cast by Faust, but it was like thousands of grenade launchers shooting down from the air. The ammunition fired at high speed by his magic is a clay bomb pouring out of a magic bag. This round, peculiar bomb with short thick cone nails has 1 eye and is an activated creation. There is a certain amount of intelligence, and there are many ways to use them. Faust chose to use machine gun bullets this time. Nerva ignored the movement of Faust at all. Instead, after you hit you, I hit me, and the sword of the light was swept away, it turned around, and then it was a distant stab at the mysterious wizard. The mysterious wizard has been fleeing this area since he was hit by Nerva's holy light. The energy of the holy light not only caused him a burning sensation, but also interfered with his ability to cast spells. Until now, he was completely convinced that if Nerva wanted to be against him, he might not be able to support even 1 move. The sword of holy light turned into a thick torrent of energy and rushed towards the mysterious wizard with the sting of Nerva. Is the kind of wizard's duel, regardless of the cost, to release the energy flow with plasma characteristics formed by the magic impulse spell, but it is obviously much larger. When the original history line Voldemort and Dumbledore were fighting in the Ministry of Magic, the energy between the 2 sides was like an electric python, but now this is the thickness of the bucket, and the outer layer has a second-order reduction in optical flow. The high-energy ion gun of the battleship fired. Not only was the jet powerful, but the core was obviously bright, and the periphery was slightly less bright, with a translucent characteristic. When such a beam hits the body, even if it is day, the mysterious wizard has a bright contrast in the night illuminated by the bright flashlight. Click! At the top of the scepter, a large and pure emerald shattered, and then it turned into a powder. Nerva unknowingly touched a red gem from his arms and set it on the top of the scepter with magic power. Mage burned money. Nerva inherited this tradition. The Emperor Green was worth £2.4 million. It was only enough to swing the sword 3 times. It was equivalent to a sword with 160,000 gold gallons. Money divine power turned into great power. Reading books www.youcanshu. After Com hit the mysterious mage, the first thing that appeared was a light mask with a clear arc. Unfortunately, the protective cover activated by stress insisted that it collapsed in less than a second. Then came the obstacle spell that the mysterious mage kept on the robe. This spell can slow down the speed of attacking people or things, and can also hinder the movement of the other party. The spell of the mysterious sorcerer is obviously a mysterious modified type, which can delay the attack speed on the constant robe. Using the protective cover and the barrier spell, the mysterious wizard finally completed the protective spell. And added a layer of mage shield to himself. Can still be broken in less than a second, then the robe, just like a piece of paper under the impact of the jet stream of a fighter engine, the robe and clothing of the mysterious wizard, while breaking, burning while turning into flying fire butterflies. The life-changing magic items on the mysterious sorcerer exploded and they were about to be smashed into a slag. A crystal barrier, a sudden appearance, made the energy impact spread like a water dragon wall. At the same moment, a tremendous explosion occurred on the priest's side, as if a 747 airliner loaded with aviation fuel was detonated. Shines brightly. Kane covered his face in the city head, and said that the movement was really nobody. No wonder that the mortal officials did not wait to see you. The special effects of the film of the dry frame then the explosion were hot, and the dead were awakened. After the explosion, the priests did not corpse everywhere, but only covered with mud and dust, and their faces were very embarrassed. They gasped for breath. They just exerted their extraordinary power to resist the bombardment of thousands of shells, which made them very exhausted. Some strength. Nerval looked at the priests with an afterglow in the corner of his eyes, and then looked at the mysterious wizard.